Alright, welcome ladies and gentlemen, another day, another game of Counter-Strike, and yet another day with CCT in the Counter-Strike schedule as well. My name is Nexus, I'm joined by Neo and Anders here as well. You guys have had your fair share now of CCT a little bit here. You guys are used to it, so I don't feel like asking you guys too much about what your thoughts are so far and how things have been going, but what do you guys, expect for today, right? Let's just get a quick oversight before we hop too deep into the games themselves here and see what we have.
I mean, for me, I'm hoping to see BC gameplay. I feel like they've been taking some scalps. They've been having some, they've been making some waves. I think it's really fun, like a fun little project. Can't believe Jacob is still out there playing. Obviously, Nexa has found a bit of a home here. So I am actually genuinely excited to see how they play. I haven't caught the game yet. I've just seen the results, so I want some first-hand experience. That's probably the highlight of the day for me, to be honest. And then I feel like Neo and I are becoming kind of Sashi experts at this point. We're catching all their games, and that's fine. Like I'm okay with it. Like I'm getting to see how they evolve from week to week. That's okay.
Yeah, or maybe Sashi hate watchers, depending on if you meet, right? We'll see. But no, I think generally for me, I think the main thing I'm looking at is the oversight now. What we've seen with how VRS is and how few VRS tournaments there are actually in Tier 2, going deep into CCT is absolutely mammoth. We have seen so many teams now start to skyrocket up the rankings. 500, Partisan, and two, of course, who've gone deep recently in tournaments and have gone flying up the ranks. And I think for me, it's actually the overview of this tournament, right? When we look at this playoff bracket, if people are able to get these deep runs, even if it's towards like a semi-final is where you kind of just finish off, that in itself can massively help out. And especially if we do get another run from a team like, for example, like a Partisan who've kind of come out of the woodwork out of nowhere and need to put up big results, that could be huge for them. And maybe even on the flip side, right, teams who are in a position where they're already slightly higher up the rankings, winning a CCT could genuinely put them into Tier 1 tournament contention.
I mean, that is the goal for a lot of these teams, and exactly for one such as BC game, right? They just qualified to Dallas, right? So they've got that coming up. They've got a couple more. They can absolutely make their way to Tier 1 in just a couple of months, perhaps, as well. So they've definitely got a good road ahead of them, and they're not the only ones here as well. Bait, they're kind of a mainstay, a staple. Fnatic kind of trying to prove themselves, and Monte figuring out what they have going on as well is one thing. But nonetheless, the schedule looks like this for the day, but we are going to be starting things off with the first one, Nexus versus BC game. A very interesting one, because for VRS, I think Nexus have kind of stolen themselves a couple of spots with IESF, with the prize pool. I think that's something that does become a bit apparent, and then you also look at the recent results they've had. They've not really been all that great. And I kind of struggle to pinpoint the issue exactly in that roster as well, because I think the pieces they have are pretty good, but they just haven't really done much. And I don't know what the issue is. If either of you guys have anything, I would be more than welcome to hear you out.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. I actually do kind of agree. It is a bit of a mystery, because individually, obviously, Cello is a fire player to watch. Sound does seem to be a really good prospect, who's sort of, I still think putting on some really, good base just in those two alone, right? And we know BTN's been around since forever and a day, so in terms of leadership, they've got that going on. And Ragger and Adron, even when they're not having lights out games, I don't typically see them disappearing from the game. So it feels like even the average Nexus game should be a little bit better than it currently is. I guess I can't answer the question, but I feel similarly. Like, it looks like the pieces should be overall make for like better results. So I don't know what it is exactly. Hopefully they'll find out before the VRS stuff from IESF kind of peters out, because obviously it decays over time. So yeah, you're right. They are kind of getting forwarded a little bit by that, and that's not gonna last forever either. So a good question, but yeah. I do like this lineup, and obviously I love watching Cello especially play. He's a super fun guy to watch, and again, like someone who you feel like could go even further if he wanted to. I don't know if he wants to necessarily. Maybe he's just enjoying Romanian Counter-Strike, but it feels like he's got the skill for it.
I mean, it's been a bad year for them. They've only won one game out of like 8 for this Nexus side. I mean, even in those losses, they're not even making them close. We're talking about like kind of 2-0 losses. So it really has been rough. And they are in a pretty dire spot, right? I mean, they're already finding themselves. If they lose this game, their expected ranking, the VRS forecast, is going to go down to 45. At that point, they might get into the point where they have to play, play-ins to play in like a CCT rather than directly to a CCT. On the flip side of a BC game, really good spot for them. Their rankings have kind of skyrocketed recently. Of course, there's this Bleed core with Nexus Cypher and Jacob, and of course a Nork as well. Nexus sort of out of the team at one point, but in a sense, it's 4 out of 5 players who were on Bleed at one point, and Prime Taps, of course, who remain from that previous BC game roster. And this is a side that's super cool, right? They're in a spot now where, at the moment, they are actually kind of really flourishing, right? They're inside the top 30 in terms of rankings. If they win this game, they got to 25th in the world in terms of VRS as well, which you go into that kind of top 25 area. That's when we're talking about, like, top 25 got you an IM Kato playing invite, right? So that's where tier 1 invites are around that corner. So I think BC Game in a really good spot. I think Dallas is huge for them. They just qualified to that, of course, by beating Astralis as well. 2-0, no less. I'm loving what I see from these guys at the moment.
Absolutely, and that as well. You say they're flourishing. Like, they've only lost 2 games with this roster as well. When they've kind of just had now this core, they have been absolutely killing it on the server as well. But there's a lot more to it as well, right? Next to finding a home in a old home, pretty much, it feels probably very good to be paid this time as well. Everyone's gonna be relieved in that regard as well. A little bit less stress. But I do want to see how they play as well, because I'm the same boat as Anders. I haven't seen them play yet. I've just seen the results, and I've been very impressed. But then I've seen the old Bleed play, so I feel like I've got an idea what they'll be coming up with. But one thing I will mention is that Nex has been kind of stepping up here, right? He's not played that many games in recent times, like 24, but he's still putting up the numbers when it comes to right now. He's not sacrificing himself as much, and he's kind of just saying, we ball, and he's killing anyone he wants to, and he's performing it real damn well. So that, I think, is a highlight at the moment as well for this team that teams do need to look out for, right? He's still an IGL, remind you, so there's a lot to go off there alone.
Well, we're going to have to figure out where we actually end up on the maps alone here. Train banned out, everyone boo, but we do get Ancient in there, which I'm not too sad about. Mirage coming up for a second, which I suppose makes a lot of sense for BC game. They actually have an insanely high win rate on it, in the last 3 months. I think it's up something like 83%, 6 maps played, so can understand why they want to end up there. Wouldn't be surprised if you see sort of Dust 2 kind of middle ground. Since we have Ancient and Mirage, why not throw in Dust 2 to even it out? I'm kind of Anubis out for the minute. I feel like I'm seeing the same game on Anubis no matter who's playing it right now. So yes, let's go Inferno as well. Although I am trying to find some new grenades on Inferno, so I could use the inspiration. Maybe some of these guys have something I can look at, but it's gonna be Dust 2 instead. I'm okay with these maps. Let's go.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think Ancient still feels like one of the more exciting maps in the pool. It just has that one that it's quite fresh, I think, still, because we're finding new ways of playing the T side in particular. Sometimes we see teams where they really try and take a lot of kind of progression out through via elbowing towards mid. A lot of teams don't like to play it, and then it's sort of balancing act between the two. So I also think Ancient is good. People hate a Mirage. I think Mirage at the pro level is still one of the best maps to watch, without a shadow of a doubt. People can complain about it, being in their face at pugs, but you're level 7 Andy, shut up, no one cares. We're talking about pro-level Counter-Strike, where it is really, really fun to watch. Some of the best games we've had are on these 2 first maps. Ancient always provides a banger at the tier 1 level, especially. I mean, we've seen how many times FaZe have gone to quad OT on this map, right? Insane. Oh, yeah. And then Mirage as well. I feel like it always provides banging moments and clips, so I'm super happy with this. It's a shame with Train, but I think for Nexus, it's just maybe not something you want to risk at the moment. I still want to see more Train. I still feel like we're actually in a part, which is surprising, I think, especially in tier 2, because when Ancient got brought into the pool in like 2021, something like that, every tier 2 team was trying to make it their home map, right? Everyone was picking into it, especially teams like Copenhagen Flames. Yeah. They did it like 32 times in like a span of 25 days, picking in towards Ancient, right? And then same thing with Anubis. When Anubis came in, it was tier 2 who were pushing the packer here and saying, this is, the map that we're gonna sort of make our own. It's a shame that Train's not being the case. Normally, it's tier 2 kickstarts people picking into it and making it a solid part of their map pool, because everyone's trying to find that edge. Everyone's trying to kind of stake a claim into the new map, and tier 2's always been the place for it. Unfortunately, this has not been the case for Train. It seems like the general kind of community-wide woes about Train and worries about it and things that need to be fixed has actually leaked in towards the pro scene as well, and they just don't want to risk it. I kind of don't blame them as well.
I mean, considering how often as well, like, you have the maps like Vertigo, which Valve tweaked so often, I feel like you're more than okay to give it a month or two to see how or what changes there might be before you fully commit to it. You can still practice it just to get your basics down, but you don't really have to put in all the effort if you don't really necessarily have to change or add it to your map pool. So I think a lot of teams, considering they were already banning Vertigo, they're just very fine with this at the moment. We're gonna see change at some point, but at the moment, not much. Though, I do want to touch on something you said. The maps as well, you're fine with it. I myself, I'm a Dust 2 hater to the bone, but there's one thing I have to admit, it's that two of the best games I've probably seen have been on Dust 2, and both of them were FaZe versus Spirit. Man, I loved those games. Like, Antwerp and Shanghai, both games they had in the lives. They were the best maps I've seen of Counter-Strike probably ever. Like,
I will say, though,
one thing I'll give to it.
You don't really have to worry about Dust 2 here, because we're not getting there.
No,
so
I don't. I'm a bit afraid.
It's gonna be a 2-0.
I still don't have to worry about it.
We're never getting there, so like, no offense, I love the Nexus guys, but we are not getting there. There's no way in hell, so I wouldn't have to worry about it. It's gonna be Ancient Mirage, and then we're gonna have a nice little break before Series 2.
So brutal. No, I mean, I've got my criticisms of Dust 2 as well. Every once in a while I do see some teams played where I'm like, oh, okay, these guys have some new and exciting stuff, but a lot of the times it's just kind of like the same kind of, guessing game on the CT side over and over again. So I can be a little bit tired of it too. But we'll see. All right, maybe now you're going to be right. It could be that we ended on 2 maps instead. I kind of hope not. Again, like I want to see some more out of BC games. So I've got some better opinions when people come and ask me about the lineup. Obviously, it's exciting to see how they go into the future. We've got some, another UK player here as well that we're going to be watching. But I do believe that the game is going to be live in a couple of seconds here. So yeah, I'm excited to get into the action. Let's get this game on the road.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this as well. Next, we'll leave you there as we'll come back to you a little later. But let's get things started. In towards Ancient, BC game starting on that CT side, Nexus starting on the T side. And I'll justify as well my thought process behind why I feel like this will be a quick 2. You look at BC Game's recent results. As a team, it's a sea of green, bar 1 red very recently. On the flip side, you look at Nexus, it's a sea of red and 1 very close fort green against a really rough to watch Fireflux side at the moment, who are, I think, pretty easy to beat. So it doesn't really instill a lot of hope in me. It's a very good start as well for BC Game in this one. Opening couple of kills coming through. Nexus is down to 1 HP, but it's still alive, so that's all that matters. And down goes Riker as well, caught on the cross.
Can't believe he actually managed to catch that headshot. That's wild. Adron of BTN left. You know what? They get the bomb planted, and that is something to work with here at the very least. Adron obviously going to get found here. There's just no way that he could have survived that. So obviously, great retake. It was never going to be a very winnable round at the end there, but job done to begin with. And again, like I said, the bomb plant is not bad. It means they can put up a bit of a fight in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're in a spot as well where potentially now for BC Game, it's actually, this is about, as a series, I think about just actually testing some of the, some of the other plays that we've kind of got up the sleeve, right? We know this is a BC game, so that should, I mean, even if they played this just unbelievably simply, I think we could kind of talk about for them where it's like, run through the motions and just getting this win over the line. But I think for BC Game, use this as sort of a little bit of official practice. They've had a really busy schedule. I don't really know how much time they would have had as a team to be able to, scrim and try some new things and, have some set plays and set executes and strats, yada, yada. So I feel like this is kind of a good time in a series like this where you are so heavily favored. Why not give it a go in, a few little gimmicks and see what they, fare out against a fairly solid Nexus side, but all the same, a very beatable one if you're BC Game.
Yeah, you're right. Maybe that is something that they could try and throw in there. I must say, this has not gone the way that we were expecting right off the bat here. Prime, Tabs, and Jacob both going down, and the bomb's planted. It's already a lost round. They've given it up, so pretty nicely done, honestly. Like a good crunch towards that A bomb site, and just also abusing the fact that very often there aren't that many CTs defending, so it's not at all uncommon that you can find it empty. Or if there's just one player, you get that player, at least you get the bomb planted. And then usually the problem is actually holding the site afterwards. Some pretty good retakes can happen on that A-bomb site, but this is just well done, so more power to them.
It's a good round by Nexus. You know, it really shows as well, even just getting anything in that first round in terms of like a bomb plant can sort of massively help out. Nexus are going to get a double though at the end, so that'll help. You know, at least just soften them up a little bit. A couple of exits that will, you know, in any way help, I guess. But all in all, Nexus, you get a first round on the board, you're pretty happy. And it's actually, you know, ultimately a very simple round. And in the last few games of Ancient Av Core, this has actually become something that's surprising at the pro level, super common. Teams don't play A presence at all. It's become a bit of a thing. Or if they play any A presence, it's just one person lurking. The second they go down, they've got zero support. It used to be a pretty standard setup where you'd have an A player and a donut player. It then started changing now where when an A player and a red room player and then 3 over towards B. The issue with that red room angle though is that the second you lose a player anywhere, like if it's temple for example or backside, it's still a bit of a hefty rotate, and the first smoke that you throw on an execute as a T side is the CT smoke. So that red room player is completely out of the equation so quickly. So this is something that I'm interested to see how BC Game, well, their reaction of course was immediately to go 3A. Which does feel like an overzealous reaction on the flip side as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really sustain it forever, you know, because you don't have the grenades, you can't have the mid-control either, so I think they're almost relegated to kind of guessing a little bit here. Oh, they are going to have a huge beginning with Cypher just pushing down. I've missed watching Cypher play, you know, back at the Paris Major with the Armor and everything else. Like, it was so much fun, and then he kind of just disappeared for a while, so, gotta get him back into Counter-Strike a bit more. Obviously, another fun player. Now, we talked about Cello a little bit, but Cypher is definitely someone who's just a fun guy to watch play Counter-Strike here. He's going to come back into it. He will find a third kill for himself, and Nork, maybe it could have been better. Maybe he could have been in a better position, but just at least getting the kill kind of cements the round for his team. Yep. So BC Game will pick it up, and that is a fine job. Wait, who's the other British player that I was thinking about? Because we're talking about this map. Oh, we've got game sounds. Let's go. Nice. I was thinking about Gizmy.
Gizmy from Monty.
Yeah, I remember Gizmy was being an ultra nerd at essentially shooting through the smokes into the A-bomb site to stop the bomb plants. And honestly, I think that is a massively underutilized thing at a high level of Counter-Strike. Like, if you don't even have to hold the bomb site. How are they going to plant if you know every single angle and you can just shoot through? Like, it's so sick. So maybe more will try that. Raga is a very well done hit towards the middle. It's so hard. You could see him getting grenaded. He's standing at that borderland between the smoke and the Molotov. And even if he goes really low, it's worth it. He gets the kill.
Yeah, exactly. 2-1. And for this BC Game side, with you already down to 4, you've got to be a little careful here. It looks like we're going to really shell up towards B. 4 players in this direction. I kind of like this move, though. Contact play, which will net free and easy kill. MP9. Oh, MP9. I say AK-47 with the flash that swings in. Simple stuff and a shutdown towards Shelf. I think the one issue there that comes through for Nexus, opening kill gets found. They've actually got a pretty good gap in towards ramp. And they pump the brakes, which I do agree that, like, you know, 75% of the time, pumping the brakes and waiting for the reaction is the right thing to do. But unfortunately there, it's just the one time where you pumping the brakes like that actually allows BC Game to really set up super well. And they do, right? You know, they push in towards ramp at the same time. They push the extremities through cave. 2 flashes come over. Everyone on Shelf's dead. And in a matter of moments, that's the round falling apart for Nexus. You get an opening kill and you just get massacred to follow it. So it's one of those things you can only see with hindsight. But if they just got the opening kill off Raga and just gone quick, they really could have scaled up in towards that B site very well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And I think, you know, in general, I would say the potential for those fast B plays is just so high. A lot of teams proving that could be a very viable way to go about it. Going to try and see if they can go back fishing towards the A bomb site. You know, try and get the bomb plant at a minimum. Not looking easy so far. They will get the kill on Jacob. So that's a bit of a start. Sound and Cello now left. The 2 versus 4 and already getting pushed. Actually, very, very aggressive work here for BC Game, saying we're not even going to let you plant the bomb at all. We're just going to find you right off the bat. And since they win the fight, it's all totally justified. It works in the end.
Exactly. Nice work. I really like what I'm seeing so far, and I think this is something that, of course, that Nexus brought up on the desk, is that Nexa, in particular, has been really picking it up. I feel like, and I need to check this because I've only casted one game of this BC game side so far, but the thing with me is that it feels like, and I need to check this, if the roles have changed for Nexa in any way. Obviously, for him, he's sort of been given a lot more freedom to do what he wants, but I wonder whether Prime Taps has maybe taken a little bit more of those previous Nexa spots on that bleed core and allowing Nexa to sort of flourish a little bit more, hence why his stats look so good. Or is it just the fact that Nexa is, once again motivated, right? And he's sort of back into playing this top level Counter-Strike. I need to go back and have a look through some of these demos and really kind of do a comparative demo watch for the old bleed days compared to this BC game and see actually if he's sort of just somehow picked up his level massively.
Yeah, I could totally see that being the case. I actually can't imagine a more motivating set of circumstances for somebody like Nexa to try and really make sure that he's not going to be the weak link in any of this stuff. Oh, that nade, you can see it coming. He was solo, and Sound is not much better off here. So a bomb plant again, it goes a long way. He shouldn't be winning it, but he actually gets the headshot, and now it's down to Nork with the AWP. Sound, he swings wide, and in a way, I kind of appreciate it. There is a chance that if he sticks around and tries to slow play it, he does just get grenaded or Molotov or whatever might be on the other side. So, tough break. But honestly, that should have never been that close to begin with. Like, it's crazy that it turns into a bomb plant and a 1v1 at the end. So, probably one of those rounds that Nexus could say, okay, you know what, we've still got it, boys. Let's keep on fighting. That's a lot of money that disappears from the BC game side. Like, you've got to find a way to stay motivated here.
Yeah. 5-1 start, though. Really nice work on your opponent's map pick. Nobody on BC Game complaining about this one. Granted, if you want to be really pedantic, you can say, we should not have let that force buy in the second round be converted, but in the end, that save call that they made has then gone on to spiral to much more. Prime Tap start things off. I like that little jump up as well from Nork. You actually very rarely see people play on towards this top box. It is pretty exposed, I will say, but at the same time, it's a start off angle, and he actually could be tested here, so this could be a little funky. There is a boost up in towards plants, and Jacob will deliver on towards Sound. The Temple player should be able to find Zello, and they will. And it's poor BTN all alone. He got the opening kill, and now he's left stranded with 11 points of HP. It's going to be a pretty easy sixth for this BC game side, and I'm super impressed with what I see. There is no contest right now.
Yeah, they're playing some super solid Counter-Strike. They really are. And just to go back to the Nexa conversation, right? Man, when he was when he was brought into IGL for G2, like I feel like it was there was suddenly so much criticism. Like he was a super loved figure before that, and then people were like, boo. Which I guess has happened to a couple of different people in that particular team by now. Like we're kind of running through them. I guess also the fact that like Hooksy and Nexa on the same team at the same time in itself is kind of confusing as hell. Maybe might not have ever been the right chemistry for it. And then obviously now Snacks is the guy that we're all pointing our fingers at. So just to say that I could imagine that he's got a lot of personal recovery that he kind of wants to go through and just kind of say, prove to the scene, hey, listen, there's a reason why you guys cared about me to begin with, and fighting it back with a new team is, I think, the perfect way to do it. So yeah, I imagine Nex is going to be waking up every day saying, I'm gonna try and be the best that I could possibly be, both in terms of as a tactician, but also as a individual. It makes sense to me.
Moving forward in towards mid, BC game. Once again, trying to scale up towards A. They're really trying to put a lot of pressure on Prime Taps, and he is surviving well. Nork, mid-shot on the second. Oh, hang on. Nork is under pressure here. Not often you see him miss consecutive shots like that. Does give maybe a little bit of a chance for Nexus pushing through. This is so dicey. They've got the site, and honestly, BC game, they might have to just play full retake here, but in a way, do you actually even want to give this a go? It's not easy.
Yeah, they have some money in the bank, so I guess they could justify going for the 3v3. They've also got the kits as well, so it's doable. What a flashbang there, but it will be Cypher to go down first. Nexa is going to be dropping next. Huge play for BTN. That's actually is such a great spray, because he's sort of crouching backwards, limiting the angle, while just kind of, peppering the side of the box. To BTN, some smooth moves there, and they go for it. They also lose all the rifles, and again, because of that earlier 1v1 with Sound playing up against Nork, that you know, Sound ended up losing. But still, the fact that it was down to a 1v1 means BC Game, if they lose this next round, they're going to be out of money. And suddenly, Nexus actually have a way back into the match. So, yeah, this is huge right now for the Romanians.
Welcome to CT Counter-Strike, Anders. It's just, it is brutal, isn't it? You can win, you know, 6 out of 7 rounds. You lose 2 rounds, though, and you are flat broke. And he's really nice. And not even that, right? Not even just losing. If they win this round, but only one of them survives. But let's say, you know, a bomb plot comes through, but BC Game defuse it with one staying alive. Nexus probably get a better buy out of it because a loss bonus at 2.9k plus that bomb plot. So it is such a brutal spot, that CT economy. 6-2, but it's a 1-for-1 trade to open things up. But a lot of early damage done towards Prime Tap, so he'll play Bogdan's Law here.
Oh, how do they get back into this one here? They've got a minute. I mean, going for that cave is pretty standard stuff. Cello is going to be going down, and Cypher, sure, he gets traded, but he does actually spot out a lot more people, so question is, how do you want to make a rotation? That is kind of the issue. With Prime Taps being this low already, he can't really do too much. He kind of has to stay at a distance with the AWP. So they get some information, but it's not quite clear what you can do with it. I'm surprised to see Nexus pushing into the middle more from the donut. And actually, just to say that, he kind of is. They must feel that this is going to be some sort of a B finish. Just the information alone is so big for them. 20 seconds now left, and actually, look at Nexus walking up. He's going to find Sound just as they're trying to execute. It's absolutely great work. Molotov thrown in behind just to try and limit them. Prime Taps will go down, and the bomb's being planted here. No wall bangs being attempted. It's going to be a little peek up, denying the bomb plant and winning the round. It can't be won unless he can jump through here, which North is ready for. I was going to say, surely he knows that's the only way that he could lose right there. So, fair play. Again, another insanely close round. And like you said, it's down to a 1v1. So, Nexus is going to keep on fighting. It's a shame they couldn't plant the bomb, though, just for their own finances.
Yeah, I kind of respect it, actually. You've got to go down there before time, so why not just, you know, take a chance, fly through that smoke. In the end, doesn't work out, so BC Game do stay alive, and I mean, thankfully for them as well, with an AK recovered, rifles get brought around it, and we've just about kept this buy alive. But even still, decent economy is alright for Nexus in terms of they can bring something to that table. At least AK's on deck. If everyone bar Zello. And I feel like as well, Zello's the type of guy that you would normally kind of give him a rifle, but he's actually been a little quiet by his standards so far today.
Yeah, you're right. We haven't seen the fireworks just yet. It's going to be the initial grenades for an A push, but you know, you can already say they're not immediately rushing this. They're just putting on a little bit of pressure, trying to see if they can, you know, lure something out, which again they kind of do. Cypher again pushing back down towards the bottom of that B ramp. And that's part of what that utility, even though it lands on the other side, obviously there's communication happening. If you guys don't know, they have microphones. They do talk to each other. So Cypher might be saying, oh, okay, if there's some action on the A-bomb side, let me try and push down. Which he's done a lot, and it's kind of backfiring right now. Shadow showing. Raga obviously noticed that Prime Taps is there. So, yeah, they throw the smokes early. They don't really go on them right away. It's a bit of a delayed push coming into it. And because they have more grenades behind it, they can afford to do that. Re-smoking CT spawn, getting the bomb planted now, and a 4 versus 3 here. This could be a huge round for Nexus.
It could. Moving their way forward, Flash gonna come over. This is a big fight, and it will go well for Jacob. He's put in another donut player too, so a lot to work with there. But it's just about, can we limit Raga? We can. He did spot where the bomb is planted for. He's keeping that crosshair trained. Spamming is not working out. It's no kit. We've got to get on this. We cannot afford to dilly-dally. Norks get a shot through the smoke. Oh, and Jacob's going to get one as well. This feeling like it's done, but it is. The spam through the smoke is enough. They've got no time. It's going to be so close. They've just got it right as that bomb was about to go off. Sound will get the kills, but my God, that was carnage.
Oh, give Nexus a break, man. That's crazy. They had a 4-on-3 with 3 CTs, no kit, and all they had was then 1 smoke for Donut. That just doesn't seem like a winnable round at all for BC Game. And the 10-second defuse, like, he had time to reload the AK and continue the spray, and he very nearly made it work. That is so ridiculous, but regardless, I mean, good job on BC Game. And again, it's down to, nobody lives through that round even on the CT side. They all die in spite of winning the round. Prime Tap's going to get traded in the middle there. And, Cypher again back at it. This time not down the B ramp, but instead in the Cheetah Cave with an MP9. So 4 versus 3 unfolding in favor of BC Game at the moment. We'll see if they can continue to make this work. Obviously, that last round is heartbreaking for Nexus.
Oh, well. Push through. Raga will catch Cypher, who is just going for a little wander. It's been unfortunate for Nexus because they've actually made some of these rounds uber close, right? I mean, that one, right down to the wire. We've seen a couple where it'd been like 1v1s, but it's just, I think, showing that extra level of BC Game is that they are quite consistently winning out these close scenarios. Going towards B once again, it's only North here to try and deny. First is a fine, looking for the second, delivers. Going 2 for 1 on the site like that is mammoth. And it's Sound left all alone in a 1 versus 2, which feels impossible. He's making all of this noise and he should be dead momentarily. I don't think he realizes that he's being circled upon as we speak. And it's a lovely 1-2-3 swing. Beautiful, beautiful Counter-Strike from BC Game. You can't really complain about all too much, to be honest.
No, it's worked super well. So nicely done. Like you said, Nork kind of alone for a minute there. Not necessarily that easy to deal with, but he did more than he needed to. So well done. 9-2 as we go into round number 12 here, and this is, unfortunately, it is a very one-sided game right now. But the truth is, like Nexus, if you could see a graph of the economy for BC Game, they've been riding on that edge the whole time. If they lost one round at any point during the last, 4 or 5 or whatever, it would have been so different. But yeah, that's all in the past right now. A rush to the B bomb site. Nexa with some crazy spam coming out, but he is going to get punished as well eventually. And Nork and Prime Taps trying to retake the bomb site. 2 versus 3. Obviously, you're going to give it a go since it's the last round. Flashbang, I do like this idea, but it's a little bit early perhaps. And actually, Raga just eats a grenade. They are slowed down a little bit. There's Prime Taps coming through the cave. He's going to be taking on Adron. And again, Raga is already a bit low. He's got to be super careful here. If he dies, it's up to BTN. Wow, right for the smoke. That's absolutely absurd. How did he do it? And now they're going to be able to smoke it off here. They've got the kit as well on Nork. So BTN revealing his position. Prime Tap, sure, without the kit. So he's going to be on you to try and get the job done. And he does it perfectly. A retake and 10 rounds in the first half. BC Game kind of proving what they're all about here. What a great first half for them.
Yeah, gotta be said, it is a delectable display from BC Game. And, this is on their opponent's map pick, which makes things all the more worse. It has been so simple. Once again, coming back to my earlier kind of joke on the desk about how we're not going towards Dust 2, and it's just sort of why. Unfortunately for Nexus, this is where we're at. BC Game are a side that, honestly, the way they're playing, they kind of are deserved to be at least like a fringe tier 1 team, right? We see these teams that do get the call-ups in towards some of these top-level tournaments and, can make some fairly decent runs. And I feel like this is sort of one of those. I mean, even kind of currently with, PGO Conclusion of Poker on that, there's been a few teams in there who are a little bit kind of down the pecking order. Some, safe to say, right? You got teams like, like FlyQuest have been struggling a little bit, Complexity have been struggling too, and I feel like BC Game would be quite fresh, in towards that one. Even like Imperial Valkyries, of course, fortunately for them, again, similar thing, have been struggling a little bit in terms of these tier 1 tournaments, and I feel like we're getting to a point now where, they're in a good spot, and actually, with a win here for BC Game, they would actually go above a few of those teams that, I've just mentioned. I think they would go above teams like, Imperial Valkyries for one, Saw being another one as well. So that's already 2 spots there where they could get invites to tier 1 tournaments. This is, I think, proof in the pudding just how strong these CCTs have been actually for, VRS and global ranking, and why actually we see so many good sides. If you want to see, if you want a really good indicator of how important CCT is actually currently for the tier 2 scene, go and look at play-in invites for any of the tournaments recently. Yeah. And you'll see teams like NIP, Fnatic, Nine Pandas, Bay, etc. Teams who know the importance of getting a deep run in CCT and how much it can kind of skyrocket their ranking, as we've seen with teams like Partisan, 500, etc. So for me, honestly, I think this is kind of that real proof. So hence why I think it's a really good thing to see BC Game hopefully started off well. I mean, they've actually got a pretty good bracket, all things considered. Next up would be the winner of Partisan 9. I do think that Partisan side should win that. They also look incredibly scary as well, Partisan.
Yeah.
So that one could be a little spicy. And then below them as well, who they would meet in the semis, it's one of Ents, Navi Jr., Passion UA, and Gun 5. Actually, 4 teams that are all really scary, where I would probably argue that the other side of the bracket's a little easier. We got Fnatic, Dano Eklot, Sashi, Nine Pandas, Monty Bait, and Cybershock, Namiga. Now, for me, I think Namiga are in a rock comparatively towards last year. Cybershock are doing okay. Bait, not looking as good as last year. Monty, not looking that great, and also going through changes. We've got like Diha, who's taking some leave as well. So they're in a bit of a tough spot. Nine Pandas still can't seem to find their form for whatever reason. Sashi are not as good as they were last year. Dano Eklot, they qualified to the RMR, so arguably doing around the same, I would say, you know. And then Fnatic are still trying to find their form as well. So I would say that other side of the bracket is completely up in the air. This is the one which has got all the heavy hitters. I mean, I could happily see one of Nexus, Partisan, Ents, or Passion UA in the final, and I wouldn't even bat an eyelid at it.
Yeah, that could definitely happen. But for me personally, like, I'm just gonna say this because you mentioned Gun 5 down there. I'm gonna claim Fine Shine for myself. I feel like I think I got like one of the first games that he was when he was just like on the team, just joining. I think that guy's he's actually a psycho. Like it's kind of crazy to watch. Super fun if you guys haven't seen yet. Again, the team as a whole, it's obviously wildly inconsistent, and there's a lot of other things to deal with. But that just kind of comes with the territory. But Fine Shine he's a bit of a demon. So that's cool to see. Maybe he could have, you know, an even deeper future into the game if he keeps it up. So fun anyway to catch these guys early on. But yeah, I kind of hope. I'm kind of rooting for this BC game squad to see what they bring. I think it's fun.
Same. I mean, it obviously all comes from a place of UK bias, right? I'm not going to claim anything different. It, you know, I'll hold my hands up and happily say that, you know, it's UK bias. But at the same time, I think it really helps my UK bias when they play such good Counter-Strike. I mean, evidently, your opponent's map picking you 10-2 up in the first half.
Yeah. I mean, also, like, all of UKCS can't just be on Messi and Ash, can it? You know, like, they need more help. It can't just be those two guys trying to carry everything. So somebody...
Yeah, now at least, though, we've got, like, we're kind of at least got a few different players in a few different areas. We got, you know, 2 in towards that tier 2, like you mentioned, with Ash and Messi. We got 2 now in towards tier 2. So 2 in towards tier 1 with Ash and Messi. 2 in towards tier 2 with Cypher and Gizmy. And then we've got actually a really strong grassroots scene. I don't know what the numbers are like, but I think UK grassroots Counter-Strike is still going to be one of the strongest. You know, Epic LAN, which is like our only LAN that we have in the UK, that continues to break records of how many teams sign up or always sort of match it. I think for the one that's coming up in like a couple of weekends, or maybe even this weekend, in fact, I think it is this weekend, it's got like over 40 different teams signed up. So that's pretty sick. Like that's a big LAN for the, you know, 40 UK Counter-Strike teams. So we're still keeping the grassroots scene alive, which I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, I mean that's what you need to kind of have a future for a game, right? Just we need more of the UK orgs to stay alive. Unfortunately, that is one of the issues at the moment, isn't it? But I am rooting for it.
I'll say it. That's on the VRS system. I'm not blaming the. Well, actually, I can blame one UK org.
We can blame one of them. Yeah, but I mean, I think you're right though. Like that is one of the big issues. Is obviously the VRS kind of like tripped up a bunch of teams, and there are obviously many more that are feeling it too. But yeah, it is a shame. Like I wish you know, as much as people laugh about it, same with the NA scene, right? Like it is fun to laugh at NA Counter-Strike, it's fun to laugh at UK Counter-Strike, but at the end of the day, man, what a huge W it would be for all of us if these scenes, you know, could produce much more talent and have much more, you know, Counter-Strike involvement in general. Obviously, in case, for whatever reason, people don't know, London still is the economic hub of Europe, in spite of the Brexit situation. It's, like, the truth is, like, it would be massive, right? Like, if you could have a London-based team that was in Counter-Strike, like, just from a pure business point of view, if you could get some excitement up and running about that and kind of, make people care about it more, it would be nice. So,
yeah,
I'm rooting for it as much as, but sometimes I feel like also laughing about it is, like, the way to push things into the future, You've got to bully people a little bit, not too much, but just a little bit of bullying can be okay.
The only thing, that we'll see is that, unfortunately, with UK Counter-Strike, I feel like, the rent on a building would probably eclipse the wages of a place. So I feel like, the costs are going to be pretty hefty. But no, you are right.
They don't have to boot camp in London, okay? I agree. Like, that would be insane.
I'll shout them out one time. I don't think I even really need to because most pro teams are going to use them. But Endpoint Sheffield Bootcamp out there, the prac room stuff, apparently they're pretty unreal. I know a lot of teams. I know M80, when we were covering them start of the year, they were out in Sheffield.
Yeah, I mean, I remember they did the Endpoint people did like a tour of it. I wanted to go there, even though I wasn't going to boot camp.
Yeah.
I just thought it looked cool. But yeah, put them up near Sheffield or Manchester, or if you go wild with it, put them even closer. Like throw them up into Leeds somewhere,
Oh, okay. We want to survive. Come on, like we need to be able to get into the server.
Okay, well, they're gonna be hard when they get there. Okay, they're gonna be ready. Yeah. So
I call it character building, sending them to Leeds.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think there's got to be a way, right, to make it work. Like, obviously, boot camping in London might. You're right. That is an expensive venture, but I'm just saying that in general, it's a shame that the UK doesn't have more, more structure for it. It's weird because...
Actually, I was going to say something that, touching on your point, I think one of the big things, and this is something that you can probably attest to, but on the flip side, I actually think a large part of it is due to sort of the stigma around sort of gaming as a whole, right? I think this is actually something that every time I've been to like Denmark and Sweden, there isn't that. Right? It is something that is like, widely accepted by the government. It's widely accepted by like people as a whole. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like in the UK, it's not. Like, I think I even remember myself when I was telling, because I guess life story a little bit here, I left the job in finance to commentate, right? And I feel like when people heard that, they were like, oh, you're just gonna like live in your mum's bedroom, and it's like, no, mom's basement, and it's like, are you gonna like just sleep on the couch somewhere? I was like, no, like you can live off this. And I feel like there is that stigma where I feel like in Denmark there's not. I feel like it's a lot better. Like, people seem pretty accepting of kind of gaming as a job.
Yeah, I think there is something to that. Like, it could definitely be a bit of a cultural thing. But hopefully that could just change over time. I think we are just waiting for another couple of players. But there was another couple of points I thought we could discuss. The alternative is that we throw to a break. But I don't know about you, Neil. Maybe we just keep on.
I'm happy to. Yeah, I'm happy to podcast this a little bit. Just keep we haven't worked together for like a few days. We got a bunch to catch up on.
That's what I mean. Like. But yeah, like from my point of view, I feel like there is you're right, because there is some grassroots stuff. Like, there are obviously the lands. I also, as far as I know, still like there is like a UK CS like university. Like, I think there's even like two different leagues going on.
There's there is. It's actually really popular as well. I played it and made. I'll throw my hands up there. I won one of them. Well, I was part of the team that won one of them. That counts. It was like, it is actually one of the real good things. I didn't know it was a thing as well. So I joined uni I was on like a sports scholarship basically. So I had no idea that like esports was a thing. And then I can't remember how it happened basically. I think I was playing Counter-Strike and then somebody I knew Counter-Strike or something like that. And then they said, oh, I know somebody who plays it here. And then, next thing I get asked, do you want to compete? And I was terrible. And I was like, yeah, no, probably not. But at the time, they needed somebody to stand in front of the team. So I stood in. And then, I started playing. So we got two. We got Null and NSE. And they're just two different leagues. So one runs on like a Wednesday, one's on like a Thursday. So for something along those lines. But yeah, they're pretty good. And, there's kind of prize money at the end. I think I'm right in saying Null has done lands before for the finals, so like on a stage, A small kind of crowd. But yeah, it's pretty good. Is that something that happens in Denmark? Do you get like university esports kind of teams or programs?
Not really, because there just aren't, I think, necessarily that many. I mean, maybe there is, and I just don't know about it. That could definitely be the case.
Yeah.
But my sense is that it's not going to be quite the same. But it's just to say, like, I think there is some groundwork already laid in there where obviously, I'm guessing UK University Counter-Strike, the level is going to be like super varied and all the rest. It's not really about that.
Yeah,
it's not really about like the quality of the games or anything like that. It's just about saying like people, if you can build a culture where people get into the game early, they fall in love with the competitive side of it. And I in my opinion, the other side of it is also for people who actually go to university, and I think this is going to happen more and more, right? Like more and more people already are, they're sort of bending their degrees to have some kind of, potential esports exposure, right? Because if you are a lawyer or an accountant or a business person or whatever, like you can add esports to like the back of those titles, right? You could become an esports lawyer, or you could become an esports accountant, or whatever the case may be, right? Maybe don't become an esports accountant. We don't need people looking into the raw numbers. That's rough. That's going to be a rough deal for everybody. But I'm just saying that, in general, like that's happening more and more. So I think for a country like the UK, it makes sense to have that happening at home, rather than saying, oh, suddenly we've got people in other countries, who might be further ahead in some sense. So yeah, I hope that keeps on going, and that there's more attention paid into it in the future, because it would just benefit all of us a lot if there was some more strength in that side of it. So we'll see how it plays out over time. I mean, again, it's not easy with the finances right now, but you know what? Maybe the VRS stuff. Now, obviously, the first season of this VRS stuff is a stone mess. Everybody knows it. But maybe in the future, it will actually be better. I can actually sort of see how it will be in once all the problems are ironed out and everything. Like you can kind of feel like, okay, this actually might end up working pretty well. But right now it's crazy.
Yeah, I feel like just a few things need to be fixed, and I really feel like we could find a way to make VRS really stable. I think probably the way to go about it is making somehow VRS trickle all the way down, even if it's like less points and less rankings, all the way down to the lower tiers, so that you can still, effectively move up, I guess. Because we've kind of had it where we've had these teams, we don't get the fairy tale runs anymore with the open qual. I mean, that's another kind of point in itself, right? Is maybe having more open quals. That's what, the open letter said that a lot of teams signed up on.
Sure, yes.
Which I actually do. I do support. I've always been a fan of open qualifiers. I love the RMRs, not only because I was part of quite a few of them, and it was sort of always, it was my introduction to Tier 1. It was my introduction into you as well. It's how we met the RMR. Right. But I always felt like it really produced lovely stories. I mean, even when we were there, we saw, Cypher, for example, with ITV, a UK team qualified to a major top 8 legends. Like, I'll never forget celebrating with them. We are live again, though, by the way. So, let's get things back on the road. It's a quick pistol. BC Game have not cooled down in this break. I don't know if they, tabbed out and opened up, I forget what that app's called. The one that you train your aim train or whatever it's called. The one that all the Zoomers use these days. But they've kept fresh. That's for damn sure. They flew in towards B. I love these calls, by the way, as well. Post-tech pause, call a rush. Go quick. It's worked. Looking for another. Cypher will get caught. So will Nexa. Let's not throw this one away now, boys. Hang on a moment. Time is ticking. But 2 low. Prime Taps is trying to, He was trying to run around that pillar, but BC Game actually overfight that. They played that really well for the first 60% of that round, and then just overcooked it a little bit. The best thing they could have done, obviously that we know in hindsight, is actually just take a bit of a step back, play post plants.
Yeah, and that's... in ways, those are some of the more silly rounds, because they know it as well, right? Like it's not like they're going to be having a team meeting after that and saying, "Oh, I wonder how we lost that round." I don't understand. But like, obviously, everybody knows the second half. You're like, "Oh, come on, guys! Like, why?" All we had to do was just relax and not fight, and we're going to be fine. We're going to win the round. So, a bit silly, not necessary, because you're right. The call itself was fine. It was really good. Get in there quick towards the B bomb site. This time they've put a smoke towards Donut, so they're kind of pretending like it could be a fast A attack, but in fact they are setting up for another very speedy run towards the B bomb site, which is getting shut down really hard. I've actually been... okay, hold on.
Oh, hang on, yeah.
Oh, Nork, he could do this. He knows that Cello's behind him, so he shouldn't be too surprised. Gonna pick up a FAMAS with 16 bullets, gets the headshot. It is Nork versus the world right now. 4 kills so far. He's going to set up a smoke, and we'll see Raga. Is he going to come right through? He's certainly thinking about it. It's ice cold. It doesn't matter. The ace clutch for Nork as he takes down Nexus. That is just brutal.
What a round by Nork. What a round by him.
Come on.
He has saved this side, and he's done it with style as well. I don't even hate the Raga push, because I feel like, you know, the longer that, if you'd waited behind that smoke, it's probably then becoming an expectation for Nork, right? So I think it's a real coin flip there, and I don't even hate Raga for pushing through. I feel like he's trying to gamble, and it's a gamble that doesn't work out for him, but was super well done. And, you know, in the same vein that we saw him towards that first half, where it's, you know, win the pistol, or you know, and then lose the force buy, it's just flipped hands here, where it's, you know, BT Game lose the pistol, win the force buy, and it's actually arguably a better spot to be in. Especially because you've won that force buy against a CT side, it just gives you all to work with. Where unfortunately for Nexus, they have to force buy into the double eco, but they just can't bring a lot to the table. It's now just 1 MP9 left. They've now recovered a Glil, which is something, but even still, it's a pretty big ask.
Yeah, absolutely. What a wild sequence of events there. But some early exchange, pushing down. It's actually a team kill in the middle of it. So the chaos continues, but Cello is miles away from the site here. So, I mean, he might as well try and run, even without the kit, just to try and do it, because otherwise they're looking at a ridiculous comeback into overtime. So I can understand why he's trying to get close here. I was about to say, I've been trying to figure out how those B-ramp pushes work. Like, I feel like very, very often what the CTs rely on early on in a round is to throw one incendiary onto that ramp, and then that grenade is kind of what keeps the T's back. But if you smoke it and run through, I feel like that should work. So I was watching a ton of Na'Vi games to see how Na'Vi stop it, and honestly, like, a lot of teams have tried it against Na'Vi, and for some reason, Jail and Alexi, who are holding that bomb site for Na'Vi, they win every single time somebody tries to do that. So my guess was going to be, before I went and looked at the actual rounds, I thought surely this is going to work like a lot, because it just seems like it's like, again, I've been trying to tell people incendiaries aren't real. Like, they're not real grenades. Just stop throwing them. You know, but the fact that you can just smoke it and run through anyway means if the whole defense is relying on that, surely that's the end of it. You know, you just run through and you're laughing, but it isn't that easy. I'm going to try and see if I can find some more teams that have either some success. I know I was looking at Mongols, and they do it a lot. Like, Mongols love trying to push up that position. So yeah, maybe there are some teams out there who are more adept at trying to do those B rushes through the Molotov. But for now, it's going to be a 12-3 scoreline here. In the middle, we're fighting once again, and obviously they have nothing to work with right now. So Nexus, a brutal start to this best of 3 for them. They honestly had plenty of chances in the first half to have more rounds and to shut down the economy, but, you know, that's all in the past now.
You are right. Molotov's going to bank round, but with this Molotov coming down, it means they can very easily clear this close left of BTN. Swing and goodbye. That's how you take Cave. Super simple. That nade banks around, and it gets rid of the player in towards the arch of Cave, and also anyone sitting that close right. Zella's been spotted as well. So now they actually know where both of them are as well. Molotov ticked on towards Sounds. They should know he's here. And a very simple close. What a map of Counter-Strike coming through for BC Game. There was just... There was no question marks about it. 13-3 on your opponent's map pick is a beautiful, beautiful start to the series, man. That was real sumptuous stuff. And so little to complain about, so little to really even discuss on the Nexus side. They offered up so little to nothing, unfortunately. And I think the big thing for me now is probably this narrative, just again coming back to how I feel like Dust2's probably just not really going to be in this game. I can't see a world in which we get Dust2 coming out. It feels so unlikely.
Yeah, it does. It almost felt like the tech time out there was longer than the actual game itself. So, you know, we got a little podcast in the middle. Like, the podcast was a longer affair than the actual rounds. That's
earning
crazy.
our money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Do what we
well,
can.
For now, we're going to throw this one over towards Nexus. He's going to break down what is actually a very tough map to break down, because there was very little on offer. But Nexus, good luck with this one, mate. Enjoy it.
Thank you, fellas. I'll try. I'll try to enjoy this. One thing I will at least sleep well is knowing that probably no Dust 2, that is in fact reality. Now, here, like, there was one point, and that was round number 4, where I immediately felt like BC Game was just gonna run over Nexus. And it was just a very simple round, but it's very basic. It's pretty much what you do on this map no matter what, is you take ramp control on the CT side, you fight for it on B. And the fact BC Game did it at the start, Nexus had no answer, it immediately kind of just made the game go a certain way for me. It was just the Cypher crouching down ramp, then he had Prime Tabs finding 1 and 2, there was a great flashbang that came in as well at the same time. It was just a very well played round. And that's kind of what started it all for me. And I was losing hope very quickly, to put it lightly. But it's these rounds, and then you continue. You play the rest of the game. You have situations. You have 4 retakes all in all for that first half for BC Game. And in all of them, minus the pistol round, I'm pretty sure they were down a man or at least a 3-on-3. Or even numbers. So that, again, it should tell you the tale of how much BC Game just have in terms of quality over Nexus here. And the fact that every single round, a man down, maybe 2 in some cases, it still didn't look too bad for them. They felt like they were still in the game. They had that aura around them. And it was something that Nexus were unable to really come back from. All the way until the end of the game, they didn't really have a single answer. They didn't have anything that really went their way. And then you add on top as well. Second half, sure, pistol goes Nexus away, but then Null comes out with a clutch right after, brings out an ace of 1v4 essentially for him. It's just not really given a much when it comes to Nexus on the map. They pick it, they go into it, and they barely get anything done here. It is a poor way to start the series. Absolutely for certain. That's, well, almost self-explanatory at this point. But it is what it is. It's just the first map that really does go by way too quickly, and like Neo and Nandos kind of said, it almost felt like the timeout was longer than the actual game. Because every single round, it was just predetermined almost, the way it went. And with that, it's map number 1, it's Nexus pick gone, and now we head towards our second, which is gonna be somehow, probably, perhaps even worse. It's Mirage at least, but it's been a map where historically, I'll give you this, I'll give you a little bit of hope for why Nexus could take this map, and that is that in the past, maybe not currently as much, but there's been a map where Cello has been a absolute menace. He's been dropping in back a year or 2, maybe even still in Go. He's dropping 30 on this map, maybe even first half if he's crazy enough. Right? That's the sort of thing that he's, I think, built a reputation almost on this map for. So on Mirage, I do think he is the key, he is the answer. And if not, I really do struggle to see a way for the Romanian side to get back into the game, because I just don't think it's going to happen. I really don't. So, 2-0, that's the expectation. We'll have to see how that looks in about 10 minutes or so, because we don't really have much else to say here. Map number 1, it's done, it's dusted, it's quickly dealt with. BC Game now to their own home turf of Mirage, barely having lost it. It's just got to be perhaps another game. I do expect to be slightly closer, maybe in the 13-6 sort of range, but it's really, really dependent on Nexus waking up individually, which Mirage is a map that allows it to be, where individuals can make the difference. They can play it slightly more loose, but we'll have to see how it actually looks now after this break. So don't go too far. We'll continue with Mirage in a little bit. Alright, welcome back, boys. We had a map 1, and now we're gonna have a map 2. Are we gonna have a map 3? Census around the room says no.
Hell no. No
Probably
way.
not.
No way. This was the easiest prediction of my life. Let's say this one is going to be a simple 2-0. We're going to Mirage. BC Game have looked so good on Mirage. They've scalped some big teams on this map as well. Unfortunately, I just don't have the faith in them, to be perfectly honest. There's been some okay moments in the past, maybe from Nexus, but I don't see it happening here. This is a complete mismatch in terms of just raw ability, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree. I mean, what we just saw was really, really convincing. Just they also just they were so easy for BC Game. Even in some of the rounds where it was a bit close, like they just had the more firepower. So I doubt it's going to be a third map. I'm happy to be wrong, but I don't think so either.
Yeah, there's just... I really wish I could say that we're gonna see a map number 3 here, or at least a fight from Nexus. I think that's the least we could hope for. But... like, what do you really go for? Like, Shello is the obvious answer here in Mirage. I really think that over time he's become a notorious person, almost an offer to go against on this map. When I've seen him, he's always been popping off. But it's been a while, and he hasn't really had that same level. He hasn't had that same consistency. But if there is a way for Nexus to be competitive, I really think that is it. Maybe I would still want to highlight against Sound, just because I saw him on 9. He was a fantastic anchor player. He was so damn good. But there's a lot of moving parts, and right now, for Nexus, they ain't moving. So...
yeah, it is pretty rough, isn't it? Just having a little bit too much fun there on the BC Game side. Yeah, it does go back to the earlier question they were asking, which is what is it that's currently lacking on the Nexus side? And I guess, you know, maybe it's just some of the more fundamental stuff. Like, if I think back to even just the Ancient game, like a lot of it does seem to come down to, you know, like a lot of individual gunfights, and you know, maybe just trying to go back to some of the basics, like pop flash your friends in, set up some, like it doesn't have to be super advanced, but just give yourself a bit of an advantage, because you are up against an opponent that's really good. So anyway, we'll see how it goes. I think we are headed into the game, so let's get this underway again. Thank you, Nexus, and let's see how this one plays out. We are going to be on the second map for the best of 3 on Mirage, so I'm excited for it again. I'm just happy to be seeing BC Game kind of, you know, showing us what they're all about, but unfortunately, we might not get to see that on a third map here.
Let's see, dude. I don't know. One thing I will give as a little bit of a potential is that we didn't get to see that much CT side or AWPing out for Nexus just because they couldn't do it. Maybe that might help them a little bit with the start here, but as a whole, do I still have the belief? Not really, if I'm being completely honest. So I'm looking at this saying it should be still on one side of the fair. BC Game, their T side has some nice ideas as well.
Ooh, well, we're off to the races already. It's a nice shot to take down Adron, and they're going to lose another player, unfortunately, here. So 3 versus 3. Raga landing a nice shot at range. Up close with the dualies is Cypher. He's back in for more. He actually did land the headshot before Raga came in for a bit of a rescue mission. Trying to land another one tap here. He's alone. Oh my god, what has he done? He's just tapped them away. That's an ace from Raga. All of them headshots. What a monster.
That's a way to dispel some of the worries, I guess you could say, heading in towards Mirage. That is a great round coming through from him individually. And probably another indication, similar to what we saw in the BC Game T-side pistol in Ancient, where they just overfight a little bit and they give him a couple of freebies. They didn't need to be so aggressive, I think, towards him. Credit where it's due, the Raga has, you know, all he can do is fight what's up in front of him, and he just gets gifted a bunch of freebies. It's great work. We still got something there. We got something, right? You know, that's gonna help. That'll dispel some woes and worries. But it's the gun rounds to me that still need to be cleaned up. It's all well and good getting a pistol, but there's a lot more they need to do to prove to us.
Yeah, I mean, yes. Needless to say, it can't be reliant on one guy trying to get, you know, an ace. But, you know, it's to get the team fired up. So hopefully they can get a bit of a roll here and kind of impress us for the rest of Mirage. We'll see. So far, play defensively. That B bomb site, it's a classic way to lose a round like this one. If you have one player B who commits to the fight and dies, and suddenly you've given over a rifle, you just don't do that. So yeah, now they've got some backup here. I like it. They're going to know, and the push is already happening. It's not going to get called off here. They're running down, trying to take it close to Adron. Bit scary for Raga, but you know what? He's still fired up and trying to hit these shots. Look at him tapping away. More headshots coming through. That's 8 kills in 2 rounds for Raga. Keep it going, man.
He's loving life in the server. No complaints at all. It was a bit of a nothing round, though, so I think ultimately you don't worry about it too much of a BC game. This is the round where maybe now we've got to start cooking a little bit. Gun's going to come into play, and we can hopefully start getting them back on a level which at least offers up something. Their T-side protocols still feel very good. I've seen some good mirages out from BC games, so let's see what we got, I guess. It's a bit of a waiting game for that, but nonetheless, you never know. We can maybe get something coming forward. If Nexus can win this round, though, it would be massive for them, which is technically a bonus round. If they can make this one stick, it'll be huge.
Yeah, why not? Sound in the middle going to be taking on Jacob. There are 2 more people up here, so he should be traded out eventually. Tries to go for it. I do like the aggression there, but I think there was more of a force there on the T side than he was expecting, perhaps. Prime taps, catching Adron in a kind of a weird position. So in spite of the mid fight going kind of even, they've lost the B bomb site, and that's obviously a big deal. Nexus, what can he really do here? They've lost the M4 in the middle. That's Nork taking down Cello, leaving BTN. They know where he is. There's nothing you can do in this round. So that's very, very clean once again. And that is kind of my worry, is it just feels like there's so little pressure at the moment on BC Game in these rounds.
Yeah.
It feels like they're just kind of running in there saying, oh, we're just gonna win, you know? It's pretty impressive stuff.
They're just so clean. I feel like there's so much to like about what we see in terms of these rounds out with the guns come into play, because BC Game are able to offer up such good mechanics. I think you add a really solid game plan to it as well, and it's hard to find ways back into this. So beautiful work, without a shadow of a doubt. Nexus, that's a kind of a brutal one to lose in a sense as well. Sure, we can buy back in, but already you start to get worried about this side more so. And man, I don't know. I feel like for BC Game, when they start rocking and rolling through these rounds, as they did towards that previous one, it's hard to think of a world that Nexus get back into us this series through a Mirage, because Mirage is so fundamentally simple. I think is kind of the main thing.
Yeah, it is. Like it's got enough that most people should know how to play it.
Yeah,
we've seen it 100 million times, so some of the basics should be there for pretty much every team at this level. But I still think there is still, interesting stuff that happens every once in a while and sort of different variations. So I'm always keen to see if, especially the tier 2 level or tier 1.5, maybe even for like a PC game. That's where a lot of the creativity comes out, where people try some new stuff. So let's see if this works out. They're going to get absolutely mowed down. What a great timing to hit that one. Nexus stopping them as they're coming out of that top connector. They had a smoke towards the jungle, but that smoke was actually deployed almost a bit late, and there wasn't that much utility anyway to try and offset the defense. So, honestly, for PC Game, that might have been a little bit of a lazy round.
Yeah, I agree. I think they maybe have got still this element of, but like potential overconfidence in a way, just because we know that, they'll know, Nexus will know it's BC Game are the better side, but at the same time, you can't take your foot off the gas. That's really going to hurt you. And, of course, it was, I guess, pretty evident there. Got back in towards the buy, which is good, but it will mean Prime Taps is on a pistol only, and Jacob's already dead, so maybe that's something for Prime Taps to try and recover, but he's nowhere near to do so. They're moving out towards A, and Cypher gets the opener in that side. Will they clear this back default player? The answer is no. BTN doing good work.
Okay, Nork's gonna get one. We're right back into a 3 versus 3, and out in the open. I don't like this position for Sound. I feel like we've got to find a way to play around the teammate. Cello with a good shot now. It's a 1 versus 1. The Molotov's going to land right on top of him, and he has to respect that and back out a little bit. So much time on the clock here for Prime Taps. We'll see. I wouldn't want to be up against Cello in a 1v1 like this, but
true.
Obviously, but he's got the AWP. One mistake could cost him. Simon Incendiary and Prime Taps deciding to wait. This is very, very hard. If you're on the CT side here, not going to be easy. The bomb is out on that corner. I think Cello, could he see it? If he keeps moving, he's going to see the bomb is there, and that will give him a lot of confidence. Jump on over Prime Taps, and he misses the shot, Cello. So instead, it will be Prime Taps coming up with a round. Really rare miss there for Cello. He even read it. He saw it coming.
Damn. And this is the back and forth that can be so brutal, in particular towards that CT side. It can cripple just in general the economy, but also sort of the vibes in the side. And unfortunately for Nexus, there's nothing really they can bring in towards the next round. So Window Smoke going to be thrown over there by Nex, and for BC Game, this should be a pretty simple one. For Nexus, any kills you can get to be lovely. They're pushing mid, and it should be a bit of a shooting gallery. It can be a little funky though. One or two dinks can get a little weird. That AWP is still fighting for its life, Jacob. That fadeaway tap was sumptuous. I'll give him that. But in the end, yeah, nice as it comes, really. Tied up very quickly, back in towards the buy, but all in all, beautiful stuff.
Yeah, that is, you're right. Like, it can get out of control. You never really know, but there were no more dinks to hand out, and we're going to be into round number 7 already. This game is kind of unfolding rather quickly. Not a single helmet on the CT side, and there are still 2 Galils in play here, so you never know what could happen. You've got to be careful about that. Cello pushing into the Palace position with the AWP. I do kind of like it, but the flick is so crap. He didn't probably even need to flick it. I don't think PrimeTaps knew how much he was exposed there. They're going to lose BTN as well, and suddenly it's a 5 versus 3, trying to push out onto the shadow position. Sound is going to be going down, and wow, okay, well, whatever. Again, no head armor, so Raga dies. So does Cypher, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, John, unfortunately for you, my friend, it's all about survival, and that in itself might be pretty unlikely, being held for and being dropped as well. Good work from PrimeTaps at the end. Had a decent start to this game. Nice round for him as well, 3 kills, but 8-3 is where he finds himself. BC Game take the lead, and this is pretty immediately, again, where we, as a whole, just start to get a little worried. I think is probably the way to put it. We know what they've got to offer up in towards this, and it is potentially a little, a little concerning. I think is probably the way to put it. I do start to feel just a little worried, saying that it could just go right back in towards that ancient vibe where it is so simple to just roll through the process. And Cypher again, Cypher's looks so crisp, no two ways about it. When he's been given these opportunities, he's hitting headshots.
Yeah, and Nork's going to be taking down Sound there. Obviously, this is a round where they don't have a lot to work with, but the issue is, how do they stop BC Game from just being this trusting and this confident in their style? It feels like they are not worried at all. Jacob is going to be going down, and there is a push coming out of the Palace on the other side. I think it's BTN on a bit of a mission. He could catch somebody off guard. Is it PrimeTaps playing over there, I believe? So there is definitely a way to catch the timing. Unfortunately, it's going to work out the other way. Nice awareness from PrimeTaps to see that could have been a threat. Bomb is still all the way back towards T-spawn, but as long as the kills keep coming, why not just wait and see if you're going to be gifted even more, It makes sense.
Raga, we got a Deagle. What can we get? Anything would be nice, but again, not the most likely of things to work with. Oh, just get his. He's exposed it towards window though, so a freebie for North. Consolation kills. We weren't really expecting a hell of a lot. I don't know about you, Anders. I know it feels early, but it's just the ease at which BC Gain sort of run through these seaside rounds. It doesn't instill a lot of hope in the kind of the Nexus revival.
Yeah, definitely not. I'm getting pretty concerned as well. This, I think, will be the big round to test what is going to happen here. I feel like if they lose this one in a similar fashion, they're not going to have that much left to fight with. 5-3 the scoreline. Early boost up for Nork. It's a nice idea, but couldn't quite land the shot. Still, it's worth trying. Raga just going to be testing that smoke to see that nobody is hiding inside of it, which definitely can happen. And actually, they're going to keep going. It's a nice grenade onto Jacob. I like this mid-control attempt here for Nexus. Just try and put some pressure on BC Game. Whatever you can to put them out of their comfort zone. Smoke in the window, and it looks like it will be eventually some sort of a B finish here. We'll see if they actually split it through the catwalk or not. They have some more utility. If they want to do that, they obviously have to re-smoke the window, and they have to find a way to smoke the connector for that to work, but it can.
Moving in towards mid. down. That is a bold call, and it's actually worked out so well.
Wrecked.
I mean, he has a flash to get out, but he's just going out dry. There's no smoking towards Cod, and it works out really well. So maybe that's Nexus's sort of way to go about it. These slightly gimmicky plays, they, you know, have a few ideas up their sleeve. That's pretty cool. I like that. It was a slightly weird round in the way it plays out for Nexus, but they just bank on sort of all chips to the middle of the felt. Let's go fight middle with two of us and see what we can do. One sporting flash, two players fighting out, and all three get blinded. Then they're so pushed up in towards short that unfortunately there's nowhere to retreat. They couldn't fall back in time towards top mid. Nice round for Nexus to get. I mean, at least there's a bit of a competition here to start up Mirage. I'm still not convinced, but it's better than nothing.
I mean, yeah, the timing was really, really sick, wasn't it? So yeah, I do a couple of things like that, keep it going. I think I even said in the pregame, just sometimes if you can rely on, you know, pop flashing your friends in, you can defeat even a stronger opponent like that. If they can't see anything, obviously that's going to be a big advantage. 4 versus 3, and they will get the kill, taking down Cypher here. Dron ready to shoot. Okay, here we go. This is huge. If they can win this round without losing anybody else, Nexa already been spotted out. He will get the kill on a Dron, but just try and keep as much money as you can alive here. We are getting kind of late into the game, but still, just do whatever you can. They should be winning this round every single time. Obviously, it's a 1 versus 4 against Nexa here. Sound is going to get the last kill, and Nexus, again, it's not bad. It still could be a bit of a brutal first half for them, but there is something to fight for. 5-5, the score's tied up, and it's actually going to be BC Game who are kind of running out of money all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is where they've got to be kind of careful when we come in towards this next round about how we try and make it work. I do wonder, actually, are we going to go for a half buy more so than a force? Oh, yeah, it is going to be the case. So it's actually only Cypher who's a little feeble, monetarily speaking. But then at the same time, you're coming in towards this round, you know, probably expect this one to actually fall a little flat. So this could be Nexus guaranteeing a tie game on CT side. You'd be pretty happy with that, considering how good BC Game were on their CT side as well. You do worry a little bit. Now you're going to bank over. This could be pretty chunky. Doesn't go as deep as they would want. So the second behind that would have been nice. But they're starting to try and barrel out in towards B. The first is good. The second is a little later, but it gets there in the end. And this executing towards B is being pulled apart. They're being isolated, which in itself is all you really want. Jacob will get his while blind, but getting a bomb down here is really difficult. They still know there's another player lurking somewhere. Hello. Running Tech 9. Little weird. 2 versus 2. Uh-oh. Pushing towards Kitchen as well as Jacob slips up when they needed him most. Nexa will tap, but he won't commit. The Molotov comes down. His swing and a finder. 1 versus 1. 50 seconds. This time a stick on towards the plant against BTN, who's crept his way out of market, but he's been spotted, and Nexus bailed them out. Oh, that was bad. That was a 3v5 turned into a 2v5 for a brief moment that somehow Nexus have let slip. A 2v5.
Yeah, that's honestly kind of crazy. I don't even know how to really explain that. They should never be losing that kind of a round. Jacob, like, a bit of a... You're right, a huge slip-up at the end. He played really well until that, and he definitely should have had that kill. So that's a bit funny, but who cares? Like, they're still in a fantastic position. So 6-5, and just pulling that round right out of nowhere. Jacob here did have a sense that something was going on. Not quite able to land the shot, but they're pushing into BTN. Everybody is blind on the other side there, and it will be Nork actually to get the kill with the Tech 9, but good return here. Cello with a bit of an AWP shot, and gotta calm down. It's a 3 versus 2 right now. Just don't keep on fighting. You know where they are. You know they have to show up for that A-bomb site, so you want to see the Romanians just calm this round down a little bit more.
Oh my god. Nork is, yeah, dead man here. Look for the no-scope. Was not to be. Nexus, okay, you know, it's not a bad half a Counter-Strike, ultimately. I've got to say, first and foremost, an incredibly quick half a Counter-Strike. All those rounds were sorted, for the most part, in like the first 30, 40 seconds. That was some very quick CS. I mean, we've got through 12 rounds in record time. It feels a little bit there, but it's an even game. And as we're heading towards the second half, we look once again back towards BC Games. Pretty stellar CT on Ancient, and say, you know, all about can they replicate that once again. And the feeling is ultimately yes, but they have looked a tad looser in general here in towards Mirage, and that in itself is actually, you don't want to go in towards the slog. You don't want to be kind of fighting in the mud against a side like this, because, you know, Nexus are sort of happy to meet you there.
Yeah, I think so. That's kind of what we saw out of it. Still, I mean, you remember Raga getting 16 kills, Sound with 12. The rest of the team are really far behind. So some of this is also down to really strong individual performances, which is fine to keep you alive in the game, but we need more. Where is Cello? Where is Adron? They need to start to step it up. It's Raga again. Cello, though, will be going down. They are trying to hit this A bomb site. There is still a pretty strong defense right now. So actually, yeah, going back to the B bomb site might be a great move for them. Nexa, he's going to spot it out, trying a little hand shot. Oh, it actually will do it, and he hits Raga as well. Unbelievable work. I can't believe he found the first one. That guy was diving through the air, and still he was taken down. BTN and Sound at 2 versus 4. The bomb is on this catwalk position. We'll see if they are able to do anything more in this one. But again, BC game, this is where you want to see some leadership. Slow this round down. Don't do anything crazy. I don't think it's worth even peeking that one. Now they might be able to fight if they want to.
Oh my god. He's running out of ammo. He's running out. He gets the reload off. And he pulls the P250. What is happening in this round? How did Sound stay alive for so long there? Dodging bullets like Neo in the Matrix, but it's BC Game who do, I guess, with a sigh of relief, win out that pistol. And without that bomb plant, we're not really going to be buying here for Nexus. So, all in all, it should be a 2-round buffer, and it puts all the importance on towards this Nexus gun round that comes in towards the next. You lose that, and we're getting to the point where we're talking about maybe, 2 gun rounds in total to follow it. I mean, that in itself could be quite concerning. I think, you know, it is the right call not to buy here. You don't get a bomb plant. You don't have that extra addition of cash. It'll be good money, though, for the MP9s. And there's at least one to open things up for Nork.
Oh, okay. Deagle in the middle. Always exciting. Maybe looking to line up a second one here. I mean, again, the aim is not really lacking here for Nexus. They've got some players that can hit really hard. Still surprised to see that Cello isn't doing more, but if they can keep stretching this out, maybe his round will come and he can start to show us what he's all about. But you could definitely see how they're doing some damage. They will still lose the round. BC Game up to 8 now, and we've got the AKs back out on the T side. So we all said we don't think that third map is going to be happening. If they want to prove us wrong, I think winning this next round here for Nexus is absolutely critical.
This is it, right? This gun round, honestly, is so important. You lose this, and then the scoreline's sitting somewhere around 10-6 because of that lack of rebuying towards the next. It could be really awkward. Nice start for Nork. Just as that smoke plume, Zello goes half a second too early there. Prime taps. He'll push. He'll find. Bomb drop. Looks for the second. Can't quite get it. Raga will trade, but Jake and finding Sound will help, and he's got a right idea. But the pincer maneuver does still deliver something. 2 versus 3 is possible when Cypher's going to get caught in no man's land on shore. This round's far from over. Oh my god, that pop shot from Nork was so close as well.
So much time left here, which should be a massive advantage to Nexus. Very, very hard for the CT side in a 2v2 like this one to just sit and wait somewhere and hope that you're in the right... You're tempted to move around. You want to try and find anything out that you can. And you could see Norcus already trying to walk through to the B bomb site. We'll see if he ends up in the right position at the right time. Nexa being here, just kind of standing still. I don't even really hate it. I think it is a bit of a roll of the dice for them if they end up at the right bomb site for BC Game. But the big mistake you could make is just kind of, you know, exaggerating your movement and being, you know, running around. Because they could be hiding in middle still. For all they know, they're still in the middle just waiting for somebody to move. And if you do that, you're going to get killed. So, good job on Nexus. They're going to be slowly walking the whole way. Bomb's going to be planted as well. There is a kit... I don't know. You're so far away when this happens.
Yeah.
Do you just want to take the lead that you've got and say, okay, we got the AK and the AWP. Is that enough for us?
Honestly, looking by the way they're playing, I think this feels like some level of kind of a proactive exit play more than giving it a go. Bomb's already half ticked as we're moving in towards the site, but I say that we are now starting to make a little bit of a movement. Monitor down towards Get Right, but I think with nothing showing up, no easy fights given over, there's sort of no point in this one. So a 2v2 save, and it will be Nexus winning a very important gun round. So ultimately, they can't actually be too annoyed as a whole. Still, for Nexus, we said we needed that round from them. We get it, and that's going to help alleviate some of the pressure. And when you look at the reinvestment for BC Game, sure, we can bring stuff to the table, but, FAMAS coming out for prime taps, and MP9 for Jacob. Firepower, just that little bit better. Over towards that T side. This could once again lead them tying the game up and keeping pressure on.
Yeah, I appreciate that they were at least peeking into the after part there. Maybe you find someone early on, you make it a 2v1 and it could be interesting, but at the end of the day, the AK and the AWP just a little bit too valuable to throw away. Raga moving up, assisted a little bit here. We'll see if he can find any kind of a fight early on in the round, but Smoke's going to be back in the window, and doesn't seem like BC Game are necessarily looking to fight middle for now, so they can see the space a little bit. Cypher is boosted up, and there's nobody ready to trade that kill either. It's a shame for Nexus because they have so much control. I think Cypher was the only person that was really in the area, and he gets to get away with it. Walking back here, still got 11 bullets, hasn't reloaded yet. He lands the dink on Cello, but Cello finally doing something more. He's got 4 kills in this map. We expect so much more out of him.
Oh, wow. Raga. He's having a great map. He continues to do so. 19 and 10 for him. Pretty sumptuous stuff. If they hit A, though, the one worry is just Jacob. That positioning towards Fireblocks very often gets overlooked, especially if that clock starts to tick down. The only issue is that he is just alone on the site itself, and with that Molotov coming towards prime tabs, he is now fully alone. He's got to do this all with basically no support as the bomb goes down. Jacob going to creep around these spots. Whoa, into towards Sandwich, and he will get the kill. That's good. Takes all the damage, though. There's a player holding for extremities of the rotation. Prime taps going to go down as well. I think this round's starting to crumble a little bit. It's all down to whether Jacob can get another kill on that site. He has a time for a reload. It's still a little bit of a weird one, but down he goes to Zello. Spotted just a pixel to work with, and that's all that's needed. Next up, he's holding for exits, and it is going to be Nexus tying this game up. Raga, he won't clear it. Nexus could get at least something at the tail end. That'll help.
Oh, okay.
It keeps things a little expensive at the very least, and an AWP recovered too. I don't think you're too annoyed with that. So, it's annoying to lose the round, but there is still some small silver linings to work with. It's still a tight game, though. Pressure's on. Money's shot as well over towards BC Game, so sort of a tough predicament for them now. I don't actually know if you really want to force around this. I think you just play for the next round.
Yeah, that would be the reasonable approach. We'll see if how confident they're feeling. It does just seem like they've come into this game really determined to win. But honestly, it's an 8-8 scoreline. It's tied up right now. You never know what could happen, and Cello's back on that AWP now. We were hyping him up at the start, and I don't regret doing that, but we need him right now. If they're going to win this one, Nexus, and pushes on the third map, surely it has to involve Cello hitting a couple of more crazy flicks. Yeah. Down to this bomb site, it is Cypher on his own, and you have to assume that he is going to die. Maybe he gets a kill, but it should be traded immediately here. BTN, first point of contact, and yeah, it's going to be pretty easy. I mean, I would say for Nork even, just not worth getting close to this one. Leave it alone.
Pistol of Jacob up close. If anyone tries to jump in towards market, again, this does feel like just an exit play right for him. Yeah, no commitment really going to be made at all. Molotov won't spread towards him, so he's chilling. If he can get a kill at the end, that'd be lovely. Bit of a gamble in terms of his spot as well. He's very tunnel visioned in towards that window. But ultimately, Nexus taking a lead. I don't want to start, backtracking a little bit, but that map 3 does feel like it's looming just a tad.
Yeah, we're certainly getting there, right? It's becoming a bit more interesting all of a sudden. Nexus. Again, I must say, it is helped massively by the fact that Raga and Sound are just popping off in a huge way, right? Without those two individual performances, this is not even close. They're close to losing the map right now. And it's okay to have a couple of people like that who are just having a great game on Mirage, but for the longevity of the team and all the rest of it, you need to see more. You need to see the rest of the squad come alive, so maybe they have an opportunity to do that still. It's a one-round lead for Nexus. And again, I think that it's a bit surprising to see this. BC Game with the tactical timeout. Something that we don't get to see enough in this level of competition, where people just kind of keep losing rounds forever and never really try to slow down the game. So, yeah, take a timeout, talk it through, see if there's something obvious you can change here for BC Game to get back in the mix.
Yeah, I think it is the right call. I think for BC Game, unfortunately, this is still a game which feels a little weird. It's very much up in the air. I just don't like what we're getting. This is a good opportunity. Cube the coach over towards BC Game. Take a breather. Probably just reinstill the confidence back in towards the side, saying, you are the better side. Just stop playing so lackadaisical. They are playing this, it sort of slightly feels like it's one of my, matchmaking premier games where there's just no comms and everyone's just sort of doing their own thing. And for BC Game, at times it works because their individuals are so good, but as a whole, when you're on the CT side, you need a lot more. And the comms look very lackluster, to say the least. Cypher in towards short. Gets a good tag. And the kill behind it. That flash doing nothing towards him.
Yeah, nice start to the round. Smoke off in the middle, but there's only one player there. So the real hit's going to be here towards the site itself. Cello, important shot, and maybe even more so for Raga here. Gets the spray on Prime Tab, so he can't quite escape. But watching right over the smoke there, BTN. He thought he was being sneaky, but gets caught by Jacob. They're throwing over the bomb. It's a 2v3 still. And Cypher, he's going to lose a teammate there. I was going to say him and Jacob could have made a great push for the retake. Quick bomb plant. Quick shot from Raga. Again, he's just done so much. Up to 22 kills. Nexus sneaking up close. He wants to run him down with the MP9. Not going to happen. Raga is ready to take everybody on. 3 kills once again. He's a beast in this map. I can't believe it.
This is really looking dicey for BC Game. And it starts well, it's a man advantage situation, and then they just over-face. We're not seeing these positions where we're able to trade. I think Zella does very well, but actually a lot of the heavy lifting is done by Raga. That firebox angle he holds nets 2 super important kills at the tail end. BC Game are falling flat here. This is got that Dust 2 brewing. We again come back in with some level of an investment, but triple MP9 of the Deagle. All expectations as Nexus should find 11 here. It's uncomfortable to say the least. And Nexus are not really having to work too hard for these rounds. They're just getting gifted over so many kills. I like this play though. It's a bit of a difference. We're going for something, proactive in the early part of these rounds. We're pushing through Palace, and there's a world that Raga just gets caught slightly napping here. He was on the elevated angle, and he has now moved up. I don't know if this would have been hurt by Cypher. He's going to go have a look. No way! Raga turns around at the perfect moment. That's so unfortunate for Cypher, but so lucky for Raga.
That is kind of a crazy scenario. I don't even know what's happening there, but even if he turned around, it felt like he should have been dead. Raga just...
Yeah.
I don't know what he's done to get himself prepped up for this game, but he is winning some fights that are just so unlikely here. Adron with the good timing. Prime Tabs kind of a little bit moving around. Not really sure what the fight was going to be happening. The rest of the stack is at the B bomb side, and Adron is saying, yeah, you know what, it's completely free over here. Let's just go win the round. That's going to be 11 for Nexus, and there's nothing they can really do about it. So, wow. Like I said, we love to be wrong about these things. We all said no third map. Right now, Nexus are showing they are definitely hungry to take this, and that's delightful. That's the kind of Counter-Strike we want to see.
Exactly. But man alive, this is so quickly falling apart for BC Game, and this sort of spot as well. It's hard to muster up how we, return to form in a way. I do really need to see something a little different. We've got to start, scaling up in towards this game in some way. And better late than never, sure. But at the moment, it kind of feels like BC Game are on track where it feels like we kind of have to play for overtime. And that in itself is the real slight worry for me. I can't believe Raga gets away with that, though. If that kill had come through for Cypher, it might have, immediately helped them out in some regard. But 11 to 8. Nexus look way better.
They have, and also BC Game, just lacking a lot of the economy in some of these rounds. It's been a bit scrappy for them in that sense. They are doing fine on the kills, but Yeah, you're right. Hunting potentially almost for overtime at this stage. If they can put it together. Nexus. What a turnaround from that first map where they were just getting wrecked beyond belief. It was not even really a game. Like, it was so fast. The tech timeout made it a little bit longer, but in truth, they were just blazing through Nexus. But now they're back. Round number 20, looking to see if they can make it up out of the A ramp. A lot of deep Molotovs here landing, but none of them on prime taps. Been allowed to sit back here, only good for the one. He's going to get traded, blowing open the smoke, but everyone is flashed. I think that the timing there, the flashbang kind of made it that nobody could really get any easy kills. Cypher is still going to get a couple there. Bomb, not planted yet. BTN and Cello alive, and this is again where you want to see BC Game, you know, with the protocols, with some experience. Oh, not peeking into it. It's got to be suspicious to you that nobody's moving and there's no bomb plant. Oh.
Gonna hurt a little bit. Yeah, down it goes. So, I mean, a massive sigh of relief, though, isn't it, for BC Game? Because that was a round that still in itself felt, you know, a little dicey, right? So, you know, a round win in the end. But, again, we are still seriously having to work for these. And I do still feel a little on edge, a little worried about how things are kind of panning out, but nonetheless, BC Game are far from dead just yet.
No, definitely not. Could end up stealing it away right at the end. Got to look at the money as well for the T side, which got a bit of a bank on Raga, but not that much else, so it can quickly become super scary for them. AK on Cypher as well. Nork, I feel like is starting to get warmed up here. Cello just ready for the fight if anyone was going to be on the other side, but that's not the case at the moment. So good mid control, which is something that Nexus have been enjoying. Jacob, I don't know about that. If you're going to take that peek, I feel like you either commit to it or... And if you were going to commit to it, why not get flashed in? You've got teammates that can throw flashbangs for you. But instead, it's a bit of a half-committal peek and... Yeah, I mean, even the Molotov to follow, like, you were always going to be in trouble in that position. What an insane timing to re-smoke that one. To prime tabs kind of... It's just awkward. Like, you're holding the angle, but you know it's about to get smoked off, and you end up going down. Over on this side of the map, it's Nork alone against absolutely everybody. He's going to be good for the first one. He get one more, he might be able to save his team, and he kind of has to. Otherwise, I think this will be a third map. Oh, dear, he's actually pushed him back. That's kind of wild.
Oh, yeah. This still feels just at least funky enough that things are still developing. I mean, 3 versus 3 now as well. We're going back towards this B site, and a smoke down will potentially try and keep them at bay, but they might just go through this. They've been happy to push a few smokes in their time. 20 seconds, we've got to go. Nork, there's a world he gets caught as well. This is an awkward angle for him. We're trying to get out. Molotov will now, cause him to turn his head. He won't be able to deny the bomb, but at the very least, he can try and keep a bit of pressure on. And, BTN does get out. That's the only unfortunate thing.
He's a bit low on health as well here. Nork, oof, okay, I thought he was going to miss that shot. It looked weird, but they're going to be able to take down BTN as well. Absolutely fine work coming in here. Nork with the triple, and they're going to be able to defuse that bomb, obviously. Still, the bomb plant is helpful. At the end of the day,
yeah,
a little bit extra cash for the T side, and they will continue the fight once again. But BC Game are... they're waking up a little bit. They're starting to make it work here. Both teams... Like, it's going to be heartbreaking for Nexus if they can't win this one, because it's going to surely feel like, you know, we had our moment. We could have had that third map, so we'll see if they can have the strength all the way to the end. Round number 22 coming up. And so far, there's a lot of people trying to decide who's going to be throwing that mid-smoke. Okay, there we go. Very late window. That's fine.
One round game. Both sides double digits. Much, much closer than how it felt in towards that first map, that's for sure. But still on a little bit of a teeter in the sense that you lose this round for Nexus, especially considering if they don't get a bomb plant too. Oh my. That could be where they could potentially even fall that final hurdle, right? Because that would be 11 for BTK, and then probably the 12th behind it, unless Nexus want to force buy to not play for overtime. Primetal's playing up close. This is how Magisk like to play. Back in the Charlotte days, he love playing up close behind us, smoking towards ramp, and it is really effective. As long as you have somebody else supporting you, it's a really good angle to hold. But as the smoke fades, right decision, just get out, reposition.
Well, look at how much map control they're getting once again. I think this is BC game. There's a weakness in their defense right now. So much mid control. Flash goes over, and they're on the B bomb side with no warning. Nexa basically has to get a double kill. And you know what? He's actually really close. Another good headshot, but even then, it's not enough here. I think this is the big weakness for BC game right now, is allowing Nexus to have that much mid control to the point where they can just walk all the way to the B bomb side from Catwalk is... That's too crazy. That's too much to deal with. 2 versus 3 here. If you go for it, you're not going to have a lot left. So, otherwise, you're fighting for overtime. And I think, unfortunately, just by the numbers alone, that is the better call. Even though we all love crazy retakes, it's not going to be worth it this time.
Yeah, I think this is the one where you have to kind of retract again. But it's Nexus now. Ooh. At this spot, map point on your opponent's map pick and a much better display. I never thought Dusty was going to be a factor in towards this series, but it is honestly looking like a likelihood now. BC game, you kind of touched on it as well. They've had a real distinct few issues, especially compared to what we saw on Ancient. They breezed through that CT side. So map point, 2 rounds to recover. I did say a little bit earlier though, it does feel like BC game, if you want any chance, it had to have been in towards overtime, and of course that's now what they're fighting for.
Yeah, kind of crazy scenes here. 2 rounds in a row. They have the money for it at the very least, so there's something to work with here for the CTs. But Nex is just coming up with a lot of strength. Raga and Sound again leading the charge, but you know what? We are starting to see a little bit more out of Adron and some of the rest, so... Just, that's what you need, right? A couple of rounds here at the end for Nexus. Don't allow them to get into overtime. Just, you've got the opportunity right now to celebrate and get that 3rd map. Don't throw it away. And again, some good mid-control. A nice grenade on the Sound. I do like that. But we'll see if BC game will surrender the middle of the map as easily as they have in some of these other rounds, because... I guess Nexus are also proving, from a tactical point of view, that once they have that mid-control, they have a pretty good read on how to play around it, and that's great. Ooh. That is brutal.
Poor Adron. That's unfortunate. Opening kill, though, even when we've seen sort of BC game get these, it hasn't always helped the situation that much. That's so unfortunate for Jacob. A little bit of a CS moment, but... The trade's working well. Cypher then comes back in towards short. 2 remaining over towards A. But no one's here just yet. Cypher coming in through Con and a late rotating towards CT. They're going for the open plant. Cypher just playing the patient game. So bomb will go down. It's actually not an easy retake, honestly. But they should know where both of them are.
Yeah, I think they've got a really good idea. They do not have a smoke, but they've got some flashes going over here, so a little bit of a jump around. Not going to make it over, and what a sickening flick to come out there. Cello, he wanted to take that fight and just swing it, but Nork has been hitting some really nice shots. It's beautiful to see. And it will be another round here for BC game. So 11-12. Overtime looming. They don't have that much to work with now. I'm a bit worried here for the Romanians, I've got to be honest.
I'm with you. I am with you. Nexus. A lot, honestly, hinging probably on Zello's shoulders, right? With that AWP, and unfortunately, they haven't been able to rely on him too much. Both map 1 and now map 2 have been actually quite quiet from him. Surprisingly, he's always the guy that we look towards. He's without a doubt the kind of the MVP of this side and the highlight player time in, time out, but he's just not as, you're not being as present. I mean, we would be on map 3 already if we'd seen a little bit more of that Zello. And that's not, a slight towards him. It's just because that's how good he is and how important he is towards Nexus. It's just, maybe being a little slow to wake up.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely no denying that if Cello was having sort of, close to like a normal game for himself, like even 80% kind of game, it's not even close here. They already are on a 3rd map. I totally agree, so... Right now, they need him just one good Cello round. He's got the AWP. We know what he could do. We've seen it time and again. And one more time, it looks like Nexus are going to try and find the middle here. Going to be a bit of a potential lurk smoke in the middle thrown in from Cypher. You never really know what's going to be happening around that. Raga wants to go through. Jacob is on the other side here. Oh, what a flashbang to set it up. Jacob was in the right position, but still ends up going down. And there's a nice little shot from Cello. Deep grenade does do a lot of damage. And we only got 35 seconds left. So this is a losable round still for Nexus, even as they get the 2 openings. There is a way to mess this up. We'll see. Prime tabs. Not the best spray, and he will get traded out. And there's nobody else on the A side, so this might just be it.
Yeah, 20 seconds. Bob will go down momentarily. Molotov towards CT to stop a swing there. 2 versus 4, and a really difficult one because you retake with an AWP as well. I don't know on this. I feel like Dust 2 has to come to fruition here, and I mean, all eyes are probably just on how this went bad for BC Game. Nice shot from Nork, looks for information, can't put it out just yet. Now does. Sees as a player in towards under, wants to fight, but he's not peeking. It's all onto him. Down he goes, and Nexus win out a really ugly game of Mirage, but I think ultimately. A map that Nexus needed. Nexus needed to go down in towards the dregs a little bit and sort of drag BC Game down with them, and they did. That's the way to approach it. So credit to Nexus. I really was, especially after map number 1, I had no thought process in my mind that we were at all going towards that Dust 2, but I'll hold my hands up. They've proved me wrong. Credit to them.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see it. Really, really nice comeback from our Romanian friends. I must say, again, for BC Game, I think it does expose a lot of the work they need to do on Mirage. I bet they know it as well already because it was a lot of rinse and repeat towards middle. And just not having the protocols to really make that work. And I think we saw in the first half, we did see like Cello threw a sick flashbang over, where Sound and some other people were like rushing in to take that fight in the middle. Some of those stuff, like where was that coming out from BC Game? We just didn't quite see it. So I bet they already know, but third map coming up, let's go.
Yeah, really, really rough one. I think without that. We're going to throw this one over towards Nexus, though, as he's going to break down all the carnage we've just seen on Mirage.
Let's take a look at all the carnage we indeed did get to see. Because there was a little bit of it. It starts from round number 1. It's Raga who starts off the game with an ace. Kind of gives us, as he was put then, a little bit of hope for Nexus. A reason to believe in them beyond just what was kind of hoped for as well. We're going to see someone having a good game. He's going to have a 3K the second round as well. And he continues that same form throughout the entire first map. A wonderfully played game. From Raga here. Second map, not first, but close enough. Nonetheless, just numbers anyways. But it plays a wonderful game here. BC Game, though, as it was mentioned as well, at the start of it, on that T side, they looked super comfortable. And every single duel they were pretty much taking was as easy as it could be, almost, you could say. They were so damn comfortable. For the second pistol round as well, here you get to see this is a insane round for Nexus to find those two. Otherwise, I honestly think it would have gone so much quicker. Just given what we got to see. There was a massive weakness toward the B side. It was mentioned a few times as well. The mid control that BC Game weren't exerting. It just let Nexus have too easy of a time, because when they did get to those mid rounds, it was way too easy. When they did have that mid control, when they did get slightly later into the rounds, they kind of had the read on BC Game in plenty of these rounds. Sure, you have kind of like flashbacks or two towards Ancient in a way as well, where BC Game look like they might be out of them, but they're still fighting. They're still in these rounds, kind of keeping them close. But the fact is, they were keeping them close. Yes, they were trying to win these rounds still. But at some point, you are going to run out of economy. You're going to run out of money, and that is going to be an issue. So, while you keep these rounds close, you can't afford to go for every single one of them, which I think was a big issue toward the end. You got to play the economy a bit as well in the game. And that's pretty much how the CT side kind of has to go, in a way. And in this case, it just wasn't really there for them. They should have, or should have, must have, or should have won more of those rounds had they wanted to play these. They should have been more proactive towards mid. I think it was round number 9, I have it written down here, where Nexus did manage to get themselves that first round with a... Not the first round, but they did start to fight for mid control. They made a statement out of it, pretty much. The game went from like 3-5 to 4-5, 5-5 suddenly. Just from the back of this one mid play they made, where Sound and I think Raga, or maybe Sound, just nonetheless, Sound in connector, and maybe it was Raga, maybe it wasn't, right there with him. They fight for this control, they fight for mid, they take it. and they shut it down an entire round. It was one of the first ones where they slowed down a BC game enough as well, where it didn't look all that easy, and something that changed the pace for the rest of the game as well. Because despite that, right, it's that second half where I say the economy for BC game kind of catches up to them almost in a way, where closer calls, but ultimately a fair few saves had to be made. And while we would have liked to perhaps see a couple of those turn into an actual attempt or two as well, they just weren't good enough. They weren't able to get them done. Suddenly, the game is done. Nexus, against all the odds, against every single sense of logic and thought we had in this series, leaning towards a 2-0, they forced us toward a Dust 2. Yes, it's a close one. It's barely getting in there with a 13-11 here on Mirage. But it's Raga that powers them through. It's like Neo put it as well. Had Yellow popped off a bit more as well, that game would have been so much quicker done, or dealt with so much quicker. So, you have BC game, not giving us their finest of Mirages, but you have Nexus giving us one hell of a show, and now onto a Dust 2, where honestly, I don't really know what to expect here. Both teams, they played it a fair bit, they've got the experience on it, but it really just comes down to if we're going to see that same sort of game from Nexus. Maybe again we can try to tee up Shello to be a bit more effective here, to be a bit more reliable. But if not, again, you can perhaps then rely on Raga to continue some of that form, Sound again to be that sort of solid play as well. But nonetheless, these are the questions we have, and we're going to have those answers coming to you as well. What are we going to have? Nonetheless, BC game, I'd say step your game up. Expectations are a lot higher for them. And currently, not looking all that powerful, not looking all that inspiring for this second map. So, for Dust 2, we'll see you in about 10 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less, to see how that goes, so don't go too far. We'll be right back. So against all the odds, we find ourselves on a Dust 2. Now, do we look foolish? I don't know.
You know, I'm happy to be wrong about these things. You know, it's the best time to be wrong when you get a surprise like this one. So yeah, I mean, you know, I don't mind. Yeah, maybe we look a bit foolish. Maybe we underestimated Nexus. Maybe we had too much confidence in BC Games CT side there because it was a bit rough. So either way, yeah, we're gonna get a third map. So we can all appreciate that.
I'm looking forward to it. I feel like with Dust 2, it does have at least a lot of cool games, especially in the tier 2 still. So I think that in itself is something to look forward to, but I'm still super surprised that we are here. I think just in general, it was not a good display from BC Game. I think they just took it too comfortably. They just thought they could coast through it like they're an Ancients, and obviously it came back to bite them.
Well, I think the game is going to be live, so we are going to head right into it here. Third map coming up, and let's see how this one plays out. BC Game versus Nexus here at CCT. It's early on here at the playoffs, so you know, if you're BC Game and you lose to Nexus, I gotta say I feel like that'd be super disappointing. I would be shocked if that happened, but that is on the menu now all of a sudden. Nok pushing up, what an absolutely crazy way to get started. Prime Taps will add his little say there. Round is not done yet. P250 are on Cello. I don't know why they're fighting him that hard in the middle. You've gotta know that he's ready for that peak. So suddenly it's a 2 versus 3. The bomb is a little bit further back, and actually look at Jacob sneaking through here. It might not matter if Nork goes down, but that run, he's making so much noise. They know, Jacob, what are you doing? He's stepping right into BTN. Yeah, he never slowed down. He just kept on running. What a bizarre round for BC Game. Again, this is where you expect the leadership. I want Nexus to calm these players down so that they're not just fighting. I think that at one point that was a 4-on-3 that they just never stopped fighting in.
It just felt like this overzealous nature just to kind of once again fall back on the mechanics and just say, right, we are the better side. This is how we're the better side. And I think, unfortunately for them there, it came back to bite them. Really, really nice work. And I mean, again, you got to give credit where it's due. I think this is some nice rounds that do get put forward for a Nexus side who do have a lot to offer up in their own regard. Sure, it's been scrappy at times, but they'll take scrappy. I think it can give Nexus some of their best opportunities in this series. If it went to a really tactical game, so to say, that's where I feel like they've probably got, you know, less of a chance, because we know there's a lot of depth over there towards BC Game. I think like that, you know, if BC Game are going to give you fights, take them all day.
Oh well, speaking of fights, we've got a kill early on for Prime Tabs, so I'd love to see that. There is also a scout in play. Nexus skills slow this round down quite a bit, which is probably fine. It's probably how you want to do this. But see if they can hit the right timing here. Prime Taps coming in back at the pond, going for a second dip if he can. Sound is thinking about it. He spots one. He has no idea. Did he see a second player? He's acting like he does. So yeah, maybe there was a bit of a showing there. Certainly with the shadow. I think Prime Tabs was onto something, but really nicely handled. Nex is actually really impressive work to kind of stabilize this round a bit.
There was a moment as well, especially just coming in towards this round, where we could just talk about, you know, a scout sort of tagging them up a little bit. Any sort of tags like that would be nice, and then, you know, just something as super simple as 1 or 2 pistol shots. But in the end, yeah, like you said, making it look for the most part pretty comfy. I mean, there's 30 seconds here where BC Game can maybe be a little bit annoying at the end, but I think for the most part it should be pretty simple. You'd hope anyway. We'll see. We've got to make a decision though, Nexus. Let's see this round off nonetheless. Let's get that bomb down, confirm it all in place before we start talking about the extremities.
Some shots ringing through here. Nobody to really receive on the other side, so
I'd say give it a go if we're a BC game. And maybe not Nork, but like the pistols, I don't even hate that from Cypher. You know, why not? We've got nothing to lose. We've got nothing to gain, really, for the most part, or at least expectedly. So, you know, why not just try and see if the pistol can get some sort of a consolation kill at the end? Now it's a Mach 10 save. I don't even know if you really want to be using a Mach 10 towards the next round, so I wouldn't even hate if that was to kind of go and try and give it a bit of a go.
Yeah, you can make some extra cash with it, especially right at the end here. We'll see. He does drop very low and sort of turned the corner. Not even sure he was ready to fire the Mach 10 there. Either way, the scout will be saved and see what they buy around it. It's an interesting situation to be saving the scout. I mean, it can still be a very They were a powerful weapon in the right set of circumstances, but there are definitely times where you end up shooting 2 people, in the body with the scout, then you die and you lose the round, and that was it, and you're like, okay, that did nothing at all, really.
Yeah, exactly. It happens. Either way, coming back in towards investment, what we want to see. We got, I mean, at least on that scout, I think alongside M4s, it can be kind of spicy. We're still looking at him. Obviously we want headshots, but even just any body shots, like 71 points of damage on average, right? I think that's still a pretty decent thing to work with. It makes it all the more scary for those M4s. So, we'll see. Either way, Nexus, if they are... Now, something we have to sort of talk about. We have to learn about what could happen if they were able to pull off a Dust 2. For BC Game, first of all, that'd be incredibly rough, I think, in general. They're a side who are actually expected to make a really deep run in this tournament. And if that was to fall flat here, that would, in itself, shatter a lot of the, I guess, the forward motion of them. But let's see. Jacob, up close. 1-for-1's not bad.
Not at all here. Adron trying to do a little bit more. Unfortunately, he's going to get shut down by Raga. I think he stepped right in front of him there. But Raga will make up for it. Again, he was kind of a superhero on that second map, so we'll give him some leeway. Nice timing for Cello to take the peek, and Cypher is going to go down next. They absolutely make it work. Double for Cello, double for Raga. Never mind the team kill. Who cares about that? Really nice work coming in from Nexus early on, I've got to say.
These are really good rounds. I mean, really, really solid rounds. Ones that you can kind of look back on and just have a lot of confidence in saying, ultimately, I always say, are these replicable? And they are. These T-sides are offering up a hell of a lot right now. I like what I see. And, of course, I mean, on the flip side, for BC Game, I'm still quite concerned. It still sort of feels like they're half asleep, in all honesty. Tough predicament for them, no two ways about it.
Oh, yeah.
Oops. Oh, hello. This is not what we want. It seems like Match Medic is required. Tech Pause is going to be called. It might be podcast time again for at least a brief moment. But no one's dropped out that I can see. So, that might be all right. That's normally a decent line. If someone drops out, it's a little bit more worrying, I guess.
Yeah, typically we're going to be okay with it. So, yeah, I mean, we had a whole podcast earlier about, the current state of UK Counter-Strike. So, that was good. I'm happy that we could get some eyes on it. Don't know what the future looks like, but yeah. Hopefully it's gonna be bright. I do think one of the. I actually don't know for sure. Like, again, I don't have any kind of special inside information, so I can't even leak anything. But my guess is that what Valve are trying to do with this VRS system is just a feeling that I have, apart from obviously making things a bit more predictable and structured in the future, so that there's like a you kind of know what Counter-Strike looks like years from now, which is probably good. I mean, that's good for investors. It's good for a bunch of other reasons to kind of like have a sense of what's happening out there. I'm kind of also wondering if this isn't also a play to try and essentially force more organizations to really professionalize. And
yes, yeah.
I think one of the roads to professionalizing this stuff is going to have to be reviewing some of the structure of like the salaries and prize money and sticker money. I think if you guys watch Duncan's show with Kassad and Maui, I think Kasawi... Kasawi?
Wait,
Jesus.
Point, mate. Kasawi.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that. Sounds like a motorbike.
Can I get a photo of Kasawi? I need that now. Holy shit, my brain is completely fried. But anyway,
Point Made is the one you're about. Great show.
Yeah, exactly. It's a great show. And I for me, Kassad had this point that he made about you can't have a situation where you pay the players like 30K a month and they get all the sticker money and they get all the prize money.
Yeah, exactly.
He's not wrong. And I could see a world in which Valve are sort of they've been waiting for the orcs, I think, to do something, and now it's like, all right, since you guys aren't doing it, we're gonna have to try and push it that way. So we'll see. I mean, again, it's just a pure guess for me that could be kind of like one of the intended consequences of this, and we'll see if that actually plays out that way or not. You never really know in the real world. It's wild out there. Adron didn't know. I was sure he was going to keep swinging around the pillar, and he took one step back and just landed that headshot. Pretty deadly stuff. Prime Taps probably should have won that fight, but somehow He doesn't.
Ooh.
Raga he's cracked in this best of 3.
Yeah.
I mean, if they end up winning it, Raga is going to be the reason right now, it feels like.
Absolutely. These last 2 maps, well, what we've seen of this 3rd map, but especially that 2nd map, he did so much of the heavy lifting. My God. So this round feels like it is done. You just save. You got an AK, keep hold of it, going towards the next. Unfortunately, it's a 4-0 start though, Anders. I mean, this is a wild spot that we're actually in right now. It's developing so quickly in a really, really maybe unlikely, but also unfortunate sense for BC Game. They are falling asleep against Nexus, and Nexus are a side who have been struggling all year long since they've started. This is not the result that you'd expect them to be losing. They should have come in towards this one, and as we expected, have made it a 2-0, made it light work as well. So, worrying times, to say the least. But, yeah, I mean, a beautiful T side is developing here. I love what I'm seeing.
Yeah, they are doing really fine work. There's not much to criticize here. Again, Raga but now Cello's kind of joined the mix. Sound is also getting a couple of kills here. For BC Game, we came in, I feel like with a lot of hype for them. Maybe too much. Maybe that's the experience that we're having. Maybe we are just overestimating them early on. I mean, they have been making waves. They've been having some great results. It has been exciting, but again, it is also early days. I do like this. One of my big criticisms is how passive people are on the CT side, and they actually throw an incendiary up there for Jacob to fight behind, which is great. For Raga, it probably signals that maybe no one's gonna be peeking into that. Just feels unlikely, but he does get caught. Great work so far for BC Game. That's a nice little trick that any CT side could probably find a way to employ. So
true.
Let's go.
4-0, and of course, for an opening kill, it's pretty big for BC Game. But we saw so many times in Mirage where they lost these rounds, get an opening kill, still somehow fall flat. So it doesn't like super instill loads of confidence in you. Not at least just yet for me, but you never know. All goes eerily quiet though, right? They're trying to set up here this Nexus side. It looks like they want to scale up towards short into A. In itself, though, a little dicey, and BC Game have let things slip from here.
Yeah, I think they throw that smoke to CT spawn. They're expecting a reaction. They kind of want for somebody to go and peek somewhere, and nobody is. BC Game up staying super far away. Oh, he screwed it up. Oh no, the smoke that's meant to land on the boxes. So now they have Molotovs instead. It's not quite the same. What an awkward time to miss that smoke, but more than that, they're running into this M4 on prime taps. He's still inside of the site. 14 seconds left. If he gets one more kill, it is the round over, and it will be. BTN getting that headshot. Cello trying to run it down here. 6 seconds on the clock, so he's going to get the kill. Oh, does he just barely make it? He might just have... Oh, my God. I thought for sure he was going to run out there, but makes the straight path. Now, jumping past, picks up the M4. There's no bullets in it, so he's going to have to reload. Oh, no. That in itself could have been the death of him. Grenade lands, but he might be able to win this. What a flick up to the window. He just is ready for it. And Cello with an absolutely nuts 1 versus 3 last-second bomb plant, and it just ends up winning it with a quad kill as well. That is out of this world.
That's a ridiculous clutch. I mean, quite literally like a 1% clutch there as well. Just because, yes, as you mentioned with the timing, but then to pull it off as well. That flick up onto his window, ridiculous work from Zello. A lot to like. A hell of a lot to like when you see rounds like that. Oh my God. Nexus just cannot lose right now. 5-0 start. I'm just so surprised to be seeing this with how good map number 1 was. It's just, it kind of feels like we've just been warming up Nexus in towards this game where, map number 1, non-existent. Then map number 2, really close but still a win. And then map number 3 just dominant. This is just them every single map just sort of ramping up.
What a round to lose there for BC Game. I mean, for their momentum and their confidence, some really, really big blows. And I've got to say again, the kind of rounds where, again, in terms of looking at the leadership and everything else, you just don't expect BC Game to lose some of these rounds. They lost the pistol in you know, in a fashion where, again, they kind of kept on fighting a bit too much. Obviously, this was an insane clutch from Cello, but in some sense, it should have never been allowed to be that close. There should have been a way for them to set it up in a different way. Raga, I feel like he did a bit of a double take. Did he expect for a flashbang to come in? I'm not really sure, but Nexa is just happy to take those fights one at a time with nobody interrupting him. Nork's going to get a kill, but Cello, he's so fast. 1 versus 3. Can he clutch it again? I dare say probably can, but again, he's very low on time, so BC game, they should be able to set this up in a decent fashion. Flash there. DC ready. Nork is on the other side. Smoke. Okay. He just crouches right out from under it. 14 seconds left. He's really trying to see if he could find another player, but unfortunately, Prime Tab's already out on long, so I like the attempt, but it will be BC game to win the round.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, where we're at, I think it's... You'll take anything, I think, BC game. It's a weird round still, I think, ultimately, but you take whatever you can get. Of course, we have the open play. That's nice. That's going to give us a little bit of, you know, coverage, I guess, in that sense, but still, a lot of recovering that needs to be done. You kind of require to put up a pretty decent CT side on Dust 2. Sure, this map still feels T-side, at least for me, because the amount of map control that you can get with, you know, a few amounts of smokes, but... Oh, what is that from Raga? What? I'd swear he didn't even spot next there. He just spammed, and it was an insta headshot.
Yeah, he's so cracked in this game. They suspect that Jacob could be back here, and they are right about that. He's actually just going to tank some of the damage from the Molotov and get a double kill in return. So really smooth work from him. And Nexus, even though they had the right idea, they kind of knew what was out here, what could have been out here. They still end up very nearly losing the round behind it. Look at the damage that Jacob was allowed to do there. Bit of an early nade, I think. Maybe Cypher is a little bit too quick on the trigger with those nades. Prime taps. It's a free kill on the first. They do line up for him, and yeah, he's just going to slaughter them. So it works in the end. BC game, they win it, but I must say, again, that's a very, very thin round. It could have gone wrong 10 different ways.
Wow. I mean, this is such a weird game. That, I swear he doesn't see anything there. It's so unfortunate that Molotov doesn't spread on towards Jacob, because it feels like it should, right? It feels like it should cover in towards that back corner of the car, but in the end, another really decent round from Prime Taps, and he's somebody who's, I think, probably, of actually, you know, maybe him and a Dron, but, like, he's one of the newer names on the server, someone who's been, yeah, especially covering the lower end of Counter-Strike for a while. Prime Taps, even when he got picked up by BC Game, was not a name that I really knew all too much about. I just heard about him briefly, kind of in FPL and kind of facing Premium, and that's about it. But he actually seems to find a lot of confidence. He looks like a player who's actually got quite a decent amount to offer up, and he's super happy to fight. Doesn't play the greatest of roles as well on the CT side, but still makes them work.
Yeah, more power to him. I feel like this is it's a good showing from him early on. Interesting mix of players that we're not just... You know, we're not necessarily talking about the hottest names, but some of them have been around for a while. Like, Jacob obviously has been playing Counter-Strike since forever. And it is cool to see him still out here, and I feel like I still every once in a while I see some good performances out of him. So yeah, I do like the idea, and I do have a lot of respect for Nexa as a captain of a team. So very curious if they can improve some of these things on the CT side. I feel like that's where some of the struggles have been so far. A little bit of overfighting, not really a great idea for how to play the middle on Mirage, But again, the other trouble is playing CT side Dust 2. It just can be kind of brutal. Like you see right now, they're basically hoping that there's going to be some sort of an A execute, and if it's a B split instead, it really is just down to 2 players on the B bomb side, each of which has to just frag out. Nice setup there. Prime Tabs able to get 2 right off the bat. Grenade from Cypher will take another one. So yeah, that had to happen. But the truth is, if they lose one player really early on, if Prime Tab gets 1 and just dies right afterwards, the round could be lost instantly. So great job nonetheless for BC Game. This is absolutely what they needed.
Yeah, you do have to be a little careful, I think, for BC Game. That's better. I think that was kind of sort of some of the problems that we probably had, right, when we looked at Mirage. There was some really, really careless rounds that came through from BC Game where you could see them just... the way I put it was coasting a little bit. That's better. You're being a little bit more meticulous with it. We know they've got the ability to be that better side, but at the same time, Nexus have also got Zello, who nearly gets a second. He's somehow still alive, and he needs to hit this shot. The swing from Nexus actually really geniusly played there as well. He might stick around for more. An oversight by a drone. It gets caught by Cypher. I think Nexa is single-handedly kept this round at bay. Big nade as well as Sound gets tagged and seen off. That was seriously dicey at one point, though. Especially if Zello hits that second shot on the corner, that they could have just scaled in towards A super quickly.
Yeah, what a potential dangerous opening. Cello, I could have seen him hit that second one. This is one of the reasons why we talked so much about him on Mirage, where he was missing quite a bit, but he's got the power to open up some of these rounds, and he very nearly got the double out on long. If he had, might have been the end of the round right then and there, but now they've been cooled down a bit. 5-4 here, and I've got to say, the fact that BC Game have 4 rounds now, I'm a lot more hopeful. I think that's not necessarily a bad position to be in. They've got a couple of AKs, they've got the AWP on Nork as well. I could see them turning this into a very decent half if they just win a couple of more rounds. I'd be super satisfied.
Oh, a brief moment of rest there before we go back underway, and a 1-round game. So the recovery's actually, no two ways about it, being super nice. There's a lot to like here, but at the same time, you have to be a little worried about if Nexus start to fall apart themselves, right, and start to go just a little quiet. Deagle spam from Raga off the back of that flash, but nothing really to be gained behind it.
Quiet start here. Smoking off the middle, just to be able to move around in somewhat secrecy. No one is really there, so still kind of feels like this could end up at the B-bomb site. Truth is, even these kind of rounds are losable when you're on the CT side, because all it takes is for one guy to get shot with the Deagle, and the entire B defense is going to be resting on one player, so it's so scary, isn't it?
Yeah. It's weird. 50 seconds. Got a bit of util. At the very least, can further slow them down. And that'll be what happens here, right? Smoke down, and with 40 seconds on the clock, BTN trying to lurk his way through now. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Nade breaks open the smoke. You can see him a little annoyed at himself, but he didn't even do really anything wrong there. Gets unlucky. Nice little 1-2 punch, though, from Cypher and Prime Taps. And the last man, Tech9, is going to get a couple from Sound, but it's just the consolation kills. They don't make too much of a difference. BC Game tie up this game at 5 apiece. And that was the fight to see if anybody can take a lead heading in towards the second.
I mean, this is a nice little return here. Prime Tap's really doing a lot of work. 13-6 for him at the moment. If they win this next one, then Nexus will have very little money going into the 12th round. I mean, there's so much to be won already. Said I think 5 rounds on the CT side of Dust 2 is not bad at all. I'd take that a lot of the time. A very similar defense coming out here with BC Game. They had a couple of rounds earlier on, but they were a little bit more aggressive in the middle, and I kind of enjoyed that. Now, they do have Cypher near those doors in the middle. It's going to be the protocol to try and take control of Catwalk. Oh, but they run right into an HE. That's really sick. Another one nearly lands on top of Sound there. Cypher's going to be going down, unfortunately. Not really ready for the fight, in spite of the fact that that was the whole game for him there. Jacob, is he going to get flashed in onto... No, he's going to get grenaded in. Again, it's somewhat of a popular thing to try and do. Are they ready for this? They are kind of looking, but unfortunately, BTM was not the guy who was in charge of that position. So back into a 4v4 we go, and 55 seconds here. It's kind of anybody's round.
Well. Oh, close. Oh my god, spots from the cross. Zello's been holding for this angle. He's playing super patient. Might just work out. 2 going to cross it. This could be a little awkward. Shadow spotted. First shot here. Second there. Then he gets traded out. And it's all down to this long player. And unfortunately, Jacob can't deliver. Bomb goes down 2v3. And a tough one to retake. They might actually just not give it a go. And all from the retake in this spot. I know they got money, but they've got to get a really, really early kill here to give themselves a chance. But they're given the luxury to move forward. That in itself is something. Nexo is looking towards the right-hand side. He does peel away from it. Orb shot connects. There's a player towards Gandalf. Orb spotting him out. Missed shot. Tech 9 taps him down. Nork, what a shot, but a Dron with a double. Oh my god, that was close. But in the end, it's Nexus who just about, by the skin of their teeth, win it out.
That is very, very scary there. I must say as well, it's one of those rounds where you see Cello re-peeking into the middle. Probably not needed. That could have put his team at some risk. But well done on Nexus. They do pick it up. And like you said, there is some money on PC games, so they're going to be able to rebuy pretty much everything. And I guess that's good news. Oh, missed. Wanted to see if they could go for the peak here. Nork does get tagged up, but does he want to try and fight that one back? I guess not. And there's another slow start to it here. Smoked off on long. We'll see if Raga wants to just try and swing for it. If he's going to get flashed in. One flashbang set up there. And Nexus alone down at the pit. So a bit awkward for him, but it's a fantastic job. He just re-peeks it right into Adron, and suddenly he's controlling this long position. That is super smooth.
Yeah, 2 really nice kills in quick succession. No complaints about that at all. Sound gets given a freebie, though. That's pretty unfortunate. Nork didn't quite do the due diligence. Thankfully, Cypher's there to deliver.
Yeah, I think the fact that Cypher is there is the reason why Nork is not expecting somebody to be in CT spawn, basically. Because, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to him. Now it's down to Cello, and if they've learned anything by now, they should have learned that it's not worth really fighting him. Although this off angle here for Jacob is so hard to read. I can't believe he hits that shot. I feel like if Jacob just sits still, he probably has won it already. Fire and grenades landing everywhere here around the young Romanian. Tries to scope it up. Now he's going to throw away the AWP. Shot in the back finally, and that is a surefire way to win the clutch against him. So, good job. Next up with the triple BC game. I still think it was a very respectable first half here, 6-6. I'm really happy if I'm them right now, but we'll see if they could do something similar themselves on the T side, though. I feel like they've been exposed a little bit here against Nexus. I feel like so. That's an interesting one data point, really, but still, it's curious.
Yeah, I think the way I'm looking at it, though, just as in the terms of momentum, I guess you could say, is that it was a much better second half of that half as a whole from BC game, right? You know, good rounds in succession. Only that one towards the tail end from Nexus that was quite immediately sort of flipped back on its head. So I think BC games still feel like the ever so slightly stronger side right now, but it's fine margins. I think it's probably still the way I go about it. 6-all though, and this pistol round is oh so important.
Oh yes, it is. Adron in position with the dualies, ready to fight. There are more players on the CT side, so they're just trying to get here as fast as humanly possible. Cypher down to the last 3 bullets. He's got just enough to take down BTN. Oh, he was running out in the Glock, but somehow they found a way through. That is such a struggle to get into, and look at the health left here. Raga. Remember he had the ace earlier to try and win the round for them, which was sickening, but this is so much more difficult right now. Even with the low health here, just having to push in through this one. Bit of a jump to spot them out here. He himself is down to 6 bullets. I don't think this is going to happen. You can see they're doing a great job of trying to stay very far away from that pistol, and I think either way he's out of time here, so wow. BC game just brute forcing their way into the bomb site. That probably should have been an early death for Cypher there, but he stuck around to get the job done.
Yeah, just save your armor. I think for Raga, he's only taking that one tag, but in the end, big round for BC game. Without a shadow of doubt, they needed that, right? I think it just continues to alleviate some of this pressure that was sort of potentially brewing, but nonetheless, Nexus still, of course, have a couple of tricks up their sleeve. Looks like low buy for them in towards the next, and then full buy to follow suit.
Seuss. Always a good funny moment, potentially. Jacob here. Oh, he peeks quite far away from the angle, so he's going to be okay with it. Comedy's been denied, unfortunately. But BC game on the way to picking up a bit of momentum here, I must say. Sound obviously going to get run down, and now it's just a question of whether or not they can do some damage here. Flank is coming in. They know where Adron is. He's actually got the Galil. I guess that might be worth saving if they'll allow it. Oh, they're going to throw it away. That's so petty. I love it.
I can't do it as well. You know, if I can't have it, you can't have it. Oh, yeah. I get a kill. Another one to throw over that fence in front of him. Beautiful. If he can, that is. I think he might. Caught here. He gets it out. I mean, it doesn't really make a difference. There was sort of 2 AKs in play, and Nexus got a Mac 10. But I still love it. It's the pettiness regardless. He's going down with the cause.
I think
it's
an
an 8-6 though, and I think this is it's a pretty important spot that we're in right now, because this buffer zone, Nexus, you have to break it now. You have to come back in towards your gun round and win it out.
Smoke for the long corner. Flash is going over. We'll see if that's going to be used later on. But I mean, even for now, it does force the CTs to, or at least tempts the CTs to throw a lot more grenades in there in case it was some sort of a long push. But sometimes it's worth it to keep throwing that long smoke, even if you only end up actually going long like 1 or 2 rounds. Just, you keep doing it, you keep doing it. It looks like the same round every time from Nexus' point of view, and then suddenly it's, you know, it's on. Okay, pretty quickly through the smoke here. That's an interesting timing if they can find it. Kind of almost wish they would just keep on going, because it would have been fun to see how that would have played out for Nexus if they would have been ready. Smoke up towards CT spawn. Again, kind of doesn't mean anything, and they are going to be setting up for a catwalk execute here. It looks very, very convincing. The little wall has been set up. Oh, they're all grouped up. This is so unnerving, but there's no utility on the other side. If there was an HE here that landed on top of them, it would be the whole team just wrecked, but they have nothing to throw back, and instead, good opening. Raga goes down. Sound trying to find his way into the smoke. Oh, what a bit of movement here. He's absolutely wrecked them. I can't believe he got away with that.
It's a beautiful, beautiful move through that smoke. Next up, Mac 10. Dead man to the hands of Zello. It's a really, really beautiful round from Sound. He has been a little quieter in towards this one, but we shall see. Nonetheless, I still think where we're at, that was such an important round for Nexus to win. They basically had to win that one to stop that gap extending to maybe potentially in the region of like 4 rounds, which is a tough one to recover from. This now puts the pressure right back on. BC game in towards a little bit of a half by 1 AK, 1 scout and a few pistols. So Nexus should be able to tie this one up. That is so important that they won that previous.
Yeah, it definitely is. I can't believe he gets away with it. I think it's probably the only way they could actually win the round. I think they were on direct course into losing it, so pretty sick stuff. Nork with the scouts. Next up with the AK, and limited chances to try and pick this one up if we're being totally honest. Again, if they get close enough to the B-bomb site, the same kind of logic just applies immediately, which is that if one person dies here in B, it could all be over very, very swiftly. It's just the nature of the game here. Nobody's really watching mid. I mean, Cello is watching middle from really far away, but again, if they have a smoke, which they do on prime taps, they could smoke it and just run for it. Yeah, there we go, smoke up. Again, now it's down to that first contact kill on the B-bomb site could decide the entire round. And Nexa is beautifully done. They're going to be overwhelming at run at the back. And again, it's a classic Dust 2 CT side adventure, isn't it?
It is. I mean, this is an unfortunate one for Nexus. You just get overwhelmed. A very, I don't know, a fundamentally basic round, but you just play as a pack, and you overwhelm, and it works super well. And now, of course, on top of that, you get upgrades so those players running out pistols. It's a win all round. The AK's got his kills, stayed alive, you got an M4, and another AK brought alongside it. And Nork being on that scout, you're sort of happy to keep him on it. You don't really mind. So, in towards doors, down goes Raga. There's another gun to pick up for prime taps. Nexus are loving... No, Nexus, sorry. BC Game are loving life, and Nexus are actually once again back in a bit of a weird spot, and even still buying is a little funky. Zello can drop 1, but then you still got Sound, Ragga, and Dodron who are all in a spot where they can't afford an M4. So does somebody have to go in towards like some MP9? I think probably in this position, I would actually gamble if I'm Nexus and kind of buy in around the AWP and the AK and just try and make it as feasible.
Yeah, I could totally see how that would play out. Might not be a bad idea, but if they end up losing it now, I feel like Nexus, they've just started to impress us. Cello is pushed through the smoke in the middle with the AWP. He's absolutely insane. I can't believe he's trying to do that. He should be dead every single time, but somehow he's managed to get out alive. That's, I mean, Nork had the scout, I think, so maybe that is part of the reason why, but who would do that? Okay, there we go. Actually, wallbang down instead. Nork trying to do some more damage, but the fact that Cello even tried it, just, it tells you what kind of a player he is. Again, fun Counter-Strike.
Jacob. That's fine. Onto a Sound. This round should be done here and now. I mean, we've got a 5-7 to work with. That alone does, you know, maybe instill a little bit of something into me. And also, of course, the recovered orb for Ragga, which you'll take. That's a real upgrade from the P2K he was just wielding. Next spotted. I don't know about that for Nork. He spotted them out and he swings back in. This is dicey. This mid play is everything. Oh my god, timing. Timing for Prime Tap could be bad here. Thankfully, it worked out in his favor. He very, very nearly fell flat. And it looks like he's got the right idea. Again, timing could still be a little weird here. He might still go down, and he will. Last man, AK 1v2. It's still doable with 25 seconds.
Yes, it is. Doesn't have the kit, obviously, but maybe if you win this first one, Jacob. All right, he was ready for it. I was a bit nervous there as he was looking to scale down towards the pit instead, but fine. It's all good. A BC game. They win another one. It is 10-7 in their favor. Yeah, there's such a brutal way in this round to get started. I mean, again, that was the round that threw Nexus off course, wasn't it?
Well, Nexus, you're running out of time now. It's a 3-round buffer, and BC game are 3 rounds away from taking this win. And of course, it's single elim in these playoffs, so no second chances. Prime Tap's gonna get out. Oh, blind. Couldn't see anything moving as well, it felt, and he does get that shot. Rag is still here.
Yes, hiding. They have no idea. Easy kill. Does get the dink, but can't defeat the AK, unfortunately. 3 versus 3. Oh, I say that as Nexa, he's very, very low on health. Could be a bit of an issue, no question. They've got a lot of time left, and they actually do have Sound. Awkwardly pushed up against the corner there. Smoke comes out. If they had... Oh, I think they do have a Molotov on Cypher, so maybe there's a way to do it. Nork, how did he know? How did he see him? There must have been just a glimmer of something there. Or maybe just really good timing, but that is crazy. 55 seconds here, and 2 versus 3 all of a sudden. Cello, not afraid to stand here. Cypher, I think he wanted to throw the Molotov, but just gets shot out of his hand instead. Pistols out. Cello's ready to fight every single one of them. Who needs a teammate in the 2v3? Just throw Cello in there. Another quad kill for him. He's an entertaining player. Let's go.
Yeah, it just makes honestly just makes it look so kind of like annoyingly easy. I think at times, there's like some of these flicks that he hits are just ridiculous. This second shot in particular, it's such a good reaction from him, and you know, Nork just gets beaten out in the battle of pace, and he's so crushed with the pistol too. Beautiful round. Nexus still clinging on, still keeping within an arm's reach. Oh my god, that was close as well. One more step forward, and Zello would have been gifted another freebie while flashed.
Oh, here we go. Nork. Kind of ready for that one. Gotta be careful, though. They are still up on that catwalk position. He's got the right idea, but he can't quite land that flick pushing right into Nexa, though. Cello, he's so unafraid. He's so unimpressed. And I don't care where you are. I'm gonna be ready. And awkwardly, the bomb is kind of dropped in the middle. They've lost prime tabs. They knew where Nork was. If they find that bomb, if they haven't already seen it, they should be able to... Okay, now... I think Cello is practically stepping on top of the bomb, so they should be able to, you know, gravitate towards this part of the map, kind of lock it down. Nork.
Oh, hello. Hang on.
He needs this kind of movement. This is where Cello also could become a liability, right?
Yeah, it's true. That it gives a bit of an opportunity. 50 seconds in a 1 versus 2. Anders, this is still doable. I mean, honestly, though, if he's going to win this round, he's got to win it on fights. It's not so much about winning it in terms of recovering the bomb and planting. I think with how the setup is for the CT side, that feels quite unlikely. He's hopefully just got to try and pull off a 1v2 here, which is easier said than done. Especially with this setup. Spot to one, tag to one. Molly going to come down as well. And this is a good way to try and space them out. AK now recovered. And a gun will work well. That bomb can't really be recovered for the second. 19 seconds to run. This is tough. This fight is everything. Swing and a miss. Sound. A good setup and head and hands for Nork. It was close, but no cigar.
What a wild round once again. And probably a strong reminder there again for Nexus, even as they pick it up. Just the potential fear of losing these kind of rounds is not necessary. It's a 3v1. You've got to be able to win it pretty much no matter what. So it's an interesting day in the office for Counter-Strike here. No question about it. It's 9-10. Open game. We said it was never even going to be a third map, and happily we were wrong about that. Now BC game really being tested early on here. These CCT games are important for the prize pool and for the potential to get those VRS points and get the big invites. And BC game have already done a fantastic job, but if they get kind of wrecked early on here, we're just at the start of the playoffs, it would be disappointing. It would be something you'd say, man, that was a big opportunity to really climb a lot quicker. Running into Cello on the third map, running into Raga, especially on the second map, and somehow it's a tied game.
This is a really spicy one as well at the tail end. One of those maps that feels like it might even have sort of OT brewing around it. 10 apiece. PC game back, of course, in towards that buy, but you're in a bit of a more feeble spot where if Nexus are able to get this round here, they get map point. Not even map point, series point too. It's a must-win round for BC Game to stay in this. Nexus, not by any means financially in the woes just yet.
Just hanging out in the middle. Again, another super common setup here for the defense. Close to the doors. Very often going to get Molotov down in this position if you're sound. He does have Cello with him. Does get leg shot though, all the way down to 25. He has Nork on the other side, just managing to very nearly defeat him. Incendiary again, it's just... It doesn't really do anything. Cypher could have maybe landed that kill. So hard to trust if you're on the CT side. You feel like you're throwing a grenade that's meant to, you know, get you some map control, but in reality, all it has to be is like a couple of pixels off, and the T's are just playing around it, and you kind of end up dying here. We're down to 40 seconds, by the way, so it looks like it's going to be another potential B-split coming out, I would assume. They've got one smoke on Jacob, so yeah, they're going to throw that smoke, and then that's all they have to really try and get this done.
Sound. Playing over towards back play. Such an awkward angle to clear, and it's one that isn't cleared very well. Jacob, though, he found a drawn. Sound is still here cooking. He's still trying to be a nuisance. Shoulder spotted, left eye peek. Sound's done so well in this round. Getting away with 3 kills is massive. And a really difficult 2 versus 3. Yeah, we got to get it down. No. It's close, so they will. What a shot from Nork. What is happening in this round? Nork trying to dodge between the angles, hitting the shot. Nork looking for the third as well as they play around the boxes. Glock pulled out, and he's going to get it as well. What is going on in this game of Counter-Strike? Can somebody explain the delusion I'm witnessing?
They delayed the bomb plant, and I almost thought that was going to cost them. But then once the bomb is planted, Cello was like, I'm going to run in front of my entire team. I'm not going to wait for them. Let's go. Somehow,
there it is again, right?
Yeah, it is. Like, unfortunately, you know, as sick as he is, there are times where it can be a bit of a detriment. And then Nork ends up fighting alone. Jacob, he was just at the back of the site saying, oh, you just take this fight on your own, bro. Like, I'm just going to be hanging out back here, even to the point where even when the Glock was out, Jacob still wasn't in play. But it all worked out in the end, so we can't really complain too much. BC game, 2 rounds away. And even more importantly, obviously, is the money. That's what it always comes down to here. I like this. take long. Who cares if you lose the rest of the map? We've said it a million times. It just doesn't matter that much on Dust 2. You can be boxed in here and still easily win the round for the T side. So, even more so because there just aren't that many nades. I think Ragger's got 1 HE, and they've got an incendiary on a drone as well. So they're like that 1 HE to blow open the crossing smoke could be the do or die moment for Nexus here. If they get the right timing, that's it. There is one flash on sound as well, but he's on the wrong side of the map to use it. So it's gonna have to come down to the HE and the Molotov potentially. Okay.
Well, 1-for-1 with the AWPs is not bad, at least. Nexus probably have to wait here. I wouldn't hate for them to try and go through this smoke and fight it up. Let the bomb go down, or Ragger gets boosted up in towards elevator. That'll work.
That's very interesting now. 3v4. Wasn't about the 8. They did throw it, but nobody peeked behind it here. Bit of a jump. Try and do some damage. The bomb is finally planted. BTN gets one. Prime Tab's trying to stay alive. He's alone against the world. 1 versus 2. And he gets overpowered by the USP. Nexus holding on to it against the odds. And, man, I've got to wonder as well. For PC game, right, they had a couple of Molotovs that I think they threw onto the site itself for kind of the default position. The truth is, they could have Molotov that elevator to stop that from happening, and they just didn't really have the coordination, unfortunately. So now the game is tied up. 11-11. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We could be seeing overtime. If nothing else, you're getting your money's worth for Counter-Strike. You know, it's only the first best of 3 of the day. There's a lot to come. But we're, we're getting deep into it right now.
Exactly. So, 11-11. Either one side gets 2 in a row to see off the map in the series, or overtime brewing here. Prime Taps gets out. No flashes to stop him, so Ragger gets immediately dismantled. Good long control, very early. I think a very smart decision by both Zello and BTN just to pull back a little bit. However, you're giving Zello fights at range. I don't love that. I don't love that at all. That's not what I would be doing personally. Not testing this guy, but he does finally get clipped by Jacob. Unironically, I save it immediately for Nexus. Maybe not, though. Adron's has got a big important kill, but you lose this round, you might be losing it. It's all down to 1 versus 2 and caught in transition. My God. These rounds are hard to watch with bated breaths in every fight. But it's BC game if I'm mapping series point, and the reason why I was calling for the save is look at the money for Nexus.
Yeah. What a tough position to be in, unfortunately. Yeah, it's hard to predict the outcome of some of these rounds. I feel like both teams quite willing, quite happy to fight pretty much everything. So it's fun Counter-Strike to watch, but at the same time, it can cost you a lot. Nexus need some wild shots coming out on this one. Now, I think it could happen, to be honest. Ragger and Cello, they've been playing pretty sick. Get some deagles out there. Why not? Like, I feel like it'd be... For this game, it would be the standard way to get into overtime, wouldn't it?
I see. Yeah, I mean, it would be, actually, in all honesty. What have we got? We've got an MP9 and a few pistols. BC game. As long as we just don't overthink this, we should, and that being the operative word, be okay. Nook, holding for a swinging towards Xbox, but nothing to be gained here. He was just looking for it in case there was any mid-aggression, which feels like at least good early indicators the BC game are expecting something a little weird in this round.
You've got to be right. You have to assume that there's some kind of a wild setup. Yeah, you want to use as many grenades as you feel like you need to clear out the most common positions. Never really want to walk into a corner here and get shut down with the deagle. They're going to be boosting on the other side. Surely Jacob is going to be watching that. That's the only real threat when you throw that smoke is the boost. And you know what? He continues the spray and it somehow works. He wasn't actually ready for it to begin with, and that could have definitely cost him a lot. But now it's just sound. He's going to get overwhelmed. The real threat was at the start of the round there with the potential boost, but it's all come undone here. BC game. It looks like they're going to be able to survive the Romanian threat, which I've got to say again, I'm impressed by Nexus putting up this much of a fight. I really thought BC game was going to be much, much better. But at the end of it, it took a lot of maps and a lot of rounds here. But they will end up victorious. They're going to be going through onto the next round. So still a good job, obviously. You know, the win is a win, and we're happy with that. But Nexus kind of proving they've got some firepower too.
Yeah, and it maybe puts. It's one of those things that we're gonna look. Even like us coming in towards this game, we were just talking about Nexus have won 1 game out of like 10 this year, and it's been a rough year for them. But when it's games like that, they're so close. But unfortunately, it's just how Counter-Strike is, right? We just look at the result, especially if we're not the ones casting the games. We don't always have the time to go back. And I think this is where another one for Nexus that, as a real blanket, quick overview, people are going to be like, oh, they just lost, right? Another loss for them. But we won't look into the details of how they've lost. So it's unfortunate for Nexus. I think real commiserations to them. But they're down and out. It's a single elim, and that's how it is. Player of the match is Nork. I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah, I mean, definitely he managed to land some super important shots. Really impactful AWPing again, and up against somebody like Cello, that's also very hard. Like you could see whenever they ran into each other, Cello is never going to back down from that fight. So it just won't be easy. They're on for the next round, which means they're going to be either facing off against Partisan or Nine. I think either way, that's probably going to be a really tough game. The Partisan boys, Serbian guys, are they're really hard hitting. But I am curious about this 9 lineup as well. I kind of, I'm hoping that they could see it. I feel like 9 is a nice, it's a fun organization. Yeah. I feel like they're trying to build something for the future. I respect that. They've got Man2 in there as well, so that's always fun to see. And Bob XD, which I still think is a fantastic name. So
yeah,
excited about that.
Yeah, well, yeah, we've got some good games. I think that is for sure. Bring Nexus back as well. Hello, mate.
How you doing, boys? Honestly, map number 3, Dust 2. I always say it's either going to be like a 13-1 or a full 24 rounds here. And again, it's just proved to be, yet again, that's the full 24 rounds. It just does not fail. And every single time it will be that. Now, here's the thing. There was a lot that actually did happen here. We actually did get to see Nexus play to that better level that we know of them, right? The entire time we got to Tito Cello to be someone who can shoot back. Sound kept up his level, Raga kept up some of that form from Mirage, was doing fairly well. But in the end, it was a BC game. They had a couple of very influential rounds. It was even a 5-0 start for Nexus as well, so they kind of let that go a little bit. But we don't have the time to actually dissect all of this, unfortunately. So you could just kind of, you just better hope that you were there for the game. If not, I'm so sorry. We do have another one coming up. However, that's going to be 9 Patterson Sashi. Won't be too long of a wait, but Neo, I think we are going to be bidding farewell to you, so thank you for joining us for today, but it is time for you to leave.
Yeah, it is.
So, with that, we'll be back in a little bit. Don't go too far. Sashi, 9 Pandas. We'll see you then.
Right, welcome back, everybody. We are going to get into it here. We've got another game coming up. It's 9 Pandas up against Sashi. I'm Anders. With me is, I'm assuming I'm pronouncing this right, Teo? Is that correct?
Yes,
that...
yes,
nice.
it is.
All right. We got the job done.
You did good. Exactly. Perfect. Thank you for that. And yeah, Anders, thank you for that intro. We do have a second game ahead of us. Unfortunately, Neokai cannot join us, and Nexus as well having some issues. Everybody having some issues lately. Technical issues abound, but hey,
True.
Not to worry. The game on schedule, right?
Yeah, that's all we care about. You know, we're just here to watch some Counter-Strike, enjoy, Sashi. I feel like I've been catching a lot of their games for whatever reason. I end up casting like a lot of the games here at CCT, so I feel like I'm fairly up to date with them. Happy to follow their progression. And 9 Pandas, I've caught them a couple of times, and again, they're just one of those teams that on any given day they could turn up and wreck you. So I think regardless, it should be a really fun game. And yeah, I'm excited to see what we're going to see here. Another best of 3 coming up. It's only the second of the day. Got potentially quite a long day coming into it here. So yeah, again, it's super important to make your way through deep into the bracket. And before we went live, you were saying Sashi, they're kind of on a nice side of the bracket, I guess, and that's probably true, isn't it?
Yeah, I have to agree, or rather I have to confirm that it feels like they have a great position to work from to the semifinals, and then we'll see how it works against whoever comes out on top between Bait and Monty. Probably the only ones that can really challenge that semifinal spot. But speaking about Sashi, I think I can let you perhaps delve deeper into the team. They are your countrymen after all, right? And it's going to be a little bit easier to break it down and see what exactly they can present on the server.
I mean, I feel like they have a really, really well-rounded team here. Siphon is definitely someone that a lot of people is looking at. Like, he seems to have some really crazy rounds where he can do a lot. I'd say maybe weirdly one of the more exciting things about this team is probably Iceberg. Just from a leadership perspective, he seems to come out a lot of respect. And with Hunden somewhere in the background, like, you got to wonder if between the two of them they can't build this team into something. I guess one of the things that is a bit worrying is it's kind of hard to know who you're going to get. Like Camby, I've seen some sick games out of him, and same for Altex, and it's same for Lucky, but it's like the wide variety makes it very hard to know what version of Sashi you're getting. So I truly have no idea where this is going to go, but they've got some firepower in the lineup for sure. And I don't know, on the 9 Panda side, is there anyone here that really tickles your fancy? Is there anyone that you love seeing?
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely got names that everybody should fear in a way. I mean, starting off with the man in the middle, I think Result is a worthwhile mention always. He's usually
Sure.
the stable element that always performs for Nine Panda's side. And I've already mentioned Shalfi beforehand, between you and I. Shalfi having a few off games recently. Hopefully that's not going to be happening today. And then you've got let's say the great anchor and rather the great performer in Diletis, who really stands on his own anywhere he is. And with Chiron clearly standing in today for Nine Pandas, I'm going to be interested in seeing how this works without Alv. Krad obviously kind of tying the knot all together here for the squad. And you did mention Alv a little bit. I hadn't had the pleasure to seeing him a lot, but hopefully once he joins the roster, if he's going to be playing, that's going to work out. There's one player I want to mention on Sashi's side, specifically Xiphon. I remember watching Sashi, I believe, against Sinners, and there were definitely moments where he kind of lacked that impact that you would usually expect.
Yeah, and that is always, at this level of Counter-Strike, that is one of the big problems, is the consistency to really show up for the game. So hopefully it won't be one of these days. It is unfortunate that Alv is not here. I think he's a really fun player, but we have to find out a couple of maps that we're going to be playing on here. So I feel like again we're seeing a lot of Train being banned out almost immediately. Wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna be getting rid of that map once again pretty early on, but we'll see where this ends up. Anubis is going to be out next for Sashi. Don't really hate that. Dust 2 is our first map, so interesting battleground.
Oh, I mean, that's... it kind of makes, but also doesn't make sense in a way. And then Inferno second, it's always been a good map for Sashi, historically, even for the players. Getting rid of Ancient and Mirage, leaving us on Nuke third and final. I feel like we're getting the creme de la creme. Let's if we remove Dust, then I'm very much down for this veto. I'm not a big fan of the map, but I'm a bit surprised Nine Pandas choose Dust to begin. I mean, what about something else? You still had did they have I think they had Anubis, right, as an option as well, but they don't play it, so could have. In any case, we're back, we're live, it's map 1. Anders, let's take it away, it's the pistol.
Yeah, gonna get right into it here with a B rush. I mean, it is Dust 2, so it's a bit of a classic, really. Oh, gotta be careful, didn't shoot each other. Nice little crouch there. Krad will open it up. Oltex alone, and he couldn't really land any of those USP headshots. So, Cabby's gonna get one, but it's not necessarily too late, but unfortunately, the bomb will go down, and we all know retakes on this map can just be absolutely brutal.
Yeah, near impossible, in fact, and Xiphon needs to find Shalfi before things turn sour. First contact's going to be great. Good check. Accurate. And now 3 through tunnels. It's going to be a bit difficult if they get lined up, but they're getting out in position. They're getting the kills. No, Chiron instead with a double. And this might just be enough.
Yeah, it looks like it should be. I think Cabby's just here, hoping to do some more damage, find some more kills, which actually could be kind of important, right? A couple of more kills here. If they want to invest, into a couple of more scouts or something like that, like it all adds up in the end. So, yeah, it does secretly make a bit of a difference. Yeah, I think, unfortunately, as often happens with these pistol rounds, so much comes down to that opening kill. I don't know. It'd be fun to see the stats on it, but my guess is that the correlation between opening kills and pistols and actually winning the pistol round is so huge. It does just make a big difference. But nicely done for Nine Pandas. It's not complicated, and it doesn't really have to be.
No, absolutely. And what I really like is the solid afterplant they set up. They don't give themselves up too easily. And as you said, with the entry secured, they know they have the advantage. It's B-side after all in this game. On Dust 2, B-side retakes, effectively one of the hardest sites in the game to retake almost. And Nine Pandas, solid start. Exactly what you'd like to see. And Sashi, on the other hand, you mentioned a few scouts, potentially, though it does seem like we have a bit of a tech pause. Not sure what exactly is the issue.
I'm sure we'll figure it out. Someone's gonna. Yeah. There's always something. It is interesting to see Chiron being thrown in here. I guess he's on We Love Smooya right now, isn't he? I believe so.
I legitimately do not know. Actually, I'm not gonna lie.
That is with like Nafany and Smooya, obviously, and it's like a whole wild situation going on over there. Don't know what's going to be happening, but I think it's an exciting name nonetheless,
It definitely is, if not even a bit controversial almost. But yeah, it's going to be round 2. It's going to be an eco. We're back into action here. I want to talk a little bit about that economy. You mentioned that every kill is important, and indeed it is, especially with the discussion, currently on the topic of MR12 against MR15 still, the money issues for the CT side. I feel like changes are required, and now... There was also a mention of a change potentially for the CTs being brought up to the 1.9 minimal loss bonus instead of staying at 1.4 potentially. And I think economy-wise, this game needs a lot of small buffs, let's say, for the CTs to really kind of straighten it out between the two sides.
Yeah, a lot of that's been a point that a lot of people have brought up. I could definitely be on board with it. It's so hard sometimes to really understand what is the implication of changing economy things around in the map, because it's so central to how the game plays out. But I do see the point that people make, which is that now that we reduced from MR15 to MR12, the consequences of losing too many rounds on the CT side could be that you just never really end up with any reasonable rifles, and you're just having like way too many buys where it's down the MP9 from us, or 5.7s or whatever. It can be a bit weird. So I understand how that works out. Maybe, I mean, if somebody wanted to test it, if I wanted to test it, I wouldn't really hate it. So out long we go.
But a discussion for another time. Exactly so. Long control. Diletas finds one. It's gonna be Shalfie with the MP7 of all weapons through the smoke. And Sashi lose control already. I mean, they're about to be locked into place. Result through short, good position. Keeps on pushing. Is going to find more space. Even spots Cabby. And the lights are out on A site. This is round over. It's not even a single kill on the side of or rather Sashi. They don't get a single player. A disastrous gun round, unfortunately, for the Danes.
Yeah, and it feels brutal too, because when you show up for that long corner with 2 or 3 people ready to fight, and then you just get annihilated, it sort of feels like, oh, come on, okay, well, we can't really have more players out at long at the start of the round. We do need somebody in the middle and B to begin with, so yeah, just not a fun feeling. Alltex here, boxed in, and they are going to hunt him down. They probably should. If they get rid of this M4, even if it costs them a couple of players here, who really cares? It's going to be so hard to deal with. No chance to survive. Chiron's going to be able to take him down, and 9 Pandas rolling into the game like they just, I mean... in fact, the fact that they don't have Alv here and it's not their full regular lineup, it's not an advantage, obviously, having a stand-in, but it could lead you to play this kind of game where you just feel kind of carefree. You're like, oh, let's just go, And these guys obviously are. Yeah. They know Chiron. They've probably played a ton with him in a ton of different contexts. So I'm sure they're going to be fine with it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I wonder how much that difference of not having Alv makes for 9 Pandas to perhaps even go as far as choosing Dust because of it. It is a head-on map, right? You let Chiron just do his own thing, kind of don't really need to focus too much on absolute tactics. If you play smart, if you play basic CS at a good level, or at least at a high level, you can still handle it pretty well. And I feel like there could be some reason behind that as well, but regardless the reason, they are winning, as you said. They're currently 3-0 up. They're looking for a 4-0. This is going to be a tough one. Sashi, I like the pressure on short, though, but they need to step into action soon. But the pop flash! Okay, never mind. It is an eco, but Krat still steals away 2 where he shouldn't have.
It's not bad at all, actually. The leader's in the middle. Going to be getting a nice little spray down there, finding 2 kills for himself. Yeah, I think where it could become a problem that Alv isn't here is if Sashi manages to slow this game down a little bit. If it becomes, more of a drawn-out game, and who cares? If they get the kill on Alltex, the round is actually over almost immediately. Flash set up already. He's hiding in the corner, but a great job. Okay, he's actually going to get very nearly 3 kills, and Cabby will follow it up. So, nice shutdown.
Beautiful shutdown. A little bit of a dangerous decision. A bit of a head through the wall kind of moment there for the CIS squad. I'm a bit surprised they actually go for such a direct move towards B. And as you said, it is, kind of gambling the option here. If Altex falls first, if he doesn't get a double and a headshot on the third, there's a good chance Kabi doesn't shut it down completely. And, 9 Pandas can spread all across B and take control of it after plant and everything beyond. But instead, Altex He recognizes what's coming, he turns away from the flash, and still blinded, still finds 2, and that's what matters. And in the end, it's going to be 9 Pandas brought to heel. For round 1 to Sashi, and we go into action into a default here.
Yeah, just a bit of a slowdown. They're actually already out in the middle. I said slowdown, but my god, you could see Chiron is ready. If Cabby takes a step forward there, they could just go for a bit of a split right now. They're going to set up a smoke, hoping that someone's going to be walking through, and in fact, that is almost happening. Oltex playing in front of the smoke. Chiron, I am surprised that he is not a little bit more aware, but out long as well. They're going to be losing result, so Sashi winning some really important fights here. They had to win those.
Absolutely did. And the important thing you brought up earlier already, or the previous round, is what happens if Sashi are able to slow down the game, bring it to a halt, and just kind of force out a prolonged fight throughout these rounds, which is going to frustrate 9 Pandas further and further, and without having that same cohesion they could have had with Alv, there could be a difference at the end. But alas, right now, focusing their efforts towards mid, back onto short probably here, right? Oh, what a read. They must have heard the player from long. Iceberg gets caught. No, instead going short, instead going mid. They go into tunnels. Now, they are telegraphing their moves a little bit, but they don't have the time to slow walk this. I'm not a fan, Anders, but they're going to try B regardless, and it's Lucky on the other side. Or is that... No, that's actually... Never mind, Cabby. Yeah, my bad.
But you're right, though. There's so little time left. 11 seconds here. The leaders with a very important kill.
That's the C4!
Yeah, I think they might be running out of time. They're going to get that kill, but they can't actually get to the site. Oh, no. What a miserable way to give up the round here. They actually kind of had the right idea, but that was the one player that just couldn't die. And it works against them.
Or at least shouldn't have stopped.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, that is something to, again, when you're missing Alv, I think that's one of those things that could easily be, be the reason for a little bit of a lack of cohesion there in the round. So Sashi, they get away with the round there for sure. Oh, I think mine is okay still, so keep just try and go for a bit of a reconnect. Hopefully it'll work out.
It's back. It's back. All good.
Yeah, there we go. Nice. You all want to be attacked up in the game here. Wow, the Danes are kind of answering back in a big way. It's Lucky with 3 kills in this round, and Shalfie and Crad just a 2 versus 5 to. I mean, it's a long time to wait.
Yeah.
I guess you could, if they allow you to save the AKs, maybe that is okay, but, still, maybe you just try and go for some damage here.
I feel like you have to do damage, right? You have to put Sashi down as much as you can, so you kind of maintain that minimal distance for your own economy, and it's going to be Cabby that wins the duel on middle. And what I mean about that economy, what I mean about damage is, well, we all know it. If Sashi lose 3 players here, they would be again almost broke, which means there's still a chance 9 Pandas keep them close to heart in the next few rounds. Instead, with losing Crad, that's pretty much all there is to it. And we talked about factors for Sashi as well a little bit. I believe you specifically even pointed out Lucky. Obviously, he's definitely the start of the team in a way. But Altix as well, playing really well. Zyphon so far doing pretty well. Hopefully, we see more out of Iceberg as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, there are definitely games where it is the full team that show up and everyone is playing well, and when that's the case, they're a really hard team to beat. They can do some damage. It's just the only problem is when you get into the sort of a different spot where suddenly it's only a couple out of 5 that are really going to be doing the job here. But yeah, Lucky, I mean, fantastic work out long. They did kind of ended up fighting one at a time, and also they didn't throw the long smoke that you normally do want to try and throw to take that long control. So a little bit easier for him to be opening that corner, not having to play around any smokes. It is a 4 versus 3 going into round number 8 here, and the money is kind of busted for 9 Pandas. So Sashi really with a brilliant opportunity to really make a big comeback in this game early on.
We could say a good reverse Uno card here so far. And again, slowing down, right? This is the name of the game, apparently. The CTs, I love it. I mean, they recognize perhaps the deficit of Nine Pandas' decision-making, or rather, at least, a cohesion as a squad. And they abuse that best they can. Nades on short. They should be expecting some action soon. They don't have any info from mid or from tunnels, so I think it's going to be a clear-cut picture very, very much momentarily here. As Nine Pandas run up short. Half by. Molly into Goose. First contact is good for Lucky. Secondary already down. It's still going to be Lucky. And unfortunately his lucky star runs out, but it's going to be on the other side. Iceberg as Mr. Xiphon is not checked. The Molly into Goose. Wait. Hold up. Was the Molly and Goose thrown into sight instead? And I just miss... Right.
There must have been something. There are a couple of, like, for some reason, because obviously you're right, you can Molotov the entire corner there, but sometimes people end up throwing it so that it lands like a little bit further out, and then, you know, obviously nothing happens. I don't think it actually landed here. Maybe it went up in the air. Who knows?
Could have just fizzed out, yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty brutal, because you're right, like, then they kind of swing like they're never going to check that, and obviously that does get them killed, so... Tough position to be in. 4-4, tied up game. They had a chance, maybe, if they would have checked the Goose position. Maybe they could have done some more damage, or at least got the bomb down. That would have been very nice. Ooh, Xiphon. Ready for that kind of a peek. And Shelfie's dead in the round already. What's the plan here? Yeah, it is. Look at the nade damage as well. And Sashi actually doing great work.
This is, I mean, it's really shaping up to be what we expected it. It's Sashi dominating the playfield, whether it be at Dust or any other map, apparently. Start a bit of a rough one, but hey, they just needed a few rounds to wake up, I guess. They're playing just reactionary here. They have a little bit of info towards mid. They don't know how much damage the nades did, but I think they'll realize soon enough once they take those first few fights. I like that fact that Iceberg is pulling back into pit. He's going to be able to have a crossfire with Lucky in a way. And with that, I think Long should be on shutdown. Here comes the execution. Pop flash is good. Iceberg makes the call.
Wide swing for Lucky there. Iceberg still in the pits, but he's going to get traded out. Bit of miscoordination there between the captain and Lucky trying to sort of see if they could find a way to fight at the same time, but it just didn't really work out that way. 30 seconds left. Still is winnable for Sashi. The bomb is making the cross, and it's being heard. Oh, what a peek from the middle here for Crad. You can see they were not ready for it. And the leader is going to come in. Never mind the bomb plant. Just goes for the kill instead. And that is the right way to approach it. So, huge round here. 9 Pandas. I think they needed it. And it does put a lot of strain on the Sashi economy pretty early on here. So, they're going to be able to buy, but it is going to deplete the entire bank, isn't it?
Yeah, most of it basically gone. And it comes down to one crucial moment, right? Iceberg, he stayed alive for as long as he could. If Lucky hadn't been clapped as quickly as he was, let's say, there's a good chance that trade could have been positive instead of a double negative. And yeah, 9 Pandas, they still persevere at the end. Well played. Diletus with the shutdown, 1v1. And we're going to have a tactical timeout. I think Fierce is the coach of 9 Pandas still, has been for a while now. And I think the call is a good one here. 9 Pandas, they seem to have been a bit jittery, right? Having a great start, 3-0, and then losing 4, and, you know, kind of struggling to bring back a few. I think you do take a timeout and just calm down. Let the adrenaline, you know, kind of get dissolved and get ready for a smart game next. As Sashi, they're going to bring their A game. Here we go again. Long control going to be contested. Pop flashes. There's the lurk smoke we talked about earlier. But it's going to be Iceberg instead. What a beautiful motion. I'm not even sure if he saw him. But everything just lines up perfectly. And the response from 9 Pandas, fast mid.
I like it. I feel like the speed has been what's winning some of these rounds of 9 Pandas. Just keep it up. Put some more pressure on. Don't let Sashi think too much either. What a shot from Deletus. He just wrecked him. Old Tex.
Oh.
Nothing to do. There's nothing they can do in this round, really. 4 versus 3. I don't think even getting close to the side is not even worth it here. Just don't do it. Stay away. Try and fight for the next round. That is such a brutal, but also simple way for 9 Pandas to win the round. Let's go.
It really is in both in both senses of the word. Quite a deleted moment here for Sashi, unfortunately. And Yeah, the response finally seems to be a bit more cohesive as well. The call made was the right one. You know, you lost that long player. Sure, doesn't matter. Let's just swing it back out into mid and keep on running B. It's been a weakness a little bit, at least recently, and we can abuse that, right? That's what they think. 9 Pandas, 6 rounds on the board. T-side does too. I'd say it's not bad, especially with the fact that we have a replacement for Alv.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're doing smart work right now, not really overcomplicating the game, just showing up, and that is kind of the light of playing the map of Dust 2, that you can get into the kind of battles and just kind of roll through. Inferno might be a little bit more tricky. That's the second map, and Nuke might be even more so. So even if 9 Pandas end up walking away with a victory here, I'm not sure that convinces me that they're going to be able to win the whole series in the same fashion. But, you know, we'll see. I appreciate what they're bringing to the table so far. I think they're making it interesting and just kind of playing, you know, the guns out Counter-Strike that we love to see.
Yeah, they like to take head-on engagements absolutely everywhere almost, and it's fair to say, as we discussed it before the game as well, you know, they are a team that can be very hot or very cold, in the sense of they can either have the best of days or they're going to have a very mid-off day. And so far it seems like they're doing pretty damn well for themselves. A performance that begets a potential victory. And as you said, I don't potentially believe in winning the series for them, but hey, we can always be taken by surprise, as slow and steady seems to be the new name of the game. And again, Sashi, super defensive. They're turtling up A and B, but that long position for Iceberg truly is the thing that might sink the ship here for 9 Pandas, because they have all the info in the world. Sashi know everything. This is a split B, and they know it.
Yeah, Siphon here. Nice attempt to spray on through, but doesn't really do a lot of damage. So it's the same exact problem here. You lose one fight at the B bomb side, and it is over. Cabby, it's a good start. Shalfie, though, he's just hitting everyone in the middle. Even if the B defense actually did hold up a little bit, I mean, they got at least one of those kills in there. It doesn't make a difference. Lucky, finally going to be finding Shalfie here, but is it enough to go for the retake? Got to be super scary right now. They have no money left whatsoever. Oh, and shot in the back. Crad just sneaking up behind him. Could have almost stabbed him there, but that is going to be 9 Pandas. And again, those speed, that is the power of them. Unless you do either get the spray through, if Siphon could have got that, that would have been different. Or if the speed defense would have rocked up and really held. Otherwise, you just don't stand a chance here.
And I'm just trying to think of what Sashi, you know, what would be the correct response here. I feel like perhaps a counter push towards middle, trying to crunch them from B and CT, but that probably wouldn't have ended up super well. It's a tough game of chess that keeps on getting tougher. Round 12, and it's about to be lights out. 9 Pandas, they're gonna get this half firmly under their control. It seems like they've got it figured out. There's a reason they picked Dust, whether be it preparation, whether be it the fact that Chiron is playing instead of Alv. Regardless, they're winning. And they are a scary team in my eyes when they are playing this well together. Not to mention all the external factors still, but... Cabby,
Yeah.
Goodbye, good night. That's round, I think.
It really should be here for the last of the half as well. Just completely taking the money away from Sashi, and again, I think this is the strength of some of these, you know, CIS teams, is that they just have strong individuals, and the sort of no risk Counter-Strike, just who cares, win or lose. You know, again, you don't have your full lineup, you're playing Dust 2, you're just rolling into it. And Sashi, from their side, I don't know how they're meant to slow down 9 Pandas. Like, the problem is you can't do that much to really stop the momentum for the T side on Dust 2. Or at least it's very, very, very hard to do. Sashi certainly didn't show that they had a lot of great protocols to do that. It could be different in the second half. To be honest, Sashi could make a comeback, even from this 8-4 scoreline. I don't think this map is necessarily over yet. 9 Pandas, now the fact that they don't have Alv, again, who is, you know, really, I think quite a smart AWP player. I've seen like 2 or 3 games out of him so far. I think he actually does play very well with the AWP. So I'm, you know, missing him could be a big deal. We'll see. We'll find out.
I agree. I think Sashi now have a chance to do what Nine Pandas did to them. Effectively play a fast game, play a bit of a loose cannon kind of moment, right? Abuse that T side for your own. As the pistol begins, it's going to be a B rush, and it's going to be a top mid push by Krat into... Like, the fact that he's on Xbox here just challenging mid like this openly tells you how confident Nine Pandas are, and there should be rotations towards B happening momentarily. I mean, they've got more than enough info towards middle to know that this has to be a commitment, and it is going to be Result. Holy hell, Result! What in the world? 3 kills easily here as he completely devastates Sashi. The pistol might as well be gone. It's going to be Cabby and Iceberg bringing it back, but it's not enough. Krat from the flank. It's down to Iceberg, the one-man army. Can he sink the Titanic? Unfortunately not. Climate change is coming. Nine Pandas find it. Damn. And Krat is smiling.
Yeah, why not? I mean, that is as a really, really smooth bit of work here. There are some people who are just ultra nerds at playing this position. There is that like very quick sort of, you know, peek, shoot, duck technique that you almost don't seem to be visible at all from the other side. Pretty sick stuff there. Yeah, that's going to give them the round. And in terms of the comeback for Sashi, I mean, they're really far behind now. They're in a lot of trouble if that wasn't evident. And we're putting on the record now 9-4 the scoreline here, and they're in deep water.
They are. Sharks are around them. They're smelling blood in the water, in fact, and I like this decision here from Sashi. All together, out mid, try to do something. You know, if you get lucky, you get lucky. If you don't, you don't. It's an eco, don't care about it. Just try to see if you can do some damage or make something happen. Alas, it's not enough. 10-4, and this is where dreams die, unfortunately. You either start winning or you're going to lose dust, and a very convincing loss, in fact. And this is what we saw against Sinners, at least what I saw, and I believe Nexus was with me at the time, where Sashi lost a map against Sinners. It was in this kind of realm of a 13-4, 13-5, I think. So let's hope that's not the day they start with, as these 5 AKs, brother. This is it.
Yeah, I mean,
go big or go home.
You're right, like you don't, and again, for Sashi, being on the slightly easier side of the bracket, like you mentioned at the beginning, if they can take down Nine Pandas, especially, you know, not the full lineup, that should be the beginning of a bit of an important run. If they don't do it, it's just a frustrating feeling, no question about it. Early Molotov there, just get rid of the corner, which you want to do no matter really what you're doing on the map. Smoke up towards CT spawn, just to keep the pressure on. You never know if it's going to be a V-split, but we can tell it won't be. I do like the reposition here for Krad. They might actually think this is already cleared out because they threw the earlier Molotov, but he actually recommitted to that position afterwards, so it does catch them a bit off guard here. Result with a nice spray. Still puts them in a 3 versus 2, so I've got to say, so far so good. Nine Pandas. A couple of small tricks, a couple of small surprises. Xiaovi to take down Siphon. And surely, Ultek's not in a position to win the 1 versus 3 here.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult one. He's got a Molotov that he needs to use smart, but unfortunately he's been heard, and they push together through the smoke. The unison of the two players here is enough to absolutely break Sashi's gun round, and I think that's going to be it. It's a very disappointing one, in fact, for Sashi. I mean, there were factors that we talked about at the start of the game that, you know, kind of Sashi need to hit, or rather the players that need to show up. And they did. They started well. They bounced back. They didn't let that 3-0 get them at the start. They didn't let it run away from the score. But as soon as they hit 4, it's kind of like a brick wall ahead of them, and they've only got I don't know, a gummy ball to break it down. It just doesn't work somehow. Shalfie finds another for free. It's going to be Krat on short. The trades are unequal, and Sashi is being brought to heel. This is it. It's an 8 take through short. They'll try it their best, but it seems like they've run out of space. As Result in again for 3. Ooh, so good.
Yeah, this is it's a brutal game. Sashi with 4 rounds. Oh no. 12-4. Again, I'm just really impressed, and we did sort of say they have some of these players on the Nine Panda side that can get into this kind of mood. It's not the first time that we've seen it, but for Sashi, not the best start for the day. Of course, like I said, it's just 2, and it is the map pick of 9 pandas, so Inferno could be very different. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to see a different kind of setup. Nice HG into the M4 combo, just deletes Heavy at the start of the round. 4 more kills, and the map is going to be theirs. All right, Iceberg gets 1 in return, but how do they get this one? Chiron, that's a lower dark taking down Siphon.
Here we go. I mean, this is it. Iceberg needs to stay alive, right? He's the element that makes this happen potentially for the whole squad. Sashi, if they want to win this round, they'll need all 3 to stay alive until they get to the bomb plant, I feel. And they weren't successful in mid, so they retreat back, they go on too long, commit all 3 there, and it's 3 players waiting for them effectively. I mean, with Diletis in lower, I have a hard time seeing how 9 Pandas could even lose this round. They've got all the info, especially with now the mid check. They know, and Shalf, I mean, he's not missing. Even if Lucky brings him back, even if it's still a 3 versus 2, they're going into a crossfire that is a near impossibility to break, and it's over.
Wow. Well then, that is... that's such a quicker map than I expected, and obviously way more one-sided. But again, Dust 2 just proving to be a treacherous map sometimes. You start on the CT side, you don't get some of the early rounds, and 9 Pandas, I think, proving that you don't have to make it complicated. Just, you know, a lot of fast moves. When they go out long, it's pretty quick. When they do the B-splits, there's not a lot of hesitation, and Sashi just could not keep up. So, really well done, I must say. 9 Pandas, early victory here. Inferno's coming up next. It will be Sashi who picked up that map. So, we'll see how it plays out, you know, getting into that one. That's gonna be super interesting. So, see if we have Nexus back as well. I'm not really sure, but regardless, it will be the second map coming up after the break. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Thank you, boys. I am back. I had something terrible happen for a moment, but we're all good here, and we're all back. And I managed to catch most of this here, although there wasn't all too much. I saw the start for 9 Pandas, or Sashi. I saw the start for Sashi. I saw Lucky had a real damn good round toward long at the start of the game. I was like, okay, the game is on. Then they have another round, a defense on A where a missed Molotov, you pointed out, you were mentioning where the Molotov go. No idea. It was a situation like this that I was like, okay, Sashi, size of life right here. It's 3-4. Suddenly it's 4-4. You do get Lucky action packed from the start, and then it's gone. Then the entire game is suddenly gone. You had 4 rounds, and that was it. From round 8, there was nothing more to be given towards Sashi's side at all. And the good start as well, right? Lucky, he ends with 7 kills, right? He had those couple of rounds where he was very active as well, which was a big part as well that I would mention toward the end there, is that you need to have some of these players online for Sashi from the start. From the start, yes, but from the middle points toward the end point to the very end, nothing. You have Resol, who comes with that second pistol, just plays back plat on B, gets a neat little triple. You have him as well, again, in round of 16. This one here gets him another 3k just on the defense. Not afraid at all, and just outclassing Sashi. And as for a game, was this expected? Hell no! Right, they're coming in with a stand-in. Yeah, Chiron is very experienced already at this point as well. But this is still not a sort of game that I'm ever experiencing or assuming we'll see out of 9 Pandas. Even if I have seen them play very good games on this map previously, this was not what I had in mind. So I'm very surprised that we get to see this good of a game. And more shocked as well about what happened to Sashi. Because they were here for a moment and then they were gone. There was nothing else for them to see and show us a collapse of an entire team, pretty much. No one gets above 9 kills. That's how far Siphon gets, and that's it. That really is it. You had to start. You had a decent way into the game. You got that CT Academy lined up. 8 for half. You're still managing that, but for the second, it was just not happening. 9 Pandas, they shot you down. And Result comes out on top. 17 kills, Krat at 16. And with that as well, it's a very quick way to move towards Inferno, where I'll say this. It's got to be different. And I often say this as well. It does not get worse than this. The one time I've said it does get worse, it did get worse. But today, it does not. So we're at least going to be headed into Sashi's territory. We're headed to a map where 9 Pandas haven't had all too many games in the last 3 months, you know, toward the start of this year. But tail end of last year, they were still vaguely, fairly active on this map as well, and they were pretty damn good on it. So I'm holding out reservations here for how does this game actually end, because I still think that 9 Pandas is gonna give us more, but it's just about channeling the sort of same fiber you had toward the end of last year to now, and I do hope we get to see that. I really do. But I also, more than anything, I need to see Sashi waking up here, because a 2-0, a quick one, it's not expected here, but we'll see how that actually does look. It's on to Sashi to decide this, pretty much. Inferno has been one that they're comfortable on. Nuke as well, if we go to it, they'll have a good chance on. But for now, I'm looking at it, I'm buying at it, I'm saying 9 Pandas. They still got a bit more to show than what they currently kind of teeter towards with the statistics alone for Inferno. So keep an eye out on it. It may not be as easy as Sashi might want to make it in their own heads, but we'll see how it actually looks on the playing field in a little bit. We do have a small break to go to, so don't go too far. We'll be right back with that Inferno. So ladies and gents, we'll see you then. Hello, boys. I'm back. We're all back, and together at last here for map number 2 and getting ready for it. After a sudden end to map number 1 and a hopeful start, I think we could call it for Sashi. You had the building blocks there, right? You don't immediately lose that economy. You don't lose control of it. You're not forced to save every single round. You get a 4-4 score out of it. What? I don't even know, man. They fell. They crumbled.
Yeah,
I can't even put it into words how things went wrong.
You're
Just-
not
they
wrong
just
though.
stopped
That's the
killing
thing.
people.
You're right. There's really not much to take from it. I think like Sashi just had no answer at all. Like beyond the first 3, 4, nothing went their way.
I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, is the nature of playing those two sometimes, I think. And Nine Pandas are just coming into it with a very simple game plan to play fast and aggressive Counter-Strike and make sure the Danes never felt safe. And that worked. So I expect it's going to be a lot harder on Inferno. I think the game is ready, so I guess we're going to find out. We'll see how this one plays out. But I'm excited to see this one. Again, Sashi, it's their map pick. They should be a little bit more ready. They're going to be starting on the T side. And what have they got? Actually, a lot of utility for an execute here. So this could be fun. Maybe we could see something. Xiaofi, although he is ready. Look at them fighting down the middle. They are just relentlessly pushing Sashi. See if they can maybe get them out of balance here. It's just one player left over at the bomb site. Flash on through. Crad ready. They run right into him. That's not a bad idea, but he could only get the one kill. So still, the bomb is going to get planted here, and you can see they're setting up some Molotovs. You can maybe win the round just with the Molotovs here.
It's possible, but you have to play that time a little bit more as they'll let us result. And Shafi, they clean it up. The mollies are thrown. They don't make a difference. And it's insane that Nine Pandas have the balls to pull down middle. My favorite map, Inferno. I don't know about you, but I really do love Inferno and Train. And they just run down middle. They disrespect Sashi like that. That's crazy. It showcases how much that victory has done for them on Dust.
Yeah, playing the same kind of Counter-Strike here, just relentless, no fear whatsoever. In terms of Inferno, what do I think about the map? I think it does sometimes fall into like a bit of a boring pattern where it's like, you're watching, oh, we're going to save because we can't retake the bomb site. But I mean, it doesn't have to be that way. There definitely are more fun things to do on the map. I just feel like, especially at a high level of Counter-Strike, you sometimes end up feeling like you're sort of watching the same kind of Inferno play out over and over again. But I don't think it has to be that way. It's just like for the, because we're at the start of the season, new teams, all the rest of it, like people don't want to take too many risks and try and invent something new. So I think it's not far away from being it could be an even better map, I think, with a couple of small adjustments. But right now, Sashi need to prove to us that there's a reason why they picked the map and they know what they're doing here. It's a nice flying Mac 10 to come through and take down Crad. It's a good trade.
Well, that's a good start. Exactly. They take banana control. Now, I do like the fact that after the kill, they don't commit fully into a certain action. They still got a lot of time to kill. So, take a moment, breathe in, breathe out, think about what you do next and what's the best course of action. And I respect the choice here. They made the calculated guess. It's probably going to be 2 players on each side split across. So it makes sense to go A here. It's going to be easier to try and encompass them from multiple sides. The only important part is Iceberg must not die before they get through long. If Iceberg dies, this round could quickly come up empty. Sashi on A, about to walk in. Let's see if they work this magic into a W. 23 seconds and counting.
Ooh. Yeah, you're right. The clock here is a bit of a concern, but I do like the setup for it. The leader's going down, and one way or another day we're going to trade out Chiron. I'll say this as well for Nine Panthers. I don't like the setup for them. I feel like if you're down 4v5 like that, the choice to go 2A, 2B with no information on the CT side, it's just not my favorite thing in the world. I'd much rather, go 3A, 1B, or even I would say if you really were feeling that pressured, just go all 4 to one bomb site and push out if you really want to, like the old Heroic used to do. I think that's a better choice. But yeah, having the lack of information, you're basically saying let's hope one of these two sides wins a 2-on-4. And it's like,
Yeah,
man, is that really going to happen, you know?
I mean, it's a pretty big gamble, and maybe if you had if Deletis and what Krad I believe was holding, or Chiron was holding, I'm not even sure. I believe it was actually Chiron. If one of those two players each finds one, then yeah, we can talk about a successful enough of a maybe hold, but yeah, that just doesn't happen. Cabby deletes them, and there's one thing I want to bring up. Now, obviously, this is going to be a force buy, so we'll see how it goes, and we'll take our time with it. But the discussion of saving, right? You mentioned on Inferno, we get to see it a lot, absolutely. It's the nature of the game, it's the nature of the current economy and the map. And then we have Dust, another map where there's a lot of saves. Usually if you lose B, you kind of just go save as the CT kind of thing. And those are not the only ones. Me and Nexus, we've been brainstorming of having a save counter for every map and how many times you see a save. And then you have a new statistics, right? It's new stats for the actual game, a save counter. I mean, how are you vibing with that, maybe?
I think that's a good idea, and just to get a sense, you know, of how the different maps kind of play out and do it across every map. Surely someone's done this as stats for that. Maybe not.
I haven't seen them anywhere. Maybe I'm not looking in the right places, but hey.
It's an interesting idea. Yeah, I mean that actually could get a bit of a perspective on how certain maps play out. Maybe maybe we all make big assumptions about which maps are the worst or best for that kind of thing. Smoke up for the boost here. Shalfie is pretty much alone and taken down. So yeah, I don't know if he could have done anything even differently. Chiron was on the other side, but he had no health, no flashbangs, nothing that he could do to help him out. I feel like Shalfie was probably always going to die in that position.
Yeah, the one thing that perhaps could have been better is his position overall. As you said, if he had not been behind Fountain, if he'd been in Dark maybe, and just in Temple itself, or trying to buy time as much as he can, sure. But regardless, as he loses the duel, so do they lose the round. It's going to be the second one for Sashi. Good recovery. This eco did a little bit of damage, and perhaps there can be a few more kills to be on the dot here. But Chiron, he should be looking... No, I guess he's looking for exit kills. I'm not sure why he's going towards the side, though. That doesn't make...
He's picked up an M4. He surely can't run away, right?
Oh, I think he just survives. Yep, he just survives. And Iceberg dies. Oh, that's a shame. That's a lot of damage. Like, that's a decent chunk.
Yeah, I'm actually quite interested to see why. I mean, it's not maybe the biggest deal, but the fact that they let him get away with the M4 is it's a nice thing to be able to run away with. So good calculation, good job overall. It'll still be a 2-1 scoreline, but they have the extra M4 to play with, and that's you never know what could happen. Maybe there could be some real danger there.
Oh, you'd be surprised how many times we see a single weapon that like this saved up make a massive difference. And I wouldn't be mentioning it if I hadn't seen it myself at least 10 times personally within the last 2 months, or a month even. Cabby cleans out mid though, no support, no help. Obviously that's not going to work out. The single M4 is now going to be singled out. No, Chiron takes a fight, but one thing I have to also say, it really gets on my nerves that when we see a full eco and then... Hold up. Okay, I'll get to that point in a second. Let's see if Deletis can stay alive. Close call. Altix cleans him out. That could have ended up in disaster for Sashi, but all's good.
Yeah, really could. I was getting nervous there for a second too, but seems like it's going to be fine.
Yeah, it should be good. So what I was saying is that single rifle, it's the most valuable thing you have on the team. So the way you utilize it is by effectively putting it on the guy that you know is going to get the first kill. And then the rest of the squad should be around it, right? To pick it up once you die, or at least something in that kind. Instead, many teams, Nine Pandas obviously not being the exception or anything, do this where they play an eco, have a saved weapon, and then just default across the map, have no real plan behind it, which kind of irks me a little bit is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Moment here where it could have gone horribly wrong, but Sashi's still powering through. It's a fairly expensive rounds for them here, nonetheless. You know, that's probably worth pointing out, is that they are being forced to use a fair bit of their economy early on. Nine Pandas back with another buy. All M4A1s except for Result. Pushing down. What an aggressive move. Just relentless taking the fight here, and it's gonna work.
And the worst part, Sashi had a molly up. They were prepared for it. They were looking to stop it, and they would have if the molly had been just a tiny bit not as further up mid as it was, right? Just to close out that gap. And oh no, Iceberg falls. That's a problem. Siphon brings it back to Krad, but it's still going to be Dilettus close, and well, enough. There's the C4, and it's Mr. Altex alone as he loses the duel against Result on 9 HP. The man himself remains as 9 Pandas, quick and easy. They let Sashi tumble down the hill here, and economy now comes into massive play.
So a very interesting smoke being thrown there by the by the coffins. You could see like the leaders, I think it is like just he's underhanding that smoke, and I think on the T side they just assume, oh, okay, fine, like he's gonna smoke it off, and you know, I don't know why he would do that, but they definitely read it as he's not gonna come and fight us. So works out well. 9 Pandas back in the driving seat here. Iceberg ready in case there's gonna be some sort of a push down. Could throw the flashbang. Oh, nicely set up. Lucky he's gonna be burning out Krad, and that's almost a round. I think Resalt's the only one alive on the other side. Incendiary. Not going to slow anyone down. They're going to keep on coming. They know that he's alone somewhere back at the site here. And yeah, easy trade. This is another very, very quick round. My God.
It seems like Sashi picked up a player or two from the ideas of 9 Pandas here, stepping on the gas, and it seems like speed is the answer. Damage is severe, sure, but nobody died, so right now 9 Pandas are like, okay, I guess our utility was useless, let's just bail out, right? Save those 2 weapons, and, well, another save happening. Sashi, well done. 4-2. They take the lead. Not only that, they're gonna look to deepen it with an eco next for 9 Pandas. Well, actually, is it gonna be an eco? Loss bonus should be, if I'm calculating correctly, 2.9, right? If both survive... Huh. Wait, am I calculating correctly or not? I'm not sure now. I got myself lost in my head.
I have a rule that, you know, just never try and do math live on stream. You know, it's like, it's the easiest way to end up in a position where suddenly you're like, wait a minute. I've done it in the past, and it's so scary every time. I'm like, oh no, I'm gonna expose myself as not being able to add 2 numbers.
you know what's the sad part? We have that rule. We've had it for a very long time, and we seem to. Well, I seem to consistently be breaking it to a degree. So maybe should stop doing that. But yes, it's less than 2.9, and unfortunately, it doesn't beget a full buy. It's actually 2,000 they get. Well, 1.9, and. In the end, 9 Pandas, they got not much to work with. 2 rifles. Do they play the same again? I mentioned this before. The 2 rifles, if you use them together, you could do a lot of damage. But how has Chiron been able to infiltrate into deep T-apps? What is happening right now? 9 Pandas, they need to buy time, right? The only thing that matters right now is the time they buy holding B.
Yeah, and that's super important to remember here. Just don't fight it too much here. Shalfie taking a bit of attention away. Ooh, he's going to engage. Oh, it's all text. Actually, I think Chiron was looking down at what CT spawned, like he was checking another angle, and it kind of all goes horribly wrong here. Sashi should know that there are going to be players at this top and under position, because when they've got a player flanking that much, why wouldn't 9 Pandas rotate more people to the B bomb site? That's kind of the logical choice here. So, another wacky round, but it does seem like Sashi are coming out on top a little bit here.
It does. It's seemingly looking better and better. 40 seconds. Oh, close call, Result. This is perhaps not all done and dusted. I mean, Krat's still close by. Bomb plant will be in place at least. So now time is ticking. 9 Pandas, no kit. Single Kevlar on Result and a Molotov. Ooh, he missed the timing on short, but maybe not. That nade is perfect. It brings him down to 19. Krat, does he check sight? Does he expect the default? Checks, but doesn't win the duel. No Kevlar, no chance. That's round. And it's gonna be 5-2. Perfect for Sashi. Recovery on point.
Yeah, super well played here. They are loving life at the moment. It is a bit scary that they were getting flanked that hard, and I think, yeah, going back again, Oltex, he just happens to be walking back in that direction. It is a bit of a coin flip that he actually shows up at the right time to catch the flank. If not, who knows? Maybe it would have been the round for 9 Pandas and they could have been right back in the driving seat, but instead, Sashi, They get to move up a little bit further, and now the 5-2 lead. This is looking pretty good at the moment. I don't think they're going to be too sad about what's unfolding here.
It's tough. I'll say this much. Nine Pandas seem to be struggling a bit more than we ever saw them on Dust. But perhaps that's also the factor of not having to play T-side to begin. But in any case, another fast B push. I can't say I'm a big fan of continuous aggression, but it works so far.
Ooh, Crad. He's always going to be ready to take that fight. I feel like that's kind of what Nine Pandas just... If they are able to get into those kind of straight-up aim battles, why not do it? You already proven on Dust 2 that you are plenty capable to take it to the Danish side. So you might as well keep on going. 4 versus 5 in this one. Shalfie is a bit low on health here. And plenty of time for Sashi to find a way back into this round. And I feel like it's sort of a cliche, but for a good reason. If you're in a 4 and 5 in this map, just go B. Just to try and do a regular B execute. Very often, even if you trade your way through, you're still going to be in a pretty good 2v3 afterplant where, you know, you might be a man down, but who cares? Like, you can still win it.
Absolutely. It makes life so much easier if you get that entry, though, and let's see if they do get it first. It's going to be down to the last 40 seconds, and it's going to be enough. Altex on the drop on Krad on site. That pretty much frees it up for the taking. And it's going to be a 3 versus 4. Which means Sashi, whilst being down a man, they still have a decent afterplan to work with. They could go dark, triple, have that crossfire, right? Have somebody perhaps in banana. Instead, they'll have Cabby and Pool. And Lucky's going to be holding banana, but he's going to have to quickly start swinging back towards CT. It begins. Good nade. Zyphon, he's going to be the element of this hold. If he dies too soon, it's all over. Cabby blinded. The info available. White swing, but nothing. As Lucky finds one, Cabby helps. He crouches down into Pool. It's not enough. It's down to a 2v1, and Lucky will fall. As that is a successful retake for Nine Pandas.
Yeah, really well done. Not necessarily that easy. Helped out by some of the Danes being a little bit low on health there, but overall, really strong take. Shalfie, he was so low from the start there, but double kill for him in the round. And a third one for Nine Pandas. I think this is absolutely a critical round for them to win. I really think if they don't win this one, Sashi are going to kind of run away with this first half way too much, but if Nine Pandas get back in here and get like a good 6-7 rounds on board, I think it's a conversation again that maybe they can walk away with a victory on Inferno.
Oh, absolutely. You're, I think, right on the money there. You have to stop Sashi's progression early or you're going to suffer the same consequences you kind of gave them on Dust, as we're going to see. I love the banana control fight here. I really think perhaps Nine Pandas could do more to try and keep control of it, as they will stay close by trying to phase off Sashi out of these positions. And I think Zyphon will have no choice but to eventually start pulling back, because they just lost the fight. Now, do they expend extra utility to gain control again, or do they focus their attention elsewhere? With Altex dying, though, perhaps it's worth mentioning that you need to make a decision fast, because this is where Nine Pandas thrive. When they have the entry and when they can play their own game, when you let them play their own game, you're going to be caught in the swing of it.
Yeah, they love it.
Okay, they don't go through the smoke. For a second, I was worried. Trust me, I've seen so many pushes through the smoke. Finally, we don't see one. Thank you, Sashi.
Yeah, trying to play cool right now. They are going to try and wrap the bomb site. It's a 3-man defense, though. It should be enough to shut this down, but the leader's straight down. Lucky gets the kill. Chiron back here. He's the only one who could do anything at the beginning. Resalt's very, very low on health, but he's going to be up to Chiron. He's done an expert job at it, and down to Siphon, and a wide swing. Resalt had no business winning that last 1v1, but excellent crosshair placement. Very, very strong in the round. 3 kills for him, and Chiron as well down there. Just did it absolutely perfectly from the pit, so yeah, nicely done in the end, defending the bomb site. It does cost them a fair bit here, so, you know, but perhaps a bit scary, but the B defense, the rotation from B is just so far away that it was on these two at the end to try and make it work.
Absolutely perfect hold there, Result with the micro corrections on that aim. Final duel, perfect, really. And as you said, Sashi broken up. They find themselves now on pistols. Cabby even burns for his crimes here. Unfortunately, for the rest of Sashi, the same fate might follow. And Nine Pandas, I think we can officially say we have a game going on now. They've brought it back to equal standing. They have a very respectable bank going. And they seem to have also kind of stabilized their own idea as to what the hell they even want to do here. And the fact that Result almost kills his teammate Diletus is, yeah. Just tells you as well how, like, so many players that we know would probably just let loose a whole spray and wouldn't care about their teammate. But Diletus still cares, man. He wants to keep that KD.
That's what it's all about at the end of the day. I can appreciate that. But yeah, and you're right. We do have a bit of a game in our hands here. This is potentially scary for Sashi. They really got stomped on that first map of Dust 2, but this being their own map pick, we are hoping that they're going to be able to show up with a little bit more, but Nine Pandas just carefree Counter-Strike. Some hard-hitting players that, you know, I'm sure they are having a really fun time on Nine Pandas at the moment. Missing Alv, if you're wondering if you've seen these guys before. It's Chiron standing in for him. But so far, they don't seem to be slowed down that much. In fact, they seem to be just having a great time. Siphon forced forward by the Incendiary, but at least he gets the kill for it. It's not actually that bad.
It's not too shabby. Oh, what is... Okay, Result, he's got a smoke, so at least recovers that piece of util. But I think it's been determined. Sashi's going to obviously commit B here. Like, they have no other choice, unfortunately. They have no positional advantage. They have no map control, so they are committed to this. Iceberg, he's going to be point of entry. I would have preferred to see Cabby since he's low HP, but I guess if you want to trade off and maybe not get killed firsthand, that's fair. As we go into action, Result's going to have to hold. He's going to have to find a multi-frag, and again, he could deliver, though he gets blinded. He's effectively gone from the defense. That is a retake 3-on-3. Let's see if, again, Nine Pandas can succeed. It would be a pretty massive, pretty damn good one. Oh, oh, God, this is disgusting. This is so good for Nine Pandas.
Yeah, they were not ready. I don't think they were aware that someone could have been there already. Deep nade lands unlucky, and he's practically dead behind it. We'll see. It's not really a done deal yet. They have AKs. Even low on health, you can get the... Which are those very, very quick headshots, so don't count them out just yet. Lucky does go down again. He was low. Ultex, they could guess where he is. Now they definitely know. They confirmed that they know it. Coming through the smoke. Nice read from Ultex. He saw that coming and swings wide. Takes him down. Huge clutch coming out here. Ultex in the 1 versus 2. And that is pretty brutal for Nine Pandas. I think they had a good chance there, but he just read the situation so well.
He really did, and you could see a visceral reaction. Grimaced and then kind of just let go of the mouse and keyboard. Completely looked shocked at the fact that they lose the retake here. It's a 1v2. They were able to find Lucky almost for free, and then Chiron gets caught too early in triple, the strongest position arguably on the bomb site if you are not mollied, smoked, or naded out. And absolutely easily shut down. Well done. Sashi on 6. Let's see if they get 7. At least something more than what we saw before. It's going to be Zyphon early and easy. What the hell is Crad doing with the... What? What? Okay, Sorry, my brain just lagged there because I saw Crad with a USP shooting into the smoke whilst having an op in his hands. And I know he tried to steal it from Altex, I guess, but still.
Well... They're not out of the round yet, in spite of the limited weaponry here. Sashi, I think, doing a fine job in holding, again, keeping these rounds a bit slow. Don't let it get too chaotic. Don't take too many straight-up fights. 7-5. I mean, it's still kind of on here if they can get you know, even 5 rounds here. Nine Pandas. I don't think we can count them out. Nice little pick off there. Dylan is taking down Iceberg, and it's back into a 3v3. Oh, wide swing here. Result. If he swings that a little bit more softly, he probably just has the kill. Shalfie, though, not getting run down by Cabby. It was close. If he misses one more shot, he's definitely going to be dead here. Smoke around the corner. Shalfie, you don't really have to fight this, but he will, and will come out on top as well. Strong first half, honestly. I think Nine Pandas, again, this is not their map pick. I think they should be okay with this. Yeah,
I concur. And honestly, that final shutdown at the end kind of speaks to me a little bit here for Nine Pandas. They seem to be confident enough to take these opportunities. And at the end of the day, that's what's going to matter most on the T side of Inferno. It's a difficult map to play T side. You can't argue that. Like, it's legitimately hard to take Banana if your opponents are well equipped. So perhaps if 9 Pandas hit the ground running, if they can get the, you know, if they can shut down Sashi's first gun round, we could see danger close for Sashi. But let's find out what is happening first, since I think we might stop the round. There's 3 players in Archway just waiting for the crawl. Yeah, they were waiting for the rotation. Never mind. For a second, it looked like they might have lagged out. But they are instead waiting for the B push as they read it right. Iceberg and Altex. Oh, boy, that is a beautiful shutdown. Complete with Iceberg and Lucky on doubles.
That is pretty sickening. Yeah, trying to get through that smoke with that many people on the other side, obviously never going to be working out. So, nice read, Sashi. I mean, you're right. Like, it's a very dynamic defense they had set up there. They were able to run kind of wherever they wanted. It actually did look a bit confusing on the minimap, but there was some method to the madness there.
Yeah,
but I appreciate that.
Like, for a second I was worried, right? Because if the players stop mid-round, usually that's not a good sign, especially in, like, CT spawn. But then I immediately recognized, yeah, okay, they're just looking for information, right? So,
yeah,
making the right call, where to rotate. I love the dynamic approach of it. And I think it's a brilliant idea that can backfire if it's an A-rush through apps. But, you know, you can't really do much about it. And we see a French boss here by 9 Pandas, though.
Yeah, taking a bit of a timeout. Fair enough. You know, have a conversation. Sashi, they can't really, there's no reason to do much of anything. Just wait it out, see what happens. You might as well. The real interesting part will be in the next round, where we get to see some rifles come out here from the T side. Shalfie, though, while the rest are talking, looking to see if he can open up the middle with the Deagle. Altex is down there. Okay. Maybe a chance. Oh, missed opportunity, perhaps. Oh, he will actually land the bullet eventually. It's so crazy, I feel like, when people... Like, the 1-deeks are more... Guess more satisfying, but when you've already been dinked and it's like a 3rd or 4th bullet there, it's so hard to do.
Yeah, it really feels like you're in the movie Wanted, man. It brings me back to Angelina Jolie and Morgan Freeman.
What a reference.
Yeah, and Lucky... Well, he still gets 2. I would say that's enough, especially if the player in pit is going to hold his own, when Cabby's usually a pretty good anchor in any given position. So, yeah, he shuts it down. The eco doesn't threaten them too much. This is where things get a little bit of, you know, a little bit spicy, shall we say, right? 9 Pandas, T-side, Inferno, gun rounds up next. Surely they have a good plan. They must, right?
Well, I mean, I would not be surprised if it's going to be, again, fairly straightforward. Again, but you know, some banana control maybe, but eventually just try and go through with a lot of speed and a lot of conviction. It's not as easy as it was on Dust 2, but I feel like they've kind of proven that they're really, really good at that. They're actually going to go to the A apartments for the moment. It's another position you can place a really explosive Counter-Strike, and Altex might be about to experience that in the worst possible way. Yeah, look at the setup here. Absolutely sickening. They're going to get Iceberg as well. And Chiron is taking down Cabby. Lucky actually just swinging in at the right time as he was dropping off the ledge. So it could still work, but they must know what the setup is like here. Lucky on the one side. Smoke is up, but he gets found right through. Okay, well, that is, again, just once you have the contact, keep going. Keep fighting. Don't give Sashi a lot of time to think about what's going on.
Yeah, I guess it was his twin unlucky there on long, unfortunately, even though he started as himself at the beginning. And 9 Pandas, that's pretty much 7 to 8. Should be, I think it should be 8 to 8, because Sashi are effectively broke. They're going to get 1.4 out of this, so it's going to be a force buy. It's going to have to be a force buy, I guess, right? Unless they risk it and Zyphon hopes to survive 2 rounds in a row. I mean, it's such a good start into a bit of a failure here at the end. But hey, that's the nature of the game.
Yeah. Sashi again being the full lineup here. You'd expect that they can, you know, maybe have a bit of a timeout. Just take a deep breath and focus on the basics. Don't want to see them panic too much. Okay.
Well, I mean, they got technically, arguably back in the day one of the better IGLs in the world. So hopefully timeouts are going to be a thing that they use here eventually. AKA London as the coach, obviously, but
yeah, I mean should be one of the strengths of the team,
yeah.
From a tactical point of view, and just for the experience in the scene. Smoke off towards CT spawn. It is just Siphon that's over here, so the 1M4 with 30 health. I almost wish he would just go and join the others at the A-bomb site. Like, what really are the chances that he alone is going to be able to shut it all down? The wallbang there almost could have killed him.
Yeah, it's crazy to think he's still staying here on B, and I respect the hustle. I mean, I guess, you feel like a hero sometimes. You gotta do it for your team. Maybe he feels the pressure of maybe not having the best game on Dust and kind of having to prove himself here on Inferno. I did say he's also one of the factors I'm going to be looking at on Sashi's side. Having a few worse performances recently, let's say, than what we'd expect. And unfortunately today is another one of those days, as he realizes the fact that B is lost, and that is 8-8, pretty much confirmed.
Yeah, nothing to do. I think it's not the most exciting way to play the round, but just saving the M4, it does make more sense at the end of the day. What else are you really going to achieve with that? So, here we go. We've got, a game on our hands. A closer one this time, as opposed to the one on Dust 2, which just was very one-sided. Sashi are putting up a bit of a fight here, and once they get all the rifles back, it'll be once again interesting to see how this one plays out, because obviously there is there's probably more fight left in Sashi for the CT side. See if they can be allowed to do some of their basics and just get some banana control, get some mid control, slow the game down. That again, I know it sounds like a bit of a broken record situation, but that is what they have to do here.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out on Dust to a degree, right? Well, I say worked out, then it went 13-4, I guess. That's not a great comparison, but at least they showcased that they can slow down the game and kind of put 9 Pandas into an uncomfortable position. The problem is that they're going to be soon running out of funds and sooner even out of rounds. So perhaps it's time to switch it up. You said it yourself. Banana control, it's definitely an option. Put 3 players there, go hard aggro, try to see if you can get a free kill or 2 up there. Maybe mid control or apps control deep, something we've seen from Kyron a few rounds past in the first half. So there's definitely options they can play with, and there's the deep banana smoke, there's the aggression. And they're going to try and fight for this. And Inferno, unfortunately, it's quite a linear map in that sense that you do only really have banana early on, but Iceberg, that's a great start.
It is. Get those kills, fall back. It does allow you to play a much different kind of defense when you've got the 4-on-5. You feel so much more comfortable in doing the 2B 3A kind of split. Don't maybe feel the same need to try and cheat a 4th man over to the A-bomb side, because you feel like you could probably win a 3v4 on the defensive side here. Again, for 9 Pandas, the most likely thing is just to go for a B execute. The math just does work out that way, that it is almost always what you're going to end up seeing here. Crad pushing on through, very forward position. That's so dangerous. Siphon goes down. It's not a bad shot at all, and the bomb plant coming through very swiftly. This is secretly kind of a dangerous position for Sashi to be in. One mistake here, and they could absolutely be shut down on this retake.
A smoke, a molly, and a nade, and a few flashbangs. That's what they have. Let's see how they use them. And Krad, I love the fact that he's jiggling around this angle here, that he goes into pull, doesn't stay in triple. Surely the molly goes into triple, it does. Oh, the counter. Oh god, this is disgusting. Sashi, they're about to lose the round, I think. Krad and Shalfie, they find each one. Do they go wide? They do, and they know where is Cabby.
Yeah,
that's round. Oh my god, Krad plays that beautifully.
Absolutely
I love the fact he does not stay in triple. He uses that smoke to reposition just in the nick of time. Either great luck or just beautiful intuition.
Yeah, that was super sick.
Yeah, I would say intuition.
Yeah, I think it is a really, really good setup. And having that one Molotov right at the end to slow them down, you could see how they wanted to sort of, pincer the bomb site from the church and from that main entrance, and suddenly instead it's only 2 people pushing from the church side. It's just doesn't have the same stopping power. So really well played. It puts the Danes back on pistols, and Nine Pandas now with a 9-8 lead. There is an opportunity here. They're not quite going to straight up win the series, but I mean there is definitely something to work with, and it's gonna get a bit uncomfortable, unfortunately, for Sashi. What a weird day for them. I mean, they're coming with a full lineup. We know they've got a lot of experience, and somehow they're still running into some trouble. So is Nine Pandas. They run into 5-7. Even if they do end up winning it here, Lucky in the middle is going to take a kill. Oh no, it's just falling apart. Lucky landing more bullets. What an unbelievable display.
Did he just get wallbanged by the AK? Like a headshot wallbanged?
I think so.
That... What?
He just tanked the bullet. He's like, I don't care.
He just... Yeah, that's what I'm... Like, what? Or maybe he didn't get headshotted, but that is insane. And it's going to be down to Shalfie. And, well, if anybody can do it, he can, but he's about to die. Oh, my God. Oh.
They're just both there waiting for him. Oh, no. That's so rough.
It's like, bro, didn't you know this is CT spawn, man? What do you think where we were? It's insane that... Okay, so another one of mine irks that really kind of scratches me the wrong way. Full buy, full investment, T-side, you push apps into balcony. Please explain the logic to me there, because I don't see it ever, never. And I've seen almost 99% of the time when they try on full buys against ecos through balcony, failing. So it's just beyond me that we see this.
Yeah, I mean, it does seem like a giant risk. And if you are going to go for those positions, again, like you have more utility. There are you don't have to you don't have to peek in with your face first, right? Like with those 5-7s are just they're so brutal. But yeah, so a hard lesson to learn, no question about it. Nine Pandas given up a huge opportunity right now to actually end this in a 2-0. The fact that they lost that round means it's right up in the air again. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to end up seeing a third map, which again is Nuke, not a fun map to play with a stand-in for sure.
Oh yeah, and one thing I would mention is maybe Nine Pandas are thinking into the future. 300 3D chessing us with or 4D chessing us with bringing Sashi down economically, letting them win one, reset loss bonus, and then bringing them down again. That'd be a crazy move. I mean, I know that's not real and it's not the fact, but it's just, I like to think of it that way. As they go apps and A again, this is madness, and I guess insanity is repeating the same thing over and over again.
Spin the whole game,
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Might as well. Just full commit to it at this point.
Yeah. Dive in. It is going to be a... potentially
smoke.
Yeah, it could put some pressure on, but look at how deep they are at bottom banana here, Sashi. So they know that there's no B attack coming. They're going to be rotating people in. Result! Oh, it's great work. Shalfie as well to help out. They absolutely dive right in, and they convert that very, very quickly. Iceberg and Siphon, though, they're very close by. This is still an interesting round. Look at Iceberg trying to charge in, stop the bomb, but instead, he gets a bullet to the face. He got so close, and this should be Nine Pandas round. You know what? It might have sort of worked out a little bit for them here, Sashi. They win the last round, and it might follow the pattern you were saying anyway.
Yeah, I mean, they call me the wizard for not for any reason, but I don't know where I went with that. I just lost myself there. Yeah, I'm more shocked at how the hell Result hit that. Like, what was that second or first shot? I'm not even sure anymore, but I just know I took it personally almost. That bullet felt vengeful. I don't know, but Sashi, they're gonna feel the pressure now. It's mounting, and luckily with Xiphon surviving, they can drop, so they should be able to buy. But it's insane. Right here, I believe... Yeah. Moving, full sliding, and just sends it. Just easy, beautiful, absolutely perfect. Such a beautiful counter strafe by him. You don't even get to notice it when it happens right here.
Yeah.
It's so quick! Oh my god.
That works.
Sorry,
very well.
I geek out over plays like these because they're so rare to see some days.
Yeah, it's the little details, you know. I appreciate it too. I wish I could reenact it the same way when I'm playing, but you know, those of us who can't, we're happy to watch. You know, that's how it is.
Hey man, I'm still level 10.
No.
I got like 2200 elo, so might as well carry you. Easy, no problem.
Let's
Just hit me up.
go. Let's go. Unfortunate incendiary. It probably would have made no difference out there was nobody on banana to throw the incendiary at, but it did look kind of funky. Kind of again. I'm starting to wonder if people are kind of. You see the people just replaying this banana position over and over in the same way. I wonder if there must be a smarter way to do it here. Iceberg very, very close. Lucky behind him, so AWP, and he's actually going to be playing in front of the smoke. I do kind of like this. Flash in, though, I don't like that. It's one of my new things to hate on this map. I feel like every time, even when you get the flashbang down, it doesn't even matter. You're going to lose anyway because they are already trained on that corner, right? They're crosshair ready.
Yeah.
You're running into the spray and dying no matter what.
There are so many examples of a play like that failing just because the player was, even if he was blinded, he was, as you said, aimed at the right corner. You know, crosshair positioning is everything in this game, and when you're blinded, operas will take a half second, maybe a second at most to take that shot after being blinded. The AKs will usually spray a half second later, and that's best case scenario, that you blind them all. 99% of the time, good teams that have good leadership and good understanding of basic CS will have anti-flash setups like we saw right here. 9 Pandas were absolutely prepared for that. And this is where Sashi now have to start tightening the belt, or there will be let go of the playoffs here. And this would be, in my eyes, a massive surprise given the difference that we kind of equate them in between.
Yeah, I seem like a gold opportunity to be playing what should have been a weakened 9 Pandas, but they've shown up with a different kind of mindset. I've got to be honest. Shalvi with 17 kills, Result at 18. Pretty strong performance from those two so far. They get to at least save a bit on the CT side, right? And that is, you know, at least that's something to look for. I don't know if we should be celebrating that because, again, the problem is they're running out of rounds to catch up here. 11-9 the scoreline. 9 Pandas just 2 rounds away.
2 rounds, and how quickly they could be achieved, I fear. Money is a problem. Sashi, they cannot afford to lose, I'll say it that much, and I think we can safely say that this is the do-or-die moment, effectively. I mean, they might win force buys or something, but you need more. You need more here than just force buys. As the fact that they walk out mid unopposed and there's an open play on Lucky is crazy, but oh, nice shot. Result expected that to be a bit of a tighter angle, but Lucky expecting the unexpected. The crouch peek wide, and he's ready as they emerge into CT and go for B. This is a problem. Sashi, where's the flank? They need somebody behind them in order to make this work, because the 2 defenders in B are at a massive disadvantage, especially Zyphon on that flower block.
Yeah. Crowd here, waiting. Iceberg. Okay. Wow. That is a bit of a shot. Siphon here. The boost up with the FAMAS.
You're gonna check him.
Yeah.
Like, I don't get the reason why Zyphon is there. Like,
I don't get it either. Like, I agree. Even if they didn't and he gets 1 kill, like, surely that's it. Like, you're never gonna be allowed. Unless they all come running in with grenades in their hands, but I don't know why they would. So, that's unfortunate. Maybe not exactly what we wanted to see. Gonna be another round coming in here for 9 Pandas. They are 1 step away. And again, the best we can say for Sashi is at least they get to save some AKs in the AWP, but again, that's not necessarily a victory when you're getting this deep into it.
No, I think we have to argue that this is no longer a victory, but it's just a slow death. It's a death by 100 cuts, or in this case 13 cuts, right? So 9 Pandas, like, they don't care. You can save all you want, Sashi, right? You can do whatever you want, you know, as long as you give us rounds. That's what matters to us. We're gonna win the game eventually, and you know, we're 3 rounds ahead of you, so why not? And 9 Pandas, they're making the smart call. As soon as Long was locked in, or locked out rather, they couldn't really approach Long safely. They just diverted into archers, immediately spread over CT. halted even because they expected faster rotations from the A side to counter them into Arch and Wine, or Library I would usually call it, because that's Library for me always.
Yeah, me too.
I am just perplexed that Sashi is this. I want to call it stiff, rigid, and unchanging. You know, as if, you know, a stone instead of something more fluid, something more dynamic on the approach of defense.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen this version of Sashi before, and the weird thing is there is definitely another team where you know, where again they have the stronger individuals, they have more punching power, but sometimes they do fall into this kind of weird middle of the road team where they play like individually. Is anyone really disappearing from the game? No, not really. They're all kind of there playing okay Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
But that might not matter, right? Because, again, all you have to do is run into, like, one Xiaofi or one Resort, and he's going to win a 1 versus 2 fight somewhere, and then, you know, your average kind of playstyle is just not really cutting it. Sometimes you do need some players who just have... who pack a harder punch, and...
Yeah.
Some Sashi games, they just don't have one of those right now. Lucky's got 19 kills, so that is cool, but a lot of them are kind of, you know, kills to save the AWP and kind of hide, and that doesn't really count the same. So they're throwing in an early smoke towards the B bomb site. Again, 1 kill here, and that could be the end of the round. Smoke going up. 30
that's
seconds.
A good timing.
They almost have to go through that. If they want to run back now, it's going to be a wild run back to the A bomb site, and they're not going to have that much time, and I think they might run right into failure here.
Yeah, they should. I mean, if they win this round, then I'm just going to be laughing all the way to the bank almost. But yeah, that's going to be round 22, running in through short, through molly, through thick and thin. They trade off, somehow still positively to a degree, but no, as soon as Cabby gets into action, it's down to Altix and Cabby, and they clean it up easily, as expected. And gotta say, Sashi, smart call there with the smoke timing, or rather with using their utility till the last second. It's what really wins them the round, if you ask me. And
oh yeah,
just to piggyback off your point as well, you've mentioned, right? Eventually, teams have to accept that you do need somebody that's gonna outfrag your opponent, or at least the whole team having more kills overall, or at least doing better overall.
Yeah.
And it's a fact that is it's Counter-Strike. You still have to get those kills if you want to win the game at the end of the day. It's not just about, as you said, some saves, some ops, etc. But round 23, 2 more to go. Overtime is possible.
I actually think they could have won that last round as well, 9 Pandas, if they didn't slow down. Like, I know they were running around the Molotov and it's uncomfortable, but there's a world in which if they just keep on pressing hard, they actually find a way. But it's all in the past here. Let's see. 2 rounds for Sashi, and we are in overtime. We'll see if that's going to be working out. Nice idea with the HE to try and find the timing, but it was a bit early, perhaps. Still plenty of time in this one. Smoke is going to be landing towards that arch position. And another smoke goes a little bit deeper even, so wow, really trying to take control of the side of the map. And with 3 people in the A apartments, this could work. This is the same thing. 1 good kill on this bomb side, and they might be in. Lined up for Cabby though. He's trying to stay alive back. He's done a remarkable job. Lucky swings in, gets that one, and they know where Xiaofi is. Cabby might have saved his team here. Very, very well done. 4 kills for him in this round. That couldn't have been any better. If he doesn't get that triple even to begin with, if he just gets 2 kills and dies, it's still very likely going to be a bomb plant. It could be a very hard round to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's down to Cabby here. He plays that anchor role like an absolute god, and he does his job exactly what the doctor ordered. Sashi 1 round away from victory. They bring it to their knees on 9 Panda's side. Economy is gone. They've got, what, a single AK, maybe a Galil, or a second AK on Krad if he forgoes util, or at least whatever he can maybe muster up. It is a perfect opportunity for Sashi to bring it home, bring us on Nuke, and close the series out with a win and continue their playoffs streak. I mean, after all, they made it out of the Swiss stage, where they fought some tough opponents, but they made it out, I believe, 3-1, I want to say, or 3-2. Let me double-check real fast so I don't catch myself in a... Yeah, it was 3-1 total score for Sashi at the end. They lost the first series against Rush B and then took out the Copenhagen Wolves, the Sinner side, and Navi Junior, which I would say the easiest were probably, well, I don't want to say Navi Junior because they're anything but easy, to be fair, because they're so hot and cold. But again,
Yeah,
they made it this far because they found their struggle in, or rather they put the effort in.
Okay. Well, I mean, I still actually don't think I've seen Navi Junior. Like, I haven't got to cast them yet, so I'm kind of curious because they do seem to be, a lot of conversation around them at the moment. But right now, it's on 9 Pandas trying to see if they can crack on through. And secretly, this could be one of the scarier rounds. What's happening? Why are they burning? I don't know what's... Why did they do that? Grenade is going to blow up Siphon. Sashi. Are they trying to lose the game? Oh, they're going to keep on going. And Iceberg...
This is awkward.
Yeah, he's got to be so careful right now. That has to be one of the craziest starts to the rounds I've seen in a really long time. What? 2 people just dipping their toes into the Molotov. And, yeah, obviously, the result is as follows. You take a lot of damage. Now they've tested it. I guess it was a great science test right there. Can you start the round with 2 people just practically dying to nothing? Probably not. Cabby and Oltec trying to get the retake in here. 3 versus 3 and some good damage around the wall, but all the work ahead of them still. The bomb ticking away here. They do have kits, obviously, but can they find more? Deep Molotov should be coming through. Let's see if they can burn out that corner with the incendiary. Result, it doesn't burn deep enough. This is the problem.
It's not deep enough.
Yeah, people do this all the time. They don't know how to throw that incendiary, so now they have to check it anyway, and it's costing them valuable seconds. Running right through. Shalfie goes down, and Krad... he gets
the diffuser.
Off the defuse. I think Cabby's lost no matter what.
Done.
What an absurd way to give this one away. I can't explain this. Sashi, they're going to have a real hard conversation about this particular round. I actually can't explain what I just saw.
Oh, you're right up there on the money, right on the spot. I mean, this has to be a convo as to what the hell did you think was going to happen. I mean, dipping your toes into hot coals, sure, it could be man-trick for some, but in the game here, no, you just burn and die, and Sashi effectively losing 2 players because of a single Molotov. That's the best volley I've seen in ages, and I don't even know how the hell they didn't have a smoke for it. Usually you'd extinguish it if you're really, feeling keen on aggressing Banana. But regardless, 9 Pandas win, Anders. They take the W, and they put Sashi out of their misery in the playoffs as the invited team. They are going to continue their playoffs run.
Yeah, again, it's not even that it happened. It's not even that they necessarily won on Dust 2. That is what it is. But some of the stuff here for Sashi is super concerning to see, right? This is their own map pick.
Oh, yeah.
They're on that CT side. They have every chance of at least getting the overtime. I can't explain what I just saw. That is crazy. Nicely done from Result. Definitely a good game. It makes sense that he's the player of the match. Yeah, just, again, a hard-hitting team. Even without the full lineup, you could see how they could be dangerous. So... a really disappointing result, I must say, for Sashi. But for 9 Pandas, it means they're either going to be playing up against Eklot or Fnatic down there on that side of the bracket. So it could be another interesting matchup. Great day in the office for 9 Pandas.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think we'll bring in Nexus to close this one out and see where we are headed into next. But just, quick breakdown. Nexus, did you even expect a 2-0? Did you think it to be possible even?
Oh yeah, I was feeling a potential 2-0 here. Because I looked at just the numbers for 9 Pandas. Like last year's tail end, it was pretty much all green for them except for like 1 or 2 losses they had. So I knew they had the dog in them. It just came down to if they would be able to get Chiron up to speed almost on this map now for today, I think. And it wasn't really even if he was up to speed or not, because it was Result and Shalfie having a wonderful game here. Same as map number 1 pretty much. And I had it noted down here because I just wanted to make sure that I counted. There were pretty much 4 chances for 9 Pandas to close this out toward the end. You had the first 2 examples, they're not to close it out, but it's to actually get there. First is round number 18. You lose the pistols. Okay, sure, whatever. Why not? Go for it, sure, if you're up to that. The next one, let me make sure I get this right as well. I'm pretty sure it was round 21. It's Kabi getting a 4K on the A side.
Oh,
that should have gotten you 12. It doesn't. It's still not able to close it out. It's still not getting you there. And then you have the match points here. And in the final chance, they do close it out. So, all in all, I think, weirdly enough, 9 Pandas were the ones making more and more of these mistakes. While Sashi was not delivering that same sort of floor that they were supposed to on this map, almost, if that makes sense. right? You want a bit more out of them, like extra 5-10%. They would have closed it out. Those rounds would have never even come to question. But still, despite these mistakes they make, 9 Pandas, they close out this map, and it is big thanks to Result, who plays a wonderful game throughout the series.
Yeah, it's it's a very good job for them. I still think it unfortunately is a bit of concern in my opinion for the future of Sashi as well, because you're going to run into so many teams that have this kind of power when you're playing this level of Counter-Strike, and I don't know if it's like it feels like they're trying to sort of make everybody kind of have the same impact on Sashi, where it's like everyone can do something, but it's like that's not always going to be good enough. Sometimes you need one player to step up and really just, you know, hit some headshots and run wild with it, and they don't have that kind of impact, unfortunately. So yeah, this was a bit concerning, I've got to be honest. You know, just a weird day for the Danes. Hopefully they can make up for it, but at this point, pick 1 or 2 superstars, and or even if they're not new players, just try and make someone the superstar in this team. And run wild with it, and then you can play the safe and the tactical Counter-Strike behind that. That's fine, but sometimes you have to be able to shut down somebody like Shalfie or Result, you know.
Yeah, and I think the bigger problem is also, you've already mentioned at the start, as it's 9 Pandas you lost against. It's not, you know, it's not bait. It's not passion. It's not a team that is currently super hot on the trail to get up there into the playoffs and, you know, keep on grinding through the VRS. You're losing against teams that, technically speaking, you should be having an easier time against, and it didn't look anything like it. And as you said, it is a bit concerning. And hopefully they'll find the solution by the end of, I guess, a few months.
Yeah, they have to, otherwise it's going to be too late. But I do believe we have more games coming up. Obviously, I'm not going to be around for them, but 2 more best of 3s in the day. So a lot more Counter-Strike here for, Eclot versus Fnatic and Bait versus Monty. I think especially that Bait versus Monty game is going to be good. But honestly, Fnatic, they played so bad in the last series of CCT. I'm so curious if they're going to be able to take down Eclot. They should obviously be the favorites here, but man, that last performance for Fnatic had me super worried. So I'm going to watch that result for sure.
I don't want to be the bad guy, and I'll say it here instead of Nexus. So I'll take the blame, I'll take the flak. But Fnatic have been horrendous lately.
Yeah,
they've been absolutely disastrous, disappointing, and it's been nothing but just expecting bad performances, unfortunately, from us.
Yeah, those expectations have been met. Right, the last time we had a Fnatic game, the night before, I wanted to check the schedule. I wanted to make sure I had everything right.
Oh no!
My immediate reaction was,
"Oh, god damn it!"
That was the guttural reaction I knew I had, because it wasn't gonna be great. I really wish that, because there are some teams that you have the honeymoon phase. Fnatic just is not one of them, because they're making bigger changes than just Rifler A to Rifler B. They have an IGL, a coach, and an AWPer all in one. So I really wish that we just get past the first 2 months or so of Fnatic and let them actually play there and figure out what they have to do. But you have a couple of things. One's called the VRS point. You actually have to play events, and you can kind of have to match that with you got to play versus practice, and it just looks a bit awkward. And I think that's a bit of a downside of the VRS points if it's not already, you know, a couple more things on top of that as well. But it is what it is. It's what you have to live with. They're not the only team suffering from this at the moment, so...
Yeah. The whole scene is. Yeah. That's a fact, you know.
But
let's leave those discussions for Reddit and other platforms instead, as... I mean, as you two have already mentioned, there's a game coming up in an hour's time. Dynamo Eclot Fnatic. Anders, I loved casting with you. I hope we get to do it more often. Yeah, good times. Nexus, love you, buddy. I hope we get back on track soon with the casting as well, because we've got a few games coming up tomorrow. Yep.
The day after and the day after.
But that was great. I enjoyed that series regardless. 9 Pandas showcased what they're made of, and hot and cold. This time hot.
Yeah, it's not at all bad. Well, yeah, stick around for the channel, everybody. More CCT is coming up, and cheers to you guys as well. Have a good day, and we'll catch you right after the break, so stay tuned.
And welcome back, everybody. We return to CCT Series 18 Europe. It is the playoffs time to continue. My name's Over, joined by the two beautiful gentlemen on my sides. It's going to be CMD and Zola. And we're getting ready to continue. As I said, the round of 16 ahead of us. There are 2 more games. Dynamo Eklot versus Fnatic first up. And let's just quickly, butt our heads together, gents. What are our initial impressions?
Well, just of this game in general, I think it's an Eclot that are looking pretty decent with their newest additions. I think it's a Fnatic that are out of favour at the moment. I think this is kind of an idea where you look at these kind of logos, you look at these organisers and these teams. Namesake, you're always saying, well, this should be Fnatic, right? But I think we all know that there is really kind of there's no guarantee here because of the fact that maybe Eclot are kind of overperforming expectations and Fnatic far underperforming. But look, I'm excited for this one. I really am.
And CMD, I gotta ask you, obviously, Fnatic, they've had their struggles, they've had their bouts. We've seen them have some very awkward performances and definitely awkward games. What are the shining beacons that they kind of rely upon and that we need to see today from them?
Yeah, I mean, look, when we talk about Fnatic, I feel like I'm in a point with probably a lot of people where I'm so desperate to love this team, but it just feels like there's a lot that's missing from it. It feels like this is a very far cry from the Fnatic of years back now, and it feels like they're just sort of limping along, and a lot of their games, a lot of their series are never convincing. It feels like they can lose to any team. Sure, they've also got a bit of that sort of idea that it feels like they can beat sort of any team, but it just feels like they should be doing far better than they are right now. You asked about performing beacons or shining lights. It feels like Blamef is that player. It feels like he probably is the best Danish player in the world right now. I'd probably say. I don't think that's too controversial to say. I feel like Denmark is going through a bit of the sort of Swedish period that we've sort of seen, where there's not exactly the greatest of talents. I mean, Blamef certainly looks like he could be that. I mean, he has to be that star. If he's not performing, it feels like there's a severe lack of sort of firepower. And then you've got Matty's accompanying him. The other 3, I don't feel like we're getting the best out of. If not, we're getting sort of the worst periods out of, if I'm being honest. But it feels like Matty's and Blamef, most of the time, I'm going to be looking at them if there's any chance for Fnatic to win any games.
Okay, fair. And I mean, as you said, your kind of hopes are up in Blamef's field because he is the highest rated player on the tournament as well currently. Right next to him, I believe 2 spots below the top is Mattis as well. And on the other side, dealing with Fnatic today and, well, this afternoon, Dynamo Eklot, they were invited into the tournament. More on that, Zola. We've got a pretty decent roster that has been showing up nicely lately.
Yeah, look, the main core of this roster have been together for quite some time. Obviously, you think back to old Dynamo Eclot, it's still kind of MBQ and Dita that are still the remaining players. Nearly 3 years that these two have been teammates. So I think synergy is going to be absolutely excellent. Obviously, they've brought in Mikey, who's been performing so well for this side. So I think he's certainly someone to watch. Obviously, we spoke about Blamef on the side of Fnatic. I think Mikey here for Eclot has to be a kind of a catalyst for their success. Obviously, the Alive, he's kind of joined this roster right now. Obviously, we would have seen him on Samp times on Enterprise, and I feel like his kind of claim and his rise to kind of, I guess, this tier 2 scene would have been that time on eSuper. But the Alive, he's joined this roster and he really hasn't been performing. Let's be honest, gents. Look, at 0.93 rating across the last 3 months. That's across 52 maps. It seems as though that they've brought in, some firepower, obviously, with Mikey, but the Alive is still lacking. So I think, obviously, maybe the negative side to this roster is they do have strengths, but they also do have quite big weaknesses. And I think if Fnatic can exploit and expose those weaknesses here today, I think Eclot could be in a lot of trouble.
Well, also trouble is going to be something that both teams are going to have to deal with depending on where they choose to play. Of course, which maps we'll be watching and how troublesome will they be. As we start with the bans, let's see the veto, gentlemen. Now, I won't lie, we can't pretend we know what's coming up, and I gotta say, I have a few doubts. The basics are out of the way, Dust and Train, both insta-bans for the teams. It's gonna be Mirage first, and it should be followed up by a nuke pick. CMD, Zola, run me through your ideas. Let's start with you, CMD. Mirage first for Dynamo Eklot. Fnatic's almost weakest point.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like probably the clearest map that Eclot should have picked. They've gone and done it. It's one of their more favoured maps. It is their most played map. They've got a great win rate on it. A little bit more rough in terms of recent form, but apart from sort of their 2 most recent games, they've looked more than capable on it. They've been able to really dominate some sides as well. And I think when you're coming in against probably a little bit of an out of favour Fnatic as well, this feels like sort of the clear cut, yeah, this is a pretty great map for you to select, and I don't think there's any better choice for them.
Fair. Zola, we got Nuke second map. It's the same deal with Dynamo Eklot in this case. Amongst their weakest maps, 12 played, but very few won. What's the case with that?
Look, I think both these teams, I think they definitely have their map selections, and it should go their way. It's not as though we've got kind of very close ones. It seems like Eclot have been the ones in control of the vetoes. They banned Ancient, in fact, and obviously with it statistically being one of their better maps, it's clear that they want to kind of keep Fnatic in troublesome territory. They've got Mirage, they've got the Inferno, both, two of the lower end of the sample size out of the remaining maps after the instabans. I think actually Eclot have done very well regarding the vetoes. I think Fnatic will have a good time on Nuke. I think obviously it's a side that are going to be looking really, really strong there. But I think, guys, we do have to touch upon this, right? Is you look to recent form here for Eclot, and they've got decent victories, and you've seen they've made deep runs in kind of other events and online tournaments, but in some respect, they've lost to some pretty weak teams recently. You just have to look at that game against Forza Reload. It's an academy team that's sat 100th that Eclot should be smashing out of the park. And not only did they lose 2-0, they lose 13-9, 13-7. And obviously with the new kind of format, MR12, I say new format, but with MR12, a 13-7 isn't a close game at all. I think we look at that being, pretty one-sided. So I think realistically for Eclot, okay, yes, they've had some strengths, but also we've got to talk about the weaknesses as well.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely weaknesses that will have to be exploited by Fnatic. We talked about a bit about the maps. We talked about the teams. Let's talk about the individuals, specifically BlameF, and on the other side, of course, we got Mikey. The two that have been the highest points of both sides. The performers, the head-to-head. Who's your bet? Who do you think is going to showcase their strengths tonight? Let's start with you, CMD. Do we believe?
I mean, I do think Blame F is going to be that player to keep your eyes on. He does still frustrate me at times. Like, I think a lot of people do get frustrated by him. He's still got a sort of couple of that bait F tendency. But he is by far the clear-cut player to look at on Fnatic, I think. He always is going to be for sort of the foreseeable future with this 5. I don't see any sign of him dropping off. And he's one player that, to be fair, despite being in a lot of pretty inconsistent rosters as of late, he's always been that sort of consistent piece to the puzzle that I think a lot of teams can rely on. I probably wouldn't mind a little bit more of a team being built specifically around him and his player style. I think that would work a lot more. Is it going to be good for the long run? Maybe not, but I think you definitely see a lot more short-term success. I think he is going to step up today. I think he's going to step up like he does in most series, and I think he has to be the player for Fnatic.
Yeah, there's
sorry to interrupt. What I'm trying to say is, so what you're saying is Fnatic will win, right?
I think Fnatic will win this one, yeah.
Look, don't get me wrong.
Squeeze it out, mate.
We look at ratings, we look at rankings, and obviously, we can compare based on their opponents, based on stuff like that. And Mikey, it's clear that he's had good games recently. This is a Blame F who was for 4 years running was in HLTV's top 20. This is not kind of another tier 2 online play. This is Blame F. So I think when you compare it that way, we do have to kind of realize that this isn't just, 2 players in tier 2 that have kind of slowly broken their way in. This is a very different. It's a David and Goliath type story here. I think realistically, Fnatic should take this, and I think if they don't, that will be the upset of the playoff stage, right? I think a lot of people will look at this game and we'll talk about it in pre-shows and talk about it in post-games and say, look, what happened with Fnatic? How did they not win this one? So I actually think quite a lot of pressure's on Fnatic here, and with the vetoes going quite nicely for Eclot, I think, look, there's a possibility for it, but it'd be so foolish to try and think that this Fnatic side won't win.
No, I agree. I see where you two are coming from, and I absolutely am on your side here. And obviously, at this point, we just hope that they're going to show up. with that being said, we've yapped into the abyss a little bit too far. We're going to take a short break. Apparently, there's a little bit of a technical issue, perhaps on the side of one of the teams. We'll figure it out as we return in about a few minutes, hopefully.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Into the action we go here, Mirage underway. Apologies about the slight delay, but it's not about that, it's about the here and now, right? And D&E, this being their map selection, what are we thinking?
Yeah, I mean, look, pressure's on them. They end up falling on this map, the map that we already spoke about in the pre-show. Should really be their best chance to get a one-up on their opponents. Things will be getting a little bit dire if they do go on to fall here, but Fear is able to get one more before going down, but the B-site hold only able to yield a singular kill, and the kill through the smoke as well. Oh, Eklot are looking great in this pistol round here. Nothing fancy, just a straight up hit towards B, but completely rip apart Fnatic's defense before it could really even get set up.
Yeah, look, I think realistically they've got to do better in that position, especially with Fear being completely baited in. The Julie's rotating in, nice find from Mattis. I think realistically just keeping these weapons alive has got to be the goal. Full armor, can maybe give it a crack in the next, but Forcey, nice find there. D&E, early starter here is excellent. Getting that pistol early doors is exactly what the Doctor ordered. Mikey will fall to the bomb, but like, who really cares? D&E, a big pistol hit. And look, I think if they can find Mirage and it's somewhat dominant, I think it sets things in motion and it kind of like sets the timer for Fnatic. Where, look, this is now your series. You've got to do something. Because if we take Mirage and we take it dominantly, we head to a nuke, which obviously D&E are formidable, and we've seen them play it before. Okay, maybe not the best of win rates, but it's still a map that they can compete on.
Yeah, I mean, they 100% can. They're just what it feels like extremely inconsistent against the saw them beat Spirit Academy, I'm pretty sure, very recently, but then they lose to teams who arguably are a lot weaker. So yeah, it feels like they've certainly got a nuke. It just sort of depends on what sort of Eklot we're going to see on that day on that map. I mean, look, both teams are in I think a similar spot where we're expecting a lot more from them, and sort of as of late, it just hasn't gone their way. They haven't been delivering, but I really do think, despite Fnatic being that more favoured team on paper, I think both teams do have their chances.
Yeah, definitely. Look, force buy here for Fnatic, wanting to press the issue, wanting to get themselves on the board early. Mikey takes a lot of damage, but will find Burmilove. Important kill there as it kind of secures the site, and this is where Fnatic already might be questioning, look, we've lost 8, utility's coming down now, and if we don't find this next kill, we should just opt for the save, but all players towards Connector. It's going to be an absolute bloodbath, no lurk to do, fear all that remains, 1 versus 5, and it's a disappointing round, it's a disappointing force buy. Look, they get some damage off, but look, they've opted for the force for the opportunity to win the round. They had 4 players in close proximity. The fact they don't even get a single kill, very disappointing from Fnatic, but DNE, they're already coming to show what they have to offer here on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, it's once again the exact same thing. It's just another pretty basic, another pretty simple hit towards a bomb site. But it's nice and clean. And that's the most important thing. I think sometimes you don't need teams to be extremely fancy on their T side. A lot of teams really lack anything capable or confident on that T side. So the fact that they are able just to get something pretty basic off is pretty good work. Fear does actually walk away the round with 3 kills. Does a lot of damage, but the T's desperately wanted to take that weapon out of his hands. Maybe to a little bit too much of a degree. But they are eventually able to do so.
They know it's going to be an eco. I think for DNE, it's just making sure that there's no chance for victory for Fnatic in this one. So look, I don't mind the over-hunting nature. Obviously, with the MAC-10 being one of them saving, I would have liked weapons to be kind of juggled across, and then that MAC-10 saving on the B-bomb site could have been an AK instead of losing a couple players. But look, I don't think we're expecting all too much from Fnatic here.
We do have a Zeus out. Don't mind to see it. I feel like I haven't seen a Zeus kill in a little while, actually, though, so... I feel like when we first saw the Zeus change, we were seeing quite a few Zeuses brought out. So players are sort of sick of it a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like it got kind of its buff with the fact that the Zeus had its kind of own recharge time.
And kill reward, obviously.
Yeah. But then at the same time, it is still... I think people forget, it's still the Zeus. It's still very, very difficult to work. Nice find there from Mikey. Dieter taking down Matties, and Crimson Burmilove all that remains. Obviously, Burmilove will be able to get out an AWP in the next, which will be so vital.
Yeah, and this one should be a far cleaner round. The Zeus is still in play towards window. Both players sort of crossing paths mid-air there, but Burmilove will fall, and another round on the board for Airclot. And a much cleaner one than the last, but they've had a decent amount of players stay alive in that one. Money's going to be growing. Sure,
Yeah,
they might
finances
have
are
a couple
looking
of
really
weaker
good.
Weapons. It'll be interesting what we're going to see with these MAC-10s, where we are going to just see them keep these MAC-10s and maybe look to take some space early. I wouldn't mind maybe seeing some, honestly, I wouldn't even mind seeing sort of a bit of a fast mid-take into a, maybe a push towards connector or short, but they're going for the bog standard hit towards B.
I like the idea of it. You said DNE, they opt for, you know, kind of fairly simple stuff, nothing too fancy. I think sometimes this type of strategy can work out so well, but Crims anchoring this bomb site, he drops a molly in a smoke, and in doing so, it will just delay and deny DNE's initial plan. And look, one Molotov and DNE kind of forced back. Obviously, it's not as though they've lost too much control. Saying that, Matties is taking here towards ramp, so DNE, if they want to reclaim this control, they're going to have to at least send in a couple flashes and a couple players, because I think Matties is someone that we've got to say here. He's a very exciting player. Obviously, we saw on his side, you know, in his time at Samp, he was always kind of digging them out of every single game. He was kind of dropping, you know, 25, 30 kills a map like it was normal. And now he's got kind of real competition here on Fnatic. Not to take away, but look, I think he's going to be so happy with the kind of trajectory that he's on.
Yeah, maybe not so much with the team's trajectory as of late.
Yeah, it's got to be said.
I mean, it's very good util. from the CTs and their first proper full buy round to just hold off this initial push. BlameF is here towards B, and Fear's not too far away. Crim's Grace find 2 will eventually go down, and Fear found as well. And 2 initial kills found from Crims is quickly flipped as Eklot now the ones to have the man advantage with Burmilov's AWP, and Matt is on the complete other side of the map.
Yeah, look, I think Crims does really well there. Obviously, Fear's doing a majority of that damage, but the fact he realises, look, if I try and swing out of this molly and, you know, get to safety, I'm probably going to die. Let's see if I can try and get a second before falling. And justifiably, he does get that second, but the problem is BlameF getting nothing there. Matty's just too far away from rotations. You know, if Burmilov gets a kill when he's, you know, straight in market, the bomb's only just gone down. It could have been a, you know, a doable retake, or at least a, you know, give it a shot, give it an idea. But Matty's just so far away that Fnatic, even if Burmilov gets 2 kills, it's still not a round that you can see they're guaranteed to win. Yeah, I don't really know what happened there towards B, but it's a great round for DNA again. Look, they're looking very dominant here on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like that was the moment, the start of Fnatic's streak to bring themselves into this one. Just that it was a hit towards B, the utility was very good, a lot of HE grenades were thrown, mollies, and then the T's were forced to drop a smoke of their own, and you're obscuring vision, grey screening through with no info really on where the players towards the site are. So, yeah, I mean, it's brilliant stuff from Fnatic initially, and it felt like not only have you chipped these players down, you've been allowed to potentially take a lot of space if you want to, but despite all of that, it still goes the way of the T's, and it is this 4-0 start. But honestly, with weapons in play, you know what can happen.
Yeah, Dieter going to be progressing here. Needs to deal with Fear. Bit of an awkward fight, but will prevail. Nice flashbang into middle, but BlameF taking down Dieter. Such a vital kill. We've got Crims here towards B. MBQ spots him, but will go down. Man advantage now for Fnatic. Mikey attempting, will take down Matties. Needs to deal with Burmilov in connector, but BlameF swings. Just as Mikey thinks he's escaped death, BlameF ready to snatch his life away. So a tough 2-on-3 hit. They are going to be making their way towards B, and they leave just holding under for any progression. But right now it's a good setup. Crims can opt as a bit of a rotate towards both B and A. We've got Burmilov posted up, obviously, for apartments. And the leave, he's got to make some noise here in middle, but being held by both BlameF and Crims. The leave overlooking BlameF. A great round here from BlameF. And now all on Forsey. Needs to try and isolate these fights. Burmilov manoeuvring so nicely. He's going to look to try and make his way towards A. Oh, not the cleanest of kills. But we'll still find it. Bomb can go down. He's decided to cross. He's just taken the time away from himself, but he gets the kill onto Crims. 8 seconds remaining. Swing onto BlameF. I love how Forsey plays that clutch. Absolutely excellent. He knows that Blame's going to push. If he plants the bomb, it becomes so frantic for him. So instead of allowing BlameF to take the fight to him, he goes the other way round. Absolutely brilliant. 7-1 is Forsey. And DNE a 5-0 start on Mirage. But what a clutch. It starts off so poorly as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually honestly probably the best way you could have played it when you look at the circumstances of how Fnatic played it themselves. Finding the first kill onto Burmilov, I mean, great enough stuff as it is. Gets a bit of timing, able to find a kill from it, but the fact that he swings across, spotted, and BlameF is getting ready to use util, they don't think he's going to swing again, and next thing they know, he does, takes down the low HP player, and just absolutely plays BlameF like a fiddle there on the bomb site. To give Eklot this 5-0 start. Already we're seeing these advantage rounds. Fnatic letting slip away. They lost that 5-on-3. Now just gone on to lose that 1 versus 3.
Oh, look, we've got to say it. BlameF's round in connector, that was the kind of the moment of the game, right? That was kind of the moment of the round. He gets a triple in mid. Not only does he get 1 flash, he's killing these players off rotation. It's brilliant from BlameF. And you look at that round and say, well, that one's BlameF's round. And then Forsey just snatched any chances of BlameF to kind of be the MVP of round number 5 away with a monumental clutch. And look, the bomb's gone down. The CTs are all just dotted around the map. No conflict whatsoever. It's a 6-0 start here, Charlie. I think when you look at both these sides, they do favour, obviously, the T side and Mirage. It's quite a rarity, I think we've got to say. But I think right now, Fnatic, they're looking a little bit out of depth here on Mirage. And obviously, look, we know that this is a real strong point for DNE, and I think we know it's a weakness for Fnatic, but it's still Mirage. It's still a map that these players would have played for kind of, you know, years and years, for some, you know, a decade, you can imagine. 4 players going down to the bomb. Was there a disconnect? Was there a... Players are moving. I don't really know what happened there. Am I the only one dumbfounded by the fact 4 of them died to the... I just assumed it was a full boot camp disconnect, but...
It would certainly make a lot more sense. Maybe it was just a sort of second where they lagged out, but everything's fine now, potentially. Yeah, I mean, obviously, look, you can see money's not great. I mean, it's good, not brilliant, though. So if Eclot do find themselves losing a couple of rounds now, Fnatic instantly will be able to reset them. But so far, it is 6-0. So far, they haven't put a foot wrong.
Yeah, great start here from DNE. Well, look, I think they have put a foot wrong. 4 of them died to the bomb uncontested. Unless if there was there a late ninja that we just missed?
Maybe.
We'll say that was why. We'll say that was why. But none of the CTs died to the bomb. Look, I think we're gonna go insane trying to figure out why that happened. We'll forget about it. I'm sure DNE will want to as well. But Charlie, look, we can compare the AWPers. Currently, Forzy 7-1, Bolov 0-5. And this isn't going to bode well for a player's confidence. Obviously, we know that Bolov, obviously on that Mouse NXT side, been brought into Fnatic. I think quite big shoes to fill. And look, let's be blunt. I think right now, Bolov hasn't really provided what kind of an AWPer kind of could be on this Fnatic side. So I think, look, it could be a great game for him, but I think impact-wise and I think kind of ability-wise, we're comparing these two, and I think Forzy can just provide so much more.
I mean, look, you're bringing Bermilov in for the potential, for what he can become. He's still just 17 years old, still super young, such a bright future ahead of him. And I think just sort of with the Fnatic team you have now, you're not in a point where it feels like you need Bermilov to be that sort of 1.2, 1.3 rated AWPer. It feels like this is a team that will be able to give him patience, and I think that's the most important thing for his development as this tier 1 player eventually. But good start here from the CTs. 2 initial kills towards middle. Forzy got off trying to back away, and surely this is one that the CTs don't let slip.
Yeah, Crims has kind of claimed space of the bomb. Fair takes down the lurk of Mikey. I don't think we're going to be seeing Fnatic lose this one. For their first round on the board to be with 5 survivors, I think it's going to be big for Fnatic. Obviously, we know how kind of financially difficult the CT side can be, and to mount a comeback, I think they're going to have to find, maybe bare minimum, 4 or 5 rounds. Obviously, finances could make things very difficult, so it's good that all players survived. An investment from DNE once again. Obviously, though, Charlie, I think their finances would be far better if 4 players didn't have to reinvest just a couple rounds ago.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you had to see the save there. MBQ didn't really have any other choice. He didn't have any money. He couldn't have got a drop. So if he went down, there's going to be 1 weaker weapon in play for certain. But it does just show that, yeah, their money, 1 round loss, and instantly this is where you're at.
Yeah, Fnatic looks as though they want to take some space, take some fights towards middle, but the fact that there hasn't been any real contact, they will just have to back away. Late play from Dieter. I like this idea here from Fnatic towards ramp. They're looking to take space. Obviously, Bermilov posted up with the AWP and Matty's alongside him. It's a good idea. Blame F. A little worried about Palace. Obviously, there is a defender in Palace, or an aggressor, I guess you could say, in MBQ. Playing very disciplined, though. Flashbang and connector. Dieter Gonna send the smoke towards top con. Matty's now a little bit worried, so the CTs will be progressing even further. Boost into window. This could be very costly. And Fear and Crims both go down. They line up for the Aleve, and now it seems like DNE were kind of posing as though they wanted to head towards A, and that's where they're positioning. But with that double kill towards short, it could head B, but they are still, in fact, opting to go towards the A bomb side. Burmilove completely alone here. This is going to be so tough. Blame F. He's rotated towards B. Minimal time, though, and that's the bomb. Things could go very wrong here. Burmilove, if he can try and deny the plant, not possible now from Dieter's positioning. 3 on 4, though. Limited utility here for Fnatic, or for DNE, sorry.
Yeah, there's a player in Palace as well, but no one's giving this Palace player a chance. No one's actually giving him the peak, and finally we see Mattis just tried to take her time and tried to get the trade, but instantly just the positioning in the post plant was good enough from Airclock that they are able to go on to take that one as well, and Blame F just forced to save this AK. The round probably wouldn't have even been attempted if Burmilov didn't find that initial kill, if he didn't make things interesting. Oh, and Blame F will go down as well. The save was all for nothing. And we sort of mentioned the money of Airclaw and sort of talking about how quickly they could be reset by Fnatic, but obviously that's all under the condition that Fnatic are actually going to win another round.
Look, Charlie, is it silly to say DNE have already taken Mirage?
I do think it is quite soon. I think we'll probably get a much better idea at the end of this half. If we do see Airclaw continue this, then
It's been brilliant.
yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, look, it's not just the fact that I think their basic game plan has been solid. I also do just think the fact that we have seen a lot of clutch moments from these guys just adds to their game plan so much. Beetle will find one on the bomb side to make it a 4-on-4. Searching for more, but so many CTs rotated in. One pushing through the smoke. Fought off now by Mikey, but not before Blame F able to find a kill. Detour finds his second of the round. There is advantage for the T's, but lower HP. Detour might have caught a timing on the Fear and not able to take it.
And the problem is look how low both Mikey and MBQ are. This could be majorly costly. Fear has repositioned, but so has MBQ. And Mikey can just try and play around this smoke, play around default. It's going to be such a nuisance. MBQ, he's got a molly and a smoke. Molly on the bomb would be excellent. It would be completely baiting Mikey. Smoke's landed now. No chance for that molly. And peeking in is MBQ. Mikey waiting for that stick on the bomb. Crims going for it now. Oh, needs to try and deny the defuse. And Mikey will be able to do it. Bit of an erratic spray through the smoke, but connects the headshot. Fear will go down to the bomb. A big clutch there from Mikey, and DNE continue this.
I mean, this is what I'm saying, Fred. Dynamo Airclaw, they've got the clutch potential that it feels like this Fnatic team should have in sort of spades. And yet somehow it's this team that's doing it. They're the ones who are coming into this with a clear, better game plan. They're the ones who's winning these big moments. Seen a 1 versus 3 and a 1 versus 2 now, just in the first 9 rounds. And then talk about the advantage rounds as well that Fnatic have had. Great showing.
Look, I think we have to say Fnatic. They've brought in, 2 players fairly recently, right? In obviously Burmilove and Fear. Let's be honest, right, Charlie? I think obviously this side, if you give it a little bit more time, I think they can kind of perform a little bit better. But when you look at these individuals, and you spoke about potential, and I think potential is definitely the right word, because obviously both Burmilove and Fear, still fairly young, less so for Fear, but it seems as though they've kind of played on academy rosters, they've played on kind of smaller size before, both coming from that kind of tier 2.5, tier 3. I've got to ask, does it feel as though Fnatic shouldn't be a side, shouldn't be kind of a team where they're kind of picking players up? They should be scouting for talent along the same plane as them, right? Are they a side for potential? This is a very established side. They've got some big names. They've got in Crims, they've got in Matties, they've got in Blame F. These are players that kind of can do it at a very high level. And then they brought in kind of unknown talent and kind of unconfirmed talent.
I mean, look, this is the thing that you've got to talk about with Fnatic in general. It's where is the org at with it? Potentially they're not a team that right now is wanting to spend however many sort of hundreds of thousands to pick up certain players. I mean, look, buyouts amongst these young players now is extreme, and I'm sure that you would have had to probably spend a decent amount for the players they've already got.
And look, young talent in CS is absolutely insane right now. I think it's definitely a way to go. But yeah, I think it's a little odd, I have to say.
I mean, I do just think Fnatic probably are trying to build something rather than try to just invest in it. But look, we've seen Fnatic for a decent amount of time now not be probably where the teams wanted to be in terms of world rankings. We've seen them invest in some pretty great players not too long ago. You look at when it was that Nikodos and Roy, when they bought in Poison as well, and sort of in terms of the face value of what that team's looking like, I think there's a lot of excitement around it. But yeah, it never really worked out. I think they're just trying to take a different approach now and maybe, hopefully, get the results that they're wanting. But so far, yeah, it's not exactly been working out. But I don't exactly think it's been much worse than certain other attempts that they've done. It's just been disappointing that it feels like the Fnatic that we're wanting to see seems like they just haven't been around for a while.
Look, you know, I've kind of spoken, not negatively, but kind of more inquisitively about the fact that Fnatic have gone for a different approach. But look, I think you're right. I think they have opted to kind of maybe, I don't want to say throw money at teams, but kind of try and build super teams that haven't really worked in the past. And look, I think it can be the right approach. I think this, you know, this really could work. Obviously, I think we saw how good that Mao's NXT roster were in kind of previous CCTs, the heights that side could get to. So look, I don't doubt, and you know, in a couple months' time that we can see Fnatic play, you know, a much better style of CS. But bit of a trade in middle. Blame F actually on low HP does very well to get one. Forcey a little bit alone here, and Matty's in the back line. Steps hard. Quick shot from Mattis, and the Aleve will be able to take down Fear. So a one-on-one here. Swinging out is the Aleve. Smoked off. 37 seconds. Naded the smoke kit. Matty's will hear it, and a big clutch there for Matty's. An important round here for Fnatic, because as we said, Charlie, we're getting closer and closer to a point where we say, well, DNE, well done. Mirage is yours. Let's see if you can take it on Nuke. But if Fnatic can find 3, there is still a possibility, however outlandish it may seem.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how that round actually went the way of Fnatic there. Blame F should have been taken down. They had a great idea he was there. There was a molly being thrown towards his position. But I don't really know why no one was holding for a swing out as soon as that molly was sort of heard coming. Blame F always was going to run as soon as he knew it was landing towards his position. The fact that he's one bullet from death, he's able to get away, pick up an orb, and go back for more and get one more kill. That really kept things alive. But then I'm also not too sure why Forzy was pushing towards top mid while his teammate was pushing into market. What was the intention there?
Wrap shot? Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think as well, we've got to say, if you're so sure that there's a player there you're going to pull out a molly, why don't you just hold it with a rifle? You know, there's so many different ways that DNE could have played that. And look, potentially some cracks are forming here for DNE. Maybe they're so overconfident, maybe they're so kind of sure of themselves that they're going to be winning Mirage, that they're now kind of overlooking some errors and playing, you know, with a little less confidence and a little more complacency.
I mean, I probably wouldn't be going that far. I do just think it was a couple of mistakes that we haven't really seen from their game plan beforehand. We could have very easily seen another world where they just went on to win that round if it's a certain couple of different things were done by Fnatic. But yeah, I mean, it just shows that they are human at the end of the day, but they're in still such a good spot in this half. One final round. We'll see if they can go on to get double digits here.
I like the idea of this A split. Matties is going to send the molly towards ramp. Flashbang accompanying. Mikey's in an excellent position here. Fear trying to play anti-flash, but he needs to be very cautious because once this smoke fades, Mikey's crosshair is absolutely perfect. Well trained. We'll find Fear, and now to deal with 2 on the bomb side, but Burmilov from short finds Mikey. Ooh, Matty's very close to actually killing Blame F, but big kill there from Blame F. Now Dieter 1 versus 4 will get the first. Aware that Crims could be lurking, could be close, but Matty's very good to get 2. Blame F and Matty's great A defense there.
Yeah, I mean, superb. Exactly what they needed. Round victory.
I think we've got to say if Burmilov doesn't get the kill in con, if he's not already there towards short, we could have been looking at a very different round.
Oh, 100%. I mean, play towards us. The Palace could have potentially been taken down. Making Blame F his position significantly more vulnerable. And then, yeah, certainly could have seen that. But it's still this 9-3. Eklot are in a great spot on their map selection. And we sort of spoke about Fnatic's sort of weaknesses on this map and their opponent's strengths. And it feels like this is one of the few times where it feels like it's worked out exactly how we've said it. Yeah,
obviously. And look, you look at recent results for Fnatic on Mirage. They've had very indifferent performances on it. 13-2 losses, 13-1 wins. So consistency clearly an issue. They're all going to be making their way out onto the A-bomb side. Smoke towards stairs. The flashbang coming over. Blame F and Burmilov combining to get this 5 versus 3. Lighter going to be rotating in. He's got a molly to work with. But Blame F in Palace. 2 quick shots to deny. Grim's on a flank as well. Thought there might have been a bit of an idea for a knife kill, but Mikey just going to try and save this Kevlar duel. He's in a flash. Fnatic, a necessary pistol. A very convincing one as well. Just 1 bullet connecting onto Burmilov.
I mean, it's what Fnatic needed. If there's any chance to make a comeback happen of sorts. It was always going to come from the pistol round.
Yeah, and obviously with the pistol being a bit of a 2-for-1, I think this could be the start for Fnatic. Obviously, a long road back and definitely not going to be an easy one, but I think it's certainly possible. As I said, both teams, they do favour the T side. And I think that's something that Fnatic, obviously with a side that maybe are kind of lacking, I don't want to say lacking in synergy, but they brought in 2 new players. I think lacking in synergy is probably the right description. I feel like on the T side, there's kind of less protocols in place needed. I feel like you have your set strategies, your set kind of game plan from the get-go, and then I guess you can play a little bit more proactive instead of reactive. Force buy here from DNE. I think there's a bit of an unnecessary one. We said that Fnatic could go 2 for the price of 1. It could be 3 for the price of 1. Obviously, not to say this is a freebie, but I don't really see the value here. DNE, they're playing as though they're the team on the back foot. They're the team trying to kind of get their way back in. All positioning there from the MP9. So much damage already dealt, and now these final 4 players are just going to have to save.
Yeah, I mean, just being caught off by short, so much damage is dealt to MBQ. I mean, he's honestly lucky to be alive as it is. And he has to back away, the other short player. Or just needs to leave. Or they just get taken down.
Do you rate the force buy call? I think it's a bit unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean, when they're in this significant a lead, I probably wouldn't. And you know how much I love a force buy.
Yeah, so that, you know...
I mean, yeah, I like a force buy in most situations, but it does feel like when you've got a pretty hefty lead, it does just feel like you give your opponent a chance to get even closer if you do fail to lose it. And Fnatic, I mean, they're at a point where they do need to play so much better Counter-Strike than what we've seen from them so far on this map. They need to play, not necessarily flawless, but pretty close to that to be able to actually make a comeback happen on this with the way that Eklot were playing in the first half. And yet, somehow, it does just feel like at the end of this force by war, we could end up seeing Fnatic with a pretty close scoreline, considering this was a 9-1 game potentially. But that being said,
yeah,
the weapons were kept alive, so they can have a bit of another crack at things.
Look, I think if DNE won it, you know, it would be a, you know, we'd be praising the Force, we'd be saying, oh, what a great decision, but I think obviously we have to take into account the fact they are kind of quite heavily in the lead. But yeah, Fnatic, look, this is the opportunity. Don't squander it. Then we're util remaining here for DNE. Just to jiggle out of the Aleve to to try and gain some information. Might not be too happy about that though, because once an AK peaks, I think his life very short-lived. Nice find from Mikey though, big kill onto Fear. That can be a weapon retrieved as well. We are going to be seeing an acceleration out onto the A bomb site. Crim's finding Mikey though, a great HE grenade.
Yeah, the Leaf has backup behind him. All 4 players here for the CTs. And they're all getting mowed down by the weapons. But the Alive does find one more. There's a low HP Forzy here. They're both
Very possible, the Alive.
Alive maybe advantaged in this one. And he goes on and wins it. The 1 versus 2 to deny Fnatic. 4 players in CT. All just swinging one flashbang at that to missed. But Fnatic so desperate to fight that one as a team.
Look, how do DNE go into the meat grinder of Matties and Blame F with weak weapons, no utility? How has this ever gone the way of DNE? But it's missed shots, it's poor spacing. It's excellent from the Alive though. And look, it was a bonus round. It was a kind of a saved off the force. That should have never gone the way of DNE. Fnatic, you had your moment, you had your chance, and you fumbled.
Yes, certainly does feel like that.
And look now, you know, this is a do or die investment for them. They lose this, they might have to force. They've got low loss bonus. I don't really know what Fnatic do. You give up 12 and then what? You've got to win 7 in a row. It's so poor from Fnatic. It really is. And that's not an issue of the map. That's not an issue of the siding. That's an issue of the team. We've got to say, look, miscommunication, poor shots, poor decision making. That's all that we have to say, because Fnatic, they're in a post-plant scenario. They've got util, they've got they've got the weaponry. They have everything in their favor, and somehow it goes against them. And look, I said the Alive hasn't had the best of times since joining DNE. That'll be certainly a memorable round.
Yeah, I mean, that really is a one. But I mean, the Alive in general, he's playing far better than he has been beforehand as well. And I think that's always a good thing.
And look, we see 3 players for Fnatic attempt towards short and middle. Shut down massively. The AWP here on Forzy. Matty's going loud here. Needs to hit a quick shot though, but Forzy denies him, and all on Crims. Most experienced player in the server by far. Not enough experience to win that 1v4 though. I feel like he was a little bit hard done by. You know, he's just kind of waiting in apartments for his teammates to try and find space towards short. Obviously, find that pick on the bomb site. Yeah, everyone just falls. And quite rightly, Charlie Fnatic with a tough timeout here, because what do? You go for the force and potentially lose the game, or you give overtime and potentially lose the game?
I mean, I was getting ready to potentially sort of get out the sort of comeback script and sort of talk about Fnatic and maybe bringing themselves back into this one. It just shows how one round in this MR12 can just kill a game off for your opponent. I mean, that one round, look at the situation it's done.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a 12-5, surely.
And look, that's just cause and effect. You know, they win against the Force. This is a weaker buy. A player without armor with just jewelries. Yeah. But it's that fight they lose in middle to Fear. It kind of allows the rotations. It allows weaponry to be retrieved. And then I like that DNE, instead of looking to kind of play a bit split, they just go as a pack. They go towards CT together. But yeah, it's disappointing. Fnatic, a big round for them. They've opted for the Force. And look, the call is pretty nice to hit towards B. Dieter all alone here, but NBQ rotating in. Needs to find the first. Already trying to isolate these finds. A lot of damage taken, but still surviving. Mikey now rotating in. Will get one. Fear finding NBQ, though, beforehand. Blameth, his position made known. He's got to try and get himself out. A quick kill with the Tech 9 onto Dieter brings it to the 3-on-3. A very possible round here for Fnatic. A post-plant scenario. The CTs now have to go hunting. And Fear close to the smoke.
Yeah, the Alive does have a Molotov, but there's a molly landing towards market. Just to delay that a little bit longer.
Patiently waiting here behind the smoke is Fear. They spotted him. Great find there, and now Blame F. He's got so much work to do. Tucked towards bench, but great from Blame F. This is the Blame F we expected. Absolutely excellent there, and the missed shot from Forzy. Blame F gets the 4K. We had a big round from the Aleve mere moments ago, and Blame F has now done it as well. Denying 12 to be found here from DNE. But it's Blame F.
Yeah, I mean, it's one player to find there. Forzy maybe just a little bit too pushed back. I mean, you get the idea. They molly your van and just basically have Forzy holding for the peak behind it. And that's all well and good. You basically isolated one Tech 9 towards bench that you know is there already. But it's the fact that they can't find a single Tech 9.
Yeah, difficult. It's difficult to watch. I think DNE, we said that they've looked really good regarding individuals, regarding many moments. Double orb in play for DNE, and they're the two that found these kills. Matty's very isolated there towards Chet. I would love a weapon right now. Currently with just a 5-7. Got one of the AWPs in MBQ. He's aggressing. I don't mind this idea. And he will find Burmilov. Great information. And you know that if the AWP's alone, or if the AWP's here towards apartments, he's probably not alone. There's probably going to be more players alongside. Very rarely you'll have kind of an AWP on a lurk. 4 versus 2 now for DNE. Finances for Fnatic still very weak. Smoke towards top con. But peeking before it is Fear. So unnecessarily. Trying to catch out someone. And it's the 5-7 of Dieter to put Blame F to rest. And DNE, they've got so many opportunities, so many chances to close out Mirage. They can just pick and choose when this one's finished. Because I don't expect Fnatic can win 6 on the bounce.
Yeah, it's been a bit
especially
of
with the way.
a weird end towards this game. Certainly the latter stages have had a bit more up and down nature a bit, but yeah, they're in a really good spot now. 1 round away, it feels like there's no chance they go on to lose this one. 4 Deagles and the Scout of Vermilov. Util's not brilliant either. Blame F with a full set. The rest of his team, not nearly that much, and Blame F could be the player to go down here towards apartments. He is. That's all your Util gone, Fnatic.
Oh, Matties with a quick shot back onto Mikey. Let's go down to the 4-on-4, but as you said, utility weaponry far favouring DNE. We're going to need to see some wondrous shots here with the Deagles. The Aleve. Lone defender towards A. Needs to have a bit of caution. Crims creeping on out. And Crims asked and answered. Excellent there from Crims. Great find onto the A-bomb site. Missed shot from Forzy. Allowing Fear to survive for a couple seconds longer. And now Fear can just sit towards under, realistically. He can just be a bit of a kind of an annoying factor that DNE have to think about. But, oh, MBQ. Chipped away so heavily. Fear's just going to back, but keep himself safe. 4-on-3 here. DNE just saving. I don't mind the idea of this. There's no need to just throw these 2 AWPs away. But there's some nice shots with the Deagles, I think we have to say there from Fnatic. They're showing signs of life, but the problem is, all it takes, Charlie, is 1 mistake, and this one's done.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. That's the issue. When you're in a spot like this, when you've sort of been so heavily dominated on one half and then just haven't really been able to get going the way you wanted to on the second, you do put yourself in a spot where it is flawless Counter-Strike. You have to play that. If not, it's going to go the way of your opponents. I mean, 5 rounds more required from Fnatic. We've definitely seen some much more back and forth rounds in these last sort of 4 or 5 or so, but double AWP is still in play.
Look, I think we've got to say that Fnatic, if they can bring things closer, if they can bring it maybe 13-10, I think at least there's positive signs for them. And look, we know that Nuke is a very strong map for them, but in the same regard, this has not been the Fnatic we expected. Nice find from MBQ. How is the trade not quicker there? And the fact the Aleve can find 3, it leaves Blame F in a 1 versus 4. He gets his first. So many to deal with, though. The HE grenade will do the dirty work on this first kill. But 2 more to acquire. backs away towards ramp, and already D&E, they've spotted this. It seems like Mikey's going to want to try and cut him off. He does offer himself off as a 1 versus 1, and we know the ability of a player like BlameF. Information still gathered here. BlameF. He's got a minute to work with, but he's not going silent. And this could be a real problem for him. Dieter, an excellent angle, and there it is. D&E, 13-7. We said it was a question of when, not if, and I guess round number 20 is when for D&E. Absolutely brilliant stuff from them. The Mirage was excellent. I think if Fnatic don't fumble that round against the 5-7 of the Eleve, we're looking at quite a different game, maybe a little bit closer, but Fnatic, they look somewhat lifeless on Mirage, and a lot of work for them to do now.
Yeah, I mean, certainly tons of work for Fnatic to show us. They had a couple of glimpses on Mirage, but majority of it was just underwhelming and disappointing rounds that they were advantaging. They lost clutches, always seemingly went against them, and Airclaw just felt like they had their number from start to finish. But I think it's time for Teo to go and break down map number 1 and tell us exactly why Fnatic's Mirage didn't work out for them.
Appreciate that one. Yeah, we had a little bit of a breakdown of a bit of everything, I'm afraid. Fnatic just didn't show up since pistol number 1 when we started Mirage. I mean, we began with a 3K for Nubik. It really kind of shut them down. Dynamo Eklot got a lot of early territorial control. It seemed like it would almost stop, I believe, on the first gun round at a moment where Fnatic had a chance to take that retake to the next level and really pull it over, but it never came. And then every subsequent gun round was going pretty much the same way, and unfortunately for Fnatic, they ended up losing 6-0 to begin with, and then finally around back-to-back. I believe it was quite a harsh one because Dynamo Eklot ran out of time, unfortunately, but then it kept on going. 3 more to get to a 9-1 first half start, and then we see the last 2 rounds, the dying embers of the half, where BlameF was, king of kings again, and we saw Matties, of course, clutching against the Elive, as we see on the screen here, that brought Fnatic back to at least getting 3. Mikey obviously helped, and Matties, and obviously BlameF. And there were a few brilliant moments for a second, though Fnatic never really saw the light at the end of the tunnel, because the second half, whilst it started well, it was the pistol that went their way. BlameF, we can see right here. I mean, they kind of played Dynamo Eklot for the fools on the pistol at least, but unfortunately, everything afterwards was disaster. And right here, Elive, I have it written down in big words. Elive, a pistol 5-7 clutch that pretty much destroys Fnatic. A few embers of a dying giant here on the final few rounds. We see number 6 and 7 come up eventually, but it still costs them many more, and in the end they were just too far off the ledge to get back on track. I mean, they tried as they will. They never really got to that successful, at least 10-11 rounds where you can say, okay, we got something going for ourselves, but at the end, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Mirage kind of comes up empty for Fnatic. This was to be expected. We talked in the veto how this is not a map that they are exactly great on, but on the other hand, it is the choice of Dynamo Eklot, and next up it is going to be a map that perhaps, we could expect more out of Fnatic, and we should. It is Nuke. It is their map pick, and I'm hoping it's going to be a great one. We'll see you guys in about 10 minutes for the second map between Dynamo Eklot and Fnatic. And we're back. Ladies and gentlemen, we're continuing the series between Dynamo Eklat and Fnatic. I mean, you two gentlemen, you've said it all that I haven't, well, I've even repeated in the, basically in the aftermath. Map 1 was a disaster. It just didn't work out. 7 rounds is not enough to call yourself successful on Mirage, and Fnatic is going to have to try again, this time on their second. I mean, this is a little bit of a shocker, but then again, the way Eklat played, maybe not so much. Maybe Zola.
Yeah, look, I think the way Ecot played was brilliant. I think you just have to look at opening kills, 15-5 for Fnatic. Ecot were dominant in opening kills. They were dominant in clutches. Obviously, when it came to just everything over the board, Eclot were really, really good. And you look at the stats, Blame F had most kills, most damage, but he only got 7 rounds. You know, it doesn't really... Who cares about the stats? The most important one's winning the game. And obviously, with it being a map like Mirage, it's not as though it's an Anubis or kind of obviously a Train or, you know, in the past Vertigo. It's about that everyone knows. It's not one that you should be dropping kind of only 7 rounds, especially when you are this Fnatic side. Obviously, we moved to Nuke. It's a map they are looking pretty decent on, but look... It can all come down to individuals, and individuals just weren't there for Fnatic, were they?
Well, they need to show up. Blame F, CMD was the one to kind of give them a chance on Mirage, multiple chances, in fact, and quite a few clutches that still ended up going nowhere in the end. But can we hope that Nuke is their salvation? Do we still hold out a candle for them?
I mean, we've got to. I mean, you touched on Blame F there. I think all of us in the pre-show sort of looked at it and said Blame F is going to be that star map for Fnatic. I never had a doubt about that being the case. Sort of the second fragger on the team had 11 kills. Blame F had 20. You have players like Birmingham with 5, Crims with 8. These are single-digit kills, and I think when you can sort of compare it to their counterparts, I mean, Forzy only had 13 kills, which is still good, 13-11, but he had 7 kills more, or 8 kills more than Bermilov, his sort of counterpart Orpa. I do think the Orps are going to be very important on the CT side of this map. I think we've got to see Bermilov with a good start. He's not going to be able to start on that CT side, I imagine, unless Eklot go for some sort of madness and opt to choose the CT side. I think it's going to be a tough time for them. I don't think anything's guaranteed. I don't think we've seen great things from Eklot, but we have seen that they do have a nuke. It's just super inconsistent. We saw them Speed Spirit Academy on it not long ago. And I think that was a pretty good result for this Eklot side. But they've also got the possibility to get absolutely ran over from it as well. So it feels like the perfect map to sort of summarize both these teams right now, that they are super inconsistent. They aren't great on it. But I think, like Fred said, I think it can come down to the individuals.
And hopefully they are going to show up. I mean, with everything being set for the potential stage of a 2-0 here blowout for Fnatic, which would be quite a disaster given what we talked in the pregame already beforehand. I mean, this is a team that is currently, ranked 30th, around there. Yeah. Whilst, on the other side, Dynamo Eklat, we can't deny, they are ranked 70th on the HLTV ranking, I believe, which is perhaps in the eyes of most, the more balanced one. So yeah, I mean, I'm kind of drawing a blank on how far can Fnatic sustain this. Like, what is the end goal here, right? Now, we've said it before, this honeymoon period, the starting few months, it's always going to take some time to adjust. That makes sense. But massive adjustments, the way they have handled them, or rather the way they've done them, are so big that when you change out the IGL, the op, and the coach, it really... it changes the whole structure, in fact, from 0 to 100. So, how long is it going to take, and how long can they actually sustain?
I think the crazy thing we got to talk about is Forzy was like 7-1 from pretty early on. I think it was round number 5. It was 7-1. So fell off a little bit, I guess you could say, but look, they still won the game. They still look pretty convincing, and I think they've got possibilities for Nuke, don't they? I think we're gonna say the same about Nuke as we said for Fnatic's Mirage. Okay, yeah, it's not the best map for Eclot, but they've got plenty of sample size. It's clear that they're not scared of the map. They're not shying away from it. So I think realistically, Fnatic, although they are the favourites here on Nuke, they've got to really kind of hit the ground running. The T side, as Charlie mentioned, that's where we expect Fnatic to start. And look, if they don't get the pistol, if they don't kind of go maybe 3-4 rounds up early, I think Fnatic could be in a point where they're trailing and then they start making mistakes. They start kind of making decisions that they never normally would, because not only are they staring down the barrel of elimination, but it could be a major upset here.
And with that, we are almost ready to begin. Yeah, I mean, Zola, look, you've said your piece, and CMD, I'll give you the final thoughts here as before we start the game. You know, can Fnatic do it? Do you still believe?
I do still believe. I do think they've got the chance, but I think they've got to show us what they can do, and I think we've got to have more than just blame us stepping up. And I think if that is the case, I think Fnatic can bring it to a third, and then probably have a similar discussion then whether they can keep it going.
Well, take it away, gentlemen. I hope you enjoy as much as we will watching you two do this. As Fnatic take on Dynamo Eklat on Nuke, let's go live into our second map.
Yeah, look, Charlie, big round, big game. Fnatic, all to play for. And obviously for DNA, they've got 2 opportunities, 2 chances, 2 maps for them to close out the series, progress to that quarterfinals. And obviously this is big for a lot of sides. And I think for DNE, this means so much more because I feel like they're a side that are kind of trying to emerge, trying to progress into these bigger kind of series, bigger positions. And look, I think they've got a great chance of it here. But Forzy, a top heart, unaccounted for. And Forzy does really well. BlameF struggling to get that kill, allowing MBQ to progress up the vent. And MBQ taking down Fear there. And this is exactly what I was worried for. And this is what Fnatic fans at home are going to be kind of having that nail-biting experience because of, is DNE. They've won the pistol now. They've started their CT side off positively. No bomb plant either, so a force for Fnatic. Very, very small chance to yield much fruit. So right now, Fnatic, they've got to be pretty worried.
Yeah, well, it looks like we are seeing a force buy regardless of the lack of on plant. It's an interesting buy. Fear's got no armor, just gone for the deagle and the smoke. Crims, full util set on him, full belt of utility. But it is just still these pistols, and you can see how weak this second round force buy looks for Fnatic without that bomb plant. All of util remaining on the CT side though. They've got out a lot of rifles, and that could just be enough for them to be able to overwhelm. Mikey does find the first. Takes a little bit of time, but still opening kill to Eklat.
Look, I've got to say, a force buy here from Fnatic doesn't come from a place of strength. It looks like clear they're quite nervous. They're quite worried that they can't, you know, afford to give up many rounds here on this T side. BlameF, oh, I like the reposition here. This could be excellent. He could catch off the Aleve massively. But he's holding for rotations. I think Blame's lost his timing. And now, this is where Mikey, oh, in the backlines, Burmilove. He was meant to die. That was the output. That's what should have happened. Crim's now on this lurk confined Forzy, and although the rounds kind of got so many rifles, so many positive pieces here, DNE, oh, a quick shot from Fear. How many kills are we going to see in this round where they should have gone the way of DNE, but they go against them? And now, MBQ, he had 2 great kills with the USP to end the pistol. He's now got to find 3. I don't believe there's a defuse kit either. And MBQ, he's just going to have to give this one up. Fnatic, they will win that force buy. But you look at that fight, obviously, from the FAMAS onto Fear, the Deagle headshot. Same goes for Burmilove when he's getting flanked by Mikey's MP9. DNE, they should have had this round so effortlessly. A great call, great rotations. They mess it up massively, and they've given Fnatic an easy route back in here.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I felt like one of the easiest rounds we would have ever seen for Eklat. That felt like it's all in the palm of their hands. They've got the opening kill. You see BlameF get into the vents as Mikey just leaves it from the other side. BlameF doesn't realise, but he just let the opponent sort of slip on by. Take a 1v1 onto Burmilove, who had no support. He had the bomb on his back alone. And the other 2 Ts were miles away at this point. That would have been the bomb. That would have been all the CTs able to rotate down towards the lower site and get set up in a solid position. But it's the complete opposite. As soon as we saw that turn, players on DNE started to panic. They started to get a bit frantic. These rotations were louder than they probably should have been. Didn't seem as aware as they should have been as well. And a couple of players just felt like that. And then the overwhelming force and a couple of great shots from Fnatic somehow stole around away. Big misstep there from DNE.
Yeah, look, we had some good kills from both Fear and Burmilove where they probably shouldn't have done, but it was the kill that Crim's got, actually. That kind of changed around it, allowed that second prong, that second avenue onto the B-bomb site. Ditop will go down to Matties, and look, the force buy here from DNE, it's weak pistols, it's sort of under-investment, and the rifles have dealt with it so effortlessly here.
Yeah, I mean, MBQ got found instantly with that M4 and no one able to go on and retrieve that, and as soon as that was the case, it felt like that one was only going one way. But Fnatic were able to successfully go on and take their round after the Force. But, I mean, DNA, they had their chances. It's only themselves to blame for not having a good start here, because we probably should have been seeing them in a 3-0 spot, and then when you're already one map up, got a decent start to the game, maybe having a little bit of economy growing. I mean, it is exactly where you want to be. But now they're in a spot where, okay, things haven't gone the way. They're going to be looking at a 3-1 for Fnatic. On the T side, on their map selection, on a map that D&E haven't been great at recently, it's never going to be great. I mean, don't get me wrong, Fnatic, their recent results on this map haven't been superb either. But the most important thing is short of your current form and what you show us in the server. And yeah, D&E, that was something that we haven't seen from them so far in this series. Really, they were normally the ones turning those rounds on its head.
Yeah, look, I think Fnatic, they're going to be happy with this start. Obviously, they know that their CT side's a little bit stronger, but look, I think for Fnatic, they're going to want to employ a similar kind of first half that what we saw on Mirage. I think both Nuke and Mirage now are very CT-sided, and the fact that DNE looks so dominant on their first half, I think Fnatic are going to want to kind of apply that same level of pressure to make DNE feel just a little bit uncomfortable when they switch to that second half. But just the USPs and that save 5-7. I doubt we're going to see much here from DNE. I'd love to have seen a bit of a gamble. They've opted to kind of stack quite heavily towards A. Maybe a push into lobby could have been the right decision, but Fnatic should be a very comfortable round. I think the fact is just these USPs, and obviously Crims is alone here. I think even if he goes down, it doesn't really matter because so much space is being taken elsewhere. But reposition from Crims is excellent, forcing the USPs into difficult scenarios, and MBQ falls. Although control's been taken towards lobby here from DNE, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, it's good try to save this one now.
Yeah, definitely. Look, you were arguing kind of for the fact that Fnatic have, you know, still got a decent chance here, and I think many points can prove that. I think DNE have to be given a little bit of praise here, though. I think if they can keep Nuke competitive, obviously we know that third and final is a map that both teams have looked pretty decent on. I think the fact that 100% win rate for Eclot on Inferno, I think I'd be pretty scared if I was Fnatic. I really would.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll give Eclot praise when I think they've done something worthy of praise on Nuke. Look, we didn't give Fnatic an easy time on Mirage at all.
No.
And I'm just curious to see what Eclot can show us on this map, because they've had some solid results, but they've also had equally a few more poor results. And yeah, I think if Eclot can keep things competitive, keep things close here, then yeah, by all means, they deserve credit just to be able to keep this one in contention. But I mean, look, if they get run over by Fnatic, then I am just going to be setting my sights to map number 3 and sort of not dwelling too much on map 1 and 2, because at the end of the day, if this one does go the way of Fnatic, it's the way that I think we all thought it was going to go. Sort of statistically, that's what backed it up. That's how things looked, and that would make the most sense.
This is an establishing moment for Fnatic, though. If they can win this round, if they can win it dominantly, this will be the first full buy for DNE that's shut down with the Alive. Excellent positioning here. In the Molotov he goes, but 2 kills found. Brilliant stuff here. Forzy towards heaven. Can find Matty's. Burmy with an important kill onto the Alive. Although MBQ's chipped away at, BlameF still on this lurk towards outside. And the problem is, this is a T-smoke towards main. I think BlameF's just gone here, just under the impression that the CTs are going to look to kind of fall back and play passively, but no, they go on the front foot. They push through the smoke, and that's something that Fnatic need to account for. This DNE roster, it seems as though they are very, very confident. And look, I think they're not going to give you the level of respect you might have assumed. I think realistically, if BlameF, you know, does find one towards main because they back away, we're looking at a different round. But it's the fact that Alive just pushes through that smoke. He gets 2 kills. It's clear that all the Ts were under the impression and under the expectation that, well, there's going to be one just sat behind this smoke in main. We can push on out and we got no problems. But Fnatic, already, it seems like the mistakes are creeping back in. because overlooking of one angle has kind of cost them massively. An important round for DNE, though. I said for Fnatic, they can establish what they really have to offer on the T side, but the fact that the first full buy has gone so well for DNE, I feel like that might put some wind in the sails.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that we did actually get to see sort of the first full buy round from the CTs actually turn out successful. They needed that, because obviously they are on the favoured side. All it would honestly be is Fnatic winning that round, winning the half buy that would be after it, and already you're looking at 5 rounds Fnatic and you're saying, yeah, that's a pretty good half.
Yeah, exactly. There's still 6 more to play.
Yeah, and anything sort of after that is that bonus. Oh, so much damage to the elite. Brilliant timing.
Just one more bullet. I think if the Elite can do anything in this round, whether it's flashing a teammate in, even something that's just as simple as dropping that smoke there, he should be dead. If Crims fires one more bullet there, the Elite out of this round. I mean, I've just posted for any secret aggression. Obviously, we know that there's a player down in secret in Mikey. Util towards outside now. Just jiggling is Forzy. I just send the re-smoke now. Vital with a vast majority of the utility. Timing on the spray not perfect for Forzy, but we will see a smoke drop now by Mikey. Matisse does have a nade. Could opt to send the HE on the smoke and push on through, but waiting for his teammates. Rotation's going to be all about whether Crims can deny it. Obviously currently playing towards Hut, which means players can get down the vent. Players can also progress down ramp.
I go up the vent, in fact. 20 seconds on the clock. Time is ticking. Mikey somehow found himself with just a 1v1. All the other T's left. Crims will go down towards the upper site. That feels like the rotations are off the cards now. And Mikey still finding more. Finally will go down towards the HE grenade, but Detour tucked in dark finds one. Damage to Fear before the Elite rotates on in and finds the final player. Just one casualty there for DNE. Look at the damage. Barely anyone took any damage there. The Elite obviously took that damage early to Crims. Other than that, next to nothing.
Yeah, look, Mikey goes 2 for the price of 1. I think DNE, it's a great round again. Look, you know, you said the vent player. I think the vent play would be excellent. But look, I think Mikey, he's had big moments here. But BlameF going alone towards doors, obviously. Look, I think you've got to say there's 3 going towards single door, 1 towards double. I don't know why BlameF's pushing. I think if he sits in the vent, he can cut off rotations. Obviously, if he plays towards deep secret, he can be an unknown factor that comes in late. It just seems as though he goes for the 1v1, which obviously BlameF's a player that I think he's going to be confident beating most players in 1v1s, but we've seen moments, well, I guess there's that fight once again, but Mikey bested, the aggression out towards A, MBQ's got to go huge, you will get 2, Forzy finding BlameF, it's a 2-on-2 scenario, Molly comes down, Daitor out of the flames on low HP, it's all on Crims now. I feel like this round only just started and we're down to a 1-on-1.
Yeah, Crims, how quickly is he going to put this sort of puzzle together here? It's at the back of the bomb site, glued towards heaven. No movement, so he's going to surely start to realise, but Dito hasn't got a grasp of things whatsoever. Crims towards the back of the bomb site, easy kill he's going to find there. And yeah, it looks like a little bit of miscommunication there towards the A bomb site for the CTs. Look, you can see the Elite completely caught out that they can even walk out of her. Teammate wasn't holding, potentially thought he was, but Fnatic just a fast hit towards A and it works on out. Oh, yeah, I still have more to talk about in the previous round. Didn't even get there.
Yeah, exactly.
Just sort of speed running through that one.
Oh, Fnatic, slow it down.
Give us time to talk.
Yeah. No, I think for Fnatic, I think the change of pace is absolutely excellent. We saw them run down the clock in the last, and obviously it didn't pan out too well because we didn't see Crims find that kill on the late lurk in Heart. We obviously saw BlameF fall as well, so I like the fact that Fnatic instantly go with a change of pace, and as you said, look, clear bit of miscommunication from DNE, but also it was clear that they were a little bit caught off guard, so I think Fnatic, I think the fact they're changing up the pace, the fact they're throwing kind of different things for DNE to think about, it's very positive for their T side. I think we have to say, I think it's clear that they've got a very deep kind of strat book regarding this map, and I think DNE are going to have to think on their toes now.
I mean, both teams barely clinging on financially, but The outside hits for Fnatic, there's been a lot of speed and it's been working out perfectly for them. We'll just go 1 for 1 on this occasion.
But they're down towards Secret and BlameF still here towards top main.
Yeah, no one's on the lower side at all. BlameF for the jump down. Might not have actually been heard there.
No, definitely not. Look, all the rest of the CTs are towards kind of ramp and lobby. MBQ rotating. BlameF can find him, and BlameF, he's done so much work to kind of create chaos here towards outside. These final 3 players will be saving. And look, we said if Fnatic can find themselves 5, any extra round, any kind of further round will be a bonus, and they've got themselves that 5th now. So DNE, bit of a spot of bother. Forzie's got to be cautious. Crims is just holding. Nice shot there from Forzie. So you said the finances were pretty weak for both sides. That's why I think Fnatic aren't so hungry to hunt.
Terrorists win.
Look, do you think DNE go for it here? Because realistically, it's going to be Famas is dropped across. Util's not going to be perfect. They could just kind of heavy eco here.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I mean, an eco probably on paper is smarter. But you do know that Fnatic don't have a lot of money. You also are going to obviously be aware that you're giving up 6 to them. Or not necessarily giving up 6, but making it more difficult to. We're just going to need to see the other 3 saved weapons really have this impact.
Well, that's why Forzie's kind of having a little bit more of a look towards outside. Identifying that BlameF's had far too much freedom here, and, you know, posted up could be the avenue for success. Fit. Here towards Hart, looks as though he wants to progress on out. Flashbang in hand, and this is where the 5-7's got to be a little bit cautious. We are going to be seeing a bit of speed here. Nice find from Mikey, does really well to get BlameF, and obviously with Matty's trading, they know that the final 3 players they kind of can be focused on. To hit towards A here, they're going to be looking to push into lobby. I love this from DNE. The speed and the decision making. Oh, Crims, an unknown factor. The P250 not swinging fully. MBQ's retrieved a rifle. Matty's still being a nuisance here towards outside. Crims, if he goes down here, it could be very costly. MBQ will find him. Low HP. Dieter in a nice position. Should have taken down Matty's. Will re-swing and can find. All on fair now. And I guess the heavy half-by can pan out so well. Spam coming through from Fair. An attempt to isolate to bring it to this 1v1. Dieter. Information gathered from Fair. Great find. And now all against the AWP. A 1 versus 3 clutch for Fair. That can come through. Forzie with a pistol in hand. Elevates up towards Hart. There is enough time to head towards ramp. Forzie still going silent. Oh, up towards heaven. This has all been heard. Posted up on the angle is Forzie. I love how he plays it. Instead of over-rotating, wait for the plant. Wait until you actually get the real information. Fear's going to feel a little bit hard done by there, because I actually really like his idea. Quickly grab the bomb. Show you a little bit towards A. Obviously finding 2 great kills. But then just beelining it straight to ramp. Up to heaven. You know, to me, I think that's a great idea for the clutch. But already Forzie's given it a thought. You know, I think he kind of put himself within the shoes of Fear. And look, he would have gone towards A as well. So Fnatic taking their 2nd tactical pause already. DNE winning that one puts finances in a very difficult position for Fnatic. Already, Charlie, it's been a decent half from Fnatic. I don't think that they're going to be disappointed, but that round could have been played a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, look, Fear in that 1 versus 3, they're 27 points of health and still manages to find 2, bring it to that 1v1. Doesn't take a single point of damage on those first 2 players and puts Forzie in, if we're being honest, pretty uncomfortable position. Because he's either forced to use the AWP and have to hit that shot, and then that low HP doesn't really matter, or use the USP. And we saw how snappy Fear was in that clutch, and I wouldn't trust him there. So yeah, DNE's certainly not perfect in that situation. We definitely could have played that one a bit smarter, but Crims is Tech 9, finding 1 outside. Mattis will go down.
I like the time that Forzie takes there for that shot. I feel like sometimes when a player gets caught off guard a little bit, they're just quite quick to fire. But Mikey time Excellent there onto the fight onto Crim's. Just going to send the Molotov towards Windows. There's 3 players already here towards secret / lower site for DNE. Smoke towards double. Mikey's got to be cautious here. Eight of the doors. Oh, Mikey's been spotted. He gives his life up to Fear. It's still a very possible round for Fnatic, especially with the setup they're utilizing right now. Fear's dropped into dark. This has been heard. The Aleve has to strike. He's got to show something. Blame F. Behind top silo, Forzy. Gonna send out the flash. Pushing here is Burmila, blinded but still finding. This round has gone so wrong here. MBQ with a nice attempt as they line up, but with Fnatic it was a 3 versus 4. They had very minimal utility, but players just giving up 1v1 fights. DNE, a real lack of cohesion on that retake.
Yeah, I mean, a slight chance there at the end when MBQ got a bit of a lucky lineup onto 2, but still, yeah, such a tough spot to find themselves in. Fnatic with 6, and Eklot are forcing just the full investment here. I think they realise that if they lose any more, their chance on Nuke is going to become significantly harder, and they're just hoping that they might be able to scrounge 6 rounds to keep it at least even. Still not a great spot, but they find the final 2, they win pistol, and then they're once again in an okay position to find themselves in. But it feels like these final 2 rounds do have to come through. But with the buy that we're looking at now, Fred, you've got one piece of util for CT side.
Yeah, I'll be honest. Obviously they've got the AWP in play, but 2 pistols, 2 MP9s. Is it a winnable buy? I'd say it's possible, but I think the fact that the AWP hasn't found a kill already, the fact that there's been 50 seconds and Fnatic are kind of waiting for DNE to pounce, I think it's the right approach from Fnatic. Obviously, with DNE have already kind of had an early gamble down towards the lower site, sending 2 players. We've seen a bit of a rotation as well. Utility going to be coming down in a second here for Fnatic. They're going to try and break their way onto A, and to be fair for DNE, they've got 3 defenders here. MBQ's so close. This could all go so wrong. Fair might get found here. The MP9 of MBQ has been spotted. The AWP's now got to find something, but both Forzy and Mikey fall for pretty much nothing. Ooh, quick shot from Dieter. 3 on 3 now. Burmila posted though with the AWP. Player down towards Vent. Burmila just holding. You leave. They're just going to have to back away. They're just going to have to save here. And look, you said they didn't want to give Fnatic a free route for 7, but now opportunity for 8.
Yeah, it's not a good spot. But they need to find themselves in here. It does feel like we're going to be having that map number 3 looming over us sooner and sooner.
And look, Charlie, when it comes to this game, right, it's 6-4, 7-4 now. I think Fnatic, the scoreline doesn't actually show how much in control they've been, because you look at the rounds that DNE have won, they've kind of come from clutches, they've come from big moments, and look, I think we have to say, if you remove those moments, I think Fnatic have certainly been in the driver's seat. The pistol went the way of DNE. Obviously, we saw that 1v1. It was a 1v3 attempt from Fair, but it was brought down to the 1v1 that was then won again by DNE. I think right now, Fnatic have looked really good here on Nuke. I think far better than anyone expected after that Mirage performance.
I would be very curious to sort of be able to go back and see what the scoreline would have been if we did see Eklot go on to take that second round where they lost to that Fnatic force, despite being in such a good spot. Blamer with a ton of speed here, finds the first player. Forzy does rotate in, finds one with a scout. Not able to ring out a second shot just yet. It's the Mac 10 of Fear, in fact, that comes in and instantly deletes him. So is this man advantage, and Mikey in the vents, able to creep up, spots a player on the bomb site, completely overlooked here.
Yeah, you can drop a smoke as well. And Matty's, Mikey peeks beforehand. And this is what I'm on about, Charlie. A vast majority of the rounds that DNE are winning are coming from clutches. Fair. But is he going to piece together that this could be fully stuck? It's being stuck now by Dieter. Fear just waiting. Taking his time. Oh, he just needs to take down Dieter. Just needs to take down the diffuser. Can't win the clutch there, but DNE, they do get that final round. Still, though, Fnatic, they're not going to be disappointed whatsoever. Look, I think any team, if you tell them you got 7 rounds, that you won the half on the T side of Nuke, smiling faces should be seen, but it looks as though a bit of disappointment there from Fear.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he probably is. I mean, look, he's in the camp with this Fnatic team. He's one of the members. We're all seeing it from the outside. Most of their performances haven't been good enough. They have been shaky in certain games. They get some big wins, but then they sort of just seem like they ruin any momentum with a pretty tough loss to a team I think they should be beating. But I think here they're looking at this and probably thinking, yeah, we should have won that final round as well. There's a couple of rounds maybe we could have looked to do a bit better on. And I think that's an attitude, honestly, you do need. If that is the case, sort of just, not necessarily being perfectionist, but knowing that you can always do more. And I think this Fnatic team's the perfect example of it. I do think this team's got a super high skill ceiling. I just don't think we're any close to hitting it just yet.
Yeah, they're kind of on that first rung of the ladder when it comes to the expectation and the possibility. I like that from Mikey. He's dropped down the vent to add a little bit of chaos. He spots Fear. I don't know why he's opted to try and climb up the vent again. Forzy, though, will take down Blame F. It is Forzy in a 1 versus 3. Holding for the jiggle. Both players still here on the bomb site. Great swing. Great find. And Forzy in the 1 versus 3. How many clutches are we going to see from this side? Dynamo Eclot. Not only is it the second 1v3 of the series, so many clutches have gone their way. And look, we always talk about how kind of in a round like this, Fnatic was certainly in control. There was moments where it was a little bit back and forth, but Fnatic, you do the early work so well. In the clutches, though, they've just got to be playing better. Because however much there'll be an asterisk over this Nuke game, if D&E bring it close, if they've got the chance to win it, and it's because of the clutches, Fnatic, however much you can say, oh, well, it was down to the 1v1, you know, we could have won there. You've got to work on your clutches because D&E are really exposing the fact that you're pretty weak at them.
Yeah, I mean, not even just a 1v1, just sort of denying a clutch happening, just playing more as a team.
Yeah, it was a 3 versus 1.
I mean, look, Mirage was the same thing as well, wasn't it? Same story, yeah. We spoke about it there, and Fnatic are going to be forcing this one. Potentially going to be giving up the lead to their opponents if they aren't successful in this. And then who knows what can happen from there.
Well, look, the force was kind of successful from Fnatic on that T side. If it happens here on the CT side as well, I think we have to say that D&E really need to kind of reevaluate, because I think you said I wish we could go back and kind of see that, I guess, second path where D&E win that against the Force, and now they're in a similar scenario. If they lose this round, Fnatic get a hefty lead, they get a really good streak of success, all on the basis that finances are absolutely broken. Trying to deal with the scout, need to worry about elsewhere. Fear, Crim's aggressing here, but Mikey's molly will do it. Fear's still an unknown here towards Squeaky. MBQ will take him down, and now it's on Matty's and Blame F. MBQ aggressing, needs to find Matty, successful in his endeavor, and now it's a 1 versus 3 for Blame F. Already he's been spotted and chipped away at. Surely just a save here for Blame F.
I mean, he might be feeling like he wants to be in a clutch himself, maybe, after all the magic we have seen so far, but is going to be opting to back away. Do you leave? Could swing and find him. Noise has been made, but still yet to push. I think Blame F is just very paranoid about that for now. Finally hears him backing away onto the bomb site, and that's the go call. Just a save towards CT. A little Kami brought over, but D&E, they've leveled things up, and obviously with that being the fourth buy, with that being unsuccessful, Fnatic likely are going to be giving up the lead here to their opponents.
Yeah, look, D&E, obviously it wasn't the best of showings on their CT side, but their T side, it's not that much worse when you look at the stats. And obviously, you know, what we saw from D&E on the T side of Mirage was absolutely excellent. I think the synergy they had, the kind of strategy that they opted for, obviously as well, yes, this map hasn't been perfect for D&E statistically, but they've got plenty of sample size. They don't shy away from Nuke, not at all, and this would be a great one kind of for the resume. You know, besting Fnatic on a map like Nuke, I mean, that's one that kind of will remind many other teams that this isn't kind of a surefire map. Matty's, though, jumping out of heart, the flying P250 can get one. Blame F aggressing out of main, only to get one. Crims with an important kill, though. We've seen many 1 versus 3s here for DNE. Crims now with his shots, but the flying Mac-10. We see 2 jumping kills in that round.
Crims
Absolute
did get one
chaos.
himself this game, so maybe it is just a bit of payback. A bit of payback for that, but that jumping Mac-10 looked outrageously clean and accurate.
He's learnt the spray. He's learnt the jumping
Learned
spray.
the jumping spray pattern, potentially. Could revolutionise the game. Probably not for the better, otherwise we'd be watching these games and everyone's just Mac-10 jumping around corners. I mean, yeah, DNE in the lead now. Still 5 rounds away. Still the chance. I didn't believe it, but somehow fighting very valiantly in this one. I said I'm not going to give credit to DNE just yet on Nuke until we actually can see what they're looking like, and I think already we've got to say this is a lot closer a game than Mirage was for Fnatic.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think Fnatic were always playing catch-up. They were always kind of trying to get themselves back in this game, and obviously with here on Nuke, I feel like DNE have already got themselves into that point. They're obviously in the lead. Big round here, though, for Fnatic. They've got the full buyout. They've got the AWP and Burmy Utility already pretty much drained, though. 1 smoke, 3 flashes, HE grenade to deal against DNE. Crims, he's in a good position. Bit of an off angle. Swing comes through from Daitor, and Crims just backs away. I love the decision-making there from Crims. Burmy just posted up here as well. Surely an easy kill onto Mikey. 2-man advantage here for Fnatic. Surely they don't fumble now. Obviously, this is a bit of a bonus for DNE. We have Galils, we had Mac-10s. But already Fnatic, an important start here. The leave going very loud. I think Blame F's going to be calling, well, probably a bit of a ruse, guys. So let's be worried elsewhere. Forzy, though, isolated so easily here. And the bomb can get dropped by Crims. All on the Alive. Just going to try and save here. Needs to be cautious of Heaven. Keeping this weapon alive is going to be so vital. Obviously, Fnatic, with 5 players surviving, we could have a couple hunting for him, but the Alive, it looks as though he will be able to save. Fnatic, they level things up 8-8. And DNE, they kind of get shut down there. Obviously, you see Mikey towards Secret. I think, obviously, if Crims is the one to go down, or at least a little bit more pressure was applied towards ramp, obviously Burmy would be rotating off that angle. But it's the fact that Crims gets that kill, drops down towards ramp, and then there's silence. You know, he can so easily say, look, guys, they've not progressed down. It seems as though they're wrapping Heaven. We can just freeze and hold. So I think if there was more of a hunt for Crims, we could have seen DNE kind of activate, or at least Mikey activate towards Secret.
Yeah, just couldn't really get as much going as they wanted there, and I mean the Elite, to be fair, Elite able to save that AK. Felt like a pretty awkward saving position for him. Able to drop over as well, so key save from him, and the buy's alright. To try to contain and contest with this Fnatic CT side now. It's going to be interesting to watch Burly Love on the AWP on this CT side, because that's what I mentioned. I do think the AWP is going to be very important on the CT side for both teams. I think it's going to be very important for Fnatic, and I think Burmy is a player that I think we're going to need to keep an eye on, because obviously remember, map number 1, just 5 kills out from him. Already got a better scoreline than that, but hopefully this is not the end. Hopefully this is just the beginning of something here on Nuke.
Yeah, look, I think we've got to say, right, the Elite could sell all his utility, drop over a Galil to Mikey, and then Util could have been dropped across by Mikey. So it gives the idea that the Mac-10's in play for kind of speed reasons, right, to get up in the face. So maybe we're going to see a bit of an aggressive play here from DNE. I think it could work out quite nicely for them. Bit of speed to the approach, Mac-10 in the face, maybe a fast A. Utility's not really been a main priority here for DNE, so I think maybe they've got kind of their initial goal, and they're looking to just hit fast towards A, dominate the site, and force Fnatic onto a save.
Now let's see what they've concocted for this round. See what they've come up with. Early nade towards the door. Molly for the swing. The swing will come through, but Matty's only taken a little bit of damage. Might actually go back for more through the fire and the flames to drop the smoke. 2 players lined up. Not a soul are fighting back, though.
Yeah, completely disregarding any chance for Matty swinging. DNE, they just completely overlook his angle, maybe on the basis that they assume the molly's done more damage or at least bullets connected, but it just seems so unnecessary. Especially with a MAC-10 being in play. Look, if you're trying to find the player towards main, I think just let the rifle hold that angle and the MAC-10 progress. It seems very disjointed from DNE. And now, look, I said they got limited utility. It's clear they had an initial game plan, but they've got 1 smoke to try and win this one. And to be honest, Charlie, I wouldn't really mind a save in this one. Save these AKs again. The Elite could drop over a MAC-10 or potentially a couple Tech 9s. Great isolation here. Forzie's able to find Matty's. With that kill, there's still the chance.
Yeah, not a lot of time. Bomb's got to be picked up. Crim's starting to take some space towards ramp as well. Mickey will find one, but Milov will find an easy kill, though, as a trade. Crims is now very pushed up in lobby. Forzie might need to support his teammate here.
If Crims goes down, we're looking at a round where it can be so tough. It's the bomb, but Crims can find it. He's got an HE grenade to chip away at the Alive. Flashbang as well. 11 seconds. Bomb's been retrieved. Burmilov with work to do here. And the Alive does go down there. Nice reposition from Burmilov. Important from Crims as well. It seems like DNE, they're kind of forgetting about kind of the basics of nuke. They disregard any chance for a player swinging, obviously, towards Squeaky. They disregard any ramp push. Look, DNE, they seem a little bit switched off at moments here.
Yeah, I mean, it did look like Forzie probably did clear it, but Crims was just very far in the corner that I think Forzie probably was just like, no one is going to be here. Forzie could have got him off. He just took so long to actually get back to lobby that Crims was able to get set up in that position, where for a long time he was transitioning and clearing out this space in the open for a decent bit of time, but Forzie, yeah, it's very slow to actually rejoin his teammate in lobby.
Look, it's a big round for Fnatic, though, and it's a great play from Matty. I think he realises, well, I'm chipped away at. You know, I could get a bit of a timing. You know, very fortunate. He goes to smoke it off and spots out both players and realises, well, if they've not looked at me now, I can probably give it a go, and it works out very well. But Fnatic taking the lead here on the CT side. An expected 10th to be found if we kind of welcome the Deagles to not find such success. And BlameF just tapping away towards outside. 17-9, Charlie. BlameF's had a really good game. It's kind of come to be the expected nature, though, of BlameF, hasn't it? I think he's always going to be this top performer.
Yeah, I mean, it is sort of his role in this team now. It's what we're expecting from him most of the time.
I think it's the expectation that BlameF's had for a vast majority of his career now. I think any side that you look at that's got BlameF on the team sheet, I think many are thinking, well, he's going to be the heavy hitter. And look, it's a great round dealing with the kind of the deco towards outside. Obviously, you know, a little bit disjointed with the peaks, but I think we know the quality of a player like BlameF, and I think this is where Fnatic, if they can just get, you know, a second or a third consistent player alongside him, I think they could be onto something absolutely amazing. Something special here. But you're looking at it, Charlie, and Crims is the second fragger right now here on Nuke, and obviously Crims, heaps of experience, and we know the quality that he has to offer, but we're expecting someone else to be kind of that second player, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, at least no one's completely lagging behind. But yeah, you would hope to look at a couple of the other guys and hope that they would be able to challenge a little bit more. But Crims will find one. Fear as well before any sort of trade comes through from DNE. Molotov is dropped now just to delay these rotations as the bomb will start to get planted, but it is still advantage for the CTs.
Yeah, and there's so much utility here for Fnatic. They just need to make sure they don't mess this round up because it's their round to throw. Daitor here, nice position. Looks to pick up the smoke. It's excellent from Daitor. And now kind of just denies main as an entry point. They need to just be worried about Heaven Lobby and Vent, but Crims taking down Forzie. Dieter just still sitting in the smoke. Up the Vent is Matty's, but he's found. Great from Dieter. Important find. Flashing onto the bomb site. Just checking if anyone's defusing, but it's not been seen yet. Burmilov the one with the kit. Blame F needs to hold towards main. Burmilov gets off the bomb, and he disregards any chance of the round. A real lack of trust there in Blame F, I've got to say. Burmilov's the only one with the kit. The 10-second time has ticked. He's got to just stick it. But the fact he gets off of it... Look, I think it's a tough round that they've kind of their own making with losing a couple players, but he's got to just stay on the bomb.
Yeah, the awkward thing is I don't actually think there is a world where BlameF was going to be able to kill them both, unless he killed one of them instantly when they were still sort of first jiggling, that sort of thing. But as soon as we saw them both peak at the same time, there's just such a gap between the angles that there's no world in which he's able to find them both, which look, is awkward in itself, but huge 2 versus 4 we have to say there.
Oh, absolutely brilliant from DNA. But look, for Burmilov, okay, yeah, there's a low chance of BlameF getting the kill. There's a no chance of winning the round if you get off the bomb. You know, what do you value more, the round or living, getting a kill, a stat? Who cares? They have the only chance they have of winning that is BlameF has to get an incredible double kill. Obviously, it's difficult, but it's within his wheelhouse. And I think Fnatic have given an opportunity here. If DNE win this round, we can expect maybe 11. And with the money of Fnatic being quite poor currently, Fnatic have given up a big opportunity. But they've misplayed the 4 versus 2. And I think it was a tough 2-on-2. But Burmilov, great double in this one. Gives a hefty advantage. Important trade for Forzy. Needs to retrieve the bomb, though. He's got a Molotov to work with. One to pick up. Forzy taking such a risk here. He drops the bomb for no reason. Look where his teammates are. They're down towards B. Crims now can take this space. Mikey's not gone quiet. He's given his kind of position up, and Fear can rotate in now. MBQ, his job's to kind of bunker down on the B bomb site. Mikey with a great find, though, onto Crims. Bomb's been retrieved. Fear's going to be a fast flank. Matty's, how has he crept out here towards B? Knife kill. I love it from Matty's. Mikey's going to be screaming at MBQ here. Like he had one job to kind of contain the B-bomb site, and he's not even there. He's in the vent. But Burmilov's great double. And kind of the round just falling the way it does. Fnatic, they deny DNE with an opportune moment.
Yeah,
Again, it's missed decisions.
I mean, DNE haven't completely fallen flat on this map. It's not like they just fully ran out of steam or anything. They are still playing, but yeah, it does feel like this is where we're starting to see why they have sort of weaker statistics on it. It feels like once these moments do come through, once they got to make these mid-round calls and these educated guesses, it does feel like they lack a little bit of that sort of idea of what to do, where these players could be, where the rotations could come through. And it felt like a bit of an issue with their CT side as well in terms of the actual rotations that they were making. I do think maybe this is them sort of showing their maybe sort of a little bit of a novice nature, I want to say, but they played a lot of the map. Maybe just sort of their lack of coordination on it right now, to be honest. Yeah. But they are sacrificing 12. They are playing for OT.
The thing is, I don't think it's kind of strategy or kind of cohesion that's really letting DNE down. It's kind of those split-second decisions. It's, okay, well, Crims is probably rotated down towards ramp. I'm going to see if I can shift out, you know, out in the open. And when the bomb drops, obviously, then there's more for the players down on the lower side to do. I think a lot of this game, you look at the little micro decisions that individuals are making where they overlook an angle or maybe kind of gamble that they're safe. And it has cost them massively. But Fnatic now with 3 opportunities to close out their map selection. And obviously that third and final with Inferno looming so close. And I think DNE, I think it's been a closer game, but I think the clutches have kind of helped the scoreline out massively, hasn't it? We see that 2 versus 4. We've seen a 1 versus 3. We've seen a 1 versus 2. I think many of the rounds would have gone very differently. And the scoreline far differently if DNE weren't fortunate winning those ones.
Well, 3 in a row required now for the T's. A task that might be too much for them. They found 4 rounds so far on this T side, but they're going to need to find 3 in a row just to keep any hopes of this 2-0 alive. Just to bring us to overtime.
I like the idea, actually, from DNE in this one. Silent towards outside. Already, Mikey's crept down, and if he can find Blame F towards the lower side, I think the alarm bells start ringing. I think panic sets in, because there's an unknown entity of how many DNE players here are down towards Secret. They've got to be cautious, though. Fnatic like to play proactive in the late rounds. They like to take control, whether it's towards lobby, whether it's towards kind of ramp. So, right now, DNE, they've got to be cautious. They'll leave. Matisse has crept out, but the Matisse will be able to find him. Excellent opener here. A minute and 20 seconds in, the first kill's found. Daitor, he needs to take down Fear. He's got to get this kill. He does, at the cost of a lot of health. But Burmila found. Crim's flanking will take him down. An important trade from Crims. On the back of the bomb site is Matty's. Got to be dealt with, but Crim's in close proximity. All on MBQ. And Crims, a lovely triple there rotating in. Fnatic, they do find 13. An excellent map from them on Nuke. Obviously, the scoreline's fairly close, but we know how many clutches that they gave up. We know how many advantage scenarios that Fnatic fumbled, yet they still won the map. An impressive performance here from Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, great round there from Matthews and Crims towards the end. Brilliant side hole from Matthews just to keep himself alive, and then even better from Crims to come into support, to always keep himself active, helping his teammate and really digging Fnatic out of trouble there. But like you said, we definitely did see rounds that Fnatic did fumble here or there, but overall, they were the better Nuke team. And I don't think that's unfair to say by any means. They definitely were, and they've got the reward for it. They're going to bring us onto that third and final map so we can see who will advance through the playoffs. But before that, we're going to have Teo break down Nuke and talk us for a little.
Thank you very much, CMD, for that one. And yes, we will be looking at a little bit of a different map on the second. Nuke starts off pretty regularly. Dynamo Eclot find the win on the pistol. They look solid, but then comes the force buy, and somehow Fnatic persevere, and they contain that early demon inside Dynamo. It ended up going 3-1 to begin. Fnatic then subsequently lose a round where they were a little bit too, perhaps a little bit too slow to respond for the early aggression. Eventually, it comes down to a 3v3, but Dynamo Eclot cannot play on the level. A few too many rounds in between loss that find Fnatic soon on, I believe, around 7 rounds on their side. And in the end, Dynamo Eclot were trying to just kind of stay above water. Economically, they were consistently down. They had to play half buys and such. Many clutches that we saw, even from the man himself, Fear, that has been quiet lately. In the end, 4C waking up. It's a nice showing for Dynamo Eclot, but again, we see rounds where every single time Dynamo Eclot tried a retake, it was Blame F, it was players like Crims even, who we don't see any more of as much as we would perhaps expect, and yet still he performs above and beyond. And Fnatic, with a 7-5 halftime, I would say they achieved what they came out to do. They have a good CT side then to begin. They do lose the pistol, which was a beautiful play by 4C. As I said, he's already kind of made his statement in the first half, but it was the second one where he really kind of tried to put Dynamo Eclot on the spot. They were able to take control 8-7, and then it kind of collapsed. From there on out, there were just a few glimpses here and there, but mostly Matty, Crims, and Blame F. Of course, I think big ups to Blame F again. He is still very much the hard carry in the team. Without him, I don't think we would be seeing a third map. Burmilov was able to do a little bit of magic as well. In the end, massive mistakes, and I think perhaps a loss of focus as well. This is the round right here that I was waiting to see. The one we see with the knife as well coming from Mattis. This round pretty much told you that Dynamo Eclot was ready to give up Nuke, and from that point forward, there was no chance. And we see Fnatic lock them in. It is 13-9 final score, and a relatively clean break in the end. It started a bit harder than it should have, especially that second half when it was at 1.87. There was a crucial round that the clutch came, I believe, from Mattis, in fact, or excuse me, from 4C, and in the end, it was enough. It was enough to put Fnatic back on track, 10-8, and from that point, as we said, they already gave up. Dynamo Eclot just couldn't sustain. With that, it's our third and final one. I guess we're in for a bit of surprise, ladies and gentlemen. I can't say if it's going to be a good one, but I do hope it's going to be a great one. It's Inferno, and we'll see you in 10 minutes. And we're back, ladies and gents. We're ready for our third map. It's going to be a tough one. It's Inferno coming up. Fnatic, not historically, historically actually very good, but not in this current iteration, in fact, where they've had more troubles than it's worth. And I gotta ask you two, you've seen map 1 and 2, we've all have. Fnatic, inspiring in moments, great performance from Blame F, obviously. Can we expect the same for Inferno, perhaps for a new time, for a new beginning?
Yeah, look, I think for Inferno, obviously Fnatic, the last couple months they've not been perfect, but actually really recently, the last few weeks, they've looked a lot better. So obviously that's going to be really positive. Actually, for me, it sounds a bit weird when I think of Blame F, the map I think of is Inferno. Maybe it's just because the random games that I'd be watching would be him on Inferno. So look, I think it's a map that he's obviously got loads of experience on. I think Fnatic as a whole, it's one of the most played maps. They're probably a stronger side when it comes to individuals, when it comes to kind of firepower. But look, they've clearly shown cracks throughout Mirage, throughout Nuke. So I think when it comes to Inferno, it could just come down to which team kind of hits the ground running first, which team has a better start. And obviously for the side of Dynamo Eclot, they've played 4 games on Inferno, they've won them all. So I think Inferno's going to be an interesting one. It's kind of that really good question of, is recency bias, is current form going to surpass, I guess you could say, the historics of a map? But obviously that's something we'll find out.
Yes, we will. And I gotta ask you, CMD, give me the hot take here. What's the hot take?
The hot take, then, if I'm being honest, I think Fnatic are going to win this one reasonably comfortably. I still think their stats are a little bit skewed. I don't actually think they're as bad as Mirage as people think. In terms of what we've seen this year, it's still not brilliant. It is 5 games, they've won 3 of them. But a little bit more recently, it is winning 3 out of 4. They had that really dire loss against Partizan, obviously, but they got 2-0'd in the round of 16 in Series 17. I'm sure a lot of people remember how disastrous that one was for Fnatic. But other than that game, recently, they've been reasonably decent on it. And they face some pretty decent teams as well. I do think it's sort of them facing similar-ish teams to DNE. And we have actually seen, obviously, this matchup previously, but it was a little while ago now. Yeah. There have been changes. There's been more time for Fnatic to have this team. I do think they should be taking this game. They are a team that are more established. They are a team with bigger names, and they're a team with higher expectations. I think this has to be a victory for Fnatic. Otherwise, you're looking at both this series as well as Series 17 as pretty disastrous losses on Fnatic that both got them eliminated here from the CCT, and that just can't be happening. I think the expectations are high, but rightfully so.
I have to agree. They are rightfully so high. They are ranked pretty highly on the ladder. And, I mean, at the end of the day, it is Fnatic still. It's a legendary organization. It's got legendary players in it. And you would expect more from the whole. And hopefully we'll get that delivered. Zola, any final thoughts perhaps before we go to a short break?
Yeah, look, I think Burmilove's had a really tough time, and now moving to a map that isn't so kind of tailored to an AWP. I think we always talk about Inferno being quite tough for an AWP to get engaged. Look, Burmilove's really struggled throughout the whole series. Blame F's got more kills on map 1 and obviously map 2 individually than Burmilove's got across both the maps combined. So, look, I'd love to see him perform a little bit better here. It'd be great to see him here on Inferno. You imagine, there could be some flashy moments from him on the A-bomb site, and that's something that I hope we do see. But look, I think Fnatic, if they are going to have a chance, as Charlie said, to win so dominantly, we've got to have all the pieces together. We've got to have everyone fragging. But I'm excited for the game. I think it's going to be a really, really nice finish for this round of 16 match.
Well, so am I, and I hope you all are. We're going to take a short break, ladies and gents. There's some issues that we're going to have to resolve, and we'll be back once we're ready for our third and final map between this legendary teams. Or rather, legendary team against Dynamo Eclot.
Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Inferno underway, the decider here for which team falls out of the playoffs and which side progresses. Big game here. I think we've got to say D&E, although the underdogs, they've put up a performance, and Fnatic now searching to reclaim victory here. They don't want to fall out of the series as they did so in number 17, but Fnatic, big match for them here.
Oh, I mean, massive one. I mean, like, a lot of people were caught off by Partizan and how superb they looked in Series 17 to knock out Fnatic and obviously lose to the eventual winners. But finally, it's from them. But Fnatic would certainly be hoping they were the ones in the same position. The Elite, brilliant timing on the push towards middle, takes down all the utilities, the remaining players, our apartments, and they're all getting silenced one by one. Flawless round for DNE, not a single casualty, and what a way to kick off map number 3.
Hello, Fnatic. Welcome to Inferno. Not the greatest of starts, but absolutely brilliant. As you said, bit of a timing for a leave, but I like the way that D&E, regardless of outcome of map 2, they have looked absolutely amazing. Really impressive here. And look, Fnatic, I think that's a bit of an awakening moment. Yeah, definitely, definitely. Because we could see a continuance here. Just Glocks in play. Fnatic have loved the force buy in the last couple pistol losses, but they opt for the eco here. I think it's the right decision. I think on a map like Inferno, we know how util dependent, how weaponry dependent they may be, so opting for the eco is the smart decision. That pistol round was just so nice.
Yeah, I mean, the leave just takes a risk, doesn't look to sit, doesn't look to hold, takes the fight to them, and
The ace
at
as well.
that point, basically shuts them down. Yeah, brilliant position in there from Detour, I think it was. Just moving his way towards the van, towards hay bales, and just playing around cover.
It was all conditioned off the fact that, you know, if the leave doesn't get that double, the short players are a little bit worried. So, MBQ tasked with finding plenty. They come into the crosshair with ease, and the silence weapons to wipe away Fnatic in this one. 2 rounds in a row, no casualties. Money's going to be looking pretty decent.
Yeah, likely going to be a buyout in the next, regardless what happens here for the CT side. But finally, weapons are in play for Fnatic, but obviously with no bomb plants, with no kill reward on anybody for the first 2 rounds. There's a couple of weaknesses.
Yeah, certainly not the start here for Fnatic financially. It's just the fact that they got no bomb plant on the pistol, they got no kills so far in the game. Fear. I like the idea, but Forzy wise to it. Backing away at the opportune moment. Early nade here in middle. Already we're seeing a vast majority of the damaging utility used from Fnatic. They've got 1 Molotov, the rest are smokes and flashes, and to me that screams an A play. Trying to head to B with no molly for Dark, no molly for Nubox can be so difficult, especially with very minimal utility trying to claim this banana space. But seems as though they're going to slowly sneak their way through. Boost up for the Alive. Mikey is in a good position. The Alive just playing anti-flash. I love the idea of this setup already. First orange with an MP9. Elevated angle for the FAMAS. Molly landing at Nubox. But with the utility that DNE have, they can just delay for any hit. It will be a playthrough A, actually, and it's a good call, as we've already seen a rotation out of Forzy. 5 versus 2, it looks as though on the bomb site. Forzy will be rotating in. They've taken control towards long. I like this call from Fnatic. They drew a rotation away. They get all of this easy access. MBQ, though, has got to go huge. Crims with a quick trade. Daitor here in pit. It's all about survival, but there won't be a rotation to save him. He's got to fight his way out. Burmilove the first to fall. Minimal ammunition here, but the missed shots from Matties gives an idea and a chance there. Matties maneuvers. Mini pit is his position. HE grenade to be thrown. Matties rotating. The missed HE from Mikey gives Matties another chance at survival. A flashbang in play. And they're going to look to isolate Blame F. Mikey, he can get that kill. The bomb's planted for Matties, and he will win the clutch. Fnatic. It starts off quite nicely when they progress up long. They get that opener, but the fact it goes down to a one-on-one, and it with being a bit of a bonus from DNE, Fnatic aren't going to be too comfortable with that victory.
Yeah, it gets super close hit. You've got to think if even one of these Glock shots connected, that's to round 1 there from DNE. Look how low Matty's was when he goes on to win this clutch. Gets brought down to 5 HP. Next to no health to play with. But you saw the real issues there for Fnatic. What hindered them there. They did a fake towards B, which is all well and good, but the issue is you had 1 smoke and 1 flashbang remaining after that. They used a flash towards short earlier in that round as the hits started to come through. So they just had 1 smoke, and they were mainly just sort of going as a team to try to crunch onto that bomb site. So both the pit and apartments players sort of had free range to do what they can, and sure, we saw the apartments player not get as much as probably wanted, but pit play with a double kill did a good job just to delay and keep things interesting, and it certainly gave the CTs a chance.
Yeah, minimal weapons here. We've got Mac 10s, we've got weak utility. The HE grenades aren't good enough though. The util from DNE is very poor. Forzy now alone. We'll send out the flashbang. Peeking before it is Forzy. I love the idea. And it puts BlameF in a 1v3. Obviously he gets the trade, but Dieter and MBQ can just take their time. Just go shoulder to shoulder. MBQ is splitting, though. Needed the smoke here for Dieter. In fact, they're going to be hitting this retake with a bit of speed, but they've got 2 smokes. They've got a molly. BlameF's going to struggle with this retake. He does have an HE grenade, though, if he decides to send it on the smoke. And that will be the decision, but Dieter aware. Fnatic silence with their B push. But it's excellent from Forzy. The fact he finds 3 there is ridiculous.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to get caught off after finding the first, but drops the flash and knows that can't just sit, can't just wait. Best case scenario, might find 1 more, but even then, that'll be a real heroic feat. And instead just peeks in and finds 2, just better than I think any of us thought. And instantly silences Fnatic and won't allow them to go on a streak of their own and level up the game. In fact, it is just going to be this half buy from them.
Yeah, we've got the hero rifle out of Matty's. 2 smokes and a Molotov. I think Fnatic, they've got to hope for some nice dig shots out of Burmilove and Fear, but both of them 2 yet to find a frag. And Charlie, quite a damning stat that we've got to talk about here is DNE. They got a 54% win rate on their T side, 71 on their T side. So, obviously they look pretty decent on the CT side. It's the second half where things could get very scary for Fnatic.
Yeah, you just got to try not to think about that in the here and now. Just play each round, one after the other. And just focus on the present. But it's going to be a tough road in this one if there's any chance of success. BlameF does have armor, so might be able to recycle that Galil or retrieve a weapon.
Look, I've got to say, there's a bit of an exterior pressure here on Fnatic, because I think many would assume that Fnatic against DNE, this should be Fnatic's game every day of the week. And I think obviously the namesake and the kind of the past that a Fnatic will have is maybe doing some of the lifting on that, but also this is a side that have got plenty of experience, they've got plenty of ability. Molly landing, Mikey spotting, and Fnatic halted for now. Flashbang comes through, Forzy in close proximity as well. Rotations are looking pretty decent. Oh, quick shot from Burmilove. Mikey gets traded, and now Forzy with work to do. MBQ rotating in though. Lovely from MBQ to get 3 there. 3 survivors as well for DNE, so not too bad at all. Fnatic, they trail by 3 rounds now.
Yeah, I mean, the util to delay that was everything. It allowed Forzy to rotate in. It allowed MBQ to get that quick rotation behind as well. And deny Fnatic even getting the bomb down, getting set up into a post plant. But you mentioned the sort of external pressures of Fnatic. You're always going to have pressure when you are a team like Fnatic, where you are sort of that caliber. There is always going to be an element of that. But when you do look at sort of Fnatic's last games, their sort of last run of fixtures in these CCT events, Series 16, Fred, went out in the round of 16. Series 17 went out in the round of 16. We're in Series 18 now, of course. This is the round of 16. surely a team like Fnatic, namesake alone, as well as just where they are in the world rankings, going out 16th or round of 16 every time just isn't good enough, and that's where a lot of people will start questioning.
Yeah, definitely. Look, and I think obviously we want to give a little bit more time to this roster. They are still recently bringing in these 2 new players, but I think in the same regard, look, if they're not competing, if they're not able to kind of get past the first hurdle here, where we're expecting them maybe to be a side to take it all, maybe a change, but far too early right now. I think we've got to allow this Fnatic side to have that freedom, to have that opportunity. Matty's going to be sent in here. Fawzy turning from the flash. Great awareness. Important trade from Burmilove now. It's a crunch onto the A-bomb site. Important here from Fear as well to take down MBQ. Daitor, bit of an off angle here. Even more damage onto Crims, but Fear can fight. So much damage dealt here, but somewhat unconfirmed. And the final 2 just going to have to save. Fear does excellently there. There's still 2 A-bomb site defenders, and he's able to dismantle them with ease.
Yeah, Fizz had some nice moments in this series, had some big plays on Nuke as well, but here's someone you'd like to see a little bit more consistently, a little bit more on average, because it has been the 2 newest players that I think we're looking at on Fnatic, and sort of wanting that a little bit more from this series in particular. I mean, Fear and Burmilov, 22 kills and 18 kills over the first 2 maps. And then you look at the rest of the side, players like Crims having more than that. Crims has been on some pretty poor form recently, and I think that's fair to say, but he has been sort of pulling his weight, it feels like, where some of the other 2, it has just been sort of flash in the pan moments rather than anything solid.
Yeah, look, I think Fnatic right now, they realise the kind of unique position they're in. I think not many sides will have so much pressure with such youngsters, with such kind of new talent, I guess you could say. But I'm sure they can make things work. An important round victory, obviously, for them in the last. We got Fawzy out on the AWP though now. It's been very impressive with the rifle. I think we can imagine the AWP will just give so much more. Great flash in from the Aleve. Molly to force Fear into the open. It's brilliant here. Mikey, an excellent double here towards Banana. MBQ tucked away with Fawzy posted up. MBQ with a freebie. Not the quickest of kills. Crims nearly gets the 180 off. Obviously doesn't get to fire a shot though. Matty's though crept up short. Daitor still in pit, and Fawzy reposting. A 2 versus 4 in which the T's are split. Now just T singular as Burmilove alone. DNE, an important round as well. Look, it denies Fnatic's streak. It allows them to go on one of their own. And obviously Fnatic saved a fair few players in the last, so at least they'll have that going for them. But I think right now, DNE are looking far more stable here on Inferno than Fnatic are. There's a reason they've got a 100% win rate. Obviously, we have seen some of the opponents, but Fnatic's one of them. You know, Fnatic, Aurora, Nexus, Alliance, these are the 4 teams that we've seen DNE besting, and okay, maybe they're not the same caliber as this current Fnatic side, but still, I think we have to say DNE are very much in control here.
I did think if we got to see DNE actually take Inferno here, honestly, I think we might start questioning them as well, sort of saying, why don't you actually look to play this map more? Because it's not a map that they actually look to play a whole ton. And considering,
to be honest,
how things have been going on here, I think dump Nuke out. Don't even consider playing that, really, and see if you can try to slide things onto Inferno a little more.
Yeah. Look, I think having your 3rd and final map be Inferno is kind of, it's the generic 3rd map, right? Yeah. We see it far too often. And look, they could bring it in and look to pick it, but then you run the risk of, well, your opponents are probably going to be quite strong on that map as well. So, look, if they can keep this form up for the next couple months, you know, having maybe a 80+ win rate on it, then, yeah, maybe you could think about it, but look, they won Mirage. I think right now they're be looking pretty decent here. Investment seen here from Fnatic. Not perfect. Util somewhat lacking, and a couple Galils in play, but certainly a formidable buy. Victory certainly can be seen here. I love the idea here from DNE as well. They've got a quad A setup currently with just Mikey defending towards the B-bomb site. Flashes and mollies landing towards top banana, but Mikey's got so much util to work with. Fnatic thinking they're the ones in control of this round, sending a bit of utility. Oh, this could be a big risk. The peak comes through. MBQ surviving though, and it will just force the reposition, and the Aleve just tucked away now.
Yeah, I love this from MBQ. He instantly just got spotted towards mid, took a bit of a fight, and instantly rotated towards B. Does that change anything in terms of Fnatic's goals? Not seemingly.
It was minimal
Oh,
time.
it's a big gamble.
Yeah, it's a great call here from DNE. Crims is still here towards A. He's kind of calling to his team. Look, there's very limited things here. I've not heard anyone. Rotation's already been seen. There's 23 seconds on the clock. This could go very wrong. Daitor, he's towards mini pit. If he can deny the plant here, if he can take down the bomb carrier, things could go very, very wrong. But he's been spotted, has been found. A last-second decision for Fnatic that pans out perfectly.
Yeah, it's a great call from Crims. Just allow Fnatic to get into the round. It could have been very dicey on that B-bomb site. Could have easily seen them lose that one despite being advantaged. But they made that last second call, like you said, and I felt like in that spot, you're in an awful position, let's be honest. You've got 5 players coming your way. Yeah. I think you either look to tuck and maybe just see if you can get lucky and maybe they don't clear. Maybe you can get the bomb, or you kind of need to get a bit aggressive. If they do look to rotate, you've got that early info for your team. Don't get me wrong, Crims would be waiting there, but imagine if you went on to find Crims, that probably shuts down any chance of that, and then Fnatic's round becomes very frantic.
Yeah, look, I think when you're in those kind of lurking positions, you've got to be very, very, very vocal, and obviously we saw it from the player cams. Crims was clearly showing, look, A should be the goal here, guys. We can send so much utility. There's 20 seconds left. They're going to have to rotate across, obviously because they're disadvantaged. But, yeah, look, I think it's a great call. Fnatic, they get the round because of it. Obviously, many players saving on DNE, so they've got a strong buy as well. But it's the kill in Boiler that really kind of changes that whole round, because obviously it allows for that late retake. It allows for that late reposition from Fnatic and, you know, change of decision. But DNE, they are going to be calling attack pause here. I think they understand they're still in control of this game, but they want to make sure they kind of retain that control.
Yeah, just fully discussing a couple of things here. I mean, obviously both teams could fully discuss their game plan and their thoughts in this one, but I mean, yeah, certainly I don't think a particularly clear view of where this one's going to head just yet. Certainly seen some great things from DNE, but even just how Fnatic played that last round, you really can just control the rotations on the T side of Inferno if you are a good team. You can sort of force the CTs into over-rotating, into under-rotating, whatever it is, but like he will find one. The flashbang's so good, but the Aleve nearby to support his teammate. And Matisse tries to get the trade, but the Aleve the time. What is the spray from Matisse as he finds nothing? And the Aleve finds a triple. Round shut down. But Fnatic only have themselves and their individuals to blame. What is it? Their guns jammed?
I don't know, Charlie. I think that could be the only answer. Matisse is a player that I think when you talk about individual brilliance, he's usually the second star for this Fnatic side, but that's certainly one that he's not looking forward to watch back in the demo.
Well, I think we're going to get a
great
replay
round
of it to watch first there. I'm hoping so, at least, because I mean, the Elite, I mean, I honestly don't even know what to say. Had his nade out, switched to the FAMAS?
Yeah,
I don't know if we do have a replay. I'd love if we do. If not, we'll just have to try to remember how awful it was.
I think it's still fresh in our minds, and I think it will be the remembering moment here, because I think if the Elite goes down, we know that he's cut off from his teammate with the Molotov down. I think we couldn't see a trade. Yeah, like a ridiculous round, but Matties, we've got to say, he's going to take a lot of blame for that one.
I mean, look, don't get me wrong. If the Elite did go down, DNE is still in the
Still mad
advantage
advantage
situation.
Yeah.
But with Matthews going down, the round is basically confirmed for DNA. And that's the difference. There's still a chance for Fnatic. Oh, this is a dangerous play from MBQ. Just sort of having his USP out rather than backing away and reloading. I think he's just hoping they're all on an eco, maybe thinking he gets some eco frags or something, but a little bit too dangerous from him. Detour through the smoking apartments. Yeah, great stuff from him, and easy cleanup for the rest of the CTs.
Yeah, DNE are kind of in the zone here currently. They're looking really good. It's a 7-3 scoreline. Fnatic, they haven't looked so promising here on Anubis anymore. On Inferno anymore. I was a little bit kind of overthinking there because I was about to talk about the fact that Fnatic, they opted to ban Anubis over Inferno. And right now, I think Anubis could have been a little bit more of an interesting one. Obviously, they haven't played it much, but win rate-wise, Eclot struggle.
Smoke forced to be dropped from BlameF. Didn't actually need it. I think that molly got extinguished anyway.
Ooh, another HE grenade landing on Matties. The amount of nades that have landed here in Banana. I guess that's just the Inferno effect. Forzy posted up here. Flashbang being lined up from BlameF. Sent over now. The Elite playing anti-flash. And into the stack they go. And it could fall like dominoes. Crims. Alone here towards short. BlameF backing away. It's all a fake. He's going to draw Forzy in.
Oh, there's still a second player towards the bomb site. So if Forzy does go down, the second player can just tuck, and BlameF might consider an open bomb site, but not the case. Forzy does find the kill, and Crim's on the lurg, not ready for the double as MBQ takes down the final player to secure another round on the board. The Dynamo Echo find themselves 8 rounds. Like you said, money in the bin for Fnatic. As 9, a real possibility to be found by the CTs here, by the underdogs.
Yeah, look, DNA are making this look so easy, so simple here on the CT side. I think right now Fnatic have got so much work to do. And without the pistol round, I think they are going to be scrambling. We've got 2 rifles, 2... kind of in-your-face weapons and a Deagle. The Mac-10 and the Tech-9 of Fear and BlameF, you expect to be hitting with a bit of pace. But look, BlameF, has he been the same kind of effective individual as we saw on both Mirage and Nuke? Certainly not. And potentially you could say maybe just run out of gas, but a great double from MBQ. Forzy, in fact, stealing that kill away onto Bermula, but Fear all that remains. He's the lurk towards Apps. He's got the bomb. And he's got no chance. 9-3 scoreline here. DNE, you have done so much of the heavy lifting, so much of the early work here on Inferno. Make sure you cross the line, though. Don't overlook and kind of don't underestimate Fnatic.
So, you remember in the pre-game here of Inferno when player asked me for my hot take on this one. I said I think Fnatic will win it pretty comfortably. I meant to say Dynamo Air Club. I meant to say they'll
with your words.
Yeah, just honestly got the teams modelled up that.
Yeah, look, it happens with the HUD sometimes. Happens with us as well. Like,
yeah, exactly. I mean, we have to say though, all credit to DNE in this first half. As long as they don't let things slip, of course. But yeah, this has been a magnificent watch. It's been great to watch as well, the CS that they've been playing. Honestly, towards the end of the half, it sort of felt like a bit like you're playing against matchmaking, where everyone on the team's searching for kills because they're winning that dominantly.
Mikey, just takes out Flame, man.
From Mikey. Crim's in a great position here with these dualies, though. We'll find one. Not
all to me is that
given the chance of a second, though.
It just seems like Fnatic, they've just been outread regarding kind of previous games. Maybe we've just seen BlameF play in that position on the pistol rounds too frequently, and DNE know about it, so they just pre-fire it. I love it. I love the idea that.
And the deep smoke towards CT, there's so much room for the T's to move. The positioning, though. Look at Detour towards T-Ramp. Is he going to be cleared? They knew he was in apartments. Crim spotted. But are they going to be ready from T-Ramp? They are clearing out. Bermilov pushing down slightly, but how much time does he commit into this? Enough time, but also his life.
Yeah, and now Dieter can just back away. There's no need for him to push. Matties has crossed. But he's got full trust in his teammates. The bomb's halfway ticked, and now Detour can have a little bit of a look. Matty's got to be aware. Matty's, hello. There's a player running and jumping behind you. Missed his time. Crim's now searching for some exit frags at best. Crim's got to be cautious, but he's dead to the bomb. DNE, they take the pistol. 10-3 scoreline. And it looks like Inferno and this quarter-final spot should be going the way of Dynamo Eclot.
I believe an M4 has been dropped over from Crims. Maybe he dropped over the Scout? I mean, he had enough to buy the M4 thanks to those kills. And yeah, drops over the M4 to BlameF. I was going to suggest that. I feel like drop it to him. He's been your star player. Map number 1, map number 2. Having a tougher time here, but I feel like it's tough to say he is when the whole team is sort of just lagging behind.
Well, look, a perfect representation is the top performer on Fnatic is Crims with 7 kills. The bottom performer on Dynamo Eclot is Mikey with 7 kills. And you can really see the difference here. And look, Fnatic, they need 7 in a row to level it up 10 apiece. DNE, realistically, if they win this round, to me, they've won the game. Fnatic will either have to give up 12 or they force until the end. Neither an easy decision to make. But we know how potent these 5-7s can be on a map like Inferno, especially whether it's in deep in apps or towards Banana. But as you can see from the top of the screen, DNE quite rightly favourites, and Detour, great opener onto Birmingham. Matty's now seems like he wants to go searching for that scout. Still sat towards top middle is Matty's, tucked away in the cubby. Players going loud, Matty's falling though. Detour again. Second frag found, and this is where surely BlameF's just got to look to save. But it seems like Fnatic going to be rotating in an attempt to deny this plant. But as they push into the bomb site, they fall so easily. And DNE, absolutely incredible. Take a bow, take your moment. Maybe even just take a pause. Let Fnatic know what's happened here in this series.
Oh, I think they're going to be let known. I think a lot of their fans aren't going to be happy with this one because it does look like it is going to be a third round of 16 exit from them in a row. And in a lot of those games, in the Partisan game, in this one, it could end in a dominating scoreline. A humiliation for Fnatic. MBQ with the opening kills. There's easy cleanups. It is just that eco. 1 kill is found by Crims. But it all comes down to this now. Fnatic. I don't really think they've showed us enough to make me believe 9 rounds in a row is possible.
I don't think many teams would be able to convey that level of brilliance.
Not after only getting 3 rounds.
Yeah, look, a 9-round comeback's very difficult in itself, and I think the fact that there's so much pressure, there's been a real lack in performance from Fnatic, and look, a player like Crims is a very supportive player. I think we all know that Crims is no longer in his prime, no longer in his peak. Still offers quite a lot. The fact he's top fragging is already the determining and the true showing of how this game's gone. Nice nade there onto Mikey. But this could be it, Charlie. And look, I think Fnatic, if they lose in this 13-3 fashion that we could see, an embarrassment on this final map. Let's not beat around the bush. Let's not kind of undersell the success that DNE have found here on Inferno. Fnatic have been lost here.
Well, they could all end on this round. DNE slowing things down. No early fights. Sure, Fnatic not being too confident to take them either. Just 3 kills on Birmingham. Just 2 on Fear. They might end up finishing this game like that as well. Util towards B. Not a commitment just yet as Amoli has halted them in their tracks. Crims is over towards this side of the map as well. He gets flashed in, but finds nothing. Just so much damage dealt. BlameF through the smoke with a double.
Yeah, great from BlameF. Allows his team the chance. It's a 3-on-3. Off angle from Fair, but accounted from MBQ. MBQ's had some big moments here.
Massive.
Tap of the bomb just in case. It will allow Matties to creep on closer. Yeah, very minimal Matties. Going to take a bit of a gamble. Flash through his Matties. He can get one. Not the cleanest of kills. Reposition from Detour. He takes him down. And through the smoke is Burmila. But Detour will end this game. Dynamo Eclot 13-3 on Inferno. They progress their way to the quarterfinals. And look, lifeless from Fnatic there on Inferno. A disappointing end to the series from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was shambolic. We're going to bring Teo in here to talk a little bit more about what on earth happened there and how did Fnatic fall so flat?
Guys, I mean, where do we start, right? If we want to find the issue on Fnatic's side, let's start with the fact that it's only Crims that's above 7 kills. Is that something that we can, can we legitimately say that this was even a good try? Unfortunately, nothing really clicked. Blame F was non-existent on map 3, and we all know what happens when that is the case. And of course, big ups to the winners. It is going to be, of course, none other than Dynamo Eklot that take the W. 2-1. It costs them a little bit more there on the second map. I think Nuke could have been a victory, to be fair, but they still kind of fizzled out, and obviously big ups to Crims and Blame F both, but here on the third, I mean, you said it yourself, there's really not much to take away beyond the fact that Dynamo Eklot are just a better team, at least right now.
Yeah, no, I think obviously there was some kind of comical moments. The one that I think is going to be burning the brightest kind of hole is the Matties one towards Banana. But look, I don't think it was just moments like that.
Summed up the game though, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely. But I think obviously not only did Dynamo Eclot play far better on Inferno, Fnatic looked very lost. And I think that's something that we've got to say. It seems like they had very kind of lackluster when it came to their T side. Obviously, their CT side, non-existent. But look, I think for Fnatic, we've got to say yes. This is a fairly new build. They brought in two new players. They've obviously now got a new in-game leader. I think there's a lot of things that we need to see from this Fnatic side in the future, and I'm sure they're going to make it. But Charlie pointed out, look, that's 3 times in a row now that they've been in the round of 16 and they've been removed in that round of 16. So Fnatic, they've got a lot to work upon if they want to progress further and further in the playoffs.
Yes, they do. And can we take a quick look at just the absolute godlike performance that we saw from the live? I mean, this guy keeps on delivering. I don't know where he's coming up with these numbers or from where they are coming, but he is somehow delivering them. 26 years old, this man somehow finds himself revitalized in his own team once more and just makes the difference here. He is the difference maker for sure. I mean, there were so many rounds, specifically even on our first one when we began on Mirage. Obviously, so many opportunities, and in the end, excuse me there. In the end, it's more than enough. And Dynamo Eklot, as you both said, eliminate Fnatic from the round of 16 as the invited team. Dynamo Eklot continue as we take a quick look over the bracket before we send it off to the break. I mean, let's just take a quick look at the current situation with now a few more teams joining the fray of quarterfinals.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're starting to get a little bit of a lay of the land here now. I do think there's a lot of worrying signs for Fnatic, but that is obviously going to be, like you said, Dynamo Eklot advancing to face 9 Pandas there, which I think is going to be a brilliant game to watch in general, and I'm honestly hoping I get to be on that game. If not, I'm certainly going to be watching from behind the scenes, because I think Eklot have looked really good recently, considering... I think not long ago I probably would have said they're on horrendous form, but they've had a couple of series recently actually that I do think, okay, I don't know what they've done. Maybe they've had sort of something's in the water over there, but yeah, completely turned it around, because that's a brilliant showing today. They've had a couple of good showings as well. I think if they can continue that, I honestly just hope to see how far they can go.
I agree. And with that being said, I don't think we have a lot of time before the next game, so I'll leave you two gentlemen to take some rest. And for us, for me, that's going to be it. And we'll be back with our last game of the night. It's probably the best one that we've been waiting for. Bait versus Monty in about 10 to 15 minutes time, maybe a little bit less. In any case, see you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We're in for the final day, or final game here of the day in the round of 16. We've had some very interesting games of Counter-Strike. I think it's probably one way to put it. That Eclot Fnatic game was funny, I guess is probably, I think, ultimately the way to put it in that one. But we're now heading in towards Bait, taking on Monty. My name's Neokai. Of course, I'm joined by CMD and Zola for this one. And yeah, we're looking forward to it. Fellas, off the back of some, let's put it frank, some pretty terrible Counter-Strike at times, we're now hoping for some good CS here. This is two teams that have, at one point, been Tier 1.
Yeah, definitely, and I think for both of these sides, this is probably the game of the day, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I don't want to kind of undersell the rest of them, but both of these teams, you look at them, and on paper you're thinking, okay, well they're probably deep run playoff sides, and I think both of them have been a little bit unlucky to draw each other so early here in the round of 16.
Agreed.
But it kind of just happens, right? You know, one team's just going to get a little bit unfavored. This is probably the harder side of the bracket. But we were obviously saying kind of in the green room, I guess you could say. Look, I think this is probably going to be a 3-mapper. I think both these teams have looked really, really good, have had that argument of progressing to the next point. And I think it's going to be a really exciting final game.
Yeah, I got to agree. And I think when you look at, first of all, how today's games have gone, we have seen 3-mappers where we maybe didn't expect it. I think on paper, that Eclot Fnatic game felt like it should have been one-sided. But in particular, I mean, I covered the BC game Nexus, BC game versus Nexus game. BC game, that team annoys me because they're called game. But in that match, let's say, that one coming into it felt like a 2-0 all day. BC game get a 13-3 to start it off on a Nexus map pick. We're thinking great, and then it goes to an incredibly long 3-mapper. So you never really know what you're going to get, it feels like, heading in towards these round of 16s. So CMD, when we look at actually this side of the bracket, I actually think a win here for either of these two teams actually puts you in a pretty good spot, because you look at, next up for them would be the winner of Namiga versus Cybershock. I think they're both are two teams that are actually very beatable at the moment. Namiga feel like they're downtrending a tad. Cybershock are quote-unquote on the way up, but I still think they've got a lot to prove. And then alongside that, 9 Pandas, a side who have been struggling at times in towards this year, still trying to find their identity, let's put it. And Eclot, who, credit to them, are scalping some big names, but I still wouldn't say that at that Bait/Monty level. So this actually feels like a good side of the bracket to be on, to actually make a really deep run here. And we know how important deep runs are for that VRS.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I couldn't agree more. It does feel like you've either got teams that are on a bit of a downward spiral, or you've got those teams who are just starting to push up a different level. But it definitely feels like all of those teams on the side of the bracket are beatable. It does always make for some great CS, though, because a lot of magic can happen, a lot of interesting games and upsets. I mean, I'm looking at this. I mean, Fred touched on it thinking it could be a 3-map, but I feel like I'm looking a little bit more towards the side of Bait, honestly, in a bit of a 2-0 fashion. Towards the end of last year, it felt like we kind of saw them drop off slightly. I'm looking at a player like MPL. Obviously, so much weight on his shoulders in terms of the role he's doing, as well as being such an individually gifted player. And it felt like we saw him, I don't know if it maybe just ran out of steam a little bit towards the end of the year. His rating absolutely plummeted, sort of below that 1.0. He's back up there now. I'm wondering if it's just that player break is sort of rejuvenated him slightly. And it feels like this team's back onto winning ways from what was a little bit of an inconsistent end to the year. But yeah, I mean, look, Series 17, they lose to the eventual winners. Here as well, invited, they're looking good. They're on some decent form. Monty, on the other hand, they've had a bit more inconsistent results. Series 17 for them is something to forget. Absolutely got brutalized. Just one win there against Sashi. Lost to a lot of teams that I'm thinking this Monty side should be beaten. And it feels like they're in a little bit more of an inconsistent spot, despite how good we know Monty can be on the right day.
Yeah, exactly. Let's touch on this Bait roster a little bit as well and zone in on them. And I think when we look at them a lot, Zola, we talk about primarily MPL, and then it's Headtrick behind him. But actually, with the recent change of Kendazor coming in, I actually think it spices this team for the better. There was nothing wrong with Captain Kirker. I thought he was a very solid player, offered a lot actually to this team, but Kendazor just feels like a direct upgrade, and now it's no longer this narrative that we've always built up with Bait of MPL's got to put on a performance while also IGLing, Headtrick's got to put on a performance while AWPing in CS2, which is still a little awkward. Now you've got another solid rifle in towards the core. This side actually looked really exciting heading in towards this year.
Yeah, look, I think the fact that this is a side that not only have got kind of such technical ability regarding strategies, regarding kind of protocols, but they've actually got an absolutely stacked roster. You're looking at everyone having kind of those big moments. I think Alex actually goes a little bit under the radar as well. the amount of moments you see out of Alex where he's kind of in an unwinnable situation where 3 players are pushing him and somehow he can get to and do damage to the last. I feel like this roster overall is looking really good. Obviously, you said Captain Kirk, you know, he was pretty decent for this roster. Maybe they're just thinking about the future. Ken Cecil's still really young. He's 19 years old. He's clearly doing really, really well kind of within that region. Obviously, he was on Kono beforehand. And, you know, we would have seen him ages ago, years ago on kind of Iron Branch and Ikla when he was kind of making a name for himself. But look, I think Ken Cecil's a really good upgrade. As you said, I think the bait roster overall is looking really good. And look, that's kind of the reason that they have propelled themselves to be a top 30 team. Because I think when they formulated about a year ago, we were saying, okay, well, let's give them time. We've given them time now, and look where they're at. I think just anything else that they can do is going to be off the back of this introduction of Ken Cecil. So look, I think 25th in the world right now, I think they can easily push even further for that. And then maybe in like 5-6 months' time, we could see them even potentially being, you know, top 15.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. Timmy, let's switch on over to Monty here. And this is a side that feel like they're actually, you know, in a vastly different spot. You know, they currently find themselves 69th in the world. A win here would put them up to 61st, which is okay. We're starting to climb, but a loss puts them down to 73rd. And then we're starting to really, I think, you know, maybe, you know, already getting out of the tier 2, right? And kind of going into tier 3 a little bit. And this is a side that I've obviously gone through quite a few roster changes, problems in a sense. Dia's taken a step back. Lean's now stepped in. You've actually got a core of basically 3 academy players in a way of Gizmi, Ryu, and Lean in a sense. Or young players, I guess, in that sense. It's a weird spot, I think, now for Monty, where it does really feel like they're struggling, not only to keep this sort of team together, but also put up the results behind it as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weird spot because it definitely does feel like they are gambling on the youth. And you're maybe looking at it a little bit more now as a project rather than a sort of ready-made team. And I mean, look, you look at that in a couple of ways in terms of, sure, you might potentially look at it in terms of there's more longevity in the team, but it also means, does that mean you're going to take a step back for sort of the current here and now in terms of what is going to be provided in terms of potential tournament invites, obviously looking at eventually to that major, things like that. And it's a weird one when you do look at this team. But, I mean, I like the idea that they are fully banking on a lot of the youth players. Obviously, we know how talented some of these guys were in Monty Gen. We've already obviously seen Gizmi and Ryu take that step up beforehand before eventually doing it again, a couple of months ago now. Yeah. It's an interesting spot for this team. I do think the sort of benching of Diha, or like you said, taking him have a bit of a step back. It's an interesting one for me. I'm not sure if I'm a huge fan of it. But, I mean, the results are going to speak for themselves, aren't they? I do think a lot of weight is on Gizmi's shoulders. I do think it has been for a while. I mean, interestingly enough, it is his birthday today, so what a victory it would be for him, actually. I mean, what a birthday present taking down Bait would be. Advancing through and having a deep run would be, I think, a great treat for him. But I do think there's a lot of pressure on him, as well as a lot of the young guys, because we do need to see kind of instant performances for them. Otherwise, I do think they are just going to fall flat in this series.
Yeah, absolutely, of course. We can momentarily run through the veto, but I think one thing that we can all be happy about, fellas, is we got, you know, UK Counter-Strike on our scenes. We'll take whatever we can get, I feel like, these days. But, you know, credit to Gizmi, he's actually stepping up into what is some pretty big shoes to fill. He's now calling on this team, as we've sort of slightly touched on. And, you know, it's not an easy task because you're calling on a Monty side who actually really need an identity. They really need to kind of cement themselves in the tier 2. They need deep runs in tournaments like this. And I think a lot of weight is on his shoulders, considering that his IGL counterpart on the other side is arguably their best player of MPL, who has been lights out. So Gizmi's got an incredibly tough task, not only in terms of the numbers department, but then also the calling department. Bait have notoriously been so difficult to call against because they're so random at times.
Yeah, and I think as well for Gizmi, I think he has obviously played alongside DemQQ and Hades for many different kind of spits and spurts. You know, he's had kind of progression to the Monty main roster. I think this is going to be his 3rd time now coming to the main roster. And look, I think as well, you look at his time on Monty Gen, obviously there's going to be great synergy with players like Ryu and Lean. So I think that there's obviously a lot of positives to talk about. And let's be honest, I think that Monty Gen roster, you look back to the kind of previous times in the CCTs, they're actually looking quite impressive. But the problem is they didn't really have kind of a very designated kind of speciality AWP. I feel like Shield was a little bit of a, I don't want to say a hindrance, but he wasn't up to standard for the rest of the guys. And I think DemQQ as well, you know, the anchoring and the rifling that he's been able to provide has been brilliant. So I actually think that this main 3 of this Monty Gen roster were kind of the 3 better players, and it's been the reason that they've kind of had, time on the main roster. So
Yeah.
look, I think it can work out for them. But look, I think we've got to say this Monty-Gen roster, it's not for them now. As Charlie said, it's for the future.
Yes.
Looking at the vetoes right now, I think, look, I said it's going to be 3 mapper for a reason. I think Mirage was always going to happen, and so was Nuke. So you're looking at those 2 maps. Bait notoriously insane at Mirage, and the fact that it's one of Monty's weaker maps. Obviously, they've got a positive win rate, 56%, but it's still towards the lower end.
Yeah.
I think they should go to Ancient. I'd be very surprised if it doesn't.
The one thing I will say, I don't know if you can attest to this, Indy, but when we look at Bait specifically in towards that map number 2, right? I look at this, and yes, that Nuke pick looks on paper very, very good, but while it's not been fantastic over towards Bait, some of those losses have been incredibly close. Yeah. Most recent one, double OT against Iberian Soul, granted. Many of you be asking, who the hell are Iberian Soul? You're fair enough to ask that. And then behind that, we got, an OT loss to Zero Tenacity. A really difficult side to put away. But for that as well, we got some other closer losses, even if we're looking back into the tail end of last year, 13-11 to Australia. So while it is a bad map on paper, I do feel like at the very least, some of these games are going close. And I feel like it's just one of those that if Monty just don't step up on the day, and especially with a new player coming in, there is still probably a little bit of hope there for Bait and that 2-0 just on that sense alone.
Yeah, I'm in the exact same boat as you there. I don't think Bait are great at the map. The Iberian Soul loss is one that I'm looking at and thinking, yeah, you should probably be smashing that team regardless of what map it's on. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a map that they don't play a huge amount, and when they do, it does feel like what Bait are we going to see on the day. And I think that's the thing. If Monty aren't playing well, if their individuals aren't there, Bait, honestly, you could just win the gunfights and roll over them from there.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, game will be going live momentarily, of course. We're looking forward to this one. Our final game of the day and our 4th game of the round of 16 as well. We want to find out who's going to be heading forward in towards that next spot, in towards the quarterfinals, which, as we mentioned, this side of the bracket feels like it's the quote-unquote easier one. There's no real easy run at all, but when you look at the flip side, you got teams like BC Game, Partizan, who recently have looked absolutely phenomenal, Ent and Navi Jr., both super scary, and same for Passion UA and Gun 5. So I think they're probably relatively happy in that sense. But first, I'm going to throw it over towards you. We got our game going live here. The veto, as we processed, was Mirage, Nuke, and Ancient. Zola's feeling a 3-mapper. The rest of us with a 2-mapper. We'll see. Take it away, guys.
Look, I feel like you guys are doing Monty a disservice, and I hope they prove you wrong massively. Nice fight here towards B, though, and with Hedrick and Kensisor's openers onto Gizmi and Devinka, we are seeing a bomb plant here. A 3 versus 2. Hades, oh, we had a bit of a timing, but missed it. Already been dinked, and now this is going to be such a tough clutch for them. Such a tough retake. I don't believe there's a defuse kit down. Even if it is, it's going to be hard to find. Bench trying to break their way in. Hades, important find onto Kensisor. Whether he's ready for Alex here, though, is the question. An unknown entity has Alex finally been spotted. He needs to help his teammate out a bit here, but the T's will find it. And obviously, an important start for Bait, as they do kick things off on Mirage quite nicely.
Yeah, a little bit shaky at times there for Bait. Hades, given that opportunity, had the chance to find a kill, snatch one back to make it that 2-on-2, but not to be. Ended up getting dinked on down, and at that point, Bait, the individuals in a post plant there, it's so tough to bet against them. But 1-0 up already. Monty aren't looking to press the issue too much, as they are just going to concede this one and take that eco.
Look, I think when you look at the stats for Monty and Mirage, when you look at kind of how they've played over the last 3 months, it's been, not the best win rate. Well, I think we've got to say that. But the last 5 games, their most recent games on Mirage have all been victories. We've got 13-1, a 13-2, and a 13-4 in that. So it's clear they are a very, very strong side here on Mirage, and obviously kicking things off on that CT side. I like the idea of the boost over the jungle smoke, but not really going to work out too well. Kensisor swinging in CTs, hungry for these eco frags, and he's been dinked here, and the CTs will get an easy elimination. If Lean can pick up this AK, big if with that question. Hunting here are the T's. Another casualty on the side of Bait. Not going to be the biggest of problems, though, for them, is it?
No, I mean, they're able to upgrade the Mac 10 on MPL to the Galil. They're going to still get weapons out regardless. Sure, probably could have been a bit cleaner than it was, but it's still around victory. But this is the buy we're looking at now. Monty, I'm loving this from Hades. Instantly goes for that glass cannon up. Wants that weapon out in his hands as quick as possible. We know the impact Hades can have on his day.
Yeah, definitely. 100%. And I think this might come at a surprise to Bait. Whether they look to take some control towards middle. It does seem that with MPL aggressing towards under. We've got one towards top mid as well. And Hades, all going to be about timing here. Gizmi's right up close as well. Gizmi just needing to search here for Kenseesaw. MPL has progressed on out. MPL will find Gizmi. No one holding towards under. That's a big oversight here from Monty. MPL getting that opener, so vital. And now it's a question of whether Monty feel confident to kind of re-peek into middle, maybe refighting before the execute comes through. That's got to be their goal.
Yeah, still
very disciplined though.
Yeah, just so patient here, slowing things down completely. And look at just Headtrick's position. I'm loving this. And all the way back towards T-Spawn, just watching Palace, watching for any aggression that they're expecting Monty to do now. They've lost an early kill. They've got this disadvantage. They're thinking that Monty need to battle their way back just to make the round plausible. And no, Monty themselves aren't giving anything else up, but MPL with a peek towards Connector will get found by Ryu.
Yeah, great from Ryu, that important kill. I think we haven't really mentioned the individuals for Monty. We've kind of glossed over the players, but Ryu is such a talented individual when it comes to openers, when it comes to just heads-up gunfights. Such an impressive player to watch, but the AWP posted up and a quick shot from Hades. Man advantage, in fact, now for Monty, and with the retake coming through, they've certainly got the chance. It seems as though Bait needing to be the ones to take the fight now. A lot of utility to be landing here towards Door, and DemQQ to be swinging into the Molotov. He gets one, out of the flames he goes, and aware of Essential's positioning now. Headtrick got so much work to do here towards short. Essential just to be a bit of a kind of a beacon to take attention away. Headtrick, he can get another. Ryu eventually trades it. Still all on Essential, but a great fight. I believe there is enough time. That's the 10-second, isn't it? Yeah, they've realised. No defuse kit. Devastating from Monty, but Bait, they do just enough to win that one.
Ryu going down as well is just going to make things even more brutal for Monty. That's so unfortunate. But, I mean, look, Bait, they're in a 4 versus 2. They're in such an awkward position there, and yet they still managed to win the round. Sure, don't get me wrong, it's the lack of diffuse kit that does it, but it's a great job to delay. Headtrick with a really good kill there. Finds a second eventually. Will get traded, but just the delaying from Essential that is all it needs. But we'll have to say, Bait probably wouldn't have minded a smoke towards window a little bit sooner. Sure, maybe they just didn't expect Hades to be on the AWP, but I would never let a man like him get even an inch into a round.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, he's got the AWP again. It's the investment. Bit of a hard buy, in fact, sorry. Ryu going down early towards A. There is still DemQ under here. He can get one quick kill, but trading's excellent here. Bait have done so well to deny these kind of close quarter engagements, whether it's an MP9, whether it's a 5-7. Headtrick sends himself in, and excellent to find lean. And Hades now, it's an attempt to save, but he's being hunted. Headtrick surely to find him pre-firing. And not only is that an AWP taken down, it's an AWP saved for Headtrick. But what a start Headtrick's had. He's 8-1.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have minded him just saying, I'll stick with the rifle right now, because looking pretty superb with it. I do think Neo pointed out a little bit, sort of the AWP, still a bit of a mess to have on CS2. And to start that Beta having and sort of the pack mentality that they're using just to try to explode onto a bomb site. I wouldn't mind to seeing Headtrick keep the rifle, but we know what he can do with the AWP, so why not pick it out when you can?
Well, look, sometimes that type of playstyle can go very wrong, especially when against an eco. Ryu getting one. MPL will get traded. Gizmi found by Essential. So down to this 3-on-3. Essential has been chipped away at. Space attempted to be taken here now by Alex in apartments, and Lean in close proximity. Oh, they've gone through the smoke together. Alex seems aware of it, though.
He seems very aware. Might have just felt something when he was trying to push through.
Brilliant there from Alex. Yeah. Hades, though, an important pick. Sends the molly towards short, smoke in apartments. The final two will be making their way towards under, but a very possible round here.
Yeah, CT's a split. MQ might just be playing towards CT, just playing for this information. Might not actually look for a fight of any sort, but I like this. Boosting Headtrick up.
Oh, Headtrick, it looks like he's going to go towards Murder Hole. This could be really problematic. If MQQ finds this kill, oh, he's been spotted timing against him, and Headtrick can just post. Molly to market. And Bait should be able to find their 5th here, especially with the smoke landing. Hades. I don't think it's at a point where they've got to give a round like this a go, but it seems like Hades is hungry for the chance. The missed shots there. Ascenthiel was already chipped away at. Far lower now, but Ascenthiel, a nice find there with the Orb. Hades denied any chance at that 1 versus 1. And already the start here for Bait is brilliant. A 5-0 start. Obviously it's their map selection, but still, Monty, they've had plenty of moments with weaponry invested. They have just not looked up to standard here.
Yeah, I mean, it's the momentum that a dominant map victory here from Bait can lead onto Nuke. We obviously touched on sort of Bait's struggles with that map, but I'm still of the belief that Bait certainly can do it in 2 if I do think they step up on the day. And right now, it looks like that's what's happening. It looks like they are playing at top form, the form that we've come to expect from this team. Pretty comfortable mid-take here from Bait, though. It is just up against this half-buy, so not a lot of util for Monty to probably be able to contest with it, but still, the opening kill does actually go the way of the CTs.
Yeah, very aggressive there. Don't really see the value from Kensisori wanting to get into ladder room, but Demq, important final to MPL. It seems like Bait are operating with far too many lurks, far too many kind of outward stretch players. Ascenthiel, big kill there onto Gizmi, with Demka really low HP as well. We can see a lot of success still for Bait, but Ryu, it's a question of whether he can find this impact. Isolates the fight onto Headtrick, not really prepared for Ascenthiel's swing. Catches him off a little. Advantage still the way of Bait. Just the weaponry, the positioning that's always going to go their way. Demka's going to feel very disappointed with that one. Timing couldn't possibly have been worse. Lead 1 versus 2 now. Monty have kept this round costly here, and Lean with an opportunity, but great swing from Ascenthiel. We get a 4K in that one. Ascenthiel actually having a bit of a quiet game beforehand, but a really big round there.
He's played that sort of... I mean, well, we've watched a lot of this Bait game team in general. He is sort of a player that sometimes can just go a little bit quiet, but when required, that's when he steps up. A lot of impact that don't always show up in terms of the kill feed. A round like that, don't get me wrong, it was against pistols and sort of SMGs, but Bait still came into that one, 2-man disadvantage, and still managed to make it work out. And Monty, they're going to be looking at a round like that and thinking, we've got to start to convert one of these, because we are 0-6 now.
Yeah, important opener here though, Gizmi. Big find. It is going to be this playthrough apartments here for Bait. Orb shot firing, but whether they're ready for all 3 here, I doubt. But important kill. Hades will get 1 though. Headtrick taking down Gizmi, and MPL so prepared. MPL! This is what we've come to expect from it. A great triple here. And now it leaves Demka in such a treacherous scenario. HE grenade, can't find MPL. I doubt he's even going to give this one a look. Beta to go 7-0 up here, Charlie. I think the only chance he's got is maybe a late ninja, but I think Bait are far too well drilled to make a big mistake like that. Saving in apartments. MPL will go down. Headtrick.
He's trying it, but there is a player on the bomb site that I think he might have just heard and realised that, yeah, ninja attempt's not going to work out. He did hear Alex running away, so potentially hoping that maybe someone else ran towards CT. Maybe it was just MPL on that bomb site. I like the idea. Giving it a bit of a glance, because you never know. A lot of teams do leave those bomb sites reasonably open, but already the half has been won from Bait. They're speedrunning Mirage right now.
Yeah, look, we were half an hour delayed in the start of this game. It seems like Bait are wanting to
make
put
it
us back on schedule. No, it's brilliant from them though, and I think has Bait's victories come from intricate strategies and kind of really, you know, well-worked CS? No, they went into a stacked bomb site. There was 3 players there. There was utility. There was an AWP. There was kind of great positioning. It's the individuals that are really looking excellent for Bait. And obviously that's something we touched upon in the pre-show. It's not only a side that are stacked so heavily regarding individuals, but it's clear that they've got a great idea of how they want to play loads of these maps. It's something that Neo touched upon. Beta are a really hard team to kind of call against. And I think that's what Gizme's really struggling with. Already we've seen a pause come through from Monty. Completely understandable, but not an easy one. Not at all for Monty. And look, however much we're kind of expecting that second map and the confidence that Monty might be having with it being their pick, look, if this is a blowout map on Mirage, one of the CS classics, so to speak, I think regardless of map pick, Monty are not going to feel comfortable. But a nice opener here from Ryu, takes down a Senthiel. Opening kills have actually been pretty favoured for Monty, actually, when you really think about it. But it's the mid portion where the individuals of Bait can really dig them out of that hole. Looking at head trick towards short, he could be one of those individuals. Gizme's got to be prepared for this.
Yeah, it's a pretty strong setup actually here towards short. Hedrick spots one towards connector. This could be an overwhelming fight, and Demka does push out to get the trade quick enough, and the re-aggression from Monty towards mid. It could work out, but it's got to depend on this kill. Bring back the man advantage and take down a couple of the T's, but obviously it's given space towards Alex in A.
Oh, he's just been spotted. I think Demka's seen him. Certainly making some noise here on the A-bomb side. Demka, the preparation game now for this A play, and we've already seen a flank from Lean. Probably not the best of weapons with the AWP in hand, but I'm sure it'll make things work. Hades close by. All going to be about timing. There is a flash here on MPL, and it looks as though he's going to be sending Alex in. I think he'll definitely find Hades, but whether he's ready for Demka, certainly not an important trade. And now MPL, he's got a tough task upon him. Missed shot from Lean. Attempting to isolate this fight, but Demka, what a round. He gets 4 there. An excellent trade, obviously, onto Hades. But it's the 2 kills in middle that are so vital. Monty, they've got their first round now on the board, but arguably, Charlie, they've got to find the remaining 4. Otherwise, Mirage might slip away from them.
Yeah, look, we saw the tactical timeout. Saw 2 players push towards Palace, get the opening kill, and then we saw that late mid-aggression, and yeah, these are much brighter sparks from Monty than what we've seen. They weren't really seemingly looking to fight mid that actively. Sort of just holding from short, holding from connector, holding from window, but this time they finally took the fight towards Bay, and it paid off on that round. Sure, things came close, and Lean and Troy and Demka have a big round, but it's still the first round on the board, and hopefully going to be the start of a bit of resurgence here from Monty on the CT side.
Yeah, I hope Monty don't kind of just go back to a bit of a disciplined and passive approach. It's the aggressive nature that pans out for them, and Demka, great find onto Alex. Elevation from MPL into window. He spotted out one, aware of the second, and MPL, a great find. Demka aware, will get that pick, and Ryu, an unknown factor in connector to take down Ken Seesaw, and it's a 2 versus 4. This is a far better look here for Monty. 4 survivors, but it's Demka again, Charlie. That's 7 in the last 2 rounds. Top of the whole server now. Absolutely brilliant. How repeatable is that, though?
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. We'll see what he can show us. But right now, I wouldn't be surprised if Bait just tried to call wherever Demka isn't. Move in a different direction, because Ryu's starting to step up as well. 11 and 7. Big round from him. Chimed in with 2 kills of his own in that one. It was just the 2 top fraggers really asserted dominance. I mean, look, Lean, Hades, and Gizme have felt a little bit out of this game so far. Like Monty have the majority of it. But, yeah, these 2 players towards Connector, towards A, they've got something to say about it.
Look, I've got to point out, right, Lean, obviously when on Monty Gen, he was a pretty decent player, kind of middle of the pack. And obviously, in that most recent game against Paravision was very poor. Went 15 to 30 across that whole series. And I don't expect Lean is going to be kind of a heavy fragger here. Obviously, he's playing the B anchor position on Mirage, and you can kind of expect he's going to be playing those kind of, I guess, less fragging roles. But I think in the same regard, do I think he's going to be a permanent player here for Monty? I'm not too sure. But I hope he's given time, because this is a big team for Lean. This is like a big step. Obviously, he's still 20 years old. Obviously, you know, we saw his time on LNG, on Leo, but this is now a roster that, if he can, you know, have consistent performances and play a little bit better and kind of perform his role of this anchor, I'm sure this Monty side can look really good, but I think from an individual standpoint, it's been very tough. And we've seen it on Mirage. He's 1-8. But Bait, first eco to be seen. A Rumbu's coming through. Gizmy not quick enough to find, and Gizmy out in the open here. Hades alongside him. A lot of damage has been dealt to Hades, Demka, and Gizmy, but sadly for Bait, no kills found. A very promising finish here, though. Monty, if they can continue their aggressive tendencies and the confident peaks, I think there is still a world they can find these remaining two. And that potential for Mirage, I think maybe that's a bit of an outlandish statement, but certainly within the realms of possibility.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be something Bait are looking at now. They called a tactical timeout, obviously, before that eco, so this should likely be the round that we're going to get to see why they've done it, but Hades Orb finds the opening kill, and yeah, there's been a lot of these opening kills for Monty. They've done a great job at finding that.
Yeah, it's been brilliant. And now it's kind of just ensuring that they don't throw this round away. They don't just give up a free kill. And we've seen it by bunkering on the bomb side. So we've got Gizmy just playing in jungle, worried about the boost. Obviously, Demka and Ryu with a nice setup on A. Ryu just tucked away in the cubby. I like the idea of the boost, but Hades well prepared for it. And now this round becomes very difficult because not only do they have information there's another in middle, but the outlet of hitting towards B is non-existent. Alex goes down to Gizmy here. They go for the late fight. And again, I think if Monty were in this position beforehand, you know, 3 versus, or 5 versus 3, or, you know, a 5 versus 4, we'd see them play very, very timid. But still, they're looking for fights. We saw it from Hades in the peak towards short. We see it from Gizmy in the peak in middle. And I think when Monty play with confidence, when they can kind of have a little bit more of an energetic and proactive CT side, that's where we'll see this success. And look, they found 4 kills, not a single point of damage taken.
Yeah, and MPL's got a tough task ahead of him. Sort of anything that you can do is impressive in this one. Even just 1 kill feels like we'll have to really work just to get that one. But Lean is starting to take the fight. Instant snap, actually, for MPL. Gizmy is pushing towards top mid, but I don't know if MPL is expecting this. Surely gonna be heard. They might just be waiting.
Oh, this is so tough. You can see it from the discipline of Gizmy. It's slowly creeping closer. 3 seconds. Flash is excellent. And oh, I'm interested to see if it was after time. It was very close.
I think it was.
Neil might have been given a gift there. No, it was before the timer. That's disappointing, I've got to say. If it went half a second longer. Maybe that's not in the forefront of Monty's mind, though, because they're trailing so heavily. They just want to make sure that any kill what they can get, they make sure they get it. And look, it is quite a small factor. It's still a Mac 10 here. It's not as though he's got himself an AK or an AWP or anything like that. The buy's very weak from Bait. Obviously, if they do win it because MPL gets, you know, 4 kills with a Mac 10, then I guess we can say otherwise. But Ken Seesaw getting aggressed upon here by 2 players pushing him ramp, overlooking his position, and Ascenthio and Ken Seesaw break down that ramp progression effortlessly. Gives me, though, through the smoke. The HE grenade can find Hades. Great nade from Head Trick.
And already with the timer started now, with this bomb ticking down, Monty, the smokes are still up. Finally can now start to have a look into the site with the bomb being 2/3 ticked.
I think the way that Bait play these post plants is really nice. They just look to freeze. They kind of play in tradable positions. We're going to see it here towards ramp. MPL's always getting that kill, and Gizmy, he's got to try and find 2 there. It's not going to be easy, and Ascenthio can take him down. But I think once the site's been taken from Bait, I think it's very tough to retake against them, especially, you know, disadvantage, lacking in util. But what a performance from Bait. Obviously, Monty, we're going to have some signs of success on their CT side. Otherwise, I think we'd be, you know, really saying this is going to be a 2-0. But I think Bait were very impressive throughout.
Yeah, I mean, they were certainly faltered slightly towards the end with but I mean, I do put that sort of down to Monty a bit as well. You know, the individuals of them start to come alive. They called a couple of tactical pauses just to try to find a solution to what looked like an unstoppable Bait, and eventually they did do so, and yeah, went on a bit of a streak of their own, but still, like you said, great half from Bait, and it's something that if they can continue here with a pistol victory, then I do think I fear for any sort of chance Monty might have left on Mirage.
Yeah, look, I'm excited for the second half because both teams, they actually favour kind of, respective Monty on the T side, Bait on the CT side. So I think this is one where we are going to be picking apart kind of, later on. And I think this is going to be an exciting one. Pistol round, obviously, somewhat required for Monty. It's not do or die, but it really puts some pressure on them if they are unsuccessful. MPL, though. All about timing, and MPL just makes it look so effortless, makes it look so easy. And Ryu, though he's in such a good position towards window, it might not matter. Hades and Demka, they've got to find success here. Peeking into the bomb site is Alex. He's a little bit alone. The bomb is dropped. They've got 50 seconds to work with now. And Alex, he's offering himself up a little bit unnecessarily. He gives that kill to Hades. It's a 3-on-3. There is no value. There's no need in that decision there.
That's so unlucky from Ryu towards mid. He sees the player in middle, but they're just tucked behind the wall. They're not actually giving him the fight, so he just starts to shoot, hoping the fight gets taken. MPL with a Glock in hand this time will find his third in total. And it's all on Hades on the bomb site. 20 seconds, will get punished, and the pistol goes the way of Bait. But what a connector hold from MPL.
Look, I think a lot of the time when we talk about fragging in-game leaders, right, we very rarely talk of them as top of the pack. Usually they're going to be somewhere in the middle, maybe second fragging here and there. But very rarely will you have a fragging in-game leader who is the top of the team. And that is what MPL provides. He's absolutely insane. Obviously, he's below Headtrick in this one so far, but the individual ability that MPL has is so incredible to watch that I think the vast majority of the time you watch a series from MPL and kind of the historics of in-game leading where they're usually at the bottom of the server, they're going in first, they're kind of having, far less kills and impact. I think everyone, you just watch a game and you always forget that MPL's the one calling, but lovely stuff. They deal with the eco very comfortably. 3 kills from Ken Cecil there on the MP9. But Bait, they're so close to victory here on Mirage. One mistake from Monty, and we'll see 12. And I think that's where Monty kind of realising that this one probably is all said and done.
I mean, it certainly could come down to this round. They lose this one, then you've got a choice. If there's no bomb plant or anything, chances are you've got a half buy, or you might just take the risk and go for the fourth. But at that point, I think it speaks volumes about where you are in a map series. But yeah, Lean again having a bit of a tough time here. Early doors to Mirage, just 2 kills found so far. Starting to see a couple of the other players come alive now as well. Hades got a few kills towards the end of the half, along with Gizmy, who was sitting on 0 for quite a while.
Yeah, look, I don't think we can kind of put a vast majority of blame on Lean, but when you look at the kills, you look at the impact that the individuals on Monty have had, you understand that Gizmy should be kind of towards the lower end regarding his calling. But it's the fact that Lean, if he was maybe kind of 9 and 10, similar on Hades, we'd be seeing this game be really close. Because obviously there's players on the side of Bait who are negative, who are kind of level regarding kills and deaths. I just think for Lean, it's just not been the game, and a kill like that perfectly embodies it. MPL, quick find into window, no trade, and Demka now could fall.
Yeah, Demka didn't want to take that fight through the smoke, so instead he sort of just let his teammate die. And now he's going to take this 1v1 heads up and will eventually get that trade. This is a lot of health in the meantime, but it's a 4-on-4, and now with a lot of room taken through Murder Hole. Once they are going to be heading towards A, they're going to be crunching 2 players towards ramp. A lot of MP9 still in this round, and the only M4 just strikes.
Yeah, great from Ascenthial there. Weaponry can be retrieved. Hades, nice find there. Headtrick still gets one. Gizmy peeking into CT, but the trade from Ascenthial necessary. It's all on Hades. Attempting to isolate onto Headtrick, but the MP9 besting. And Bait, they find themselves 11. No bomb plant here for Monty, so a doubt and investment will be seen. But disastrous here for Monty. And you look at that round and we kind of say, well, why is Demka not looking to get the trade? Why is Lean just jumping in window? They've silent boosted 2 players up. What's he doing? Just hopping around, giving information away? I really don't understand it. I think it's just it's very poor decision making, very poor.
Yeah, I mean, for all we know, it could have been grey screen on his screen. Maybe he didn't think he was on the jump, something like that. Maybe a mouse glitch. Who knows? Just trying to give any sort of solution for what on earth that was. But Maybe we'll never know. But I mean, Hedrick, another great round from him, actually, with the MP9 in a tough position. Not only found one, delayed a lot of time for his teammate to rotate in, then found that final kill as well. So, great shot from him again. And yeah, it is this half buy from Monty, and it's going to be a burst out towards A. But who else but MPL to find the first kill? Hedrick and Alex both chiming in. Hades Deagle will strike true for one. Being given some opportunities, and he will double down, but whittled away at. And this one's surely only going the way of the CT side as Demka is being given fights, and we know the form he's on. I probably wouldn't give these.
Yeah, it seems the bait, they're just hungry to get the eco frags. Yeah, maybe need to show a little bit more respect to the Deagle of Demka. Like, you know, a small factor in this round is Hedrick could have gotten up in play, but he knows it's going to be these weaker weapons against these Tech 9, so he brings out a rifle, which I actually quite like the decision for, but yeah, in the 1 versus 3 here for Demka, I really don't see any value in these players peeking. He should line up the shot. What a round from Demka. Look, we said the bait have played pretty well. The individuals have looked good, but they've just thrown a round away. Obviously, great deke shots, but peeking one by one with a bombs drop, there was no value. There's no need for it.
Yeah, 1 versus 3 here. I mean, Ken Cecil here just gives himself up there. And I think MPL started to realise I don't want to take this 1v1, but the wallbang headshot came through. And the center field
Look at the bind!
just didn't consider. Yeah, this is where things do get a little bit more dicey now. Weaponry is still good. There is one MP9. Alex obviously has no utility, so he's going to be relying quite heavily on the rest of his team to be able to pick up the slack in this round. I mean, for all we know, it could just be a bit of a blip in this game, but you could go on to win this and then close this game out. But you'd never want to give a team like Monty just a chance to get back into this game. Not through silly mistakes like that.
And I think as well, bait. That's the type of round that, regardless of the outcome here of Mirage, it should only ever go the way of bait. Important kill from MPL. No trade yet. And he can, in fact, evade the smoke. So man advantage back the way of bait. Alex still here towards triple, and the fact he hasn't jiggled, the fact he hasn't moved, he will be an unknown factor. Wide swinging, no trade there at all. Disappointing, it's got to be said from Lean. Ryu now looking to get out of the con smoke, but Ryu, we see all this contact made towards triple, and Ryu just overlooks it. Lean, he's able to get Alex, but a quick trade from Ken Seesaw. And look, he said a bit of a blip on the resume, certainly, because Monty, I just don't really know what's happening in this one. They were given such a chance in that last round, yet no one's spamming through that smoke for MPL. He's 1 HP. We see Ryu overlooking triple, Lee not getting the trade. I just think Monty, they're given moments and they're having moments of brilliance, yet they kind of just go, you know, they're back on Earth now, and it's a tough watch, I've got to say.
Yeah, I think we always knew Mirage was going to be difficult. I think we wanted to see a little bit more from Monty, just hopefully them keep things as competitive as they could. Tried to go toe-to-toe with bait at times, but it's not really been the case. The AXU comes through. Alex finds one. The lineup almost happened. Advantage given to Monty thanks to Demka, but MPL spam through the smoke is good enough to keep things on an even playing field. Oh!
An attempt, great fight, denies the plant. Yeah, that's excellent. And now a 2-on-3. Ryu has taken a lot of control here towards CT, which will be beneficial. Ryu been chipped away at so heavily. Oh, Hades is double. Set things up here for Ryu, but a smoke on the bomb. MPL can send out the flash. Ryu is pushing through, but MPL so ready for it. And there it is. Game, set, match, Mirage over. Bait victorious. And Monty left head in hands after MPL gets a quad kill.
Yeah, masterclass from Bait there. A couple of mistakes towards the end of their T side. One mistake on their CT, giving up the fights. But you honestly can't blame them for losing that 1v3 to Demka, I think. The team's so confident. To a point probably where they became a little bit complacent at the end. But it just showed how overwhelmingly dominant they really are at this map. Fred, we are going to be going through a break before we get into map 2. But before that, we are going to throw it over to Neoclide to break down how Monty got humiliated on Mirage.
I think humiliated is probably the correct word there. It was a one-sided display. I think, you know, a lot of it comes down to this just sort of narrative that we built in the pre-shows, the three of us talking about this difference in calling, the caliber of calling. I think MPL's mid-rounding was absolutely fantastic. Now, sure, there was a few delectable moments from Demka, and he really did show at least his individual prowess, but bar him, it was really, really rough, right? We never saw really Hades shine to the level that we want to see out from him. Ryu, he's always been maybe a little bit of an issue on my side for this Monty team because he gets a lot of resources, but it feels like under-delivers, I think, is one of those things for me. And you got the flip side where, you know, topping the scoreboard, Hedrick, MPL, Kentazor, the three names that we brought up in this pre-show who were absolutely phenomenal. And I think when you look back at some of these highlights as well, you could actually just see how individually confident this bait side were. They knew they were the better team. They know this is a map pick for them that has always been very good. I would arguably say they're kind of one of the more consistent and better teams in the tier 2 on this Mirage, which is not an easy fact to be. Mirage is a map that everybody knows. We very rarely see anything new on it as well, but bait always seem to find ways to succeed. And I think for Monty, they probably expected to come in towards that one and face a challenge. I just don't think they expected it to be to that sort of level. And now it does, you know, put a few seeds of doubt in our mind as we head in towards this nuke map pick coming up next. And you've got to worry that a Monty side who don't even remotely feel online, bar Demka, how are we actually going to be able to succeed heading in towards that nuke? Because yes, statistically it's been very good over towards Monty, but it does worry us. There's a side that are obviously struggling. And, you know, for the apparent birthday boy of Gizmy, he really did struggle in the calling department and the numbers department too. And same can be said for Lean. You know, it's obviously big boots to fill in Diha's roles, stepping in towards this team on what I assume to be relatively short notice. Diha made the announcement about a week ago or so that he was actually going to take a step away from this sort of online Counter-Strike era and, you know, reassess his options post-Austin. But obviously, unfortunately for Lean, it looked completely out of his depth. He really, really did struggle. 3-16 he went. Gizmy, 8-15, you know, and both of them getting sub 50 ADR is really not where you want to be. But flip side, you know, for MPL, we always expect numbers out of him, which is first and foremost phenomenal because of how good his calling is. But again, you know, just shy of 125 ADR for that map. What a display from the youngster. He continues to prove how good he is. Hedrick on the flip side as well, 17-10. Your time in NIP does not count, and he continues to prove that this narrative is exactly that. I'm looking at this, and I think Monty are in this position where, essentially, since their major run, they've been ever so slightly regressing, but now they're in a really, really dire spot. If they can't get past the round of 16, I know they've got a tough draw here, but this is a side that always should be pushing, and at one point were consistently pushing for, you know, reoccurring land positions, and now we're getting to the point where we can't even crack into towards a quarterfinal of, you know, an online tournament. I think is actually a really true indicator of the struggles that Monty are in right now. They're in a rebuilding phase, I know, but it's not looking pretty, and I think this is where bait are in a prime position to punish. They made a change of their own, but a change for the better and an upgrade, where unfortunately, there's no two ways about it, and there's no offense to Lean here, but Lean for Diha is a downgrade. Ultimately, Diha is a player who can play at that tier 1 level and has done it for many a year. And unfortunately, Lean, he's, you know, inexperienced, even at this sort of top end of tier 2, and it's obviously shown in the server there. So I'm looking at this, and I'm coming back to my earlier point talking about this nuke where I said, yes, the stats don't look fantastic for bait, right? You look on paper, and you're looking at them playing over the last sort of 3 months, 7 times, 29% win rate, 2 wins out of 7. It doesn't fill you with joy, but some of those losses being close actually instill confidence in me that they can bring the momentum over from Mirage, heading in towards map number 2, and start to actually show just how good they can be on this map. And I think as well, because there's so many reps to look over for Monty, 13 times in the last 3 months, there's a lot of data there. Now, it won't be data with Lean, but arguably, with Lean looking a little worse for wear at the moment and probably lacking quite a lot of confidence, it kind of works in your favor, right? They know how this team are going to try and play. They've got at least enough reps of Gizmy's calling in this display as well. So I'm looking at this and I'm very worried. And coming back to where I think that the 2-0 genuinely is actually brewing here. I think this Monty side look really, really out of their depth a little bit at the moment. And I think as much as they're in a horrible spot, I think, for Monty right now, where I feel like they're stuck in two minds, where you actually want to take like a week or two away from officials and really hard prep, right? You know, get into the scrims, get into the pracs, get this team all on the same level, because the synergy, the cohesion, all these buzzwords that we like to use, they do not look there at all. The crossfires were really inadequate. They were getting broken down on that CT side way too easy. The T side, you see the spacing was pretty dreadful as well. Hence why Bait had some of these opportunities. I mean, you talk about that 1v3 that kind of came through from Demcom. On the flip side, there was quite a few 1vx situations where Bait could prove that they can isolate fights. That worries me a lot. It never should happen as consistently as it did. And I think for Monty, there's obviously they're in this tough spot where you want to be taking this time away from the server, but at the same time, as their Valve rank is tumbling and actually at quite a rapid spot, you know, we briefly touched on it, but if Monty lose this game, they lose 2 spots and go down to 73rd in the world. So, I mean, a really awful kind of predicament for them as things are brewing. So, I really think there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders, and they've got to take this sort of 10 to 15 minute break, really sit back and just say, we've got to forget about it. We can come back and see what went wrong at a later date, but if we dwell on this now, we are going to head towards our map pick and get battered. And since Beta are going to be starting on that CT side, that's going to give them already an added leg up. You've got a map number 1 under your belt, a dominant display, everybody's firing on all cylinders, and your opponents are half asleep, and then you start on the CT side of the most CT side of the map in the pool. I think Beta are in a good spot. We're going to have to wait and see, though. We're going to throw this one to a little bit of a break when we are back. Nuke is coming up next. It's Monty's pick, but safe to say, I'm worried. well, we've made up for that 30-minute kind of delay, that we were coming in towards today with an insanely quick map and a really dominant display. And, we were just touching on it a bit in the quote-unquote green room, talking about how Monty are in a really troublesome spot, not only in this series, but actually as a whole, right? Obviously on this rebuild, quote-unquote, and really starting to quite significantly lose this game, lose this map. And you are, outside of the top 70. It's not a good spot for them to be at all. We're heading in towards Nuke, guys, and we've got to look at this. And I know we touched on how Nuke is statistically so good for Monty, but like, honestly, at this point, throw, statistics out the window, sod them. This is all about the kind of buzzword we like to use of vibes in the server. Vibes are not good. It's looking like a really rough display at the moment, and I honestly think Bait can just come in towards this with all the confidence of Mirage and just showcase how good they really are, even though it's been a little rough for them, Nuke as a whole. Monty just looks so checked out.
Yeah, and I think as well, look, when you look at the individuals, I think Lean isn't kind of up to the task of a side like Bait. I think it's a real different weight class for him, and obviously it is going to happen when you go from kind of tier 3 to tier 2 and kind of progressing even further. But look, I think it's going to be a very tough task. I was backing Monty mainly because of Gizmy. Look, as any UK commentator knows, the talent's quite dry, so you got to kind of, I guess, clutch to what we've got. But look, I think it's going to be really tough for Monty. And look, you said the stats aren't really going to matter. Obviously, they're important, but it's the fact that it was a different roster, it was a different team, it was kind of a different, whole core. And I think when you're looking at it like that, okay, yes, they've still retained Hades and Demka. They were the two players that were performing on Mirage, but it seemed like the Academy graduates, they went up to par on Mirage, a map that actually the Academy side were pretty decent at. And look, I think it's going to be really difficult. Am I praying that Monty win it just for the chance that I can still be right? Obviously. But as a realist, I think we all know that Bait should be taking this one.
Yeah. I wanted to touch on one thing that I generally like to bring up whenever I cast Monty. And this is, I don't like to kind of slight one person a little bit, but one person I always actually sort of worry a little bit about when I look towards Monty is actually Ryu. And primarily the reason being is that I think he gets a lot of resources, but doesn't do a lot with said resources. And this has always been an issue for me, that he gets given, preferable positions, a lot of space to work with. And unfortunately, it never seems to come to fruition. It really feels like they need that hero rifler that can step up and, do a lot of the heavy lifting, T-side entries, CT side be ever reliable, at least going sort of 1-for-1 or even 1 and kind of getting out and resetting. But it never feels like it happened to Ryu, and this has sort of been the story since he got re-promoted back in towards the main team, and probably kind of the reason why he got moved back down to the Academy side at the tail end of last year when it wasn't really working out. And once again, we kind of saw it there in Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, he is someone who can deliver those things. It just doesn't feel like as consistently as this team desperately needs.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like you said, he does get set up a lot in terms of how it is he plays in the roles, the sort of star roles that he's given a lot of the time, but it's not been delivered as much. You even had a couple of moments in that game where he was stepping up with Demka as well, but it was for 2 rounds. You need more than 2 rounds worth of sort of impact to be able to actually go on to win a game. And that's the issue that I do think this Monty team have. The issue is, I don't think you can just easily say, oh, let's swap roles around. I don't think you really have anyone else on the team who can pick up that. I think the issues with this Monty team are a lot sort of deeper than just, let's juggle a couple of things around. I don't know whether it's just Ryu sort of early in the development still. These are things that are going to get sorted out. But I think there's a lot of pieces to the team, not just one individual player that are causing a lot of issues for this side. Yeah, Nuke doesn't fill me with a lot of confidence either for them. I certainly hope it is at least going to be a closer game than Mirage. I sort of dread to think what would happen if it was a similar 13-5 on their map selection on Nuke against Bait, a team that we know what they're like on Nuke. I think that would be a really damning result for them. I'm hoping at least it is going to be a competitive one.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'm worried about is this T-side start in particular. I've got to say it. Monty T-side has looked all over the shop, and you hate to kind of, put it on our boy a little bit, but a lot of it's got to come down to the calling from Gizmy here.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think it's maybe a bit of a bad run of form from Monty. Obviously, with all these changes, with all these kind of newer players being brought in, new kind of calling style. I think there is obviously that we do have to mention. Look, they're obviously fighting against a really strong opponent in Bait who have proven themselves in this kind of tier 1.5. So I think when we look at it like this, do we expect Monty to put up a crazy result, have the victory? Probably not. But I do still think that, look, there's a reason that they are in this round of 16. There's a reason that they were able to progress.
Yeah.
And we do have to take that into account. Yes, we can try and give them as many kind of favours as we like and say, look, well, they've got this rebuild going. But in the Swiss stage, they bested Fnatic, they bested Na'Vi Junior 2-0, and the Cyberstroke game as well, although a bit of a close one, they still won it. They went 3-0 in the Swiss stage. You know, this still isn't an expectation where, well, oh, it's Monty's rebuild, this is why they're losing. They were still looking pretty decent, and obviously that was before Lean. And can we expect just one player to be the sole purpose for this? God, no. So I think right now, I think maybe it is just, you know, not their best showing today, and hopefully in a couple series time they can really prove what they've got to offer.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on. You know, we've kind of drawn up what is a pretty bleak picture over towards Monty, and a lot has got to be done for them to sort of rectify our feelings in this side, and kind of also prove to themselves that they do deserve to be here in the round of 16. They do deserve to go towards a quarterfinal, but I think ultimately it's not been a display that we want to see. We'll be going live momentarily heading in towards Nuke, and I think, you know, without a doubt, get a pistol, this first gun run on the T side, Monty can maybe bring us something, but at the same time, it actually feels like quite big arse. Fellas, I'm going to throw it over towards you. Enjoy it.
Yeah, look, you said Monty on the T side. It's a scary one to start on. Obviously, it's also bait CT side. A great opener from Headtrick. We've got Ascenthiel ready and waiting. A lovely farm from Ascenthiel. And the idea is just to take contact away from Headtrick. We see him swing towards bottom ramp, and he finds another. And now it's on Gizmy and Lean. This is going to be such a tough one. Ken Seesaw, is he prepared? He might not be ready, but Gizmy falling still. A 1 versus 4 now for Lean. He had a very tough time on Mirage. Look. There was a round to kind of rekindle some confidence. It'd be this one. But been spotted now by Ken Seesaw. And only a couple bullets can be fired before falling. And Bait, they kick off their campaign on Nuke very nicely.
Yes, exactly how it felt like it was always going to start. This was a brilliant find initially from Headtrick to find the first. Base in his teammate, who gets one before the flames land at his feet. Headtrick still making magic happen. And just 1 for 1 there for Ascenthiel as a molly was dropped towards his position. I mean, it's everything. But Headtrick's double towards ramp. Felt like that really was the deal breaker for Monty having a chance there. It is just going to be an eco for them. I mean, I think that's the right call. Get on the weapons as quick as possible, because you've got to show us something on this T side.
Look, I've got to say, from that pistol from Ascenthiel, you see him swing back into the Molotov, and some people might be questioning, look, why is he doing that? Well, what's the reasoning for that? He's just going to die to the molly, and you know, it's not going to have value. But the reason he's done it is so the T's have to swing further onto him, and that's what allows Headtrick to get that kill. I think a lot of what we saw in that round, you might put into question, but to the trained eye, you realise the value in him pushing back into that Molotov, just completely baiting in and forcing the swing out. And I think just a little protocol like that, it's clear that that pistol setup is so well drilled. They've had that moment where the molly lands at their feet. They've had that kind of system already, you know, work well for them. And I think right now Bait are looking really, really scary, because something so finite like that, it just goes to show that not only the synergy, but the protocols that they have in place of every round is so, so good to watch.
Well, weapons out now for the T's. Let's see how they start off their run on Nuke.
Ready, Hades. Ooh, we see MPL and Alex combined. Demq will get one, but quick trade, and Lean, Ryu all alone, and Ryu, he's 11 HP, he's spotted towards outside. For round 3 only just started. Well, I guess Fate have shown how quickly it can end. My Monty. Gizmy does not look happy.
I mean, it's just trying to figure that out. Look, you're on your first weapon round. You're getting ready, you've got your ideas, you've got your game plan, and instantly the CTs take the fight onto you. They push lobby, they catch you off towards Squeaky. Your 2 players down instantly. Demka finds one, and next thing you know, there's a player pushing through the smoke behind you. It's never been allowed for Monty to have a moment to breathe on that first weapon round. Excellently called there from Bait. And while you've still got a few weaker weapons here or there, that's the thing you got to do. Demka has been flashed in. We'll take down Alex, and we know what these pistols can do towards a hit towards A, but it's the vent hold. Headtrick with a double. Gizmy finally will take him down.
On the lower side, though, is Ascenthiel. Gizmy going to struggle to plant. Hades taking so much damage. Gizmy, he's dropped a smoke. He's got an AK. Tap of the bomb here. Ascenthiel. Oh, Gizmy. A little late to get his weapon out, so can't take down Ascenthiel. And now all on the 5 HP of Hades. And Monty there, they get the kill towards A. They opt to maneuver their way down towards B, and it goes so wrong. Head Trick just waiting.
I mean, if Hades can find one, that feels like a victory in this round. He's so out of it, just looking to see if he can sneak on by, catch a bit of a timing, get a bit of a lucky play. But he is being held. Has been found. I mean, it feels like everything that Monty do, Bait already have a solution for it. Find a kill towards A. Looks like it's going to be a hit towards that site. Headtrick's glued to the vent, and that's exactly where Monty go.
Yeah,
really good reads.
I think something that Neo said right at the start of this series is Beta aside that calling against Can seems so difficult for many reasons. It seems like Bait, not only have they got so many different ideas of what they want to achieve on this CT side, but also it's the fact that kind of preparing for their aggression, preparing for their discipline, having to use utility early on for information or just kind of a bit of a guessing game. It seems like Bait seemingly are the masterminds in every single game, the puppeteers to their success. It just looks so good. And it's clear that Monty are struggling. We saw it throughout the whole of Mirage, and we're going to see a continuance here on Nuke, surely. Needed the smoke, and Alex close by. Unprepared here. And Alex can back away. How has he been allowed to creep his way out of that? MPL will fall, in fact. Alex still on the USP, but can find a pick. Through the smoke of main his lead. He achieves a double, but a 2-on-2 and a very possible one. And Essential, instead of waiting for Headtrick to rotate in, he knows he can do it all. And that's the confidence that Bait have. Absolutely brilliant there.
That's the scariest thing about teams like Bait, when they're a side like Bait who is so stacked with firepower, when even sort of their weaker hitters, I suppose, are feeling it and they're wanting to take these fights and they're confident to do so, that's when you know you're in for a rough time.
Yeah, and look, Monty, we've had 5 rounds of play. It's a half by here. We're expecting a 6-0 start for Bait. We know Nuke CT-sided, but
gotta start
expectations.
rounds.
Yeah, exactly. Gizmy offering a bit of aggression here towards outside. Getting down towards Secret will be a success in itself, but the problem is a lot reliant on whether this contact towards ramp can yield anything, but a great find from Headtrick, and he doubles down. He can just re-pick if he decides to, and he can take his own timings. And look, as I said, it's all determined on what happens at ramp. Gizmy, you've got yourself down towards Secret. Obviously no secret of his location anymore as he gets a pick onto Alex, but quite similar to Hades' scenario a couple rounds ago. Anything more that Gizmy finds will be a bit of a bonus. I doubt much can be seen here, and Bait, they deny that ramp hit with such an effortless nature.
Honestly, moments like this are probably a bit of just a moment of peace for Gizmy, not having to think about how to try to outplay this Bait team. Just focus on playing the game yourself. Although it's going to be a round that he isn't going to win, it is just something where at least he can take a break from trying to find what seems like the impossible solution right now. It's a 1v1 on the Headtrick. Does just have the pistol out. Pistol fight here, and Ram tries to take the fight elsewhere. But that's where MPL is waiting with that M4. 6-0 for Bait on their opponent's map pick, on a map that they have struggled horrendously on.
0-6 for Hades, 0-6 for Ryo. No wonder the scoreline is 6-0 for Bait. A real tough start for them. Gizmy currently leading the lines, and the only map that I can ever see a question where Gizmy is a top performer on is sadly one that's gone from the Vetoes in Vertigo. He was such a star on that map, and sadly that's kind of been taken out of their arsenal. There's going to be a play-through A, utility coming over, Jiggle has been spotted, Demka, no find currently, trying to deal with a player towards second Ven. How have they not seen the player on top heart? How has Ken Cecil not been spotted yet? Gizmy eventually takes him down, disadvantage, but Hades' kill brings things back to the 2-on-2. MPL looks like he wants to send himself through this, but the flash is in fact for Headtrick. Worried about a relocation to Ven, Headtrick still posted now. Elevating onto top hut is Gizmy. A nice position Bomb to go down now. Flashbang coming through. Orb still in the hands here of Head Trick. Gizmy. Oh, Gizmy's been spotted. Information for both, and Gizmy, the spam looks good. Hades on the back of the bomb site, needing the right time to pounce, and it might come with this flash. Great find from Hades. And now a 1 versus 2 for Head Trick that seems like he doesn't want anything to do with. Gizmy can find him. A great round from Gizmy and Hades. Monty finally put one on the board.
Yeah, got close still. It was advantage for Bait for some time as well, but managed to make it work. Really important round there. Gizmy and Hades combining for such a crucial round. Just something on the board, something to work with to build off of a foundation. Now we can have to look if they can try to continue it. You can see the odds. They're not favouring Monty here whatsoever, despite finally getting there first.
We maneuvers round, looking for a speedy approach to heaven. Yet to be met with any contact or any contest. Demka trying to keep attention elsewhere. Surely the CTs know of this. Well, Sentium's holding. Timing goes against him though. Lean, an excellent find. And now Lean actually doesn't need to look to progress. So much attention will be on him that, well, instead they look to progress into Heart. And as said, look, time and time again, Bait, the protocols they have in place, near perfect. But the individuals have gone silent in this one. Hades prepared. And finally Gizmy out of heaven confined. A great call from Monty. A great round as well. And as you said, at least they've got something to build upon and build towards. Finances for Bait aren't perfect.
Yeah, that's the difference, that we do see a good call in that round from Monty. Just someone to play around on that one, actually. Just getting Lean really deep towards heaven. That gunfight was crucial to their success, the initial one onto Ascenthio. But finding that one, it's always in the back of Bait's minds, and you can see they look for the fight towards the lobby instead. They find the first, but go back for a little bit too much, lose the man advantage again, and from there, it feels like Bait are constantly searching for a kill, but Monty just holding the angles, and that's all they needed to do.
Yeah, nice from Lean there, takes down MPL. It's headshot in the process, but still surviving. Now onto the MP9, P250, and USP here. Monty now need to focus on their finances. Look, the money's pretty decent, and against these remaining players, they've got to keep their casualties as low as possible. Because to mount a comeback like this, you need to make sure that, win or lose, you're getting a buyout in the next. Head Trick, though, in the back lines. Demka desired to find him. Head Trick still here towards top lobby. Timing's going to be everything here. Ryu holding for the MP9's aggression, and Senthiel found. Head Trick still waiting, realizes that he's going to make some noise getting on top of Silo. Not enough to realize, though. Head Trick will find. Gizmy, though, taking down Alex. They're aware of Head Trick's position. Just the one casualty so far, and it will just be the one. First 2 kills for Ryu here seen on this round, but look, Monty, if they can, find a couple more of these remaining rounds, a great comeback for them. And it's clear that Monty are opting with a little bit more of a disciplined approach. They realize that trying to look to take early pressure and presence towards Ramp, towards Squeaky, isn't the goal, because Bait, they're so good at getting these openers. So Monty are playing a little bit further back, are waiting for this aggression. It's worked out quite nicely for them.
I mean, certainly brought themselves a little bit closer into this one, and Bait, you can see they're not liking that idea, calling this tactical pause, because that 6-0 start, that super early dominant performance, is looking a lot closer now. And it's looking a decent bit more of a standard half of both teams right now. So, Bait, if they do want the advantage, it does feel like they have to have a decent CT side, because obviously haven't had a great T or CT side in the past, but you never want to try to have to be the ones to close it out on that weaker side of things when things are still very close.
Yeah, and right now, everything that's gone well for Monty here on Nuke is gone through, well, sadly, the falling player in Gizmy. Not only the calling, you know, the kind of outlet that he's provided in the kill department, no one else is putting up consistent numbers. A nice opener here. Missed shot on the orb. Head trick in a good position. He would have loved to have the big green in hand, but he makes it work. Double with the rifle. Ryu and Demka seemingly just blocking one another. No one swinging out into the open. No one being kind of an awkward player to kill. Far too easy for Head Trick there. And now it's Lean and Hades in the 2 versus 5. The pause call from Bait has worked out very nicely.
And Alex's position is going to be eventually cleared by Lean. Timing's good though, and it's just the wallbang from Hades who drops down vents. Drops the Molotov as well to try to get this bomb, but little does he know, Essential's waiting. AWP can be saved, and Bait, the tactical timeout worked out exactly as intended. Gave them that round. Money's still in a great spot though for Monty.
5 survivors there for Bait, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
And I think for Bait, it's kind of a reminding moment where they say, okay, yeah, well, we're still a good Nuke team. Don't worry, guys. Those 3 rounds, that we don't need to worry about that. And I think now it's Gizmy's turn for the calling. It's his idea now. Obviously, the outside play getting Lean into heaven works so well, and I think maybe that's got to be the outlet. But down the vent they go. Hades on an AK. Obviously, with the speedy approach and the call here from Monty. An AWP, not the best of weapons to wield. Essential can send out the Molotov. Head Trick holding for rotations. How has Lean not got that kill? Demka, though, towards outside can find MPL. It is this 4-on-4, but aware that Demka is out of the action currently, this has surely got to be the go call here for Bait. Realizing that it could be a 4v3 here. Out of the smoke and out of ramp is Essential, and out of the round is Hades, but Demka still towards outside. A player tucked away behind the boxes. Surely to fall in a matter of moments. Demka, he's got himself in the action now. Another kill found from him. All 3 kills so far. Gizmy swinging out, and Gizmy getting the double. Paw sprays from both Ken Cecil and Head Trick. Monty. They silence Bait in that one. Far too slow a Bait there. Once Demka gets this kill towards outside, Bait just have to rush this retake.
Yeah, it felt like maybe a little bit too much weight put on trying to find Demka. He's even able to come down and still have that impact as well. 3 kills from him. Gizmy with the next 2, and it feels like these are the 2 players you're relying on now. Gizmy heavily, 12 and 7. Second in the whole server for a team that's been out of this map for most of the game.
Yeah, Demka sent out. We'll find Alex. Needs to deal with the player top hard. Not the greatest of sprays. So Ken Cecil now can look to isolate. Trying to stay alive as long as possible, but Gizmy will find him. A 3-on-3 here with Lean chipped away at Hades. He's got to have a bit more impact in this round, and that's why he's rotating. He could just look to post towards heaven. I think it'd be such a dangerous angle for the CTs to have to peek into.
PL have just wrapped all the way around lobby.
Yeah, Hades, though. Because he's pushed into Hut, no longer holding ramp.
Ooh.
If MPL comes creeping, he can still be found. Oh, timing though for Hades couldn't be worse. In MPL, the disciplined approach on that retake is perfect for Bait. They end the half 8-4. Obviously for Monty, when they were so far out of this one, I think the fact they found 4 is quite impressive. But I think for Bait, look, it's 8 rounds. I think they'll be happy with that as well.
Yeah, I think for a team like Bait, who have been struggling, you certainly take 8. I think, honestly, Monty, considering the start, they'll probably take it as well. I think this is probably a halftime score that both teams will be pretty content with. I think definitely both teams will certainly still be on their toes, realizing that anything can happen on Nuke still. As we've seen some magic moments. I do have to say, I think the Monty call-in was significantly better towards the end of that half. And it felt like they actually had a game plan and an idea. It felt like they weren't really playing anything slowly. It felt like that's what Monty was struggling with. Maybe looking for the mid-round calls and things weren't working out from there. It looks like they honestly just called things off of spawn and basically did things with a bit more speed and intent, but as a unit. That final round, I felt like they probably should have won it. Ken Cecil, I'm not sure how he found 2 alone towards that A-bomb site after that main player was found. I think if he was killed quicker, max finding 1, I do think Monty probably do win that round.
Yeah, a real possibility, because Hades could have just been holding towards lobby. I think it would have been far easier, but Bait, T-side showing now. They've crept their way down secret. I say crept, they have been spotted by Gizmy and Heaven, and that's why we've seen this triple rotation. Hades here, Lean and Demka. Wait, do they realise they're going into the stack? But oh, a quick shot like that! Can Seesaw head trick? They rip apart with the P250s. And Monty, they have been sat down there towards Secret. So easy for Bait. And look, we touched upon the individuals here for Bait, and the reason that a vast majority of the time they make all rounds look so easy. And there's the showing. The 2 P250s just dismantling a triple Secret setup.
The call was great from Monty. Gizmy instantly would have said, I've spotted these players, go for the triple rotation. We've got a strong setup. As soon as he probably hears the contact, he's probably feeling good about his call. Thinking, great job here, now let's go on to win the round. And yet somehow not a single kill found by the CTs there on that lower bomb site. I mean, masterful stuff from Bait and their individuals, again showing what this team is all about. But a pissed round that both teams felt like they really needed for their own individual goals has slipped away from Monty. Their luck has not been any easier. And again, Gizmy, the pressure is on him to try to pull the rabbit out of the hat.
Yeah, look, I think they're certainly going to need some magic tricks here for Monty if there's any chance, but realistically, a difficult position they're in. It's their map selection, they're on their favoured side. But they are against the Goliaths that are Bait. Disciplined are Bait, aware a stack could be anywhere. The fact there's rifles in play, I think if there was a Mac 10 here on Bait, maybe they'd kind of just send someone on a bit of a fact-finding mission, but obviously with the rifles and the value they hold, kind of opting against it. Set of outside smokes. Bait can kind of just look to kind of head towards outside or A without any problem whatsoever. It's going to be 10-4, Charlie. Is that... I feel like we're getting to the place where we're saying could be out of the realms of possibility. Don't get me wrong, Monty, they're always a side that have kind of can surprise and impress, but same can be said for Bait.
Yeah, I mean, 10-4 is going to be daunting. I think it's all going to come down to the next round. That's going to be the pivotal one we're talking about at the end of this one, I think. Whether Monty have a chance in this one, whether the comeback's even plausible or possible, will all be determined on the next round. If they can win that full buy, that's where things really matter. 5 players peeking from heaven. A bit of damage certainly can be done in a round like this, but just the 1 kill. Great spray from Ken Seesaw, and yeah, I mean, honestly, each game I'm watching from Ken Seesaw, I can't help but agree. I do think he certainly has been a really big upgrade, and Captain Kirker, I thought what a player he was as well during his time at Bait.
Yeah, look, I think Captain Kirker was a kind of a stabilizing factor this Bait roster, right? You know, I feel like there are obviously moments where he's to the top of the server, but is he going to have those kind of crazy moments that we see from Ken Seesaw that we kind of are so used to seeing? I feel like there's a lot less firepower.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I mean, 100%. But yeah, it is a very exciting team now. This is it. This is the full buy from Monty. Yeah. They've got their rifles out. They've got their util. Let's see what their CT side's all about. Similar thing to really get to test the waters of Bait's T side as well.
Yeah, smoke towards Squeaky here. Ryo fixated on this angle. Lean, the lone defender here towards A. Util coming down, so we will just drop a Molotov. We know the lack of quality of the CT molly. Essential can get 1. Important kill from Ryo, but Essential again. Important trades here, and head trick holding Hades. Can't deny him, and now Demka and Gizmy, they kind of got to give this one a go. Finding Essential would have been so valuable for Gizmy. He does take him down, but it's after the fact. It's after the bomb goes down. Certainly to give this one a go, though. Head Trick, he's low HP. MPL's got work to do here in Demka. Cleared out the back of the bomb site. Gonna be spotted by Head Trick now. Swing comes through, and the trade not that quick, but MPL not taking any damage. Nade here on the bomb. MPL swinging, and the in-game lead, a 1v1 going the way of MPL. Bait, they deny Monty finding that important first round on the CT side, and a clear route for victory here now for Bait.
Yeah, massive play from MPL there. Could have easily tried to play the time, play the clock. Good chances not a kit in play, but MPL didn't want to do that. Drops the nade just to help with a bit of extra damage. Goes for the swing in the 1v2 from the young in-game leader. Showing what he provides to Bait, not just in calling, but in terms of his individual level as well. 2 rounds away, Fred.
It perfectly embodies how Bait play. It's kind of this erratic nature and kind of always keeping you questioning. Whatever idea you might have of what Bait are going to do,
Think again.
they've done the opposite. Yeah, exactly.
Nice find from
What a
Hades.
shot, yeah.
I'm honestly surprised Bait are looking to play this so heavily towards outside.
It's a real lack of respect, which, to be honest, Bait, they can kind of throw their weight around here. Individuals have looked excellent for them. Obviously, they are giving opportunities to the Deagle, but Bait are saying, hey, you've got Deagles invested. We've got the AKs. MP out. Great find onto Gizmy. And with that, it's going to pull the rotations away from Ramp. Wrapping Heaven, though, surely not the play. Keep your distance.
Still this advantage round for Bait. Time is ticking away at. Hitcher going to take this fight towards Heaven. Everyone is still a little bit split. 30 seconds on the clock now. They have to start to converge onto somewhere. Headtrick falls. That's an AK that can be retrieved. There's armor behind this as well. The bomb's under Heaven, and the round might be gone just like that.
Yeah. Bait, they overcomplicate things. Look, just play as a pack. All 4 of them could have just pushed through main together, but no, they kind of want to have a second prong, yet the problem is, that first kill, when we see Headtrick fall there in Heaven, that's where the round becomes really difficult, because the bomb is completely alone. Monty, don't get me wrong, the shots from Ryo were pretty nice, and Hades' Deagle was an important kill, but Monty didn't win that round. Bait have just lost it.
Yeah, I mean, they were very split there with not a lot of time. It felt like that was maybe a little bit of the lack of experience or the lack of quality that Bait have on this nuke. Because just that mid-round, it felt like they all sort of just did their own thing there a little bit while trying to sort of finish with the same end goal. Yeah, like you said, they could have easily all pushed together. Even pushes a 3 and maybe have a late flank towards Heaven, something like that. But yeah, that's certainly not the solution to try to find map point.
Hey, look, and even if all 3 players from Monty were all holding main, if 4 players swing it, we're still expecting Bait to win that one. Alex going to be sent in here. Demka falling. That is the lone ramp defender found. Hades looks to rotate in. Needs to hit a lightning fast shot. Sadly cannot. And now it's MPL to cut off these rotations. Lead. Not prepared. He's got a teammate close by, but MPL won't trade. MPL now just sitting in the vents. Molly coming through with a Mac 10 swinging, and the confidence is excellent. Gizmy now. He's got so much work to do. A double here. Sadly, not enough. And Hades just going to have to save Bait. They find themselves 12. And for me, Charlie, that is game over. Enjoy the quarterfinals, Bait. Because Monty, the money's going to be poor. Bait have 7 opportunities now. And I just cannot imagine them making 7 mistakes.
No, I mean, look, we've seen a mistake in the last round from Bait. I think they're going to be a lot more sharper, a lot more concise, and quick with the decision-making that they're going to make. I mean, Hades, all eyes on him. Any chance to try to win this one? You've got the AWP. There are going to be some weapons in play, but others are going to be limited. I wouldn't mind maybe one of those M4s going towards Demka. I mean, Gizmy certainly deserves his only real player showing any signs of life on Monty right now. Hades has been locked out of nuke. Hasn't even shown up.
I think that's a goal of a lot of teams on the T side, actually. Kind of keep the AWP as silent as possible. And look, we haven't seen kind of peeks into ramp from Hades. We haven't seen kind of much outside presence either. I think right now, Bait have done very well, very effective to put a muzzle here on one of Monty's kind of greatest assets.
Round number 18.
All it takes is...
And potentially that final one. I mean, I said I'm hoping things are at least more competitive, and they should be more competitive than they were in Mirage. Right now, Fred, if it ends 13-5, it's the exact same scoreline all over again.
Yeah. It's had that same kind of threat, though. I think Bait have continued the way that we'd expect. And to be honest, their CT side, they were 6-0 up. We probably should see an even more dominant scoreline currently, but Demka got a lot of work to do. MPL doesn't even check the corner. Senthiel needing to get this trade. Demka with a great double. Final bullets. The first one hit. You imagine Headtrick does fall there. 2-on-4 here, though, for Headtrick and Alex. I think Alex has been spotted. 30 seconds. Gives me. Still here in CT. Bait should just save. Hedrick can drop an AK. MPL and a Senthiel can both buy. Monty, though, it's a big round for them. Keeps them in the game, but I think it'd be crazy to think that Monty have a good chance coming back in this one.
I mean, that's the thing. There's a lot of teams where you can find themselves in this position and you're always like, okay, chance of the comeback is very slim, but it could happen. Bait are one of those teams that when they're this far ahead, it doesn't matter if they play pretty awful Counter-Strike, because you know that those names on that team, all it takes is just a spark, and then next thing you know, the individuals come alive.
Honestly,
and that's the issue.
They could just call 6 fast days in a row, and they're definitely going to win one of them. I think Monty in every round, they put a lot of players towards outside in the last. I think Monty are going to have kind of great calling and, you know, excellent reads for this one, and maybe some initial gambles, whether you've got someone down towards Secret initially. Some risks are going to have to be taken from Monty. Gives me native the smoke time to perfection, but in fact, it's the bullets that do it. Ascential falling. Hedrick is down here towards Secret alongside Ken Seesaw. No one yet to rotate. This could be Bait's brilliance. Demka, though, is now down towards ramp. Bait are just so sure that someone's already rotated in.
It's still an uncomfortable spot for the T's to be in now. Got this disadvantage, and mid-round calls haven't been perfect on this T side so far, so it's going to try to find a solution while behind a man. There are 2 players towards the lower site, though, so upper certainly could be their chance.
MPL. A jump on purpose to force a peek? Ryo now. Begging for help from Lean. Oh, a quick kill from MPL, and now this could be problematic, and MPL, leading by example, rips apart the A defenders, man advantage for Bait. And now it's on Gizmy, Hades, and Demka. 3 versus 4. A tiny bit of util, but nothing substantial. No smoke. And for Hades, no chance. Alex finds him. Demka and Gizmy, all that remain. Molly landing outside of Hut. Gizmy and Demka, both here from heaven. Surely to fall, and this one is done. MPL, 3 kills in that one, but what a performance from Bait. Gizmy, he's joined top of the server. He does everything possible to try and salvage anything there in every round, yet the team just weren't stepping up, and Bait, absolutely exceptional.
Yeah, I mean, doing, like you said, everything you can to try to make something happen in the game. It honestly felt a little bit like the heads maybe just dropped on Monty, and Gizmy was the only one trying to pick up the slack, trying to inspire something, but I think it just shows the sign of how Monty are looking right now as a team. But Neokai, what on earth happened there for Monty?
You know, I'm going to give credit where it's due. I actually think, you know, again, Demka, not a not terrible. I mean, obviously, we want more from him, but I think Gizmi in particular, not only obviously the numbers look great, but I think actually that first half in particular, the calling looked a lot better. There was ideas being formulated there. We could start to see what Monty were trying to do. But at the same time, Bait, that second half was fantastic. I was running through some stats as well of their recent games, and for them, their biggest struggle has always been on that T side, right? That's been where they've been struggling to put rounds on the board. And, you know, I was looking at them and they've got just above a 40% win rate on T side rounds. And, you know, pistols haven't been great for them. But we started to see once again where Bait just using the confidence of map number 1 heading towards map number 2. Fantastic work. And I think one really good sign for me for Bait is something that we brought up in towards the pre-show. We spoke a lot about MPL. How it's always felt like for Bait that he has to be the numbers man, and if he can't step up, they struggle ultimately, right? And they lack a little bit of firepower, or have previously. Kendazor comes in, takes a lot of that space himself, does really, really well. And it's a really, really positive sign for Bait that if MPL is a slow game, which, you know, by his standards he was, bottom of the scoreboard for the Bait side, it doesn't matter. We can still get dominant wins. That, for me, is a really, really good indicator that this side now have a lot of different facets of firepower. They can now look solid across the board, and they're not a bit of a one-man army in that rifling department. So really, really good, good to see for this Bait side. Kendazor looks really clean. He's slotted in towards those roles of Captain Kirker very, very well. And I think, unfortunately, you know, it really cements the woes of Monty, unfortunately, right? They're in a really difficult spot as a team, an organization who are trying to find their footing back in towards Tier 2 and are at a very rapid rate slipping.
Yeah, look, I think Bait deserved that win. I think they did everything you wanted more, and obviously Headtrick, we're going to give the MVP for today. I think, look, any one of the 5 could have been that MVP spot, right? I think everyone for Bait had their moments, had their kind of, you know, real star power, and I feel like everyone, or anyone, sorry, for Bait could have been in this MVP spot. Obviously, Headtrick had a really good game. You touched upon it now. It seems like the Orpas have really struggled recently. You just look at a vast majority of the teams, apart from like the Municies and the Zywus of the world, most Orpas, you've seen a real drop in rating. You've seen a real struggle.
Absolutely.
So I think the fact that Headtrick has kind of taken the MVP spot in this one is already very impressive. I think Bait, I think they're obviously a very, very exciting team to watch. And as we touched upon, now they're just going to be watching who's going to win in that Namiga Cybershock game. But look, I think it'd be very tough to argue against Bait, especially with a performance like that.
Yeah, and this sort of the bracket in particular, right? I really feel like they've got a decent run. And can I touch on Headtrick in particular off the back of his MVP here? I think one thing that was brought up in towards Mirage when they were streaking in the early part of the game is that, you know, obviously his AWPing shows that he is obviously very good, but he is so clean of a rifle as well, and that is actually what you need to be in towards CS2, and where a lot of players did actually struggle, and hence why we see people, I think Zywoo is probably the best example at Tier 1, you know, he's somebody who buys the AK more than he buys the AWP. You need to be able to hybrid. It's those players who actually struggle in towards the rifles to put up consistent numbers. That's not something that Headtrick worries with. He is so good of a rifle, so good of an AWP. Having that hybrid ability about him makes them such a scary side to put away. So, you know, as we touch on it here, no matter who on Namiga or Cybershock, I don't think Bait are going to be sort of too worried about that one. They get a bit of a break as well, get a bit of time to prepare, which I think ultimately is probably a nice thing for them. And I think looking at it, I favour them to probably actually make the deepest run on this side of the bracket. It's actually just about who meets them in what I would expect to be the finals.
Yeah, I mean, look, it looks like we've been seeing Bait over the last sort of month or so just take a sort of elevation to their performance. It feels like they're doing so again. That, I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't think that's just a Bait masterclass there. I also think there's a lot of problems on Monty as well. But at the end of the day, you can only beat who's in front of you. We said this is going to be a standout game, and this Monty didn't show up, but Bait absolutely obliterated them. It does feel like, I've got to be in agreement with you, it does feel like this team now, what's the limit in this event here? Why can't you go on to make that grand final? Why can't you go on to even look to push to take it all? I mean, don't get me wrong, there's some very tough teams. A lot of them going to be on the other side of the bracket, so I think we're going to be having an insane grand final if we do see a team like Bait make it there. And I think it's going to be only thrilling from here on out. But, I mean, yeah, I really think Bait, it feels like they've stepped up to a new level, a level that we were sort of looking at, I think, just towards the end of last year. And I think it looks like they're back on their hot form again.
Yeah, and one thing to touch on as well when we talk about Bait and deep runs, if they're able to make a deep run, legitimately, with VRS ranking and sort of how it's working at the moment, they could actually climb up inside of the top 20, which in itself is wild. That's where we're talking about Bait getting invites to tier 1 lands. And actually, I think the way they're playing right now, that would be deserved. This is a side that we already saw, you know, at the RMR, we saw them push through as well, who are actually able to put up very good results and actually able to compete against top teams. It felt like maybe there was a bit of a limit with that Captain Kirker sort of line up there, but with Kenzor, it actually feels like the sky is the limit a little bit. This is a fresh side with a lot to offer up, a new perspective on Counter-Strike coming through the tier 2, and they're starting to fix some of the woes in their map pool as well, you know, Nuke being one of them. If that's the Nuke that we can get out quite consistently, where they're so confident in their own ability, they completely rely on NBL's calling and trust them. As we saw there, the synergy is unmatched, right? So this is a really good spot. They currently find themselves 24th in ranking, which actually is already an invite territory. Top 24 is actually what would get you like an IM Kato play-in invite, right? So, you know, if they're able to keep this for a good part of the year and make consistent deep runs in CCT, genuinely, Bait should be getting invites towards these tier one lands, and I'm all for it as well. So I think once again, it actually reaffirms how important CCT is actually at the moment. For these teams that are trying to get in towards tier 1, it is the be-all end-all. You have to make deep runs, and we've already seen it. 500 inside of the top 30 off the back of their win. Partizan's shooting up the ranks. They went up, like, with a couple of their wins, they flew up like 30 spots. So this tournament is unbelievably important, and with where Bait are at right now and their side of the bracket and all the externalities around it, it's actually a really exciting time for them.
Yeah, definitely. Look, I think it's going to be an exciting kind of end for the playoffs as well. Look, the other side of the bracket is pretty stacked. You look at it, you've got teams like ENCE, I think Passion UA as well. I think we is it too early to say? I can kind of expect a Ukrainian final here, to be honest. I think Passion UA are a scary team to face as well. So, look, I think if it is Bait Passion UA, I think it would be an incredible game, because that's also a side where you look at it and go, well, that's stacked with individuals. So, look, I'm kind of just quite excited to see how the rest of the playoffs plays out.
Yeah, maybe it's time for Bait or Passion UA to save Demka, I think, is probably what we're looking at a little bit, because poor guy.
He's looking for that as well.
Yeah, exactly. He's stuck in hell a little bit, it seems, at the moment, bless him. But the one team two teams, I guess, that I want to throw out there, and I feel like that winner of the quarterfinal, which was what I'm expecting of between BC Game and Partizan, I think they also potentially could be a finals team. BC Game, recent IEM Dallas qual, I think is massive for them, right? They are actually proving how good they can play. The result earlier, it was a little shaky at times, but I think that is, you know, I think they play up to the occasion, I think, is what BC Game do. As we saw that win over Astralis to qualify for IEM Dallas. But Partizan last CCT looked really good themselves. And I think, you know, we're actually at times kind of unlucky not to win in that final themselves. So that side of the bracket is super stacked, but this is only day 1 here at the playoffs as well, right? That's the first 4 games in the round of 16 concluded. We've got 4 more to bring you tomorrow as well, with some real spicy ones. ENCE, Navi Jr., that's low-key a banger. Makar's over towards Navi Jr. is getting a lot of hype around him and a lot of praise for all the right reasons. ENCE, I think, have been scaling up massively in a really good way as well, and Glaive's still showing that, you know, Unk still got it, which is good to see. And like you mentioned, I think actually Passion UA Gun 5 could be a really interesting game in themselves, because as much as Passion UA have obviously been a bit of a stalwart at the top, Gun 5 is starting to look really spicy. Obviously, Zelo's got a lot of the praise. He got a few bold prediction nominations. If I'm right in saying he actually got bold prediction noms from both number 1 Donk and number 2 Monacy. So it's pretty high praise for the youngster. But I gotta say as well, that Fine Shine kid that's coming towards this team looked an insane AWPer. I've never heard of him, which is a bit of a rarity, because I like to say that I keep my, you know, ear to the ground a little bit. No idea where they plucked him from, but the games I've seen, he's looked sick as well. So that could be a really spicy game. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's games. CMD, any notable kind of teams for you think might make a deep playoff run from the other side?
I mean, I have been a big fan of the ENCE recently. I feel like ENCE have a lot of pieces that I feel like this is Glaive's sort of time to really show himself as an in-game leader. I feel like a lot of people sort of discredit Glaive a little bit, and they sort of say, oh, look at all the work Zonic did, and not so much him. I feel like there's been a bit of a loss of reputation since Astralis, and I think it's Glaive's time to really sort of mold so many of these younger players into what will be tier 1, and what could hopefully, in maybe a few months' time, maybe a little bit longer, be teams that are looking to not only be in every tier 1 event, maybe looking to have some deep runs there. And I feel like this is a really good testing ground for that. So I always love to keep my eye on ENCE and see what that team can achieve.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, fellas, we're going to wrap it up there. You know, we were a little bit delayed coming in towards this game, but we sped run through this one, any percent speed run, and made it nice and quick to finish it off, which is nothing to complain about as well. Brilliant display coming through from Bait. A deserved win for them, and I think Monty, back to the drawing board is ultimately the narrative we can build here, but the thing is, I really do feel like they need to take a step away from the officials, just at least for a few days, and get some of these sort of strats, I guess, in place. It's a loose term to say, but they really do look a little bit all over the place. So a tough predicament for them nonetheless, but a good day of Counter-Strike all in all. We're excited, and of course, we'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. You know where to find us. For now, though, thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure. Until next time.